In the world of Douluo Continent, the concept of talent reigns supreme, and the quality of one's martial soul determines the trajectory of their future. Is it not true that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters? Upon traversing the Douluo Continent, Jiang Xuan, mistakenly believed to possess a fire seed martial soul, finds himself rejected at the gates of the academy. However, when his true talents manifest, he boldly declares, "I apologize, but I shall not accept your extraordinary admission. I withdraw from Shrek Academy." Chapter 1. Only Teaching the Talented? In the kingdom of Balak on the Douluo Continent, a long queue forms at the entrance of a small village, far removed from the control of the spirit hall. Despite the blazing sun overhead, a multitude of adults and children gather, seemingly unaware of the reason for their congregation. At the entrance, a table is set with an elderly man in his 60s seated behind it. Above him, a dilapidated sign hangs from a wooden arch, inscribed with the simple words, Shrek Academy. At last, I have arrived at Shrek Academy. At the end of the line, a youth clad in black tightens his sleeves, gazing toward the destination he has traveled so far to reach. I hope my grandpa isn't angry with me for this. Jiang Xuan murmurs to himself, quietly awaiting his turn, unlike the others who chatter noisily. In front of him, there are over 100 applicants, many of whom wear frowns, likely taken aback by the academy's shabby appearance. Are you kidding me? This is the so-called Soul Master Academy, the one that boasts graduates can become imperial viscounts? One boy exclaims. His father, uncertain, replies, "That's what the Spirit Hall representatives said. It should be accurate, right?" But this academy truly is in disrepair. It is no wonder they harbor such thoughts. If Jiang Xuan were not familiar with the original narrative, he too would struggle to believe that such a dilapidated academy could house several soul emperors and soul saints. Comparatively speaking, even a mediocre academy is far superior, as many intermediate academies lack soul emperors altogether, let alone soul saints. Indeed, were it not for Jiang Xuan's fortune of traversing to the Douluo Continent, he would likely find it hard to accept. Jiang Xuan pays little attention to the trivial exchanges of the duo. Ahead, his soul power allows him to overhear their conversation clearly. A girl in a pink dress and a plain-featured man in a blue vest approach the elder, likely the protagonist Tang San and his partner Xiao Wu from the Douluo realm. Though Tang San appears ordinary and would easily be overlooked in a crowd, the 10th Sandier soul beast transformed into a girl with rabbit ears, Xiao Wu, is unmistakably recognizable. Jiang Xuan refrains from focusing on them too intently. Tang San, possessing soul power at the same level as Jiang Xuan, merely at the second ring, is nonetheless keenly perceptive. Should he notice Jiang Xuan observing him, he might misinterpret it as ill intent toward his sister, potentially retaliating in his characteristically vengeful manner. Given Jiang Xuan's current lack of a soul master rank, he cannot afford such consequences and thus averts his gaze, continuing to await his turn. The reason for Jiang Xuan's long journey to Shrek Academy stems from the presence of a so-called sign-in system that he inherited upon his arrival. He must register at specified locations to activate it. When he expressed his desire to enroll at Shrek Academy to his grandfather, he was met with stern reprimands, as in terms of cultivation, his grandparents far surpassed the academy's instructors. Lost in thought about the possibilities of joining Shrek Academy amidst his grandfather's and sister's protests, Jiang Xuan muses that perhaps associating with the main characters could grant him some form of protection. After all, one would assume that rare herbs would not elude him. Apologies, but registration fees for those who do not meet the criteria are non-refundable. Why is that? Why? Because of strength. Jiang Xuan's contemplation is abruptly interrupted by a commotion. It appears that a father and son, having paid their registration fee only to discover that they do not meet the standards, are attempting to reclaim their money but are met with obstinate resistance. It seems that the robust man with a third-ring soul power is Dai Mu Bai. Jiang Xuan shakes his head, pondering that without the protagonist's aura to assist him, this fallen prince would likely have been reduced to nothing by his brother, endangering Zhu Zhuqing, whom Jiang Xuan admires most in this realm. Jiang Xuan finds such behavior difficult to tolerate, yet as a fellow registrant he swallows his words. In the Douluo Continent, without strength, all is mere talk. What could the Soul Emperor's presence at the entrance accomplish? They can only accept this loss and depart in dismay. How pitiful for a royal prince to be reduced to the role of a doorman. It is a mystery how Dai Mu Bai maintains his pride in front of these applicants, who are only marginally better than commoners. Having witnessed this, many applicants who fall short in soul power turn away with their parents, realizing that the Academy's standards are high and that the registration fees are non-refundable. No one dares to speak out against the sole emperor present. As the crowd thins, Jiang Xuan's turn arrives. The two girls just ahead of him are unmistakably Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. One cradles the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda, while the other, with cat-like ears and slitted pupils, is unmistakably identifiable. Excellent. 2 level 20 soul masters, you have passed the test. But young lady, did your family know you sneaked out? My father permitted me to come. In contrast to the earlier sternness, the elder's tone softens considerably toward the evidently special girl, perhaps due to her displayed talent or the significance of the radiant pagoda martial soul she bears. System loading complete, initiating. As Jiang Xuan steps forward, the system's mind finally finishes loading, coinciding perfectly with his turn for testing. He decides to examine the system's capabilities later. Extend your hand. Jiang Xuan extends his right hand for the elder to assess his bone age. The elder closes his eyes for a few seconds before stating, "Very well, you are precisely 12 years old. Now, unleash your martial soul. You are aware of the rules. Without a soul power of at least 20, you will not qualify." Understood. Jiang Xuan withdraws his hand, mentally invoking martial soul possession. In an instant, those who had been waiting witnessed the emergence of this young man's martial soul, accompanied by 2 resplendent yellow 100-year soul rings. Indeed, level 20, but is this your martial soul? The elder's dim eyes widen in surprise as he leans forward, inquiring, "Your martial soul is a fire seed?" Fire seed? Fire seed? Upon hearing this, the others turn to gaze at the young man's hand, where a blue lotus-shaped flame rests peacefully in his palm. Indeed, it is merely a fire seed. However, Jiang Xuan responds. Chapter 2. The Useless Martial Spirit? The elder fell into deep contemplation. Although fire seed and flame differ by a mere character, their powers are worlds apart. Flame is the pinnacle among elemental martial spirits, while fire seed merely represents the nascent form of flame. Many who awaken a fire seed martial spirit may never evolve into flame again. Moreover, as far as he knows, the few who possess a fire seed martial spirit have all failed to ascend beyond the rank of Soul King. The youth, unlike the blue-silver grass mentioned previously by the dean, stirred a sense of loss within the elder. It was not merely because the boy could not join Shrek Academy, but rather because the fire seed in his hands bore an uncanny resemblance to a legendary hidden weapon from the Tang sect in his memories. Me? A martial spirit of inferior quality? I cannot cultivate to become a soul king? Jiang Xuan's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. He repeatedly questioned as if unable to accept the verdict, akin to a condemned man hearing a high-ranked soul master denounce his fate. Is it because I cannot reach Soul King that you refuse to accept me into Shrek? I have already met the 20-level admission requirement. Indeed, young man, while your soul power has reached the initial 20-level threshold, there are further evaluations concerning practical combat and martial spirit quality. Your fire seed martial spirit is distinctly flawed and thus fails to meet our criteria, the Dragon Pattern Staff Soul Emperor asserted, his tone shifting from the earlier amicable demeanor to one of direct rejection. For the elder, fire seed martial spirits, though not exceedingly rare, were noted in the records of the Martial Spirit Hall. However, they neither qualified as top-tier martial spirits, nor did they lack significant flaws, making them unsuitable for admission. Accepting such a student could jeopardize the Academy's reputation and the standing of his colleagues upon graduation. Shrek Academy only accepts monsters? Jiang Xuan mused, lowering his head. This was not a display of sorrow. Rather, he found it amusing. If such standards were upheld, which prestigious academy on the continent would not treasure a student who met all those criteria? The resources for cultivation would undoubtedly surpass those of the shabby Shrek Academy that required tuition in soul coins. Moreover, was his martial spirit truly just a fire seed? With a mere thought, Jiang Xuan summoned his personal attributes panel, revealing, name, Jiang Xuan age, 12 soul power, level 29 martial spirit, blue lotus earth fire, awakening unachieved. Indeed, Jiang Xuan was not merely a fire seed martial spirit wielder, but rather the renowned blue lotus earth fire from the Douluo Continent's extraordinary fire list. However, due to the world's rules or other influences, his martial spirit manifested in the form of a blue lotus-like flame. Setting aside whether he could truly only cultivate the Soul King as the condescending Soul Emperor suggested, even if he could only reach the level of the Soul Sect, he was confident in his ability to incinerate the inadequate Shrek Academy with the might of the blue lotus earth fire. Third brother. It's all right, Xiao Wu. We cannot sway the teacher's thoughts. The flaw in martial spirits is indeed a significant obstacle. Observing the black-clad youth in silence, the other students felt a surge of sympathy, believing he was deeply affected. Nearby, Zhu Zhuqing cast a penetrating glance at Jiang Xuan. Being close, she could see his expression clearly. It was not one of defeat, but rather of derision and disdain. The only certainty was that his resolute gaze mirrored her own, strong and unwavering, unlike the cowardice of those who merely frolicked around with their twin sisters. All right, enough of this. If you are indeed a useless martial spirit, do not waste our time here. Those who have passed, follow me to the next stage for further evaluations. Seeing a familiar figure in his mind, Dai Mubai became flustered, and the attention of the black-clad youth only heightened his irritation. Useless martial spirit? Say that again. Jiang Xuan raised his head, fixing his gaze directly on the audacious Dai Mubai. Humph! A useless martial spirit is a useless martial spirit. Do you know to whom you are speaking? I, Dai Mubai, possess the white tiger martial spirit and am already a three-ring soul master, destined to cultivate to at least the level of soul Douluo. Is it problematic to call someone with a fire seed martial spirit, who cannot even reach Soul King, a useless martial spirit? Dai Mubai, for reasons unknown, found himself easily provoked in the presence of the striking figure from the Star Luo Empire, masking his unease over years of evading responsibility with loud rebukes. All right, Jiang Xuan, a level 29 Great Soul Master, challenge you. Oh, still unconvinced? If I defeat you using my third soul skill, consider a loss for me. Sir Soul Emperor, I wish to challenge him. Jiang Xuan stepped back, addressing the dragon-patterned staff Soul Emperor. For announcing his soul ring and cultivation level in the Douluo Continent typically signified a challenge. The elder was at a loss, as both were technically students of Shrek Academy. The conflict arising from the inappropriate remarks of one student during the admission period was difficult to navigate. Just as Li Yusong prepared to intervene, he was pulled back by a pair of hands. The owner of the hands spoke in agreement. Very well. If you can defeat Dai Mubai without using your third soul ring with your level 29 strength, I will grant you special permission to join Shrek Academy. Chapter 3. The Duel with Dai Mubai. The speaker was none other than the Dean of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flender. Having observed the scene from nearby, he was intrigued to witness the abilities of a youth capable of reaching level 29 at such a young age with a flawed fire seed martial spirit. As for whether he could transcend the limitations of his martial spirit to achieve greater heights in the ensuing battle, that would depend on his fortitude, especially considering the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, renowned across the continent, had yet to break its own martial spirit constraints. What chance did a commonplace fire seed martial spirit possess? It was no wonder Dai Mubai spoke so disdainfully. In their eyes, what could a fire seed martial spirit accomplish? Perhaps merely igniting firewood for cooking? Do not let your laughter be so loud that it causes your teeth to fall out. Therefore, when a student disparaged his martial soul, no one dared to silence him. Truly, I wonder from whence your arrogance derives? If Dai Mubai claims to have never read the original work, I certainly cannot discern the fierce facade he presents at this moment. Regrettably, before me, your performance is utterly nauseating. Jiang Xuan adjusted his breath, allowing Dai Mubai, under the scrutiny of the four-eyed cat eagle, to shift to a more spacious square. Shrek Academy's already precarious finances would surely suffer if the gate were to be shattered. Dai Mubai, still brooding over his previous embarrassment at the hands of Tang San, was keen to vent his frustrations on this ignorant youth. With a mighty roar, he declared, "White Tiger, manifest! Remember this, Dai Mubai, martial soul. White Tiger, rank 37 battle spirit." A brilliant pale light erupted from his body as he extended his arms wide, puffed out his chest, and his bones cracked audibly, muscles swelling to the point where his already taut shirt appeared on the verge of rupture. Each muscle became distinctly visible beneath the fabric, and the air around him seemed to grow agitated in response to his martial soul's manifestation. His golden hair transformed into a striking black and white, predominantly white, with a few strands of black prominently interspersed. For faint lines appeared on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming the character for King. The White Tiger martial soul, alongside beast-type martial souls like the Dark Spirit Cat, exhibited the most significant changes in the hands. His hands expanded to nearly double their original size, covered in white fur, and as he flexed his fingers, razor-sharp claws resembling short daggers emerged and retracted. Each claw gleamed with an ominous cold light, measuring a full 8 inches in length. In stark contrast, Jiang Xuan's martial soul manifestation was far more subdued, devoid of any ostentatious transformations. As an elemental martial soul, the blue lotus earth fire, though still in its dormant state, belonged to the category of tool martial souls, thus not resulting in major physical changes. Upon the appearance of 2 spirit rings, the previously innocuous lotus fire seed radiated an intense heat that enveloped him. Is this truly a flawed martial soul? Onlookers pondered, constantly comparing it with known fire-type martial souls in their minds, discovering that even those who had attained the Spirit King level did not exude the same intensity of heat as this so-called flawed martial soul. It should be noted that assessing the strength of elemental martial souls like flames and ice is considerably simpler than for other types. The moment elemental energy infuses upon manifestation, its chaotic energy can alter the surrounding environment. The youth known as Jiang Xuan undoubtedly stood out among them, causing some students to question the conclusions drawn by the esteemed teacher Li of Shrek Academy. It seems my appearance here was fortuitous. Has the fire seed, martial soul, undergone a mutation? A glimmer of barely perceptible light flickered in Flender's small eyes. His early arrival as the Academy's head was indeed motivated by the earlier claim of the youth. A flawed martial soul that could reach level 29 by the age of 12 is not to be dismissed. Regardless of the outcome, all he needed to do was admit this boy into the Academy, for even if he never surpassed level 50, merely witnessing the elemental energy within the range of levels 49 to 50 would indicate exceptional potential. Should he discover a way to break through his limitations, it would undoubtedly bring further glory to Shrek Academy. After all, as a businessman, this was a risk-free investment. Let the battle commence. In this scenario, it was Dai Mubai who initially held the advantage that launched the first assault. The searing pain from the incoming attack made him realize that this seemingly worthless martial soul was not as simple as it appeared. When confronting elemental martial souls, the best strategy against beast martial souls was to engage in close combat, ensuring a position of victory. The manifestation of the white tiger martial soul not only bestowed Dai Mubai with formidable offensive power, but also significantly enhanced his defense, stamina, and speed, all of which were visibly improved. He propelled himself forward with a powerful leap, closing the distance to Jiang Xuan in an instant, his right hand raised to strike down. The sharp claws of his hand foretold that if he landed a solid blow, the frail form of an artifact martial soul user would surely not withstand it. However, was Jiang Xuan merely a soul master who relied solely on his martial soul? The answer was a resounding no. In response to Dai Mubai's preemptive strike, Jiang Xuan merely sidestepped, utilizing the explosive energy of the blue lotus earth fire to propel himself out of harm's way and beyond the range of the attack. What a quick reaction, gasped the spectators. Although Dai Mubai, as a rank 37 battle spirit, possessed considerable speed, Jiang Xuan, an artifact martial soul user, managed to respond to the attack just in the nick of time, evading it with agility that allowed them to exchange blows rapidly. While it appeared that Dai Mubai was frequently on the offensive, one must remember that he was a 3-ringed spirit master wielding a beast martial soul, while Jiang Xuan was merely a level 29 great soul master. Tang San felt a sense of dread. Could it be that the opponent had cultivated some specific footwork? Observing their movements, it did not appear that either of them had any special techniques. Among the spectators, Zhu Zhuqing was the second most attentive after Tang San. Was this descendant of the White Tiger family truly limited to such a level? How could a rank 37 face off against a rank 29, especially when the beast martial soul held such a significant advantage? With that thought, her mature demeanor darkened further, for in just a few short days, her initial resolve to seek her future here had turned into utter disappointment. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, caught in the heat of battle, inexplicably felt as though something intrinsic to him had vanished. After several exchanges without landing a blow on his opponent, he could not help but feel a surge of frustration. Moreover, from the outset, there seemed to be an illusory sensation, though he could not discern whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. Is evasion your only tactic? You are quite amusing indeed. A close combat beast martial soul spirit master questioning me, an artifact martial soul user, about why I would dodge. Do you think it is skill to engage in direct confrontation of soul power? Jiang Xuan replied lightly, even managing to jest at the formidable beast. It was clear he still possessed some strength left. Chapter 4. The Flames of the Blue Lotus Second Soul Skill. White Tiger Radiant Wave in terms of agility. Jiang Xuan's speed indeed surpassed that of the rank 37 Dai Mubai by a slight margin, rendering him considerably more nimble. Uncertain of how he had developed such capabilities, Dai Mubai, fully aware that he could not afford a war of attrition, wasted no time in employing his only long-range attack soul skill. Though he claimed to refrain from using his third soul ring, he held an 8-level advantage over Jiang Xuan in terms of soul power. If he could not subdue this slippery eel swiftly, he would surely become the target of ridicule. With that, Dai Mubai expelled a wave of white light aimed directly at the now grounded and momentarily stunned Jiang Xuan. This time you cannot evade. Adhering to the principle of striking while the iron is hot, Dai Mubai surged forward alongside the White Tiger Radiant Wave, simultaneously activating his first soul skill, White Tiger Guardian Barrier, to reinforce himself. Not too shabby. You're not entirely foolish, Jiang Xuan observed, immediately leaping backward without hesitation. Evading was clearly out of the question. The White Tiger Radiant Wave bore locking characteristics, providing insufficient time to dodge left or right. Thus, he summoned the Blue Lotus Earth Fire, which finally materialized in the palm of his hand. The spectators from Shrek Academy witnessed the glow of the youth's yellow second soul ring illuminate the arena. Dust and smoke rose dramatically. Had he struck true? Dai Mubai halted, initially contemplating how to counter the White Tiger's radiant light wave should the opponent evade it. Close observation revealed that only the four-eyed cat eagle, Flanders, could discern the situation clearly. He shook his head, indicating a lack of effect. The youthful voice resonated amidst the smoke. Second soul skill, Fire Dance of the Sun. As the haze dissipated, the crowd finally comprehended what Flanders meant by no effect. They had misjudged the situation. Li Yusong, wielding the dragon-patterned staff, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. At that moment, Jiang Xuan was enveloped by azure flames. Impervious to the impact of Dai Mubai's three-ringed Soul Master's White Tiger's radiant light wave, standing firm without even a flinch. If one were to label his martial soul as worthless, what then could be said of his own students, who would be deemed even less worthy? The flames, seemingly animated, formed a unique protective barrier around him, rendering him unharmed amidst the chaos. Witnessing the astonishment of those around him, Jiang Xuan felt a surge of reflection. It was no wonder the Douluo world was regarded as the lowest tier of cultivation systems. How could they possibly comprehend the heavenly flames of the Douluo Continent? Despite the divergent laws of nature resulting in a diminished power structure in the Douluo world, the soul skill barrier constructed from flames that even a Douluo king would hesitate to confront was certainly not something a mere ranged soul skill could breach. All this time, you have been attacking. Now it is my turn, Jiang Xuan proclaimed, dispelling the barrier of otherworldly fire. As long as he was not confronted by an opponent whose soul power vastly exceeded his own, the properties of the otherworldly fire allowed him to remain fearless in close combat. His previous evasion was merely an experiment to assess the results of his physical training. After all, many foolish individuals in the Douluo Continent relied solely on their martial souls, neglecting the fortification of their own bodies. Poor Dai Mubai. If he were to realize that Jiang Xuan merely regarded him as a test subject, he might very well spit out a mouthful of blood. Do not bully the cat. Indeed, what difference was there between a powerless, howling tiger and a domesticated kitten in a zoo? If it was a matter of dealing with an unruly kitten, then naturally, the most suitable approach would be that of a predator. First soul skill, otherworldly fire manifestation. Jiang Xuan murmured softly as the radiance of his first century-old soul ring burst forth, and the lotus flame in his hand unleashed a long, serpentine tongue of fire. Ah! Ning Rongrong, standing nearby, was startled. You mean to tell me that such a massive flame is the energy released by a worthless martial soul? The flame in Jiang Xuan's hand transformed continuously, ultimately coalescing into the shape of a fiery whip. If the second soul skill, Fire Dance of the Sun, was intended to enhance his flame energy and provide a protective barrier, then the first soul skill, Otherworldly Fire Manifestation, represented his most potent offensive capability. Grasping the fiery whip, Jiang Xuan's demeanor grew even more composed, and he declared, "Over there, great cat. Allow me to teach you another lesson. Possessing a powerful soul skill is not the sole requirement for a martial soul. The development of one's martial soul is fundamental to becoming a formidable soul master. With a swift motion, the whip descended, causing Dai Mubai to break out in a cold sweat. He had not anticipated that such flames could be unleashed with the soul power of a mere two-ringed soul master. Observing the scorched earth beneath him, he realized that a strike from such a fiery whip would be far from pleasant. Had the opponent merely missed? No. It was likely a probing tactic. Activating his first soul skill, the White Tiger's protective barrier, Dai Mubai prepared to move. Remaining stationary and hoping for a misfire from his opponent would be the folly of a fool. He could no longer afford to ponder how the other could unleash flames with such ease. It was well known that elemental martial souls, when at lower levels, typically refrained from such extravagant displays of soul power. Hey, weren't you just questioning my ability to dodge? Now it's your turn to evade, young Master Dai. The taunting laughter of the youth echoed through the square, directed at Dai Mubai and perhaps inadvertently at the oblivious recruitment teachers. The azure fire whip in his hand appeared almost alive, following Dai Mubai's every movement. From an external perspective, this soul skill seemed to materialize flames into a weapon. Yet only Dai Mubai understood the true potency it held. The high temperature of the whip was beyond his reach. The scorched ground was evidence enough of its destructive capability. If he were to be struck, the consequences would be dire. Unlike Dai Mubai's predicament, the girls in the audience were starry-eyed, captivated by the elegance of the flame whip's dance, akin to a graceful performer. Such exquisite control over soul power. Flanders couldn't help but exclaim, "What defines a little monster? If not this?" Was there truly a restriction on cultivation not exceeding level 49? It mattered little. Such an attacking style and innate talent rendered him virtually invincible among his peers. Could I possibly defeat him while employing hidden weapons? As he overheard the scheming words of the dean, Tang Xin inwardly calculated. Having recognized the treacherous merchant who had swindled him in the city, he surmised that the preceding recruitment teacher must be a soul emperor, likely possessing considerable skill. Given that a high-level soul master so admired this fire-type soul master, Tang Xin instinctively envisioned how he might devise a strategy to triumph over Dai Mubai. Chapter 5. Apologies, I withdraw. Unacceptable. I am utterly restrained. As he mentally simulated various strategies, Tang Xin discovered that his abilities were entirely countered against an opponent of the same rank. This fire-type soul master would overwhelm him with ease. Not to mention that blue silvergrass was inherently at a disadvantage against flames. The temperature of those flames was extraordinary. Thus, was it true that heaven conspired against him, preventing him from achieving higher levels of cultivation? This thought lingered in his mind. Jiang Xuan's second soul skill, Fire Dance of the Sun, had withstood Dai Mubai's White Tiger's radiant light wave head-on. Tang Xin understood that typical hidden weapons would struggle to breach the opponent's defenses. Even those capable of piercing defenses, like the Dragon Whisker Needle, would find their potency diminished in the presence of fire. After leaving the primary academy, Tang Xin had felt confident in defeating Dai Mubai, even at the three-ring level. However, facing an opponent with the foundational tenacity of a hedgehog, he felt an unfamiliar sense of helplessness for the first time. Dai Mubai was destined to lose. While it was true that B Soul Masters had an advantage over Equipment Soul Masters prior to attaining the Soul Sage rank, this was predicated on disparities in physical attributes. At lower levels, insufficient soul power could not sustain prolonged engagement, and slower physical reactions often allowed B Soul Masters to close in and secure victory. Yet, in their current duel, Dai Mubai had no advantage whatsoever. The prior exchange, devoid of soul skills, had already demonstrated that Jiang Xuan was at least equal, if not superior, to Dai Mubai, despite the latter's title as a top-tier White Tiger martial soul. The augmentation provided by martial soul embodiment was simply not on the same level. Moreover, when it came to reaction time, Dai Mubai's once-prized explosive power was rendered utterly ineffective against the all-encompassing strikes of the otherworldly fire whip. This was the essence of Jiang Xuan's first soul skill, otherworldly fire manifestation. The soul ring derived from a century-old fire lotus, offering no other abilities but the simple capacity to allow Jiang Xuan to manipulate his azure heart flame into any form he desired for attack. It is a versatile weapon, capable of varying lengths and thicknesses. While perhaps unsuitable for young audiences, it proves exceptionally effective against beast martial soul masters who lack proficiency in speed and aggressive assaults. The soul power consumption of these is astoundingly low. Jiang Xuan's primary expenditure occurs only at the moment of contact, where he utilizes soul power to enhance the flame's potency. Is the fire seed martial soul truly worthless? The individual who once proclaimed so, Li Yusong, must now rue his words. If the fire seed lotus, capable of continuously emitting searing flames, is deemed a feeble martial soul, then his dragon-patterned staff could just as easily be called a fire stick. Li Yusong silently lamented his oversight, grateful for the dean's presence. Otherwise, he would surely regret missing the opportunity to witness such a potentially awakened top-tier elemental martial soul. A 12-year-old with a soul power level of 29, Jiang Xuan surpassed the nearby blue-silver grass boy in prowess. The elder shamelessly thought, instinctively disregarding his earlier firm refusal. "You have thoroughly incited my wrath," roared Dai Mubai as he unleashed his third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. This forced Dai Mubai to employ his third soul skill, marking Jiang Xuan's victory. Dai Mubai's third soul skill was honed through rigorous training under Flender and Zhao Wujia. The White Tiger Diamond Transformation grants him doubled resilience, attack power, defense, and strength for a duration of 30 minutes, while simultaneously amplifying his soul skills. It seems that the young man, as a second-ring soul master, has significantly challenged Dai Mubai. Otherwise, he would not have forgotten the previously stated competition rules in his fury to activate his third soul skill. Indeed, Dai Mubai's condition was far from favorable. His garments were tattered, leaving him in a state of disarray. Although he sustained no severe injuries, the burns on his face and body left him feeling utterly humiliated. A 37-level soul sovereign being suppressed by a 29-level great soul master. What an indignity! What category does this fire seed soul master belong to, control or assault? Regardless, let's see how you withstand the enhancement from my Millennium Soul skill. With the support of the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, Dai Mubai's speed increased dramatically, and the which had previously troubled him could no longer keep pace. "This ends now," he declared, seizing the opportunity presented by the long whip's moment of vulnerability. His massive tiger claw aimed directly at the stationary Jiang Xuan, who appeared as a fearsome beast ready to rend the diminutive figure before him. Jiang Xuan understood full well that Dai Mubai, empowered by his Millennium Soul skill, would not be thwarted by a mere first soul skill. Although the unique properties of the imbue it with formidable power, he remained confident in his ability to withstand a blow under such multiplied enhancements. Despite his foolishness, Dai Mubai possessed considerable innate talent. Had he not squandered 2 years at Shrek Academy, he would likely have ascended to the soul sect by now. As the enormous claw drew nearer, Jiang Xuan retreated 2 steps, retracting the. Simultaneously, he silently chanted, "First soul skill, second soul skill." Both abilities were activated in unison. Observers witnessed the azure lotus seemingly swell as flames erupted from its core, enveloping Jiang Xuan. The fire, guided by his will, coalesced around his hands. He resolved to confront Dai Mubai's furious strike head-on. "You possess the enhanced White Tiger Diamond Transformation, and I shall wield it to fortify myself. Come forth, and let us see who falls first." With a resounding clash, the tiger claw met Jiang Xuan's fists, unleashing a shockwave that rippled through the arena. Who has triumphed? Ningronggrong inquirit. Dai Mubai has lost, Flender proclaimed, his voice laden with significance. As the dust settled, the outcome became abundantly clear. Dai Mubai staggered back 3 steps, while Jiang Xuan, despite being propelled several meters away, emerged unscathed after enduring a full-force attack from a soul sovereign 8 levels above him. Shouldn't Dai Mubai have won? Jiang Xuan was clearly struck. Xiao Wu expressed her confusion. Ning Rongrong echoed her sentiments, questioning how the bespectacled elder could overlook such a pivotal moment. Ahem, what elder? I am your dean. And indeed, Dai Mubai has lost. A third-ring soul master facing a second-ring soul master, and failing to vanquish his opponent after taking a direct hit. Who do you think has emerged victorious? Upon witnessing the results, Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened further as she gazed at the breathless Dai Mubai, whose tattered clothing illustrated the toll of his efforts. Is this how you have toiled these past years? Enough of this. I retract my previous statement, young man. You are indeed qualified to join Shrek Academy. As the dean, I formally accept you. With the match concluded, Flinder assumed the role of the benevolent figure, wary of Dai Mubai's volatile temperament. Fearing he might lash out at the small prodigy capable of standing his ground against a sole sovereign without defeat. What a treasure we have found. Join Shrek Academy? I apologize, but I have reconsidered. I regret to inform you that I choose to withdraw from Shrek. Chapter 6. Bullying the Young? What? You refuse? Withdraw from Shrek Academy? Have you lost your senses due to the fight? The members of Shrek were incredulous. If you are unwilling to join the Academy, what was the purpose of your registration? Indeed, I voluntarily withdraw my application to Shrek Academy. You may keep the registration fee. After all, I cannot yet contend with a six-ring Soul Emperor. As Jiang Xuan passed by the bewildered Dai Mubai, it felt as though a weight had been lifted from his heart. Initially, he had disregarded his family's objections and ventured to this remote village to join Shrek Academy. Motivated solely by the desire to follow the narrative and perhaps latch onto the protagonist's coattails, hoping to secure a divine position at the very least. However, he now recognized his miscalculation. Fiction diverges significantly from reality. Shrek Academy, known for only accepting prodigies, would hardly regard him as worthy. Flinder furrowed his brow, discerning Jiang Xuan's dissatisfaction with Li Yusong's earlier remarks. He thought to himself that, being a young man, Jiang Xuan would naturally harbor animosity upon hearing disparaging words about himself. Perhaps I should persuade him. A talent capable of challenging a third-ring soul sovereign as a second-ring soul master, despite the flaws in his martial soul, warrants nurturing. Regarding Li Yusong's comments, I, as the dean representing Shrek Academy, extend my apologies. However, I hope you understand that the Fire Seed martial soul has historically been recorded in the Martial Soul Hall, with only a few of the highest achievers reaching a level of 49. Li Yusong merely spoke the truth. The graduation standard for Shrek Academy mandates reaching the Soul Sect by the age of 20. Now that you have demonstrated your prowess, I will make an exception and admit you despite your current standing. Flinder, mindful of Dai Mubai's feelings, chose to phrase it as challenging rather than declaring Dai Mubai's defeat. Acknowledging the earlier agreement not to utilize third millennium soul rings, which had already been a deviation from the norm. So, why should I still join your Shrek Academy? During the admission process, it was clearly stated that one could enroll at the age of 12 upon reaching level 20, correct? When Frank extended his hand, Jiang Xuan merely sidestepped politely, saying, however, it was your school's teacher, the esteemed six-ring Soul Emperor, who rejected my admission on the grounds of my defective martial soul. I'm not mentally confused. My challenge to a duel was not to gain special admission to your Shrek Academy. It was merely to teach a lesson to a certain disrespectful large cat. Moreover, Jiang Xuan pondered for a moment and smiled. It is rather amusing that a so-called academy that only accepts monsters has produced a three-ring soul master who cannot even defeat someone below level 30 like myself. I find it unnecessary to study here. Are we to learn how to be defeated by a two-ring when we are at the three-ring level? Jiang Xuan perceived the hypocrisy of Shrek clearly. They claimed to only accept extraordinary students, yet their actual teaching standards paled in comparison to any high-ranking Soul Master Academy. Not to mention the resources available at a higher-level institution. While the protagonist of my previous life might have overlooked this, from my current adversarial perspective, it is utterly nauseating. One must ask, can a genius who reaches level 20 or above by the age of 12 and possesses a top-tier martial soul not thrive in other academies? Must they attend this shabby rural school devoid of proper training resources? The boy's smile was filled with derision. Mind your words, young man. How dare you openly insult our academy? Li Yusong erupted from the side, fully aware that every word was directed at him. Yusong, sit down. Flinder intervened, preventing the enraged Li Yusong from acting. The youth before them did not appear to be from an ordinary peasant family. He was likely a young master from one of those so-called noble sections. His strength was indeed impressive, but his temperament left much to be desired. Is what I said untrue? Are you preparing to bully the weak? Jiang Xuan boldly questioned the two. I believe it was you who rejected my admission upon hearing about my Fire Seed martial soul, correct? You were the ones who firmly denied my hopes of joining Shrek Academy. The so-called special admission was merely a facade because a two-ring soul master like myself could not be directly defeated by a 38-level soul sovereign. Right? Well, if I am indeed unable to win, might I ask who lies on the ground now? Is it not me, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flinder? Will you spare me a glance, then? Will you accept me out of pity, or how will you handle me? Jiang Xuan enunciated each word with rising volume. showing no fear towards a level 70 soul master, countering their claims. Had his martial soul been an ordinary fire seed instead of the rare blue lotus earth heart fire, he might have been defeated by Dai Mu Bai, becoming just another foolish wielder of a mediocre martial soul. What reason do I have to join an academy like Shrek? The boy's expression was somewhat fierce, while Zhu Zhuqing, standing nearby, lowered her gaze in contemplation. Even Tang San, who had been guided to Shrek Academy by a teacher, began to harbor doubts. Indeed, how could a so-called academy that only accepts monsters produce a soul master who cannot handle a 12-year-old boy nearly a level below himself? Can their teaching abilities truly be guaranteed? What a sharp-tongued young lad. Your special admission was granted due to your diligent training and ability to fight above your level at such a young age. I had hoped to assist you in overcoming your martial soul deficiency once you joined Shrek Academy, but it seems my good intentions have been met with ingratitude. I shall ask you once more. Do you truly wish to forfeit this hard-earned opportunity? Not necessary. Very well. Very well. Very well. Flender repeated emphatically, clearly infuriated by Jiang Xuan's relentless retorts. In light of your status as a prospective Shrek student, all you need to do is apologize for your disrespectful remarks towards the academy, and I shall overlook it. Apologize? The boy is too dull to recognize his fault. If there is no wrongdoing, why speak of an apology? Jiang Xuan replied with a scoff, unperturbed by the prospect of salvaging face before Tang San and the others. Do you think you can intimidate me? If I had been concerned about Flinder's potential abuse of power before this, it is clear now that he, alongside that troublemaker inside, must be cautious of their reputations. Flinder, of course, could not harm Jiang Xuan. As an elder, he could only reprimand the unruly child. Since you refuse to apologize, you shall remain at Shrek and await your parents' arrival to render your apology. With that, Flinder reached out to seize Jiang Xuan. Chapter 7. Dragon Lord and Serpent Lady. How shameless of you, old man. Are you truly going to lay hands on a great soul master? Jiang Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. His earlier words had been based on the expectation that the academy's head would not hold a grudge against an applicant. Yet this old man had thrown caution to the wind. Teacher, Dean, the newcomers to Shrek voiced their concerns, for even though Jiang Xuan had spoken disrespectfully, it was inappropriate for a dean to act against a junior. Do not worry, I will not harm you. I merely intend to teach you a lesson on respecting your elders. Oomph. You think you are qualified to discipline my little Schwanzi? Flinder, you are not worthy. Could a seven-ringed soul sage truly contend with him? No, he could not. Just as Jiang Xuan resigned himself to being subdued, a familiar bellow echoed throughout Shrek Academy, the reverberating soul power causing all present to cover their ears. A surge of energy erupted from above, fortunately directed solely at Flinder for attempting to seize Jiang Xuan, allowing the latter to retreat several steps. Who is it? Zhao Wujia. Someone has come to disrupt the proceedings. Flinder's expression turned grave. Though he had not used his soul power while grabbing Jiang Xuan, relying solely on the physical prowess of a soul sage, the force that interrupted him could only belong to someone of equal or greater strength. To be safe, Flinder called out for Zhao Wujia, summoning the second strongest member of Shrek Academy. Ha ha, Flinder, you two have moments when you cannot maintain control? A hearty laugh resonated from within Shrek Academy, and several students beheld a figure who, despite being of modest height and ordinary appearance, possessed a robust physique that dwarfed even the 12-year-old Jiang Xuan. His broad shoulders resembled fortress walls, and his attire did little to conceal the formidable muscles that seemed forged from steel. Unmovable King, Zhao Wujia. Jiang Xuan immediately recognized the newcomer, another soul sage of Shrek Academy. With one soul emperor and two soul sages openly acknowledged, the Academy's strength was indeed remarkable. If memory served correctly, Jiang Xuan recalled that Shrek Academy was also home to two other high-level soul masters, one of whom was a food system soul sage. The Academy boasted impressive strength, yet its vision and teaching standards were still open to question. However, this is not the time for one to shine. With quiet steps, I swiftly distanced myself from the epicenter of the released energy, eager to witness the unfolding drama. What is happening? Zhao Wuji approached Flinder, who was already in a state of martial soul embodiment with the dragon pattern staff. Cat Eagle embody before he could respond to Zhao Wuji. The pressure from the opponent compelled Flinder to let out a low growl, and soon the optimal configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black martial souls manifested upon him. Flinder's gaze sharpened, his hands transformed into sharp claws, and a pair of brown wings unfurled from his back. With the embodiment of his martial soul, the pressure eased considerably, allowing him to soar into the air and proclaim, "I wonder which esteemed elder has graced us with their presence. I, Flander, humbly request your appearance for a conversation." Oof. The master of the released energy scoffed, and his voice echoed from afar, yet seemed near. "Flander, the four-eyed cat eagle? Zhao Wuji, the unmoved king? What a grand display! Others are unwilling to join your academy, yet you dare to forcibly detain them. Is this how you conduct yourselves after retreating from the world to establish an academy?" The voice, though somewhat aged, carried an energy that made Zhao Wuji, who stepped into the circle, feel an overwhelming pressure, compelling him to release his martial soul for defense. Great strength Diamond Bear embody. A soul Douluo? Upon embodying his martial soul, Zhao Wuji's height surged by a meter, his muscles swelling to a formidable size, dispelling his previous stature. Yet, despite this transformation, his expression mirrored Flander's, solemn and grave. After both soul saints had embodied their martial souls, the pressure they felt from a newcomer indicated that he was likely a powerhouse beyond a soul Douluo. "A cat owl, a bear, you are quite the pair." As the figure approached, the pale strands of hair hinted at age, yet the robust soul power belied the frailty typically associated with the elderly. Facing the two in their martial soul embodiment, the elder planted his dragon-headed staff into the ground, and one by one, soul rings began to shimmer and appear behind him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 8 soul rings in total. A soul Douluo. Upon witnessing such a configuration, none present could be unaware of the identity of the visitor. "Third brother, do not be afraid, Xiao Wu. It seems he has come looking for the academy's head." Realizing it was a soul Douluo, a certain 10,000-year transformed rabbit instinctively hid behind Tang San, fearful of drawing attention. Fortunately, as the elder was confronting Flander, he appeared oblivious to her presence. Xiao Wu could only endeavor to minimize her aura, praying that the elder's attention would not stray in her direction. With 8 soul rings and a dragon-headed staff, it was clear to the seasoned travelers of the continent who had arrived. Their expressions soured. It was the illustrious dragon, Lord Meng Shu. "I wonder what brings a steamed dragon lord to our Shrek Academy. I apologize for the earlier incident. I hope it did not cause you amusement." "Ha! Indeed, our Shrek Academy is a bit shabby. I was unaware of your visit, and it is truly rude not to have welcomed you in advance." In an unusual display of humility, the typically blunt Zhao Wuji echoed Flander's sentiment. The strange demeanor of the two left the other students baffled. With 2 soul saints and a soul emperor present, how could they be so subservient, even to an 8-ring soul Douluo? Deming, who had been grappling with self-doubt, now stood up to gaze into the sky. "A soul Douluo, a soul Douluo. If only I possessed such might, I would not need to flee from Xing Luo to this Heaven Do realm like a stray dog. Power, power. Everything revolves around power." Zhao Wuji and Flander, logically, could escape with their lives under a soul Douluo, as the world reveres them above all else. For soul masters, each level gained is a chasm apart, and Dragon Lord Meng Shu was no ordinary soul Douluo. Flander was acutely aware that a few years prior, Meng Shu had already reached the terrifying level of 88, and although he was aged, he was just a step away from becoming a title Douluo. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, if the Dragon Lord appeared, the Snake Lady would certainly be nearby. The legendary couple, the dragon and the snake, were rarely seen apart. If 2 soul saints could harbor some hope of self-preservation against a soul Douluo, what if another soul emperor were to join? Capable of unleashing a martial soul fusion technique that could threaten even a title Douluo, it was no wonder the two were so deferential. Chapter 8. The young always have the old. Jiang Xuan was all too familiar with the identity of the visitor. Glancing behind him, he beheld a kindly elderly woman with a weathered face standing close by. Grandma. It could only be the Snake Lady, the wife of the illustrious Dragon Lord. Meng Shu. The figure in the sky was undoubtedly the soul Douluo, Meng Shu. "Remember to call me Grandma, you little rascal." The elder shot a glare, saying, "We will discuss this later." Meng Shu turned to the 2 soul saints and inquired, "What brings me here? Shouldn't you be the ones to explain? If I had not come, would you have detained my precious grandson?" Xiao Xian had traveled a great distance, seeking to join Shrek Academy with utmost courtesy. However, you all dared to belittle him with insults, referring to his martial soul as trash. As the headmaster, were you not waiting for his parents to come apologize? Well, now I have arrived. Should I apologize on behalf of my grandson? Speak up. Meng Shu enunciated each word clearly, showing no respect for the two, as if to say, is this how you treat the young? I apologize, but I also have my pride. Today, even a titled Douluo must provide a clear explanation to me. Jiang Xuan is the grandson of the Dragon Lord? But did not the Dragon Lord's surname be Meng? How could this Jiang surname boy be related to him? Flander found himself a loss, cursing Li Yusong for not reaching out directly. Nonsense. The rules were set by him, and after Jiang Xuan displayed his strength, he prepared to accept him despite the initial rejection, wanting to keep him here. Zhao Wuji cursed silently. You've stirred up a hornet's nest now. With the arrival of the elder, the situation had escalated significantly. The snake lady stood beside Jiang Xuan, her eyes equally intimidating, indicating that resolving this issue would not be straightforward. Flander, embodying the cat-eagle martial soul, which inherently possessed flight attributes, gently flapped his wings to draw closer to Dragon Lord Meng Shu, cupping his hands in a bow, and said, "It was a misunderstanding. I was unaware that this student, Jiang Xuan, is your grandson. It is our great honor that he wishes to join our Shrek Academy. The earlier judgment regarding his martial soul was a mistake on our teacher's part. Please do not take it to heart. Furthermore, my intention to retain Jiang Xuan was never malicious. After all, his enrollment here would make him half a student of ours. You should be grateful that you did not display any ill will. Otherwise, I would not be conversing with you now." Meng Shu retorted coldly. "If Xiao Xian were not my grandson and his parents were merely ordinary folk, what then? You established an academy and insulted a student first. Yet you expect my grandson to remain silent? Upon witnessing the reaction to his martial soul, you initially rejected him. After he bested a third-ring soul master, you sought to recruit him, only to become enraged when he declined. Am I not speaking the truth? Originally, Long Gong had been observing keenly, merely pitying Dai Mubai, who once again fell victim to circumstances simply because he had drawn with Jiang Xuan from the second ring. Now, he was all but becoming a cautionary tale in their eyes. I dare not. Flinder repeatedly expressed his apologies, unable to accept such an accusation. Could he really be blamed for this? A fire-seed martial soul was indeed commonplace. Who would have known he was the grandson of Long Gong? The dragon-headed cane and the serpent-headed staff hardly seemed capable of producing descendants with elemental martial souls. Of course, Flinder dared not voice such sentiments. Was it true that these people were all of such ilk? Jiang Xuan perceived the truth most clearly, suddenly grasping some of the debates surrounding Shrek from his previous life. A dilapidated academy with an enrollment fee of 10 gold soul coins and a tuition of 100 gold soul coins, yet lacking any resources to support its students. Aside from running and battling in the soul arena, was this a training ground for special forces? Yet, the criteria for enrollment demanded that one reach level 20 by the age of 12, with even stricter requirements for martial soul quality. Previously, as an outsider, he had merely found it exhilarating, the high standards of the academy exuding prestige. But now, coming from afar to join Shrek Academy, could he really be a fool? Was the cultivation of his grandfather, the soul Douluo, inferior to theirs? Or was it that the Meng family's resources were less than those of a destitute village? The requirements for graduation, briefly mentioned in the original text, upon reflection, revealed that many talents like Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai had been squandered. Imagine Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, two 13 or 14-year-old students, idling away in frivolous pursuits while their teachers adopted a hands-off approach. While Ma Hongjun could argue a deficiency in his martial soul, what about the Prince of Xingluo striving for strength? In a sense, was it not the indulgence of Shrek Academy that led to the waste of several years? Without Tang San, the protagonist's intervention, one might have been tortured into becoming an evil soul master, ultimately cleaved by the Spirit Hall, while the other could have ended as a mere puppet after failing in the struggle for the throne. Jiang Xuan gazed at the sign bearing the name of Shrek Academy, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Monsters? Merely an exaggeration to attract students. Meng Shu, hovering in midair, saw that his grandson was unscathed and disregarded the fleeting sensation of a special soul beast, perhaps lost in thought. The acerbic headmaster before him only fueled his growing disdain. How could his grandson, misled by a so-called monster academy, express a desire to join such a place? Anger ignited within him. There was no need for grandiloquent words. We both know that had it not been Meng Shu here today, but another parent of lesser cultivation, the blame would lie with us. Yet now, I too shall learn your lesson on bullying the weak and demand satisfaction for my grandson. Flender, a soul sage of level 78, and Zhao Wujia, a soul sage of level 76. I, Meng Shu, have fortuitously just broken through to level 89 and wish to test the standards of you two as educators of this academy. Endure 10 strikes for me, and I shall hold no grudges. Should you fail to withstand them, then I see no reason for the existence of Shrek Academy. At this point, the elder's gaze was piercing, regarding the two as one would look upon the dead. If not for the earlier sensed anomaly, he would have wanted to eradicate this so-called Shrek Academy alongside his wife using a combined dragon snake assault. Upon hearing this, Flender found himself at a loss for words. The grandfather was evidently intent on avenging his grandson. He exchanged glances with Zhao Wujia, who understood the unspoken communication. What could they do against the wrath of one on the verge of breaking through to title de law? They could only endure. As long as the opponent did not unleash their martial soul fusion technique with the intent to annihilate them entirely. After all, the dragon snake couple were not bloodthirsty. Of course, they were secretly relieved that they had not been overly harsh with Jiang Xuan earlier. Otherwise, they would not have exchanged so many words. Please, esteemed Long Gong, grant us your guidance. We implore you, show mercy. Zhao Wujia and Flender bowed in unison before launching their attack on Long Gong. 10 strikes. It would be futile to rely solely on passive defense. Even in a siege, they had to take the initiative in a non-lethal contest. It would be better to consider their performance later, hoping to placate his anger. Zhao Wujia felt most aggrieved, having done nothing yet now being treated as a punching bag. Was this fate immutable across any world? Chapter 9. The Awakening of the Blue Lotus? The might of an 89-level soul de law was indisputable. Even with the combined assault of Zhao Wujia and Flender, Long Gong's formidable soul power effortlessly neutralized their attacks, while the strikes from a dragon-headed cane inflicted considerable suffering on the two. Flender, with his four-eyed cat eagle martial soul, fared slightly better, being a flying-type agile attack soul sage, able to dodge many assaults. However, Zhao Wujia was in a dire predicament. His face was swollen like a bun, black and blue, unable to escape due to his slower speed and inferior soul power, reduced to a mere punching bag. It seemed Long Gong found greater satisfaction in striking Zhao Wujia than in beating a scruffy bird. Thus, most of his blows fell upon Zhao Wujia. Flender also had his share of difficulties, feathers stripped from his body by the forceful soul techniques. Yet fortunately, the opponent did not seem intent on delivering deadly blows, allowing them to endure the onslaught. As for one of the instigators, the Soul Emperor Li Yusong, he had already been rendered incapable of fighting by a single strike from Long Gong and was now hanging by the Shrek Academy sign. The battle between Soul Sages and Soul Douluos captivated all but one, a rabbit-fearing exposure. The rest, including Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Tang San, were spellbound. Ning Rongrong, though she had two title law grandfathers in her family, seldom witnessed their sparring, as they doted on her greatly, making such combat irresistibly enticing. Meanwhile, Tang San, unaware of his father's hidden strength, was witnessing high-level soul master combat for the first time. The application of soul techniques and the development of one's martial soul provided him with an entirely new experience, clutching onto his previous life's hidden weapons. Yet, while the two remained in awe, Zhu Zhuqing, driven by her desire for strength, missed not a single detail. To keep pace with the others, she even entered a state of martial soul embodiment, her resolute gaze seizing every opportunity for growth. All of this was noted by Jiang Xuan. It seemed there was a reason everyone favored Zhu Zhuqing in his past life, a beauty embodying grace, resilience, discipline, and relentless ambition. Who could resist her allure? In contrast, her so-called fiancé, aside from having slightly higher innate soul power, was utterly lacking in every other regard. Ding! The sign-in strengthening system has finished loading. Newbie Task 3. Sign-in at Shrek Academy has been completed. Task Reward. Origin of the Blue Lotus Heartfire. Task rewards are being distributed. The system, which had been stuck in loading mode, finally completed its process, but the subsequent notification plunged Jiang Xuan into a state of panic. The origin of the Blue Lotus Heartfire? System, do not release this at such a time. His martial soul was already the Blue Lotus Heartfire. and the reason for it remaining unawakened was merely the lack of corresponding fire elemental essence. In my grandfather's conjecture, the continuous acquisition of high-quality soul rings is essential. And under the constant replenishment of fire attribute energy, the evolution and awakening process is but a natural progression. Currently, the system's first reward is the Blue Lotus Earth Fire from the Douluo Continent. One must ask, aside from the fallen Fire Dragon King, what other fire attribute energy in the entire Douluo Continent can possibly rival it? However, at this very moment, my grandfather is engaged in battle. Issuing rewards now only complicates matters. Jiang Xuan wished to halt the system's actions. Yet this sign-in system resembled the initial awakening, seemingly bound to the cycles of signing in, completing tasks, and distributing rewards. Upon the release of the Blue Lotus Earth Fire, the fusion awakening of the martial soul commenced. As the battle between the few warriors intensified, a wave of searing energy abruptly interrupted their actions. The nearest to the epicenter, Chao Tianxiang, turned pale and leapt away from her position. A colossal azure wave erupted from the youth's body. This azure wave was not water. It was unmistakably a terrifying flame. Shinner, Chao Tianxiang screamed, and upon witnessing this, Long Gong disregarded the injured Zhao Wujia and Flinder, hastily approaching the ground. Li Yusong, recovering from the shock, quickly retreated with several students. What is happening? Such fearful flames. Is this the energy that a so-called defective martial soul can release? The earlier tested young men and women began to doubt the capabilities of Shrek's teachers. Flinder and Zhao Wujia managed to escape to the academy's entrance, their attention captivated by the explosive wave of flames. The flames seemed to possess life, swirling in place, revealing several azure lotus flowers dancing within. Old Li, you've truly led me to disaster. I am the most unfortunate one here, dragged out to endure a beating without any knowledge of the situation. Flinder was not angry with Long Gong's intervention. From his perspective, refraining from attacking while lacking understanding was indeed a sign of good temper. In Douluo Continent, possessing high soul power and formidable cultivation is the rule. Avoiding trouble is seen as mediocrity. Yet, to provoke those stronger than oneself is sheer folly. He lamented the loss of an undeniably powerful monster being so readily pushed into the fray. Is there truly an issue with the admission rules? Judging by the energy released from the youth's martial soul, it was far beyond what a flawed fire seed martial soul could unleash. Considering his nearing 30-level cultivation, it was simply more monstrous than those present. Is this a second awakening of the martial soul? Most likely, old man. Chao Tianxiang approached Meng Shu after the flames stabilized. Little Xian had experienced a similar eruption shortly after his martial soul awakened, but the current scale and condition appeared significantly improved. Should we? Chao Tianxiang gestured to her husband, hinting at eliminating future threats, given the animosity already established due to the enrollment incident. Meng Shu shook his head, declining his wife's suggestion. Setting aside the instability of their precious grandson's current state, should a confrontation arise, the combined might of the dragon and snake could indeed annihilate everyone on the battlefield. But it might also hinder little Xian's martial soul awakening. Furthermore, he sensed a presence lurking in the shadows, stronger than himself, though its intentions remained unclear. As an 89th level soul master, it was not difficult to guess the level of someone above him. The dragon and snake do not fear title Douluo. But considering his grandson, the adversary showed no malicious intent, necessitating patience. Yet, the sudden awakening of little Xian's martial soul remained an enigma. Long Gong, with his dragon-headed staff, swung it forcefully, conjuring a broad barrier that enveloped Jiang Xuan, who was in a meditative state. Chapter 10, Level 30. Although the specifics of the situation were unclear, the occasional pulse of unsettling energy emanating from the azure flames assured Meng Shu of his grandson's favorable condition, leading him to wait quietly for this peculiar state to conclude. It is noteworthy that Jiang Xuan was merely at the 29th level. Yet the energy radiating from the martial soul was sufficient to evoke a sense of trepidation in Meng Shu, indicating its formidable power. This was not to suggest any threat to him, but rather a reflection of the innate disparity between their levels of quality. Jiang Xuan was acutely aware of his own circumstances, the sudden reward from the system, the essence of the Blue Lotus Earth Fire merging with his martial soul, resulted in the flames that erupted being the pure essence of the Blue Lotus. The terrifying flames from the Duki world were undoubtedly superior to those of the Douluo world. Even with Jiang Xuan's currently low soul power, the inherent energy level was beyond comparison to ordinary flames. The fusion continued at a rate of 30, with the guardianship of his grandparents surrounding him. Jiang Xuan remained focused on absorbing the intrinsic fire properties of the blue lotus earth fire. Whether it was due to the martial soul's dormant fire seed form or the system's influence, the integration of the means strange fire essence with his martial soul progressed far more smoothly than anticipated, devoid of the agonizing suffering one might expect. Unlike the harrowing experiences faced by Xiao Huahua in devouring the blue lotus earth fire. Should Xiao Huahua discover this, he might well traverse the vast worlds to seek out trouble, considering this capacity to affect the atmosphere with low-level soul power, causing even the 89th level Long Gong to feel trepidation about its terrifying nature. Fusion absorption transformation. It felt as if a unique voice within his mind guided him, ensuring the seamless transition of the blue lotus. However, as the ample fire attribute energy suffused his body, Jiang Xuan felt as if he might explode, not from destruction, but from a sheer fullness, akin to a cup overflowing with water. Indeed, in the presence of such potent fire attribute energy, he was merely an inconspicuous cup, with much of the energy dissipating into the cosmos, while a portion relentlessly pounded against the threshold of level 30. In no time, Jiang Xuan sensed that the boundary of 30-level soul power had been breached with little obstruction. No, I must compress further, he thought. Even though soul masters do not advance without a soul ring, Jiang Xuan understood that the essence of the blue lotus earth fire bestowed upon him a sensation akin to a second awakening of his martial soul. The absence of a soul ring prevented further elevation to a higher grade, but the energy would continue to surge within him. Blindly raising his soul power level would inevitably lead to a decline in control, adversely affecting future cultivation. From the moment Jiang Xuan obtained this capricious golden finger, he prepared himself mentally. His aspirations extended far beyond merely reaching the ranks of title Douluo. Concentrate. Jiang Xuan's face contorted as he struggled to harness the immense energy, recognizing it was beyond his current level of control. Yet, if left unchecked, the rapid increase in soul power would yield undesirable results. 1 level, 2 levels, 3 levels. Enough. No more increases. Ding. Martial soul fusion completed. Fusion degree, 99. The task rewards have been fully distributed, and the next sign-in location is the Eye of Ice and Fire. Just as Jiang Xuan was on the verge of collapsing, that damned fusion finally completed. An abundance of energy can indeed be troublesome. Upon opening his eyes, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around him, Jiang Xuan waved his right hand, causing the remaining pure energy surrounding him to be entirely absorbed by the azure lotus. There was no other choice. Both his grandfather and grandmother were not fire attribute soul masters, and the energy of them was more harmful than beneficial to them. As for Shrek Academy, there was indeed one who could absorb this energy, Ma Hongjun, but given the current relationship, why should Jiang Xuan leave it for someone who could potentially become an enemy? Since the awakening of the azure lotus ground fire, it had never felt satisfied with its energy, much like a certain sword saint who was perpetually unsated. Ha ha! What a remarkable grandson I have, already at level 30. Can you believe it? Grandfather Long laughed heartily after Jiang Xuan concluded his training and assessed his physical condition. Naturally, Shrek could hear this. Level 30? At 12 years old. My goodness, this cannot be real. He is truly a monster. What does it mean to be level 30 at 12? In all the time spent cultivating on the Douluo Continent, such a feat has rarely been publicly acknowledged, excluding Qian Rinxue's innate level of 20. If anyone else had claimed such a thing, they would likely not be believed. However, with Grandfather Long's exaggerated laughter, it was hard for them to doubt. It turned out there really was someone whose cultivation speed was comparable to that of a prodigy. Yet, such a prodigy was turned away from our academy by the teachers. Is it truly correct for my father to have sent us to join this village academy? Upon hearing Grandfather Long's unreserved words, the already skeptical students began to murmur even more. Grandfather Long and Granny Snake had no time to concern themselves with Shrek. Once the flames fully dissipated, Granny Snake immediately began to examine her dear grandson with great diligence. Is everything all right? You dare to conduct such a significant event as your martial soul awakening here? I'm fine, Grandma, really. I can't control the martial soul awakening. Oomph. No matter. I'll settle this with you later. What is this? Have you learned to sneak away? Are you satisfied now that you've come to this lowly academy? Granny Snake chattered on, expressing her concern for her grandson's well-being while subtly mocking the crowd nearby. Though her voice was soft, the keen ears of high-level soul masters could hear her clearly. What could Flanders do in response? Words once spoken cannot be taken back, and the rules were established by him. Could he claim that Liu Song was not truly a teacher at Shrek, but merely a temporary worker? The few students who had already joined Shrek were beginning to harbor doubts, creating a difficult situation. Why would the grandson of a great dragon and snake refuse the guidance of his family and come to this dilapidated academy? Is it merely to embarrass himself? Grandfather Long stood quietly, observing his wife. He noted that the little rascal's body was in superb condition. Not only had his martial soul undergone a second awakening, but his soul power had also exceeded level 30. Once he obtained his third soul ring, he would become one of the youngest soul masters in the entire continent. It was infuriating to think that such talent could be dismissed as worthless by a bunch of petty individuals. Having spent so much time together, Jiang Xuan was well aware of his grandfather's thoughts. A smile crept onto his face, indicating that he would handle things on his own. Grandfather Long raised an eyebrow. You little rascal, we'll settle this later. Chapter 11. There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Jiang Xuan felt his body. It had never felt this good before. The system chimed. Host, please check your personal panel. Name, Jiang Xuan. Age, 12 and a half. Soul power level, level 30, rank 4. Martial soul, Azure Lotus Ground Fire, awaken 99. First soul, ring age, 456 years. Second soul, ring age, 998 years. Second martial soul, blank. The Azure Lotus was already in an awakened state, its power vastly superior to its former seed state. One could say that while he used to exert great effort to gain the upper hand against Dai Mubai now, should his opponent dare to withstand Jiang Xuan's assault with their physical form under the onslaught of, they would soon learn the taste of roasted kitten. But why was it 99? Furthermore, the location for the second system sign-in happened to be at the Eye of Ice and Fire. Could the sign-in location be determined by my actions? He indeed intended to head to the Eye of Ice and Fire, the burial place of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, where countless treasures lay. It was crucial, as the first martial soul was, to find a place brimming with fire attribute energy in the Douluo world was exceedingly rare. However, would the awakening level of 99 have any connection to the sign-in location? Fortunately, the soul power level was kept in check and did not overflow excessively. Level 34 was acceptable. Yet, after absorbing the third soul ring, he would need to undergo rigorous training again. Due to his upbringing, Jiang Xuan placed immense importance on his foundation. It was akin to constructing a grand edifice. Without a solid foundation, reaching greater heights would be arduous. One must understand that even gods differ vastly in strength. During the battle of the three gods, sea god struggled against two divine beings. Yet the emergence of Shura god transformed the battlefield entirely. But what could the second martial soul entail? A blank? Could it be possible for him to awaken a dual martial soul? Jiang Xuan was perplexed. When he was 6 years old, he had been tested and found to possess only the Azure Lotus martial soul. Unfortunately, the system did not provide an explanation function, leaving many aspects to be explored through his understanding and experience of the world. After grasping his current situation, Jiang Xuan stepped towards the group from Shrek, with Grandfather Long and Granny Snake behind him, resembling a figure ready to settle old scores. Mr. Flanders, level 78, agility attack type, Soul Saint. Once renowned across the continent as part of the Golden Iron Triangle, the Flying Horn. By chance, I heard the wise words of the Golden Horn, Yu Shao Jiang, regarding soul masters, which ignited my aspirations. The youthful voice was not loud, yet under the ethereal flames of the lotus, it resonated clearly with those present. In Douluo Continent, there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. This statement piqued my curiosity about the predecessor who voiced it, compelling me to journey from my family thousands of miles away. From the perspective of my unawakened martial soul, I indeed felt inferior compared to some top-tier martial souls. The Golden Iron Triangle? The Flying Horn, what could that be? Yu Shao Jiang, the Wise Horn? So the teachers and the dean share such a connection. Tang San was astonished, but he found Jiang Xuan's self-deprecating remarks about his martial soul to be somewhat inappropriate. If he considered himself worthless, what then of Dai Mu Bai, whom he had defeated? And us so-called geniuses? As if reminiscing, Jiang Xuan continued speaking. I initially believed that the academy founded by the Flying Horn, Mr. Flanders, the highest ranked among us, would adhere to such recruitment principles. Alas, I was mistaken. Jiang Xuan gazed at the azure lotus before him, a smile gracing his lips as he said, sometimes a mere spark seems inconspicuous, yet one cannot deny its desire to bloom. After all, a single spark can ignite a prairie fire. The azure lotus seemed to sense its master's essence, its petals swaying incessantly. In a previous life, the negative discourse surrounding Yu Shaojiang was exceedingly prevalent. Jiang Xuan, however, would not easily allow others' opinions to sway his thoughts. After all, what one hears may be illusory, while what one sees is the truth. A theoretical master acknowledged by the spirit hall surely could not be as ordinary as he appeared. Nonetheless, it seems I have erred in my judgment. Setting aside the immense training resources of the Meng family, I foolishly ventured to Shrek Academy. Just from observing Flinder's arrogance and the disdainful gazes of the so-called teachers at Shrek Academy, it is evident that my presence here is unwarranted. At times, the power of one's martial spirit is indeed paramount, granting us soul masters a sense of superiority. Yet, I recall a formidable individual stating that upon reaching great heights, one often finds themselves in solitude, with no one to converse with. The chilling solitude of winter sends shivers through me. What is my purpose at such heights? Our hearts resemble trees. The more a tree yearns for the light above, the deeper its roots must delve into the soil and darkness below. Does a high position equate to arrogance? Is growth accompanied by a forgetfulness of humility? Flinder's expression darkened. He never anticipated being chastised by a mere youth. However, he could not retaliate, not only because of the watchful eyes of the Dragon King and Snake Lady, but also due to the formidable being referenced by the boy. With a grandfather as a soul, Douluo might be among the most terrifying existences even among titled Douluos. Speak on, if you are strong and justified. His words were shrouded in ambiguity, leaving many in confusion, though Tang San and a certain individual in the shadows seemed to ponder deeply. Tang San found the boy's speech reminiscent of Taoist sayings from his previous life, yet did not correspond with any specific text. He understood the implication. As a powerful figure in a high position, one must consider how to address the weak. After all, who among the powerful had not emerged from weakness? In the long history of competing with soul beasts for survival resources, even the first soul master rose from obscurity. Jiang Xuan regarded Tang San with intrigue. His words were not only a slap to Flinder's face, but also a message intended for Tang San. He toyed with the nascent spirit of the azure lotus, its occasional flickers of flame causing those nearby to flinch. Aware of his mastery over the martial spirit, such displays are best kept discreet. At 12 years of age, possessing a soul power of 20 and dual spirit rings exceeding a century, one must wonder how many students in the world meet such criteria. Even if they were willing to join your academy, what results have you produced? His gaze drifted to Dai Mu Bai, who stood there like a statue, and Jiang Xuan remarked, "Your soul power is superficial, your control over your martial spirit is lacking, and you do not even comprehend the essence of a martial spirit by the third ring." Shrek Academy, Monsters Academy, a name devoid of substance. The boy's words struck deep, inciting Zhao Wujia's volatile temper to the brink of violence. Following such an assessment, a higher-ranking soul master corroborated, causing some of the originally enrolled students to hesitate and quietly withdraw, one by one. As the boy with the fire seed martial spirit articulated, they would fare better anywhere else than in this dismal academy. Chapter 12. Dissonance. As students departed one by one, Li Yusong nearly choked on his own blood. Had he been more tactful today, this scene could have been avoided. What could he say when faced with a 12-year-old possessing 30 levels of soul power? A waste martial spirit? Show me a 12-year-old who can cultivate to that level. After this exchange, many chose to leave. Tang San remained steadfast due to the master's influence, while Xiao Wu trembled in fear of attracting the attention of the soul Douluo, and naturally, her brother would not abandon her. Ning Rongrong, with an air of indifference, dismissed the significance of soul saints. Her family boasted over 10 soul Douluos, not to mention her grandfathers, the titled Douluos Jian and Gu. She was merely here for amusement, treating it as a spectacle. Had the enrollment criteria been stated from the outset, with no exceptions for those who did not meet the standards, there would be little to debate. The Academy's policy was to accept students willing to enroll. It was a mutual agreement. However, Shrek's soul saint waited until students had paid their fees to inform them. And with non-refundable fees, they truly exemplified the essence of bullying the weak. When they initially rejected my fire seed martial spirit, it was with a coldly dismissive attitude. Yet, due to the partially awakened azure lotus revealing an unusual aura, this soul saint sensed something amiss, granting me an exception for admission. Am I not correct? Jiang Xuan smiled. I must apologize. Enrolling in your Shrek Academy was indeed a foolish decision on my part. Do not go too far. Dai Mubai shouted in fury. Too far? Am I the one being excessive? Facing the enraged white cat, Jiang Xuan's expression turned frigid. If I am excessive, then is not Shrek Academy's initial conduct even more so? Traveling thousands of miles to enroll only to be labeled a waste martial spirit and insulted by you and others, only to be met with accusations in return. Truly a splendid display of double standards. Mr. White Tiger, may I inquire how it is that you, who cannot even defeat a waste martial spirit like me, have been turned into a lesser being after being accepted by Shrek? Repeat that. Mubai withdraw. Jiang Xuan showed no mercy, and Flinder, who knew he was in the wrong, could only suppress his anger and order his disciple to step back. Back when this boy's martial spirit was still in its seed state, he could match Mubai. Now that he has reached the 30th level, his flames have escalated beyond the capacity of the White Tiger to contend with. Tang San, with his blue-silver grass martial spirit, felt a deep resonance. Despite its inherent frailty, it had never been suppressed by other martial spirits due to its natural resilience. Yet before Jiang Xuan, who had undergone a second awakening of his martial spirit, the blue-silver grass trembled involuntarily. The ability to instill fear in a martial spirit is a trait only possessed by the highest-level martial spirits. Indeed, the Dragon King and Snake Lady, as recorded by the teacher, could contend with tidal Douluos. Their progeny, despite bearing the surname Jiang for unknown reasons, possessing a top-tier martial spirit is not surprising. The Dragon King's staff is one of the top martial spirits. Any martial spirit associated with the word dragon is unlikely to be subpar. Tang Sin began to understand the dean's considerations. It was merely a perspective from a master, and the academy could not be seen groveling for the other party's admission. Having initially declined, offering an exceptional admission opportunity was typical. It was likely that they would accept him regardless of his performance. However, he did not expect the situation to escalate to this extent. Anger? Frustration? Jiang Xuan's gaze was icy, akin to the serpent's eye, with the azure lotus mark on his brow enhancing his enigmatic aura. Initially, he was influenced by the original work's desire to join Shrek, to become part of the protagonist's circle, as there seemed to be no conflict of interest for various perspectives. Yet, reality diverges significantly from the portrayals in novels. Flinder and Zhao Wujia are hardly benevolent figures. Had my elder not been the Dragon King, a sole Douluo of 89 levels, even a single rank lower, it is unlikely that the one bowing their head in apology today would be the other party. This is the Douluo Continent, where strength reigns supreme. Yet the teaching philosophy of an academy that dares not stir trouble is that of mediocrity. The absurdity of such teachings that shatter one's worldview is truly laughable, considering I once harbored a sense of fondness for them. Upon reflection, a hapless chicken unable to control its fiery temperament and a white cat squandering its innate talent due to a lack of solid foundation. While Tang San relies primarily on his mysterious heavenly skill and the hidden weapons of the Tang sect. As for Xiao Wu, what could a soul beast of 100,000 years impart to someone merely in their 20s? The only two with genuine talent remaining are Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong? A pampered daughter of privilege, she pales in comparison to Zhu Zhuqing, whose innate abilities surpass hers. At this moment, Jiang Xuan's thoughts were clear. Upon encountering the protagonist group, Shrek nearly joined them. Although the outcome was far from ideal, it ultimately resolved a long-standing obsession. One must admit that future encounters may not be as harmonious. Farewell, I take my leave. Should anyone wish to join my Dragon Snake clan, feel free to reach out. Once the sect is established, the restrictions of a family will be considerably lessened, so do consider it. With a smile that belied his intentions, Jiang Xuan spoke to the talented individuals around him, noting that reaching level 20 at such a young age places them among the elite of soul masters. He was unabashedly undermining Shrek while feeling no psychological burden whatsoever. Ha ha, indeed. I, Meng Shu, warmly welcome all the little ones to visit my soon-to-be established sect. A keen observer like Long Gong could easily discern the considerable talent among the students present. Otherwise, little Xian would not have so deliberately sought to recruit in their midst. Take care. I shan't see you off, Zhao Wujing remarked bluntly. Originally displeased by an unprovoked beating earlier, he was now even less inclined to maintain a cordial demeanor with the culprit attempting to poach his students. The group hesitated. Opportunities to join the Soul Douluo were rare, prompting several students who had already signed up to express their desire to discuss with their families the possibility of joining the esteemed sect led by Long Gong. The protagonist group remained silent, their lack of words speaking volumes. In Jiang Xuan's eyes, silence was the most eloquent response, and he chuckled to himself, eager to see if the Shrek 7 could remain united in the face of such psychological warfare. Before departing, Jiang Xuan cast a meaningful glance at Zhu Zhuqing. It was not her physical allure that captivated him, although Zhu Zhuqing, being slightly younger than his 12 years, had developed in ways that surpassed even adults. His interest lay elsewhere. He understood that the ambitious Zhu Zhuqing would undoubtedly waver upon witnessing the performance of her useless fiancé in this academy. Whether in her regard for Dai Mubai or Shrek Academy itself, she was unwilling to be confined by fate, making her the most susceptible to separation from the Shrek 7. Time would reveal the roots of a seed named doubt that had already been sown, merely awaiting its eventual growth. Let us be on our way, Jiang Xuan declared. Flinder. Zhao Wujing. I had no intention of bullying the weak today. However, as a teacher, I must amend my previous reckless behavior and not mislead the youth. We shall heed the teachings of Long Gong. After suffering a beating, the few of them could hardly suppress their frustration. Long Gong led the way as Jiang Xuan assisted Qiao Shangxiang in departing, leaving Meng Shu's words lingering in the vast plaza. Finally gone, Zhao Wujing lamented, a mix of exasperation and resignation in his voice, while a certain rabbit trembled in fear at the mere mention of the Soul Douluo. Xiao Wu, you've been trembling since Long Gong appeared. Are you unwell? No, I'm fine. I just felt a sudden chill. Chill, Tang San replied, perplexed under the midday sun. Is it possible I've been drowsy? Our hearts are akin to trees. The more a tree yearns for light above, the deeper its roots must delve into the earth, into the darkness below. In an inaudible tone, Zhu Zhuqing's complex gaze fixated on the retreating figures of the three, her lips repeating those words. Was she speaking to herself? To aspire for the light, one must firmly anchor their roots. Sister, I refuse to succumb to fate. The girl clenched her fists, her eyes fixed on the departing trio, wholly indifferent to the increasingly frantic individual nearby. Leaving the Bara Kingdom, the three of them journeyed toward the borders of Xingluo and Tiandou. Ultimately, the young man could no longer withstand the strange atmosphere and ventured a question. Hey, how did Grandpa know I was a Shrek in the Bara Kingdom? As long as you recognize me as your grandfather, that suffices. The elder tapped his dragon-headed staff. If I hadn't come, would you have been bullied for half a month, perhaps? No, that's not it. I was just curious about the legendary Golden Iron Triangle story I heard as a child and wanted to see the academy for myself, Jiang Xuan hastily explained, reluctant to admit to his grandfather that he had come to bask in the glory of the protagonists. Seeing her obedient grandson unscathed, Snake Granny also felt relief. Patting Jiang Xuan's head, she said, It's not that your grandparents don't allow you to venture out, but Douluo Continent is hardly a tranquil place. Without formidable strength, how can one traverse it? You haven't even reached the 30th level. How can we possibly rest easy? This Shrek is indeed remarkable. The Golden Iron Triangle was once renowned among the younger generation of the continent, and their martial soul fusion technique, the Golden Sacred Dragon, surpassed even the combined attack of your grandmother and me. Had it not been for the low level of their wisdom corner, their achievements would have been even greater. Indeed, the trinity of martial soul fusion. Jiang Xuan chimed in, hoping to divert attention from his sneaky escapade. At 12 years old, being punished again would be quite the ordeal. Yet, he never expected such a small academy as Shrek could gather so many high-level soul masters. One Zhao Wujing and one Flinder, both at level 70, were already impressive. And though Li Yusong might not be as notable, he was still a soul emperor. Under my perception, there are at least 2 soul masters above the soul emperor level within Shrek, which is truly extraordinary. The two mentioned by Grandpa are likely Xiao Xian, a food system soul sage with a level 71 Tang Do, and Lu Qibin, a Star Chess Soul Emperor at level 66. I know little about Xinghua, as the original text only mentioned it in passing. However, that level 71 food system soul sage is quite rare, though regrettably, he belongs firmly to Shrek's inner circle. After being rejected by Shrek, Jiang Xuan had come to a realization. With the entire world at his disposal and a narrative advantage, why must he cling to the protagonists? Moreover, wouldn't it be exhilarating to form a team with more average martial souls to confront those individuals in the Soul Master competition? What are you thinking about? Meng Shu tapped Jiang Xuan's head with his staff, his tone slightly irritated. You remain bound by restraints, neglecting the transformation of your martial soul after years of training. All you've learned to do is hide your talents? Or are you so proud that you can disregard the existence of soul masters above level 30? Especially those with top-tier martial souls like the White Tiger? No, that is not the case. Should any danger arise, I would promptly employ my soul techniques. Please calm down. Grandfather. Seeing that his grandfather was still incensed, Jiang Xuan could only force a smile, revealing his bright white teeth in hopes of alleviating the elder's anger. Oomph. You truly do not know the bounds of your own capabilities, relying on a few hidden cards to confront a soul sovereign head-on. Where is your usual composure? You have many trump cards, do you? Not really, just a mere smattering. I said nothing. He understood that the elder was expressing concern for him, and it was only in the company of family that Jiang Xuan displayed such juvenile behavior. Regarding Dai Mubai from the original work, Jiang Xuan was quite confident. The dual spirit technique was merely an advanced skill in the application of martial spirits. By enveloping the flames of the green lotus in his fists, utilizing his unique fire, he could maximize the impact of the flames. The reason he did not transform it into a sword or spear was simply that he feared some fool would take advantage of him while lying on the ground. The green lotus Earth Heart Fire, ranked 19th on the continent's list of extraordinary fires, even a single ember of it in its dormant state, was incomparable to the White Tiger. Jiang Xuan refrained from voicing these thoughts, as he did not wish to be reprimanded for underestimating others. He was well aware of the principle of strategically belittling the enemy while tactically respecting them. It is good that you recognize your errors. That Eye of the Abyssal Sovereign should belong to the Xing Luo royal family, and the White Tiger is also their inherited martial spirit. Moreover, there's an inscrutable figure watching from the shadows. Otherwise, I would not have to stir up a ruckus at that so-called Shrek Academy for you. Otherwise, with my temperament, I wouldn't merely settle for reprimanding Flinder and Zhao Wuji. We have pressing matters at hand, and to avoid unnecessary complications, let us consider this a case of thunder with little rain. Do not blame your grandfather. Not at all. It is I who has been thoughtless. Jiang Xuan lowered his head, realizing that the concealed figure his grandfather referred to must be the Hao Qian Duo Tang Hao, whose prowess indeed warranted caution. Although his grandparents' combined strength could contend against the title Douluo, he was still a burden, and thankfully, there was no animosity towards Tang San. The Tang family did have a penchant for secrecy. Where are we headed? We have located the place you mentioned. We are going to the Poison Douluo. The Poison Douluo? Chapter 14, Sunset Forest. Seeking votes. Indeed, the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye is located within the Sunset Forest, which is also the domain of the Poison Douluo. Dugabo. The system has meticulously planned my next course of action. I merely utilize the advantage of foresight to craft a legacy of a title well-versed in medicine, hoping to leverage my grandfather's family influence to find the location of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. To my surprise, while I successfully located it, the system seemed to have foreseen my next sign-in point at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. Fortunately, the timeline has not deviated significantly. The Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye remains under Dugobo's control, and the celestial herbs there are crucial for Jiang Xuan's upcoming plans. It is not for my own needs. Rather, I primarily wish to procure 1 or 2 herbs for Grandpa Meng Shu and Grandma Chao Tianxiang. After all, as an 89th level soul Daw, without external assistance, the aging Dragon King would find it exceedingly challenging to take that final step, let alone Grandma Chao Tianxiang. For her, achieving the rank of Soul Sage is nearly the pinnacle of her life. Setting aside the system's ulterior motives, Jiang Xuan could only gradually unveil the world's mysteries. Why had he transmigrated? Where did the system originate? Could such unreasonably generous sign-in rewards truly come without cost? Merely signing in at a certain location to receive rewards? Jiang Xuan remained non-committal. However, one thing was certain. Without power, he was unworthy of knowledge. Just as Tang San in the original work was not informed of the formidable martial soul Hall as a low-level fighter. Therefore, strength. It must be his primary focus to enhance his capabilities. Otherwise, the scene before the Shrek Academy would one day be reenacted. It was prudent of Grandpa Meng Shu to seek out Douluo Bo, as Grandma Chao Tianxiang's snake staff martial spirit would likely establish some connection with Douluo Bo. Moreover, with the strength of Grandpa Long Gong's family, they were far more capable of locating Douluo Bo than he alone. Not to mention, he had such severe martial spirit deficiencies. Jiang Xuan was not concerned that Douluo Bo would be reluctant to part with the celestial herbs of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Of course, he did not disclose the specifics of Douluo Bo's situation to his grandparents, as it would be difficult to explain how he knew. At this stage, what was the quickest way to enhance his strength? Relying on the system? Spending money? Or consuming pills? None of these. Jiang Xuan looked up at Grandpa Long Gong, smiling slightly. Being an 89th level soul Douluo speaks for itself, does it not? Perhaps others might struggle to assist Meng Shu in advancing. But the ice and fire yin-yang eye is abundant in celestial herbs, and as the burial ground of the ice-fire dragon king. The dragon headstaff is somewhat related. Elevating the quality of one's martial spirit or enhancing innate talent could easily overcome that level of difficulty. Grandfather, let us first visit Elder Douluo. I am not in a hurry to acquire the third ring and wish to adjust my physical condition further. Very well. I had the same intention. If what you say is true, then Lord Douluo will be quite willing to negotiate with us. However, are you perhaps interested in his granddaughter? Huh, Douluo Yin? Grandfather, please do not make such assumptions. He had only met Douluo Yin once, viewing her merely as a means to connect with Douluo Bo. Otherwise, why would elderly individuals be so prone to overthinking? At merely 12 years of age, was he already worrying about a daughter-in-law? Grandma Chao Tianxiang chuckled, saying, I see. That girl is not much older than our little Xuanzi. Although she's a bit older, she has grown into a beauty. Moreover, our little Xuanzi reached level 30 at the age of 12, so her grandfather would not refuse him. Jiang Xuan. The Sunset Forest lies at the junction of Xing Luo and Tiando. While not as expansive as the Stardo Forest, it is still one of the premier habitats for soul beasts. Traveling from the Bala Kingdom will take some time. This trip aims to propose a trade to Douluo Bo. In Jiang Xuan's narrative, the information about the ice and fire yin-yang eye was provided by a deceased elder. While others might be skeptical, a soul Douluo of 89 levels, possessing martial spirit fusion techniques, spoke it, leaving no room for disbelief. The unfortunate truth is that Douluo Bo, despite his esteemed title, occupies one of the lowest rungs in the title Douluo society, unable to even defeat some top-tier soul Douluo adept in offense, a truly pitiful reality. This is, of course, partly due to the deficiencies of the Emerald Scale Serpent martial spirit, which is not adept in one-on-one combat. Naturally, Douluo Bo, who is exceedingly protective of his granddaughter, would not forsake such an equitable trade. The two families had established some rapport. Long Gong's special visit to Shrek Academy was the result of prior arrangements, and this time, they were heading to the Sunset Forest to meet with him. Throughout the journey, Jiang Xuan incessantly pondered the nature of his green lotus martial spirit, feeling that something was still amiss. In his earlier battle with Dai Mu Bai, the green lotus in its fire seed form lacked the potency it possessed now. Otherwise, Dai Mu Bai would not have dared to withstand the assault of the green lotus earth heart fire without suffering significant consequences, let alone stand upright. The essence of the system's reward, the primordial fire fused with the martial soul, is inexplicably stuck at the 99th position. Is it lacking in something? Or does the world's rules simply not permit the emergence of such formidable spiritual entities? To enhance one's self-preservation capabilities, the most prudent course is to maximize the cultivation of one's esteemed ancestor, the Dragon Lord. After all, one's own cultivation could take an eternity to reach the realms of Soul Emperor or Soul Sage. Having a title Douluo as a grandfather is indeed a boon. It is rather perplexing that protagonists in many fantasy novels are often reluctant to utilize resources to assist their golden fingers or esteemed allies in swiftly elevating their powers. While one could dismiss the unreliability of certain individuals, can it be that even one's closest kin are deemed untrustworthy? Setting aside Douluo for the moment, let us consider the case of a certain fiery comrade. Without the protection of the venerable Yao Lao, could he truly roam so freely? He would likely have been obliterated by the soul hall long ago. Regarding the remaining awakening degree of the Qinglian, Jiang Xuan harbored a hypothesis. Yet it requires the verification of the ice and fire duality eye. This matter pertains to the rules of Douluo Continent, and he dared not treat it lightly. What exactly is the nature of a martial soul? Is it impossible to advance without soul rings? If soul rings are indeed essential, what then is their true existence? Or is it merely that some deities, following the fall of the dragon god, altered the world's rules in Douluo to restrain the spirit beast lineage? Gazing at the ever-changing scenery below, the gentle breeze cleared Jiang Xuan's mind somewhat. Originally, he had intended to visit Shrek Academy with the hope of engaging in discourse with the so-called theoretically invincible master. However, after his departure from Shrek, it would be wise to abandon that notion. Instead, he would proceed to explore gradually. The world is neither wholly dark nor entirely bright. It exists in a delicate shade of gray. Only after he possesses the requisite strength will he uncover what lies behind it. Chapter 15. Poisoned Douluo. With the formidable strength of the Dragon Lord, a level 89 soul Daw, even with Jiang Xuan as a burdensome companion, their pace was remarkably swift, especially with the assistance of his wife, the martial soul fusion partner, Chaotian Xiang. Before long, the trio arrived at the Sunset Forest. The forest stretched infinitely, its towering trees reaching toward the heavens, rendering the interior virtually invisible from above. Naturally, Jiang Xuan thought no fool would attempt to fly high into the forest depths. That would be courting death. Not even a soul Douluo or a soul emperor like Douluo would dare act recklessly here. For while the Sunset Forest may lack 10,000-year soul beasts, several high-level 10,000-year spirit beasts working in concert could still be lethal. Upon reaching the entrance, the trio descended to prepare for their expedition on foot. As Jiang Xuan approached, he realized the original novel had indeed understated the vastness of the Sunset Forest, which could not merely be described in hundreds of square kilometers. One could deduce its scale from the size of the soul beasts. For instance, the Titan giant ape, towering like a small mountain, would require an expansive territory, perhaps even an entire province, just to roam freely. Thus, it was evident that the Stardow Forest must be far larger than the entirety of Blue Planet. Otherwise, the survival chain of soul beasts would be insufficient. And the 10,000-year soul beasts are not limited to just the Titan giant ape. Without further ado, Meng Shu led Jiang Xuan and the others, lowering their breaths as they stealthily entered the Sunset Forest. In theory, with the Dragon Lord's formidable prowess, he could effortlessly defeat any soul beast under 60,000 years. Yet, Jiang Xuan would be foolish to question why they needed to proceed cautiously. Reverence was the first lesson he learned upon arriving in Douluo Continent. For one could never know if the disheveled vagabond by the roadside was a formidable Daw, or if a seemingly harmless spirit beast would soon claim one's life. A soul master devoid of reverence, aside from the protagonist's halo, rarely survives to the end. Reality does not take into account one's talents or powerful connections. As a prudent and courageous player, Jiang Xuan kept reverence firmly in his heart. When faced with uncertainty, he contemplated quantum mechanics, furrowing his brow, strategizing. In this fantastical world, the one who survives until the end is the true victor. Here it comes. Grandfather, what is coming? Deep within the forest, a simple wooden cabin sat beside a lake, surrounded by abundant spiritual energy. Strangely, however, there was not a single soul beast in sight. The air was permeated with an unusual scent, as if the soul beasts deliberately avoided this place. Inside the cabin, a girl with long black hair smiled sweetly, inquiring, "Grandfather, are you playing riddles with me again? You promised we would stay in the forest longer. Just tell me what the surprise is." The man, referred to as grandfather, appeared not aged, but rather possessed the vigor of middle age. At that moment, Douluo gazed affectionately at his cherished granddaughter. Ruffling her hair, he replied, "But we have guests arriving. I must go and greet them." "What guests?" Douluo asked, surprised. "What kind of guest requires you to welcome them? Could they also be a titled Douluo?" Yet, she had never seen her grandfather with such acquaintances. Douluo said little more, opening the door and leaping toward the scent's direction. After all, he had released poison in the core area of the Sunset Forest. and it would not do to harm a guest, since the lady in question had some connection to him, and her husband expressed confidence regarding Yin Yan's situation. It was improbable that he would take her lightly. Concerned for his granddaughter, Douluo could not afford any missteps. His son and daughter-in-law had already perished young due to the poison of the green scale serpent, and he truly wished not to see Yin Yan follow in her parents' footsteps. It is hard to imagine that a titled Douluo could harbor such disdain for his martial soul. The green scale serpent king, a highly coveted top-tier martial soul, had become a lifelong burden for Douluo. Arriving at the designated spot, the dragon lord halted first, and Xiang, understanding her husband's intent, signaled Jiang Xuan to stop as well. As a title Douluo would certainly be aware of the visitor's arrival, and the mist barrier before them was not something that could be easily breached. Let us not forget that his title was poison. Remaining here to await their arrival was both a sign of respect for the guest and a precautionary measure to protect Jiang Xuan. However, could the poison barrier truly harm him? With a mindset of experimentation, Jiang Xuan was eager to discover if his Qinglian earth fire would possess the same restraining effect on toxic gases and malevolent entities as it did in another realm. Qinglian. With 200-year soul rings appearing, the Qinglian earth fire enveloped his entire being. Under Jiang Xuan's control, the strange fire molded around his fist as he extended it toward the toxic miasma. Had Douluo been the one to manipulate the poisonous mist barrier, such recklessness would have been inadvisable. Yet the residual effects did not warrant excessive caution. He sought to validate his hypothesis. Xuanzi, do not act recklessly. It's fine, grandfather. I merely wish to see how advanced my martial soul awakening is. Just as the dragon lord intended to intervene, Jiang Xuan had already thrust his hand into the poison barrier. The moment the flames made contact with the toxic gas, a sizzling sound erupted, and the poisonous miasma in that area was swiftly incinerated. So it is as I suspected. Jiang Xuan withdrew his fist, not because the results were unfavorable. On the contrary, the strange fire maintained its potency against the toxins, yet something seemed to be lacking. The remaining one of fusion appeared to not only prevent the Qinglian earth fire martial soul from reaching its full potential, but also seemed to have stripped away the inherent spirit of the strange fire, as if it were being forcibly suppressed. Chao Tianxiang sighed in relief as Jiang Xuan nonchalantly retracted his arm, then chastised him. You young rascal. Is it too much to ask that you spare the elderly from worry? Long Gong remained silent, but the trembling eyelids of his tightly shut eyes spoke volumes. What should be done at this moment? One must stand at attention for their mistakes and accept punishment without complaint. Jiang Xuan lowered his head in quiet acknowledgement, portraying a look that suggested he understood his error, yet would likely repeat it in the future as he approached his grandmother. With a chuckle, he said, Well, it seems I have no way to deal with you, huh? I promise it won't happen again. Enough of your banter, Long Gong interjected. Duke Douluo is on his way. Do not become so nervous that you cannot speak. After all, the negotiations must be conducted by you with the Duke. Jiang Xuan nodded in agreement, eager to see what the illustrious personality of the original story's old poison looked like. As soon as the words left his mouth, a deep echo resonated from afar, reverberating through the forest. Long Gong and Madam Snake, having traveled a great distance to the Sunset Forest, I hope you will forgive my inability to greet you from afar. The Duke speaks too heavily. Meng Shu has come with his humble family and grandson to intrude. I hope for your understanding. Meng Shu slightly bowed, accepting the courtesy extended to him. Even if he was older than Duke Douluo, the requisite etiquette must be upheld. Chapter 16. The Secret of the Emerald Scale Serpent. Are you Jiang Xuan? Indeed, I am Jiang Xuan, he replied respectfully to Duke Douluo. Some time ago, I fortuitously encountered your granddaughter, which prompted me to daringly request my family's elders to establish contact with you. Observing the entirety of the figure before him, Jiang Xuan bowed in respect. Others showed respect to his grandfather because Long Gong possessed an astounding soul power of 89 levels, needing only one step to reach the rank of title Douluo, standing alongside him. Furthermore, Long Gong and Madam Snake held significant renown in the Douluo Continent, their unique martial soul fusion granting them a status comparable to that of title Douluo, not to mention Duke Douluo's lack of skill in combat at that level. In the Douluo Continent, strength reigns supreme. Of course, this was merely his inner thought. In the presence of this toxic Douluo, he, a mere 30-level youth, maintained the utmost respect. Just as described in the original narrative, Duke Douluo had long emerald hair and a towering stature. Despite his youthful appearance from having surpassed title de law, the innate poison of the emerald scale serpent made him appear considerably aged. Those unaware might mistake him as being of the same age as Long Gong. Yet Duke Douluo's innate talent was undoubtedly far more formidable. Duke Douluo nodded, observing the young man before him, sensing the lingering warmth of soul power in the air. 30 levels. Not bad. Not bad. You truly are a rare talent of this generation. His previous words held more trust now. If he had initially treated Jiang Xuan with courtesy due to Long Gong's potential to become title da, now it was because he believed the contents of the boy's letter. You quite impressive. At such a young age, possessing the cultivation of a soul master and showing such understanding of medicine. Beyond the assistance of Long Gong and Madam Snake, it appears that the unknown medical Douluo possesses genuine skill. You flatter me, senior. This is no flattery. You are indeed clever. Knowing about Yan Yan's special circumstances without leaking it, and instead providing a method to temporarily suppress it. I have tried it, and it indeed works. Moreover, you did not use this as leverage. I must admit, if it weren't for my family's teachings, I would genuinely admire you. Duke Douluo continued, moreover. According to the medical Douluo's description, the ice and fire yin-yang, I was indeed discovered by him first, but it was fortuitously acquired by me. I accept your terms of exchange. Follow me. Duke Douluo turned and walked into the poisonous mist, offering the three of them an antidote pill. Jiang Xuan smiled wryly and followed suit. If it weren't for the support of his grandfather, he wouldn't have felt as relaxed. It was a simple matter. The medical Douluo was entirely fabricated, merely a means to provide a reasonable justification for the system's reward of the medicinal heritage. Otherwise, how could one forcibly claim it? Not that he couldn't fight back. He simply didn't want to attract unwanted attention. The best approach was to utilize the inherent flaws of the emerald scale serpent and negotiate with Duke Douluo. To use coercion, in Jiang Xuan's view, was the height of folly. He decided to straightforwardly present a method for temporarily suppressing the flames. Upon witnessing the results, Duke Douluo's concern for his granddaughter would surely lead him to agree. Furthermore, one was an unknown ice and fire yin-yang eye and the accompanying celestial herbs, while the other was his precious granddaughter. The value was clearly discernible. As for why he would not resort to threats, Jiang Xuan believed it wiser to have a title de law as an ally rather than an enemy. In the original narrative, the protagonist's rapport with the old poison was remarkably amicable, suggesting the protagonist's halo played a significant role. Without that halo, one might believe that in one moment threatening Duke Douluo, the next moment Tang San would be reduced to mere blood and pulp. One must never underestimate the ruthlessness of a title de. Regardless of their grandeur, those who ascend to that rank are far from benevolent souls. Thus, regarding the scheme surrounding the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Jiang Xuan meticulously plotted his course. He first fabricated a lineage of a medical da, then fortuitously encountered Douluo Yin, discovering the secret that the emerald scale serpent's innate poison could harm itself. Yet he could not foolishly reveal all this directly to them. That would be tantamount to courting death. His grandfather, Long Gong, provided the confidence to negotiate on equal terms with Duke Douluo. One could say that every step was crucial. A slight misstep would mean not only losing the ice and fire yin-yang eye, but also not being in the current favorable position, guided by his master. Duke Douluo's residence lay deep within the forest, where due to his profound cultivation, the emerald scale serpent's poison had reached a level akin to bone-deep infestation, necessitating the constant aid of the ice and fire yin-yang eye to maintain a semblance of control. Here we are. Yin Yan, come out and greet our guests. What unfolded before him was a beautiful, secluded dwelling. One must admit that the old poison had a certain charm. Unlike the portrayals in some dramas where poison-wielding soul masters or practitioners lived in either ominous caves or bizarre marshlands, this was more fitting. After all, one practiced poison, not madness. Jiang Xuan surveyed the surroundings as Duke Douluo called out to his granddaughter within the hut. Thankfully, he had previously interacted with Douluo Yin. He was surprised that the old fellow had indeed brought her along. Just then, a captivating figure emerged from the cottage, pouting as she exclaimed, "Grandfather, why did you invite this little rascal here? He is the fire attribute Little Ice Cube I spoke of last time." Fire attribute Little Ice Cube? What odd nickname. Ah, Yin Yin, please be courteous. Come greet Long Gong and Madam Snake. Greetings, Madam Snake. Greetings, Long Gong. Dugu Yin, upon seeing the visitors, bowed respectfully. Madame Snake was considered a distant blood relative from her mother's side. Thus, they were not entirely strangers. Well then, young man, shall we head directly to the ice and fire yin yang eye for the celestial herbs, or would you prefer to rest for a moment? Duke Dugu inquired. Let us proceed directly. Resolving the emerald scale serpent issue for you and Sister Yin Yin is of utmost priority. Very well. Please have Miss Chow wait here and look after Yin Yin. We shall return shortly. Duke Dugu was pleased with Jiang Xuan's decisive nature. The Duke speaks too highly. Chao Tianxiang bowed, acknowledging that at her age, she could not engage in the same daring antics as young Jiang Xuan. Although there was indeed some familial connection, it was wise to maintain a respectful distance. Duke Dugu led the way, with Long Gong and Meng Shu closely following Jiang Xuan. Without this connection, he would not have felt at ease allowing Dugu Yin to be alone with Chao Tianxiang, accompanied by two powerful allies. Jiang Xuan pondered the forthcoming arrangements as they journeyed towards the Eye of Ice and Fire, as a safeguard left by the Ice and Fire Dragon King after his demise. The treasures within the Eye of Ice and Fire were indeed abundant, while assisting Dugu Bo with his issues. The true challenge lay in how to maximize the benefits for his grandfather, Long Gong, and grandmother. The poison of the green-scaled serpent was deemed a deficiency of martial spirits. Yet to Jiang Xuan, it resembled more of an inadequacy in the evolution of a martial spirit. The green-scaled serpent and the green-scaled serpent king, as their names suggest, represented different levels of martial spirits, akin to the relationship between the ice-blue scorpion and the ice-blue emperor scorpion. Once the critical issue was resolved, it would be best to elevate the other's feelings as well. I have a bold suggestion, Jiang Xuan exclaimed. Is it acceptable for me to call you Jiang Boy? He clasped his hands respectfully. As you wish, Dugu Senior. Titles are merely codes. Titles are merely codes? Ha ha ha. A fine lad indeed. If you weren't already my disciple, I would have liked to take you on as my student. Long Gong merely smiled without speaking, as the three continued towards the Eye of Ice and Fire, with Dugu Bo persistently inquiring about Jiang Xuan's martial spirit. Through his interactions with the poisoned Douluo, he discovered a man of genuine character. However, had the world developed according to its original trajectory, he would have faced dire consequences. It was agonizing to guard treasures of heaven and earth without understanding them, much like a corporate worker limited by a lack of knowledge, despite having numerous opportunities for advancement. Are you implying that my green-scaled serpent king poison is not without a solution and can even be utilized? Indeed. First and foremost, Miss Yan's poison can be entirely eradicated without any after-effects. As for your situation, I have 3 strategies for you to consider. 3 strategies? Dugu Bo's interest was piqued. Please, enlighten me. Jiang Xuan proceeded to outline the methods for addressing the green-scaled serpent poison, as there was no need for discretion among the 3. The simplest approach, devoid of any risk, involved utilizing the unique energies formed at the Eye of Ice and Fire, where the convergence of ice and fire produced 2 distinct herbs known as immortal grasses. These herbs were documented as the 8-pointed mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. The 8-pointed mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom? So, I merely need to consume these 2 herbs? Doable questioned, perplexed. Certainly not. Consuming them without preparation would be fatal, even for a titled Douluo, as the extreme cold and heat would lead to a loss of control over one's soul power. Thus they may also be regarded as poisonous herbs. Quit withholding information, lad. Dugu Bo, clearly impatient, urged him on. Jiang Xuan, filled with a sense of pride, spoke without reservation, momentarily forgetting Dugu Bo's esteemed status as a titled Douluo. Indeed, these 2 herbs are lethal. Any ordinary person within 10 meters would freeze or turn to ash within a short time, let alone consuming them. However, when these 2 extreme herbs are combined, they neutralize each other, significantly reducing their toxicity. This presents the only opportunity for their use. Upon consumption, the ice and fire poisons would transform from mutual repulsion to mutual support, possessing the power to reshape one's body, especially when absorbed through special methods, resulting in an invulnerability to water and fire. Dugu Bo listened intently, albeit for just a fleeting moment. To be truthful, he envied the old man beside him, blessed with such a remarkable grandson, while his own Yin Yin, though not lacking, paled in comparison to a 12-year-old genius who had already reached the 30th rank. However, I do not recommend using these 2 immortal grasses. Then why say so much? Are you jesting with me? Douluo's glare was sharp. As a titled Douluo, he possessed his own pride. Although it was a fair exchange, he would not be trifled with. Lacking a connection to Long Gong, he would never place his trust in a mere child, no matter how exceptional he might be. Noticing Douluo's displeasure, Jiang Xuan said, I urge you to remain calm. Senior, while the eight-pointed mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom are indeed remarkable, they would dissolve your entire mastery of poison. Can one still be called a titled Douluo if they lose their unique abilities? You cannot be serious, Douluo retorted, left speechless. Could he truly abandon his mastery of poison? Naturally not. Please, share the second strategy. Earlier, he had expressed admiration, but now, all he felt was annoyance at Jiang Xuan's incessant chatter. Jiang Xuan sighed, acknowledging Douluo's capricious temperament. The second method was inspired by the original narrative of Tang San. However, equipped with the knowledge from the medical texts, he would not resort to such naive tactics. Merely aiding Douluo in resolving his concerns with Douluo was not sufficient, for he had initially spoken of an equitable exchange. The eight-pointed mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom were intended to enhance the quality of his grandfather's dragon staff. Long Gong, being of advanced age, aspired to ascend to title Douluo. Although the leap from 80 to 90 ranks seemed trivial, it had thwarted numerous extraordinarily gifted individuals. Due to innate soul power issues, Granny Snake could resolve her predicament through the consumption of immortal grasses, yet Long Gong could not. Thus, leveraging the experience of the serpent transforming into a dragon through ice and fire, he could refine his grandfather's dragon staff's martial spirit quality. Once endowed with a body impervious to water and fire, the dragon energy within the staff would be further stimulated, bringing the prospect of becoming a titled Douluo within reach. Douluo's words provided methods to aid the evolution of his martial spirit, should the green-scaled Serpent King advance further. The possibility of attaining rank 95 or above as a super Douluo would be significant. After presenting the second strategy, Jiang Xuan proceeded to offer the third, leaving Douluo to choose. The third method carries certain risks. Yet, from the ancient texts I inherited, predecessors with serpent martial spirits have succeeded, albeit amidst pain and peril. Please elaborate. The ancient text recorded that serpent martial spirits possessed the potential for ancestral return or dragon leap, and such transformations required the assistance of heavenly spirit fire and immortal grasses to forge a diamond-like physique. Heavenly spirit fire combined with immortal grasses to forge a diamond-like physique? Both Douluo and Long Gong understood Jiang Xuan's words, yet the combination seemed peculiar. Long Gong was left bewildered, uncertain of what scheme his clever grandson was concocting. Previously, only the second method had been discussed. Now, a third had emerged. Jiang Xuan was not one to speak without purpose. Did it not seem reminiscent of the method to refine the body using heavenly spirit fire? Those possessing serpent martial spirits bore a striking resemblance to the Serpent Man tribe of the Douluo Continent. Medusa herself had evolved from a six-tier magical beast into the ancient beast, the seven-color devouring python, through trials of heavenly fire. Later, she further transformed into the nine-color devouring python with the aid of nine-color gemstones. Jiang Xuan intended to facilitate Douluo's progression, enabling the green-scaled Serpent King to advance to a state comparable to a true dragon. One must admit, the idea is audacious. It remains to be seen whether the other party possesses the courage to attempt it. The heavenly spirit fire? Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Douluo fell into deep contemplation. He was already aware of the ancestral evolution of serpentine martial souls, yet he was oblivious to the specific methods. According to Jiang's description, did he know how to implement it? However, he was uncertain about what this heavenly spirit fire referred to. Just as Douluo was about to inquire, he noticed Jiang Xuan abruptly closing his eyes, his body involuntarily soaring towards the recently arrived ice and fire duality ice spring. Long Gong and Douluo attempted to intervene, but they could only witness the azure flames surging forth from Jiang Xuan's body, enveloping the surroundings. Instantly, the temperature of the world skyrocketed, and the toxic gas that had originally permeated the area around the ice and fire duality rapidly dissolved as if confronted with boiling oil. Ding! Task completion for signing in at the ice and fire duality eye. Detection of the source fire of the Douluo world. Absorption in progress. Awakening degree of the blue lotus earth heart fire, 100. Xuanea! Long Gong exclaimed, his eyes wide with concern as he saw the boy engulfed by the azure flames, sinking into the red spring water. He was on the verge of diving in to pull him out. Fortunately, Douluo, quick-witted, seized him, exclaiming no. The intensity of this flame is undoubtedly not caused by Xian's martial soul. It must be that the energy of the ice and fire duality has incited some anomaly. Under these circumstances, I cannot remain indifferent while my grandson's life hangs in the balance. Calm yourself. Carefully sense the boy's life energy. It is stable. He should be unharmed. The flames that suddenly erupted from Jiang Xuan's body were indeed terrifying. The scorching energy made even Douluo's heart race. The two were startled by the sudden outburst of flames, and Long Gong's anxiousness caused him to lose his composure. After Douluo's remark, Meng Shu took a moment to calm himself. After a while, he turned to Douluo and said apologetically, "My lord, I beg your pardon. The primary reason for my alarm is that Xian has never exhibited such a phenomenon since awakening his martial soul, including during his previous second awakening. Please do not take offense. I too have a granddaughter. I can certainly empathize." Unexpectedly, Douluo did not express much reproach. Instead, he appeared somewhat intrigued, asking, "You and your grandfather, since I have discovered this secret, why not share it with me? The heavenly spirit fire that Jiang spoke of, could it possibly be his martial soul? If my assumptions are correct, then it is likely so. Do not be surprised, my lord. I truly have little understanding of my grandson's martial soul. I had initially planned to visit the Martial Soul Hall after concluding my business with you." Long Gong steadied his thoughts and engaged in conversation about the boy submerged in the spring water. The azure flames outside the ice and fire duality continued to flicker. Even though the flame's master was within the spring water, the fire blazed across the sky above, seemingly preventing anyone from approaching this location. The clouds above were tinted with a shade of azure. Far away in a small cottage, Chao Tianxiang frowned as she gazed at the distant azure glow. Were it not for the necessity of looking after Douluo, she would not have been able to sit idly by, merely watching. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan's condition outside, concerning those who worried for him, was rather favorable. Although the energies of fire and ice within the ice and fire duality were tumultuous, they paled in comparison to magma. It must be noted that the blue lotus earth heart fire is a manifestation of the heavenly spirit fire born from magma. Wrapped in the blue lotus earth heart fire, Jiang Xuan was in no danger. Rather, he was absorbing attribute energy from the spring water. It was not merely his absorption. It felt as though the awakened blue lotus was itself consuming the energy, as if it had developed an independent life. Jiang Xuan had often wondered why his martial soul could awaken the blue lotus earth heart fire. By the standards of this world, it seemed impossible for one to awaken such an extraordinary flame that could influence the Douluo realm. As he felt the blue lotus greedily absorbing the residual fire attribute energy left by the deceased fire dragon king in the spring water, Jiang Xuan began to comprehend. Over the years, his assertion that his martial soul was a seed of fire was not unfounded. Even now, the system noted the awakened state of the blue lotus earth heart fire. It seemed as if it had lost its essence, and only by obtaining the source fire rewarded by the system could it gradually return to its original form. Indeed, if his martial soul were to be described as the blue lotus earth heart fire, its power would have been akin to that of a mere ember. A solitary ember's flame could not be approached by even a soul sovereign like Daimu Bai. Jiang Xuan sensed the overwhelming power that erupted at the moment the blue lotus earth heart fire was attracted by the ice and fire duality eye. It was capable of inducing a heart-stopping temperature even at his 30-level soul power stage. This, he believed, was the inherent ability of the blue lotus earth heart fire. With his eyes closed, Jiang Xuan's expression portrayed a peculiar intrigue. His current state mirrored that of the esteemed Yu Shaojiang, whose martial soul was similarly of the highest caliber, but whose golden sacred dragon, Luo Sanpao, could not undergo normal transformation due to the owner's inadequately low innate soul power. If the blue lotus absorbing fire attribute energy were to be described, it could be likened to a newly born flame descending into the world of Doqi. It needed his continuous growth to fully unleash the formidable power of the blue lotus's extraordinary fire. Now, he possessed the quality, yet lacked the quantity, correct? Jiang Xuan's consciousness extended further, attempting to communicate with the lingering consciousness of the ice and fire dragon king hidden beneath the ice and fire duality eye. No response came. The surrounding fire attribute energy could no longer be absorbed, and he needed Long Gong to utilize the ice and fire duality, to purify the martial soul. After sensing his martial soul, he estimated that the current amount of energy was temporarily sufficient for the Blue Lotus's growth. He would not experience uncontrollable outbursts as before. Douluo's ability to intercept Long Gong in that moment of the Blue Lotus's rampage was a testament to his worthiness as a deep ally. Having completed his absorption, Jiang Xuan did not linger, conjuring a vortex of fire attribute energy that spiraled and sent him out. Swish! Little rascal, you finally decided to emerge. At last, after what felt like an eternity to the two elders, the individual bathing in the spring water was willing to make his exit. Without uttering a word, Jiang Xuan left the two elders behind, prompting Douluo to jest, "What will you do to compensate us for this wait?" If he had harbored any doubts regarding Jiang Xuan's third strategy prior, witnessing the azure flames unleashed by a boy who was not yet a complete soul sovereign was enough to stir his interest. The flames had transformed entirely? Before he could respond to the two elders standing outside the spring, Jiang Xuan, filled with disbelief, sensed the changes within his body. Murmuring, "Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, manifest." Accompanied by the striking appearance of two yellow soul rings, a wave of scorching azure energy surged forth from his body, and a blue lotus blossomed into existence. Jiang Xuan keenly felt the transformation within him. The quality of the martial soul's flames had risen dramatically. It became somewhat difficult to control. If previously, when battling Dai Mubai, the blue lotus had been in an ember state, now it had awakened to its true form, its flames reigning supreme. The only thing still lacking was energy sufficient to unleash the Blue Lotus's full potential. Chapter 19. The Advancement of the Martial Soul, recalling the Blue Lotus's manifestation. Jiang Xuan found that, even without employing his martial soul, his body now bore a thin layer of flame akin to an ethereal armor. Yet, he did not underestimate this flame. He believed it offered even greater protection than some armors. Douluo and Long Gong remained outside the Eye of Ice and Fire. Waiting patiently, Jiang Xuan, eager to explore the mysteries of his soul's evolution, had to suppress his curiosity, as there were still two primary matters to resolve. "Jiang lad, your harvest is commendable, isn't it?" Douluo inquired, a hint of envy in his tone, raising an eyebrow. "Hee, fortune smiled upon me. The fiery energy from the Eye of Ice and Fire perfectly complemented my soul's inherent deficiencies." A tang of lemon wafted through the air as he responded, careful not to appear overly pleased, for he knew how deeply Douluo might be feeling. It was akin to having a treasured possession for ages, knowing its worth, yet being uncertain of its utility. When others arrived, all the benefits could easily slip away, leaving one to grapple with the bitter taste of loss. Jiang Xuan's respectful demeanor somewhat eased Douluo's wounded spirit, his expression softening slightly. The sensation was akin to witnessing one's beloved daughter being taken away, and the fact that the anomaly in his soul was instigated by Jiang himself made the feeling even more constricting. Long Gong was preoccupied with examining his grandson's health. Previously, after a soul awakening, similar fiery outbursts had occurred. However, this time, the energy that instilled fear in the two most powerful soul masters on the continent remained a source of concern for him. "Ah, Grandpa, I assure you I am perfectly fine. Look at me, I am lively and well. The most crucial point is that the little green lotus is now fully awakened," Jiang Xuan declared, gracefully revealing several exquisite lotus blossoms, their azure flames dancing upon their petals. "Is this the awakened soul that merges with the spiritual fires of heaven and earth? Truly extraordinary." Upon seeing the azure blossoms, the unsettling sensation returned to him. Douluo understood that it was not the boy's energy that posed a threat, but rather the innate danger perception tied to his serpentine soul. The entity that even the Emerald Scale Serpent King feared was undoubtedly the unusual flames that Meng Shu had just mentioned. "Do you wish for an explanation?" Douluo inquired, hands clasped behind his back, his words betraying his genuine curiosity. Jiang Xuan touched the lotus mark on his forehead, a blend of respect and excitement in his tone as he stated, "I must express my gratitude for the assistance of the esteemed predecessors. It has enabled my soul to complete its second awakening." "Continue," Douluo urged, eager to hear about the third strategy to address the hidden dangers of his soul. The revelation that there existed individuals capable of merging their awakened souls with innate spiritual entities, transforming their souls into the very essence of those entities, filled Douluo Bo's eyes with intrigue. Indeed, Jiang Lad is not Meng Shu's biological grandson. Technically, he is an outsider. However, having been raised by the couple since childhood, there is little difference from a legitimate heir. You are correct, esteemed predecessor. The heavenly spiritual fire I mentioned refers to my soul, the azure lotus earth heart fire. Jiang Xuan proclaimed, extracting a fragment of primal fire from the lotus mark on his brow. Due to the mutation of his soul, the azure lotus served as both his soul and an independent entity. Thus, utilizing its primal fire would undoubtedly fulfill the requirements of the third strategy. As for medicinal herbs, I trust that you, Elder Douluo, would not hesitate to provide any plant from this garden for medicinal use. Of course, if you can assist me not only in resolving my physical issues, but also in advancing the Emerald Scale Serpent King, I, Douluo Bo, would pledge my lifelong protection to you. The weight of his words was not to be underestimated. Such a promise resembled that of a titled Douluo. Furthermore, considering Long Gong's imminent ascension to a titled Douluo, Jiang Xuan's side would boast dual Douluos, an extraordinary advantage indeed. Having come to terms with his existence in this world, Jiang Xuan recognized that he was an anomaly in the Douluo universe. Consequently, his trajectory diverged from the original narrative, akin to the birth of a parallel world. Clinging to the original story would only lead to the pitfalls of experiential errors. While utilizing celestial herbs to enhance oneself was certainly valid, aiding the two venerable elders before him would yield more immediate results. Moreover, the azure lotus earth heart fire was already a pinnacle existence within the Douluo realm. The benefits of celestial herbs for his azure lotus would be minimal. I dare to suggest that Grandpa Long Gong proceed with the soul forging first, so that the esteemed predecessors may observe the viability of the third strategy, thereby alleviating any doubts you may harbor. Little rascal, there is no need to flaunt your thoughts before me. Your connection to Grandma Tianxiang and my daughter-in-law makes you family. Do you truly believe I would wish you harm? Douluo Bo feigned irritation, though he held genuine admiration for this polite and exceptionally gifted youth. If it were not for Yin's affection for that youth family member from the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan, pairing Jiang Xuan and Yin would be a delightful match. A 12-year-old soul master at level 30, with a soul of second awakening quality, was undoubtedly among the elite. As long as he did not fall midway, attaining the title of Douluo was practically assured. When Jiang Xuan reached level 90, his elemental soul would rank among the most formidable in the realm of titled Douluos. Douluo Bo's enigmatic gaze left Jiang Xuan perplexed. You say the poison Douluo is eccentric, yet you cannot expect his disposition to change at will. Little did he know that the old poison master was contemplating whether to take him as a grandson-in-law. Douluo Bo's willingness to accept the proposal stemmed from his own stagnation at level 91. Who among the continent's top powers would refuse the temptation of further advancement? Jiang Xuan's suggestion for Long Gong to experiment first was also intended to reassure him, as he would later need to select several celestial herbs for assistance. After confirming with his grandson, Long Gong leaped to the intersection of the yin and yang energies of the spring water. Here, he would harness the extremes of these energies and the two celestial herbs to forge Jiang Xuan's dragon form. Soul manifestation. Indeed, the manifestation of a high-level soul master was a sight to behold. The vibrant hues of yellow, purple, and black emerged, while the dragon-headed staff appeared in Long Gong's grasp, exuding an overwhelming aura. This was the aspect Jiang Xuan appreciated most in his previous life, during battles. The pressure of facing an opponent with even one more quality soul ring was immense. Chapter 20, Eight-Sided Mysterious Ice Grass and Fiery Apricot Blossom. Grandpa, be cautious. The eight-sided mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom must be consumed simultaneously, followed by immersion in the eye of ice and fire. As soon as he saw Long Gong finishing his meditative state, Jiang Xuan hurriedly advised, for the eye of ice and fire was no ordinary entity. Even a soul master of Long Gong's caliber could face peril if carelessly approached. The forging of the dragon body through the elements was undeniably a risky endeavor. But one could not expect to cultivate beyond level 90 without facing significant challenges. While the Snake Lady could enhance her soul power through the fusion properties of her soul. As the primary orchestrator of the fusion, Long Gong needed to find a way to break the constraints of his soul. Above the spring water, Meng Shu absorbed Jiang Xuan's warning, and with the dragon-headed staff positioned before him, he extended his hands to grasp two prepared 1,000-year-old ghost vine stalks. According to Jiang Xuan's method, the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom are two celestial herbs that must not be directly touched by bare hands. The release of soul power would undoubtedly harm the herbs themselves. These 2,000-year-old ghost vines serve as the most suitable tools for the task. Young man, do you truly possess confidence? Inquired Douluo Jiang Xuan. In response to Douluo's inquiry, did not clarify, but continued to focus on Long Gong's next action in midair. TCH, so boring. I thought you might show some unusual expression out of concern for your grandfather. Hee hee. What kind of expression does Senior Douluo wish to see that would bring you joy? Jiang Xuan replied. If it were not for your 12-year-old bone age, I would truly suspect you were some ancient demon in disguise, hardly resembling a youth at all. Young man, you hardly even qualify as a youth. Speaking of which, are there any suitable celestial herbs for Yin Yin? You surely cannot hide things from a distant cousin. No problem, no problem. Once I finish with your grandfather's affairs, I will certainly seek them out. Cousin, our relationship is hardly close, Jiang Xuan remarked with a bitter expression, pondering whether it was truly easy to be related to the old poison master. Now, with the few celestial herbs available, he had to consider a share for Douluo Yin as well, and it must not fall short. Having nodded in agreement, he would not dare suggest using inferior celestial herbs against Douluo. Fairness in trade is paramount. As their conversation continued, Long Gong had already taken action against the two celestial herbs. The 1,000-year ghost vines entwined the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, preparing to extract them directly. Such domineering energy. Long Gong's eyes narrowed as the ghost vine barely wrapped around the two celestial herbs. The left vine was nearly consumed by flames, while the right exhibited a chilling frost, uncertain if it would shatter in the next moment. Indeed, as Xiao Xuanzi had stated, both celestial herbs represented extremes of yin and yang. Although the ghost vine was merely a 1,000-year level soul beast, its characteristics rendered its body exceptionally resilient. It could barely withstand a few seconds against the might of the two celestial herbs. Observing this, Long Gong's confidence in the ice and fire-forged dragon body grew significantly, and he simultaneously pulled out the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, sending them into his mouth as he submerged himself into the spring, commencing the process of forging his martial soul. Phew, all is well, Jiang Xuan sighed in relief. Witnessing his grandfather Long Gong submerge into the spring without any significant issues. I thought you were so composed that you wouldn't worry at all. Unexpectedly, you still feel nervous. Douluo teased, inexplicably deriving pleasure from seeing the seemingly deep and profound young prodigy falter. Jiang Xuan rolled his eyes. I am steady, not heartless. The experience from the system, while valuable, remains virtual. Without practice, everything is uncertain. If the two elders treat me as their own, what difference is there if life and death are disregarded? It would be like raising a white-eyed wolf, ignoring the old poison master's mischievousness. Jiang Xuan sat cross-legged by the spring, entering a state of cultivation. After all, what could be safer than having a formidable title Douluo as a bodyguard by his side? You little rascal. Douluo, receiving no reply, grew increasingly frustrated as he watched the original host shamelessly assume the role of caretaker and begin his cultivation. Just as he was about to tease the boy further, the formidable azure lotus flame, which he found so daunting, reappeared beside the youth. The lotus flower, divided into several blooms, undulated in harmony with the cultivation of soul power, creating an unusual rhythm of breathing. However, from a distance, the flame exuded no warmth. Only by approaching could one sense the terrifying power contained within. As Jiang Xuan organized the rewards from the system's latest sign-in, he became immersed in the system's space, knowing that his grandfather's martial soul forging would require considerable time. Ding! Sign-in task for the Eye of Ice and Fire completed. Reward: True Martial Soul, Azure Lotus Heartfire, and qualification for second Martial Soul Awakening. Is there a distinction between true and false martial souls? Ding! Next sign-in location: Star Do Great Forest. Task reward: Unknown. Aware that the system would not respond, Jiang Xuan could not resist questioning if the current Azure Lotus Heartfire is the genuine article. Then what on earth was the previous reward of the Azure Lotus primordial fire? Or is it that only after absorbing the residual essence of the Ice and Fire Dragon King does the Azure Lotus become the true of the Dookie world? Upon closer inspection, he noticed subtle crimson patterns emerging on the petals of his Azure Lotus Heartfire. Alas, the system was akin to a mute, offering no explanations, compelling him to explore everything gradually on his own. While he harbored bold speculations regarding the system, he lamented his insufficient strength, which hindered him from grasping the truth. Opening his personal panel, Jiang Xuan's heart called out, realizing that the personal panel still held some significance. Name: Jiang Xuan. Age: 12. Soul power level: 30, 5th rank. Martial soul: Azure Lotus Heartfire. True. First soul ring age: 456 years. Second soul ring age: 998 years. Second martial soul. It was indeed amusing to see the descriptor true appended to the Azure Lotus. Jiang Xuan chuckled, pondering whether martial souls could be false. Well, if the previously unawakened Azure Lotus is considered false, then it's understandable. Soul power had risen to level 35 due to its extreme attribute energy, implying that upon absorbing a soul ring, he would ascend to the rank of Soul Master with a formidable soul power of 35. Too fast. Rapid soul power advancement could lead to an unstable foundation. A towering skyscraper must have a solid base. The uncontrollable Azure Lotus was the best testament to this. Having cultivated to level 29 since his crossing, his greatest pride lay in his martial soul control. However, in his current state, utilizing the Azure Lotus to manipulate a simple whip was likely less satisfying than before. The third soul ring could not be rushed. It was fortunate that Douluo's location served as an excellent training ground. After completing the task, he could linger for another 10 days or half a month. As for the blank second martial soul, Jiang Xuan did not dwell on it too much. He believed that everything would fall into place when the time came. He decided to focus on the Azure Lotus, for there was no need to be overly affected by the uncertain existence of an unawakened rootless reed. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xuan, Douluo was also curiously studying the martial soul of this young prodigy. Chapter 21. The quirky Douluo. In the Douluo Continent, during cultivation, the martial soul was actually in an externalized state, and the soul ring was in a hidden state. Douluo found himself increasingly intrigued by the peculiar creature before him. His mind brimmed with peculiar knowledge, including celestial herbs he did not recognize and methods for advancing martial souls that he had heard of but could not pinpoint. The inheritance of the medical Douluo? He believed half of it. The other half left him wondering just how much this boy was concealing. The 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom could forge a body impervious to water and fire. It would be a lie to say he was not tempted. However, relinquishing the arduous practice of toxic arts was out of the question. As for the moderate second option, would you choose it? A mediocre talent would opt for a path with potential for improvement. Douluo had no intention of settling for less. A titled law was undoubtedly powerful, yet one who ranked last in combat prowess would fare poorly in any scenario. Watching the tranquil young man cultivate, Douluo was eager to examine what this Azure Lotus truly represented as a martial soul. It was clearly an elemental martial soul, yet he perceived traces of a beast martial soul within it, alongside characteristics reminiscent of a certain extraordinary mushroom known as the celestial chrysanthemum. Incomprehensible, indeed incomprehensible. The azure-scaled serpent emperor, aside from bestowing upon itself an unparalleled venom, possesses an extraordinary sense of danger that is unmatched in the world. Excluding those aberrant soul masters with domains, Douluo is confident that no one can perceive impending danger better than he. For he knows that on the arduous path of cultivation, countless competitors abound, yet ultimately, he stands alone at the pinnacle. The cerulean flame of the lotus before him sends forth continuous signals of danger, even though it is evident that its soul power lacks the capacity to threaten him. Remarkable. Truly a rarity in the world. At this thought, Douluo felt a pang of bitterness. Not only had his son passed away prematurely, but his granddaughter had also been taken away early by that insufferable lad from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He glanced at a certain individual immersed in the eye of ice and fire, striving to break through to the 90th level, and envy surged within him. The young Jiang was not merely cultivating soul power. As a titled Douluo, he possessed the discernment to see that not only had his soul power not increased, But he could also sense that the soul power surrounding the cerulean lotus was subtly diminishing. If not for their proximity and Douluo's significantly superior soul power, such awareness would have been difficult to attain. Soul power compression. Where did this little prodigy learn such a technique? Douluo cursed silently. Could it be that old Ming Shu imparted it to him? Impossible. Soul power compression is a concept known only among titled Douluo, and one must be above the 95th level to master it proficiently. The reason is that the difference of a single level after surpassing 95 is akin to a divine punishment, with the crux lying in this very soul power compression. Unlike the typical methods of soul power refinement propagated by ordinary families and sects, Jiang Xuan was practicing the technique of soul power compression. The principle is simple. It involves purifying and compressing existing soul power within the body in a special manner. Much like condensing 100 units of soul power into a single unit, albeit one of significantly enhanced quality. The remaining 99 units can still be refilled. This explains why titled Douluo rarely engage in battles across levels. The disparity beyond 95 can be as terrifying as the difference between a great soul master and a soul Douluo. He seemed quite proficient, undoubtedly. He had been cultivating for a considerable time. Douluo himself had attempted to refine his soul power after reaching the 91st level, as enhancing quality is a viable method to augment one's strength when quantity cannot be increased. Even so, he could not attain the level of this little monster. Truly, one must not compare oneself to others in such matters. Could an ordinary soul master defeat him? A thought flickered unbidden in Douluo's mind. It seems that an ordinary soul master would indeed struggle against him, especially after acquiring the third soul ring. Upon careful observation, he had gleaned some insights. Yet the core issue remained with Jiang's martial soul. The peculiar cerulean flame lotus, during its cultivation, would automatically manifest, akin to an external furnace that enhances self-refinement. The little prodigy seemed unconcerned about roasting himself. Growing increasingly irritated, Douluo resolved to perch himself upon a nearby tree trunk, attempting to clear his mind. However, he could not stray too far, as he needed to keep an eye on the pair of grandfather and grandson. Jiang Xuan was aware of Douluo's scrutiny of his soul power refinement, but he was also cognizant that he would require something from the elder in the future. Revealing some exchangeable secrets would undoubtedly bolster his bargaining position. The method of soul power refinement stemmed from the first sign-in of the awakening system. As per usual, Jiang Xuan felt an inexplicable familiarity with the technique, which had also been imparted to him by his sister, yet its efficacy diminished significantly in the hands of the elder. Old Poison did not inquire further, nor did he have reason to interrupt the cultivation session. Where could one find a place more suitable for fire and ice attribute soul masters to cultivate than the Eye of Ice and Fire? The power surge of the Azure Lotus after awakening was a pressing issue to address. Following the operational route of the technique, Jiang Xuan continuously refined the surging soul power he had amassed during this period. The soul power fluctuated from the system's display of level 35 to 34, finally stabilizing at level 32, where all excess energy was consumed by the Azure Lotus without waste. Moderation is key. It is not that further solidification is impossible. Refining soul power is akin to compressing existing materials within a vessel. Many substances can indeed undergo further compression through external force, yet this would defeat the original intent. The capacity of the vessel is contingent upon its size, and its quality is equally pivotal. Should one recklessly pursue compression without regard for bodily condition, one risks cracking their vessel. Level 32 is an optimal state. As for his martial soul, it requires further time to adapt. The power surge of the Azure Core Fire after awakening indeed places a significant burden on his body. To wield it with the same ease as before will necessitate a considerable period of arduous training. Instances akin to Jiang Xuan's situation are not unheard of in the original text. For example, the case of the golden sacred dragon martial soul of the Thunderclap Bebe, which had to remain sealed due to its overwhelming strength. Moreover, before reaching level 40, his cultivation speed lagged behind that of other equally gifted soul masters. Thus, he could only utilize the golden sacred dragon martial soul in dire circumstances. In this light, the mysteries between martial souls and soul masters remain vastly unexplored. Why does a soul master's cultivation speed depend on their innate soul power, And how does the strength of a martial soul influence a soul master's talent? Yet create a burden when excessively powerful? Is it not the case that in the world of Douluo, the soul master's body serves as a vessel for the martial soul? Since both parents' martial souls can be inherited and dual martial souls can emerge, does this not relate to the strength of the soul? Alas, aside from the esteemed master, the most comprehensive repository of knowledge lies within the Spear Hall's library. Yet they would not permit him entry without cause. Chapter 22. The Ice and Fire Dragon Flame Staff. The time required for refining a martial soul is considerable. During this period, Chao Tianxiang, unable to quell her anxiety, brought Dugu Yin along to take a look. They beheld Jiang Xuan cultivating on the ground and Dugu Bo seated on a branch. The serpent staff, a symbol of the symbiotic relationship between martial souls, assured Chao Tianxiang of her husband's safety, and his current state appeared quite favorable. With the poisoned doll watching over, Chao Tianxiang merely cast a distant glance before retreating, as Meng Yiran had already entrusted family members with guiding her to the Stardo Forest. However, Dugu Yin could not help but fixate on her younger cousin, who was 2 years her junior. At 15, having reached the 38th level was already a testament to her exceptional talent, placing her among the elite within the Soul Master community. If all went well, it was not impossible for her to eventually follow in her grandfather's footsteps. Yet, the young Jiang, merely 2 years her junior, had already attained the rank of a 3-ring Soul Master. One must admit, her modest talent and pride paled in comparison to his. Even Tianheng had just barely touched the realm of Soul Masters, given him 2 more years. What heights could he reach? At 12, not yet 13, with a flame martial soul, she had been unceremoniously taken from the academy to the Sunset Forest by her grandfather. And, as a lively young girl, she could hardly endure such tedium. Before the guests arrived, she dared not speak out due to her grandfather's authority. Yet upon seeing a boy even younger than herself, Dugu Yin could hardly contain her agitation. After days without seeing her crush, her frustration was all too evident. Humph. Once grandfather's important matters are concluded, I shall have to teach you a lesson, you foolish boy who has delayed my happy endeavors. Though all of us are at the same level of over 30, despite his youth and greater aptitude, I need not rely on my 3rd soul skill. And during our sparring, even Grandma Chaotian said it was not fair for me to bully others. Just as Dugu Yin had just departed, the ice and fire yin-yang ice suddenly erupted, splashing water directly onto the 2 individuals on the shore. I pondered whether these two had some peculiar preferences. Douluo, speechless, utilized his soul power to disperse the gushing spring water. The grandfather and grandson each unleashed a torrent of azure flames, one summoning the waters of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, as if it were a family affair. At this moment, Jiang Xuan, who was meditating with closed eyes, abruptly opened them, releasing azure flames from within him that completely evaporated the spring water. I knew that flame was extraordinary. It was rare for me to utter a curse. Yet the water infused with rich fire attribute energy was directly evaporated by a soul master of 30 levels. One could only imagine the temperature contained within the azure flame lotus. While he had witnessed dragon-type soul masters before, it was indeed alarming that even a soul master with a fire dragon martial soul at level 70 in the city of Tiando did not possess such a terrifying flame temperature. As Dugu Bo was once again astonished by Jiang Xuan's azure flames, the Dragon Master Meng Shu emerged after absorbing the 8-angled ice grass and the fiery apricot flower. The telepathically connected Chao Tianxiang had also arrived early to wait nearby. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The old man's laughter resonated throughout the central part of the Sunset Forest. Level 90. Level 90. I, Meng Shu, have finally crossed the threshold of level 90. Title Douluo, by the heavens, I have made it in this lifetime. Brother, please control your soul power. Do not destroy my precious medicinal garden. Dugu Bo, noticing Meng Shu's excitement, raised his hand to test his own newly liberated soul power and quickly called out to stop him. Acknowledging the other's breakthrough to title Douluo, Dugu Bo also adjusted his address. Haha, my apologies, Brother Dugu, Meng Shu responded as he leisurely descended from midair. Although he could previously hover in the air, this was achieved with ease today, indicating that he had indeed surpassed the coveted level 90. As a long-time couple, Chao Tianxiang, though still a soul emperor, understood her husband's desires intimately. Approaching the group, The joyful expression on Meng Shu's face was undeniable. Douluo spoke first, inquiring, level 90? Yes, level 90, no less. Meng Shu confirmed. And the most crucial aspect is not merely the soul power. Oh, Douluo raised an eyebrow. If the soul power at level 90 was not the critical factor, then there could only be one answer. Meng Shu opened his palm, revealing a red and blue dragon staff that appeared in his hand. The ice and fire dragon flame staff. The upgraded martial soul of the dragon head staff. Douluo, who had casually accompanied them, was captivated. The staff was exquisitely crafted. The original dragon martial soul was the dragon head staff. And anyone with a modicum of knowledge in Douluo world would know that any martial soul containing the word dragon would not be weak. The dragon head staff could be classified as a powerful offensive high-level martial soul, with its deep brown shaft crowned by a gigantic dragon head. If the previous appearance conveyed an ancient grandeur, now it exuded an otherworldly strength. The dual red and blue colors symbolized the martial soul's possession of both ice and fire attributes. And the one-staff dragon head had now transformed into splendid dragon scale patterns adorning the entire staff. The top, once a single dragon head, had morphed into two fierce dragon heads entwined. Could a martial soul truly achieve such an evolution? Indeed it had. Douluo could hardly believe it. If someone had told him before today that one could enhance a titled Douluo soul power by 2 levels, he would have accepted it. If someone claimed it could help an 89-level soul Douluo advance to level 90, he would also believe that. However, the martial soul was an innate attribute. How could be changed? And all of this was accomplished by a boy not yet 13 years of age. Without a doubt, you have convinced me. At this moment, the last remnants of Douluo's hesitation evaporated. He could distinctly sense the supreme martial soul aura exuding from Meng Shu's ice and fire dragon flame staff, indicating that Meng Shu's journey as a titled Douluo would not halt at level 91. The reality of Douluo Continent was such that, as a titled Douluo, Douluo had to bow his head and address Meng Shu as Your Highness before today, but now they stood as equals. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Jiang Xuan, who had been anxiously waiting, finally felt a sense of relief. If all went well, everything would be fine. But failure could jeopardize not only the transaction, but also the safety of Grandfather Long. Fortunately, everything was progressing favorably. The ice and fire dragon flame staff. While the 4 unknowing onlookers were astonished that a martial soul could indeed undergo evolution, the underlying principles were clear only to me, the Transmigrator. The key was that the dragon head staff contained a trace of dragon blood, combined with the 2 celestial herbs, the 8-angled ice grass and the fiery apricot flower. Nurtured by the ice and fire dragon king, seizing the singular opportunity for evolution. Had it been possible for anyone to achieve such a feat, Jiang Xuan would have been the first to be captured and used as a test subject for martial soul upgrades. Douluo and Meng Shu nodded in agreement. They had not expected martial soul evolution to be as common as cabbages, and having Meng Shu's case was already remarkable. Chapter 23. Celestial Herbs? Everyone has a share. What about me? What about me? Jiang Xuan interjected eagerly. Brother Jiang, can I also evolve my Azure Scale Serpent Martial Soul like Grandfather Long? The might of the Azure Scale Serpent King is far superior. Seeing this, Douluo had long cast aside her previous grievances, her eyes sparkling with visions of her martial soul's evolution. Faced with his granddaughter's unreasonable outburst, Douluo felt somewhat embarrassed and said, Yin, step back. Oh, grandfather, you previously said that if the opportunity arises, I could also evolve into the Azure Scale Serpent King, reaching the realm of tidal Douluo. Since Grandfather Long can do it, I certainly can as well. Is it enough to just jump into the spring water? As she spoke, Douluo prepared to leap into the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, but fortunately, Douluo was there to stop her. The old man admonished, nonsense. Without special preparations, do you wish to become a fried snake or a frozen snake soup? The Azure Scale Serpent King may be desirable, but its deadly toxins could also harm the Soul Master. However, it is not impossible. What? Jiang Xuan exclaimed, refusing to be silenced. Be cautious with your words, Xiao Xuanzi. Chao Dianxiang remarked, puzzled. Her grandson should not typically be one to speak so audaciously. Let him finish, Douluo interjected, not angered. He had grown more accepting of the peculiar behavior of the young anomaly before him than even the dragon and serpent couple. Douluo was excited by this and quickly pressed, really? Don't deceive me. Of course it is true. If it were anyone else, Jiang Xuan would not have said such a thing. But for Douluo, who possessed the bloodline of the Azure Scale Serpent, a slight bit of assistance could enable her to elevate her martial soul to the Azure Scale Serpent King, which typically required the Soul Emperor realm to access. After all, the medicinal garden did not belong to him. Using celestial herbs on his granddaughter should not cause the old poisonous creature to feel any reluctance. Senior Douluo, I require your celestial herbs from the medicinal garden, as long as it aids me in achieving my goals and resolving Yin Yan's issues. I would not hesitate to offer the entirety of the medicine garden, even the ice and fire eyes. But that is unnecessary. I kindly ask everyone to wait a moment while I attend to a matter. Jiang Xuan clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and turned to seek the celestial herbs growing nearby. As the wielder of the blue lotus earth fire martial spirit, it stands to reason that the fire apricot would be of considerable benefit to him. Unfortunately, given the already exceptional quality of the blue lotus, the addition of the extreme yang herb would merely serve as an embellishment, rather than addressing the pressing matter of aiding Long Gong in advancing his martial spirit. With the support of a tidal dawn now at his disposal, his situation has become exceedingly comfortable. Old poison requires a plethora of auxiliary herbs. The notion of the python sparrow-devouring dragon sounds deceptively simple, yet its inherent dangers are not for outsiders to comprehend. My role is merely to alleviate old poison's suffering during this process. With the fire apricot no longer available, Jiang Xuan must seek out another celestial herb that suits him. The 8-petal immortal orchid. The first herb he discovered was the remarkably gentle 8-petal immortal orchid, which, if memory serves, can enhance one's cultivation speed. In the original narrative, it was consumed by Oscar, and I wonder if the Shrek 7 monsters can still achieve the same feats after my intervention. Jiang Xuan collected it without hesitation. Setting aside any grudges he might hold against Shrek Academy, they are ultimately strangers to him. Would he reserve this for the protagonist? His heart is not so magnanimous. The 8-petal immortal orchid would be beneficial for both Granny Chaotian and Sister Iran, who lacks innate soul power, having previously consumed the Qinghua lotus seed. She would find this herb greatly compensatory for her deficiencies. However, the most fitting recipient remains Meng Iran, who is still in her growth phase. While Jiang Xuan has other intentions for Granny Chaotian, he also gathered the Chiluo tulip, which the system's reward of medicinal memory facilitated. He envisioned at least 2 individuals suitable for this herb. One of them is naturally Ning Rongrong. As a herb capable of transforming the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda would be worth exchanging for several soul bones for the 7-treasure glazed sect. At this thought, a smile crept onto Jiang Xuan's youthful visage as he compared the financial standing of the 7-treasure glazed sect to his own family, which seemed rather impoverished in contrast. One would be remiss not to capitalize on such an extraordinary herb. Lost in thought, Jiang Xuan continued his quest for celestial herbs along the banks of the spring until he halted upon spotting a flower bud, white and fiery, poised to bloom. The scarlet heartbreak herb, a supreme celestial herb among its kind, reputedly capable of reviving the dead, regardless of the truth behind its legendary tales. Its ability to conceal one's aura and retain life after the sacrifice of a small rabbit justifies its esteemed title. Alas, I have yet to find my beloved. Hence I cannot allow you to bloom. The scarlet heartbreak herb must be in the hands of a couple to realize its fullest potential. Love that is not profound, or being a singleton, renders it as ineffective as wild grass. Su Yuntao remarked, "Am I being subtly ridiculed by my absence?" Jiang Xuan, envious yet patient, decided to leave the scarlet heartbreak herb nestled within the ice and fire eyes for the time being, pondering future plans. The most genuine reason was that, as a single man, he felt uncomfortable carrying it on his person immediately. Mission accomplished. I have indeed found a suitable herb for Miss Douluo in the medicine garden. Call me sister, my little Xuanzi, Douluo teased, hand on her hips. Since forming a bond with Granny Chaotian, she seemed to have discovered a simple method to keep this prodigy in check. Jiang Xuan disregarded Douluo and extended his hand toward Douluo, requesting, "I implore you, Senior Douluo, for a drop of your life poison." "Why do you need my life poison, young man?" Douluo inquired, puzzled, yet he did not dwell on it. Conjuring a drop of dark green life poison from his green-scaled serpent emperor martial spirit, the venom, entirely black, radiated a palpable aura of overwhelming toxicity. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if this drop were to explode, it could annihilate an entire city of tens of thousands. Though the poison Douluo ranks low among titled Douluo, he is not to be trifled with, especially for those in high positions who would rather avoid provoking this old poison master. Unless one is entirely alone, any family titled Douluo would do well to avoid inciting his wrath. While his combat effectiveness may be lacking, his lethality is unparalleled. Jiang Xuan cautiously accepted the life toxin from the green-scaled serpent emperor, then enveloped it with the blue lotus earth fire. Sister Yen, possessing the green-scaled serpent martial spirit, you will naturally evolve into the green-scaled serpent emperor. This process typically requires one to reach the soul emperor level, but with just a bit of assistance, it can be expedited. Under the watchful eyes of those present, Jiang Xuan added a celestial herb into the flame in his palm. Chapter 24. The Pain of Medicinal Materials. The herb he integrated into the fire was the jade blood python branch, a celestial herb not found in the original narrative. This herb was discovered near a cave at the edge of the ice and fire eyes, alongside a pile of unidentified soul beast bones, presumably from serpent-like creatures. With a cultivation age of around 50,000 years, Jiang Xuan did not delve into the cause of their demise. But the jade blood python branch was crucial for addressing the toxin within Douluo Yen. It required a drop of Douluo Bo's life poison to undergo mutual refinement and assist her awakening to the green-scaled serpent emperor while utilizing the herb's properties to mitigate any flaws. While in the hands of an ordinary person, the jade blood python branch may be less effective than a firewood stick for a wielder of serpent martial spirits. It is a divine herb. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, Tang San was rather unkind within the ice and fire eyes. He discovered at least 3 celestial herbs that could enhance Douluo Yan's martial spirit and resolve its risks, yet he did not leave even one for her. Such behavior is indefensible, both in sentiment and reason. Jiang Xuan's thoughts momentarily drifted as the blue lotus fire reached a high temperature, swiftly merging the two extraordinary entities. Alas, without a medicinal cauldron, he mused, he could have fancied himself an alchemist in the Douluo world. Is it sufficient to consume this? Douluo Yen hesitated, the dark green and red colors presenting quite a challenge for a young girl. In response to Douluo Yan's doubts, Jiang Xuan nodded reassuringly. Find a quiet place to consume it, and let Senior Douluo protect you. The process is entirely safe, have no fear. Is it truly without risk? Absolutely, have faith. Jiang Xuan chuckled, feeling as though he were coaxing a child to take medicine. Yet from Douluo Yan's perspective, her apprehension was understandable. Douluo Bo appeared torn between speaking and remaining silent, but was cut off by Jiang Xuan's gesture. Senior Douluo, the medicinal materials are prepared. The refining will require some time. Please ensure Sister Yen awakens to the green-scaled serpent emperor first, as your presence can guide her through the awakening process. I merely wish to say, I will take Yen for the refinement. Douluo Bo, caught off guard by the revelation of his inner thoughts, lost his composure. Whisking away Douluo Yen, whose laughter echoed like silver bells, leaving only the remnants of mirth in the air. Unexpectedly, this old poison master proved to be quite amusing. Xian, do not be disrespectful. Understood, Jiang Xuan replied with exasperation. Even as a titled Douluo, Long Gongmeng Shu remained stern and unsmiling. Yet he held deep respect for Douluo Bo, who provided the ice and fire eyes to help him realize his lifelong dreams. Regardless of whether the method was suggested by his own grandson. Grandmother, this is prepared for you. Do I have one too? Of course. In the perplexed gaze of Jiang Xuan presented another celestial herb, known as the water narcissus jade bone. This herb can enhance one's soul power and purify the martial soul. Once the esteemed Douluo advances, I can request a drop of his innate poison. Meng Yuran is still too young to bear it, so I must contemplate other means. However, with Jiang's martial soul, the snake staff, at the level of a soul emperor, it would not be unwise to refine the innate poison with the celestial herb and adding the title of the azure-scaled serpent emperor to the staff's name. Yet, when offered the celestial herb by Jiang Xuan, Jiang declined. The elder remarked, your grandfather, along with little Yen'er, possesses celestial herbs. What about you? Grandmother is already on the verge of the grave. What use is it to elevate a few levels of soul power? It is better kept for your own use. My dear grandmother, do you think your little Schwanzi would mistreat himself? I have long prepared my own celestial herb. You may rest assured to consume it. Really? I would not deceive you. If you do not believe me, look. Jiang Xuan produced the wondrous Tongtian chrysanthemum, a magnificent flower of vibrant purple. Strangely, every petal appeared downy and charming, forming a harmonious whole, yet it exuded no fragrance. The flower's center rose more than half a foot above the petals, its summit glimmering with a faint golden hue. The Tongtian chrysanthemum is a neutral celestial grade herb that invigorates the limbs and nourishes the veins, capable of cultivating an indestructible physique. While the assertion of achieving an indestructible body may be exaggerated, the benefits of enhancing a soul master's physique are undeniable. Without the fierce fire of the apricot, the Tongtian chrysanthemum is undoubtedly the most suitable for me. The quality of the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire Martial Soul is undoubtedly the finest across the continent. Thus, it is imperative to strengthen the body that bears the martial soul. Only by continuously expanding and fortifying this vessel can I better harness the power of the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. Unable to resist Jiang Xuan's insistence, Ko Xiangxiang finally acquiesced upon seeing him produce a golden chrysanthemum, accepting the water narcissus jade bone. With the water narcissus jade bone and the ice and fire dragon flame staff, which is already advanced, both can swiftly break through the soul sage realm when cultivating in harmony. The more allies, the better. The thicker, the better. Concealing his thoughts, Jiang Xuan, after seeing off his elders, began absorbing the Tongtian chrysanthemum in a clearing near the eye of ice and fire. He consumed the core of the flower first, followed by each petal. For his current state, enhancing soul power was secondary. The sudden surge of strength made him feel akin to a child wielding a warrior's blade, quite unrealistic. The Tongtian chrysanthemum would perfectly mitigate this flaw, training his physique to expand his capacity for power, ensuring a broader path ahead. Upon consuming the Tongtian chrysanthemum, a peculiar energy washed over his body, a sensation not of pain, but rather a delightful comfort that nearly coaxed a moan from him. Fortuitously, no one was around. Had he been seen, he would have suffered a social demise. With the assistance of the Qinglian, the absorption process was swift, and the herb's potency rapidly infused into his limbs and veins. The lingering sluggishness from the awakening of the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, triggered by the Eye of Ice and Fire, had notably diminished. Although it would take time to fully recover, he was content. Such a significant enhancement in flame intensity could not come without a price. Upon completing his cultivation, Jiang Xuan rose to gather medicinal materials for Douluo's serpent-consuming dragon. Ice spirit flame grass, 9 nether snake venom fruit, ink containing demon flame flower, and cold spirit ghost leaf. He muttered continuously, revealing a collection of precious herbs that would drive any expert to madness. Even though the herb garden was not his, Jiang Xuan could not suppress a wince of pain at the thought of parting with them. Old Poison Master, if you do not assist me with a soul bone or 2 after I complete my martial soul evolution, I shall curse you daily. He lamented, O system, must you provide such painfully realistic experience? My heart aches at the sight of these precious herbs. Upon closer inspection, all the herbs were related to serpent martial souls and leaned towards a chilling attribute. Each herb, when extracted, was a priceless treasure, especially in such abundant quantities. Only the Eye of Ice and Fire could serve as fertilizer of such quality. It would be challenging to find a complete set elsewhere. Chapter 25. The Serpent-Consuming Dragon. Is this the elixir you have prepared for me? Douluo found it hard to accept, regarding the colorful sphere radiating various cold energies as a form of elixir. Upon careful examination, he could indeed sense the residual attributes of numerous powerful serpent soul beasts within. Where did you procure so many herbs with cold attributes? Although I am the master of the herb garden, I can discern their properties. He could not help but grow increasingly curious about the contents of Jiang Xuan's mind. Do not be curious about my thoughts. I still need to keep them. As for the 9 nether Xian Yuan pill, it primarily serves to assist in breaking the shell. Whether the serpent-consuming dragon can withstand it depends on you. The decision lies with you. We can consider this option one last time. Jiang Xuan's martial soul manifested, and 2 soul rings illuminated simultaneously. As flames surged, an invisible hand emerged from the lotus mark on his brow, revealing a similar lotus-shaped flame. This is the innate subfire of my Qinglian Earth Heart Fire martial soul. You witnessed its power when it activated the Eye of Ice and Fire during the martial soul's eruption. Whether to utilize this celestial fire to forge your body and achieve transformation is crucial. As Jiang Xuan spoke, his complexion grew slightly pale. For someone at the level of 30, second rank, separating a sub-fire from the Qinglian was still overly ambitious. Fortunately, the vitality gained from absorbing the Tongtian chrysanthemum had bolstered him, or he would not dare be so reckless. So this is the heavenly spirit fire. Douluo gazed at the exquisite fire lotus before him, entranced by its azure form, murmuring to himself. As the wielder of the azure-scaled serpent emperor martial soul, he had sought methods for his martial soul's advancement for years, uncovering fragments of information from ancient texts. The evolution of serpent martial souls generally follows two paths. One is to return to ancestry, and the other is to transform into a dragon. Jiang Xuan's method embodies the former. The serpent-consuming dragon utilizes the power of this celestial spirit to aid in the martial soul's ancestral return. Without further ado, Douluo approached the fire spring of the Eye of Ice and Fire, this time positioned not at the boundary of yin and yang, but merely a short distance from the ice spring. Following Jiang Xuan's method, he channeled the energy from the fire spring into the azure fire lotus, nurturing it with his soul power. Despite the daunting nature of the heavenly spirit fire, Douluo's low soul power rendered the energy insufficient. It was not enough to complete the serpent-consuming dragon technique. Azure-scaled Serpent Emperor, attach. Douluo silently commanded. The azure-scaled Serpent Emperor entered an attached state, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings swirling behind him. Alas, if only he possessed a 100,000-year soul ring, he would not be trapped at the 91st level, making no progress. Impressive. So this is the pressure of a tidal Douluo? Even from a distance, Jiang Xuan could feel the frightening and tremulous heartbeat that accompanied it. Indeed, the leap in quality between an 89th level and a 91st level tidal Douluo with a 9th soul ring was profound. Even Douluo is thus. One can only imagine the extraordinary circumstances surrounding the higher echelons, such as the Super Douluo or the Ultimate Douluo. Jiang Xuan is eagerly anticipating the conclusion of his journey through the Sunset Forest to explore the wider world beyond. The reason he provided Douluo with the child fire instead of the source fire is not due to any stinginess on Jiang Xuan's part. If he were to use the source fire directly, he could simply reclaim it after use. Unlike the child fire, which requires nurturing and is distinctly separated, the source fire could be easily retrieved. The crux lies in the fact that the power of the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, the source fire, is indeed formidable. One need only witness how it has tormented the peak Do Huang, the queen of Medusa. From the perspective of the tidal Douluo, Jiang Xuan does not believe that a tidal Douluo of at least level 90 could rival a peak Do Huang, let alone the formidable physique of the serpent people. Should he inadvertently incinerate Douluo, where would Jiang Xuan find solace? How could such a valuable ally, such a venerable predecessor, be allowed to perish? The effects of the child fire may not match those of the source fire, yet under the shifting laws of heaven and earth, the outcome should not be drastically different. Suspended in midair, Douluo has been nurturing the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire for 3 days, and the surging energy that continues to swell is truly tantalizing to Jiang Xuan. If all that energy could be redirected to himself, he might even ascend to the rank of Soul Emperor instantly. Of course, that is merely a fanciful thought, disregarding any side effects. The sheer magnitude of that energy is beyond his capacity to absorb. The Flame Lotus, nurtured by the Ice Fire Yin-Yang Eye and Douluo's profound soul power, continues to flourish, soon enveloping the entirety of the Ice Fire Yin-Yang Eye. Old poison, elevate your position quickly. Do not ruin the medicinal herbs. There is still a plethora of celestial herbs beneath. Jiang Xuan exclaimed in urgency, momentarily disregarding formalities. Fortunately, the rising lotus, signaling its readiness, caught the attention of Douluo. With all preparations in order, Jiang Xuan could do naught but await the outcome. At this moment, he still had the opportunity to reconsider, merely needing to retract the soul power link to the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire and detonate it in a desolate area. The energy contained within the current Qinglian Earth Heart Fire could potentially render an entire city to ashes. Would Douluo falter? 7th Soul Skill, Martial Soul, True Body. In the heart of the Sunset Forest, even a nearby Dragon King and Snake Lady, as well as Douluo within the house, seemed to hear the fierce shout of the poisoned Douluo. Jiang Xuan, positioned directly before the Qinglian lotus, observed distinctly that in the state of martial soul true body, Douluo had transformed into the emerald-scaled Serpent King. The tall and lean figure of Douluo expanded amidst the verdant light, soaring upwards. The emerald scales, shaped like diamonds, appeared as if they were encrusted with glistening jade. The human form had vanished, replaced by a colossal emerald-green serpent, the emerald-scaled Serpent King, measuring at least 30 meters in length and as thick as a water barrel. A significant portion of the serpent's body reared up, its serpent eyes revealing human-like emotions. Those immense, green, cold eyes fixated on the azure lotus before it, while its forked tongue flicked out, enveloped in a dense green mist. Even in the state of martial soul true body, Douluo felt a palpable trepidation towards the fiery lotus he had nurtured for several days. He pondered how the mutation of his martial soul could assimilate this heavenly spirit fire, an inferno potent enough to challenge a tidal daw possessed by a mere 30-level novice. How enviable! Yet now was not the time for such musings. As the final petal of the azure flame lotus ignited, Douluo cast aside all hesitation. Swallowing the Jiao Xian Yuan Dan and directing his martial soul true body towards the vastly expanded Qinglian earth heartfire. Jiang boy, if I succeed, I shall safeguard you for a lifetime. Chapter 26. The Forging of the Body with Seeking Recommendations. Seeking monthly tickets. The manifestation of Douluo's martial soul true body revealed a colossal serpent form that circled the sky a few times before diving towards the Qinglian earth heartfire. The term python-swallowing dragon is merely metaphorical. It does not imply the existence of a dragon for Douluo to consume, but rather describes the activation of his serpent martial soul's ancient bloodline through the might of the and secret methods. Upon plunging into the core of the Qinglian earth heart fire, the agony was so intense that even Douluo, a tidal daw, could not suppress a wretched scream. His ancient voice laced with torment that sent shivers down one's spine. Hold on, old poison. As the possessor of the emerald-scaled Serpent King, there is no reason you cannot withstand this source-child fire. Grandfather, Douluo's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears. After awakening her martial soul to the emerald-scaled Serpent King, she finally understood the intermittent pains of her childhood. Now, her grandfather was risking his life to find a solution. How could she not feel anguish? Tang Tianxiang embraced the impulsive Douluo. Realizing that the scene before them was engulfed in flames, the little girl, a 30-level soul master, was courting death. All they could do now was silently await the success of the poisoned Douluo. The path he chose was his own, as a proud tidal Douluo. How could Douluo let such a superior opportunity slip away? Everyone was aware of the outcome that Jiang Xuan had repeatedly inquired about. Long Gong gripped his ice fire dragon flame staff. Having transcended the chasm, he could empathize most acutely with the one suffering in the void. It epitomized the unwavering determination on the path of cultivation. Go for it, my friend. Meng Shu, who was of a similar age to Douluo, had recently advanced to level 90, establishing a peer-to-peer friendship with him. The reclusive old poison had finally found a companion. You must succeed. Hearing the anguished cries from within, the Jiang Xuan, as the possessor of the Qinglian earth heartfire, was acutely aware of the suffering involved. Through the mist of the ice fire yin-yang eye, he could faintly discern the charred remains of a large serpent body within the azure flames. It was evident that the serpent scales of the emerald-scaled Serpent King began to twist rapidly after entering the Qinglian earth heartfire, ultimately charred and falling helplessly from the verdant serpent form. The icy essence and the serpent's dark energy contained within the Jiao Xian Yuan Dan continuously repaired its body and safeguarded its spirit. Yet even so, the visible serpent scales that fell away released torrents of crimson blood. The moment the blood appeared, it was incinerated by the terrifying heat of the, resulting in glaring blood-red marks appearing across the emerald-scaled Serpent King's body. With the Qinglian martial soul manifesting, Jiang Xuan could draw closer due to their shared lineage. Sounds of distress echoed persistently from within as the blood flowed rapidly. The martial soul true body of Douluo visibly shrank at an alarming rate. The 9 soul rings shimmered in unison, and to Jiang Xuan's astonishment, the first, second, and third soul rings, once intact, gradually began to show fractures. Starting from the first century soul ring, The first four soul rings shattered one after another, causing a tremendous energy shock that made Old Poison groan in pain. The explosions continued until the fifth 10,000-year soul ring finally ceased. In the end, an old man's shadow slowly emerged within the azure flame lotus. The serpent body had reached a state of desiccation. Jiang Xuan, standing by the ice fire yin-yang eye upon a stone, wore a solemn expression. He had not anticipated that the scene from his memories would manifest, even though they had been transformed from the source fire to a child fire of the Qinglian. The terrifying potency remained after supplementing its energy. If the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire was thus, what are the other top ranking? The strength of the Douluo world, it seems, is significantly lower than that of the Doqi world. The commotion caused by the Old Poison was truly overwhelming. His wretched screams echoed throughout the entire Sunset Forest. Countless soul masters, preoccupied with hunting soul beasts or capturing prey, gazed in horror towards the depths of the forest, many eager to rush over and investigate. Long Gong led the way, accompanied by the serpent matriarch who had just broken through the 70th level to intercept them. Regardless of whether Douluo succeeded, the secret of the ice and fire yin-yang I must remain concealed. Several hours later, the Old Poison-esque screams finally ceased. Beneath the massive serpent body, Jiang Xuan could faintly sense a flicker of life through the green lotus perception. It appeared that success had been achieved. The young man let out a long sigh of relief. As long as he was not dead, it indicated that Douluo had triumphed. The reborn Poison Douluo would no longer be the underperformer among the titled Douluos. The emerald-scaled Serpent King ranked among the top martial souls. However, Douluo's progress had been hindered by the flaws in his soul. After today, having realized the feat of the python swallowing the dragon, everything would change. As he drew nearer, Jiang Xuan retracted the remaining green lotus fire. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and the energy contained within the green lotus earth fire, nurtured over several days, was not to be underestimated. Moreover, the energy from the shattered spirit rings had also been partially absorbed by the flames. It seemed that he had made a lucrative bargain. After this battle, although Douluo had lost 4 spirit rings, he could simply reabsorb and condense them anew. The fire seed represented a trump card for Jiang Xuan. The energy scraped from a tidal Douluo could be likened to a nuclear bomb, no exaggeration. Jiang Xuan grinned mischievously, considering that he had obtained a significant life-saving charm today. It was indeed a miscalculation. He had solely focused on the different world rules, underestimating the potency of the green lotus earth fire against the Old Poison. Little did he know that fate had other plans, resulting in a state of energy deficiency at the critical moment. The explosion of the spirit rings stemmed from both the transformation brought on by the ascension and served as a supplement for the lacking energy. After gathering the energy of the green lotus earth fire, Jiang Xuan turned to the dim sky, his expression one of confusion. Not so. Does the Douluo Continent also have the notion of heavenly tribulations? Shouldn't such tribulations only occur after a soul beast has lived for 100,000 years? Boom! Before he could ponder further, a deafening thunderclap erupted from the dark clouds, as silver lightning danced within, resembling serpents of silver racing towards Douluo's serpent form. Jiang Xuan swiftly distanced himself. He dared not get entangled with the heavenly tribulation. With another tremendous roar, the charred body of the emerald-scaled Serpent King vanished, replaced by a colossal serpent, entirely black but adorned with verdant scales along its back. The serpent roared towards the heavens, having cast aside the dragon horn of the previously mutated emerald-scaled Serpent King, transforming instead into an ancient divine serpent. Chapter 27. Visitors from a Spirit Hall. The ancient giant serpent's aura surged dramatically. Although its surrounding spirit rings had diminished to 5, its momentum far exceeded its previous state. It appeared that the Old Poison had at least gained 2 levels. Next, surpassing the 95-level threshold would elevate him to the ranks of Super Douluos. Jiang Xuan gazed upwards with keen interest, noting that the Old Poison was likely still disoriented and had no urgency to awaken. The heavenly tribulation would be beneficial for his body. Although in the form of his martial soul, he was ultimately not a soul beast, and the tribulation set by heaven and earth to target soul beasts would not pose a real threat to him. Yet the appearance of this body was indeed familiar, reminiscent of the descriptions of the 9 nether-dark serpent from his past life, with scales on its back reflecting the original colors of the emerald-scaled Serpent King. Perhaps it was more appropriate to call it the nine-nether emerald dark serpent. Serpents and pythons belong to the same family, having diverged into two distinct paths during their evolution. Undoubtedly, in terms of power, the nine-nether emerald dark serpent surpassed the emerald-scaled serpent king by a significant margin. Quickly, faster still, keep up. If we delay Lord Zhu Douluo's affairs, we shall both suffer. On the outskirts of the sunset forest, a group of armored soul masters, adorned with a distinct emblem on their chests, hurried along, with another tall figure leading the way. Upon closer inspection, the emblem on these individuals identified them as members of the Spirit Hall. All were at the level of soul emperors, their speed allowing them to pursue with fervor, easily outpacing the soul masters they chased. The scene shifted rapidly, the forest beneath them receding, their destination being the source of the anguished howls. As these soul masters advanced, they merely needed to follow the faint fragrance of flowers, their vision catching glimpses of the figure ahead, enveloped in golden petals. "Stop! It's Lord Zhu Douluo." A languid voice emerged from a man in white, prompting the arriving members of the Spirit Hall to halt in unison, glancing towards their leading figure. Indeed, it was the renowned Zhu Douluo. The one known as Zhu Douluo appeared youthful, with skin as delicate as an infant's and an alluring visage that conveyed a unique charm. Had it not been for the prominent Adam's apple, none would suspect he was a man. An androgynous beauty, Zhu Douluo, a powerful assault type titled Douluo at the 95 level. At this moment, he curiously sensed the happenings nearby, then opened his exquisitely beautiful eyes, calling out sharply, "Since both of you are here, why not reveal yourselves? Do you think I cannot perceive your presence? Ha ha! I apologize for not greeting you, Lord Zhu, upon your arrival from afar. I hope for your understanding." The members of the Spirit Hall immediately took on defensive stances, shocked by the overwhelming soul power emanating from the distant voice. In the next moment, several soul emperors beheld two elderly soul masters appearing before Zhu, Meng Shu, the Dragon Lord, and Chao Tianxiang, the Serpent Matriarch. "Why, it's you two. I never expected such a short time would pass before you." Meng Shu broke through the 9-level barrier. "Congratulations!" Zhu Douluo exclaimed in praise. Meng Shu, accompanied by Chao Tianxiang, slightly nodded in acknowledgement towards Yuguan. Although he had ascended to the title of Douluo, he was aware that he was still regarded as a peer, especially in the presence of someone as formidable as Yuguan, a super Douluo at level 95, not to mention that he had yet to obtain his 9th spirit ring. One could only hope that the old fellow Dugabo would hurry up. Facing the Dragon Lord and Serpent Matriarch, Yuguan felt intrigued. He had not anticipated to hear news of their advancement so soon, with Meng Shu having already reached the realm of titled Douluo. Alongside a Serpent Matriarch who had achieved the 70th level, their martial soul fusion technique now possessed a power that even he had to regard with seriousness. "Well, since I am here to investigate the occurrences, there is no need for conflict between us." Yuguan descended lightly before the two, returning the greeting, saying, "Today I happened to pass by the Star Luo border, and upon hearing of the strange happenings in the Sunset Forest, I was sent by the Pope to investigate. Might I inquire, Dragon Lord, if you could share what transpired?" "The Pope?" Meng Shu's expression flickered with hesitation. It seemed that Yuguan, who had approached them today, would have directly inquired before. Now, it appeared that the Ghost Law had not accompanied them, for how else could Yuguan be so cordial under the Pope's orders? After all, both Zhu and Ghost Law were known for their peculiar tempers within the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing her husband's hesitation, Chao Tianxiang was prepared for battle. The secret of the ice and fire duality must not be revealed to the Spirit Hall. Was this sent? Just as Meng Shu was contemplating how to respond, Yuguan stepped forward, his expression shifting from indifference to joy. "The 8-dimensional ice grass, the fire apricot blossom, and is that the fragrance of the water fairy jade bone?" Yuguan's nose twitched as he uttered several names that left Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang aghast. "You have actually discovered the legendary celestial herbs. No wonder. No wonder. The fact that you, a soul Douluo, could advance to a title Douluo must surely be aided by these divine herbs." Yuguan's expression was a mix of ecstasy and madness. His followers, who had kept their distance, looked on in confusion at the excited demeanor of the chrysanthemum Douluo. "Tell me, please, where did you find these celestial herbs? I am willing to exchange any treasures, even my own, if you can provide their location." It is no surprise that Yuguan was so animated. His martial spirit is the extraordinary mushroom, sky, chrysanthemum. Indeed, it is the very blossom that Jiang Xuan consumed. And as long as he can find celestial herbs of the same caliber as his martial spirit, he would have the opportunity to ascend to another level. How could he not be excited? Meng Shu, feeling a headache coming on as he gazed at the bizarrely behaving chrysanthemum Douluo, noted that despite being a super Douluo with a soul power level of 95, he appeared utterly deranged. He was unaware of the situation. But the celestial herbs Yu Guan mentioned were precisely what Jiang Xuan had given to the couple. What to do? Fight? Meng Shu considered directly fusing with his wife. But her staggering soul power of 95 was not typical of an ordinary title Douluo. Even if he plunged into a fusion himself, he would only reach level 70, lacking any confidence to repel her. Moreover, from her tone, it seemed the Pope of the Spirit Hall was nearby, should that individual arrive. Neither he nor even the old poison would stand chance. Ha ha ha, old chrysanthemum. You come from afar, yet do not announce your presence? Douluo, my old brother. Just as Meng Shu was in turmoil, a resounding laughter echoed from afar, relieving his tension. After all, there was no enmity between the parties. It was best to avoid conflict if possible. Chapter 28, The Nine Nether Emerald Python. Seeking recommendations, bang. Douluo and Yu Guan's palms met, unleashing waves of energy. Meng Shu quickly shielded Jiang Xuan from the oncoming force, while several soul emperors nearby suffered considerably. Initially worried about provoking the dragon and serpent couple, they had approached too closely, and the energy released from the clash between the chrysanthemum Douluo and Douluo now struck them directly. Were it not for the robust physiques of the soul emperors, they would have been severely injured from being sent flying several dozen meters. After exchanging tentative strikes, the two retreated. Yu Guan, glancing at his palm which bore slight scorch marks, could hardly believe it. Upon using his soul power to dispel the mixed energies, he asked incredulously, 94? Ha ha ha, indeed. Old chrysanthemum, did you expect this? I have not only survived the nirvana of rebirth, but have also broken through to level 94. His joyous laughter could not conceal his underlying emotions as Douluo steadied himself, allowing everyone to see his transformed visage. The current poisoned Douluo was no longer as he once appeared. His aged features, though still older than the chrysanthemum Douluo, had smoothed considerably. Most notably, his once dark green hair had transformed into an ethereal blue, no longer the vibrant green of before. His appearance had changed dramatically. The immense soul power from his recent breakthrough created palpable pressure around him, with visible flames and arcs of electricity coursing through his limbs. What state is Douluo in? Meng Shu pondered, but it was not the time for inquiries. He turned his gaze to Jiang Xuan, who merely shook his head, indicating they should wait to discuss it. So the commotion in the Sunset Forest a few days ago was caused by you old poison? Yu Guan regarded Douluo with intrigue, realizing that it was remarkable for a title Douluo at level 91 to advance to 94 in such a short time. Surely, the Pope would be keen to learn the details. However, if he were merely at level 94, he could not have withstood Yu Guan's attack. As Yu Guan reflected, he quickly discerned something amiss. Celestial herbs? You two have consumed celestial herbs? The tone of the chrysanthemum Douluo turned sharp, and as he calmed himself to sense the energies emanating from Douluo, he suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Ice spirit flame grass, 9 nether serpent saliva fruit, ink containing demon flame flower, cold spirit ghost leaf. Old immortal, do you realize what you are wasting? One can only consume a maximum of 2 celestial herbs in a lifetime. Perhaps even just one, and you dare to treat so many as mere sustenance? Ah, and the extraordinary mushroom sky, chrysanthemum. Come here, you wretched snake. 9 soul rings of various colors manifested around Yu Guan, and the next moment, he lost control of his emotions, launching himself at Douluo. Douluo snorted dismissively. Having just broken through, his body was brimming with unspent energy and ailments. And what better sparring partner than the old chrysanthemum? With his martial spirit activated, only 5 black soul rings appeared, and without waiting for Meng Shu to intervene, he charged forward as well. 9 nether emerald python, manifest. The two took to the skies in a fierce battle, leaving the Soul Hall's soul emperors exchanging anxious glances, fearful of being caught in the fray between the dragon and serpent couple. Among those present, only Meng Shu understood the cause of the chrysanthemum Douluo's fury. Jiang Xuan stifled a laugh as he explained to the puzzled elders. According to the original narrative, the chrysanthemum Douluo's martial spirit, the extraordinary mushroom, sky, chrysanthemum, was itself a celestial herb, and thus he cherished flowers dearly, particularly the fabled love flower, the heartbreak red. The chrysanthemum Douluo had been trapped at level 95 longer than old poison, so witnessing someone consume pills containing several herbs just shy of celestial quality, along with 2 celestial herbs, would be enough to drive anyone to madness. The original narrative suggested that because Xiao Wu had earned the Heartbreak Red's recognition, she was protected by her partner. From another perspective, it was fortunate that he did not tear Douluo apart. Their fierce clash soared into the high heavens. The chrysanthemum Douluo's martial spirit launched the first attack, a golden chrysanthemum that he wielded with astonishing mastery, petals swirling and colliding incessantly. As Douluo entered the true form of his 9 nether emerald python, in an instant, the discordant sounds of scales clashing with petals echoed in the air. Both had entered their martial spirit true forms, indicating that the chrysanthemum Douluo's wrath was far from ordinary. The true form of a martial spirit, once exhausted, would typically leave one feeling drained. Employing it signified a genuine display of strength. Imagine the anguish of discovering that the celestial herbs you sought so fervently had already been consumed by others. And now another person revealed that he had devoured an abundance of them. The more Yuguan contemplated, the angrier he became, unleashing his full power. 7th Soul Skill. Martial Spirit True Form 2/6 Soul Skill. Golden Petals Radiant Flow Ha. Old Chrysanthemum. Still playing the same old tricks after all these years? You haven't made any progress. Wasting celestial herbs? Watch as I turn you into snake soup. Douluo, in his martial spirit true form, opened his massive serpent jaws and spoke, realizing that if it were the previous version of himself, he would have been utterly powerless against the chrysanthemum Douluo at level 95. However, today the circumstances are fortuitous, and you must endure some hardship. The 9th Soul Skill, Phosphorescent Divine Light. The 8th Soul Skill, Time Freeze. In the battle between tidal Douluos, the effects of the first 6 soul rings are rather insignificant. Hence Douluo, after losing 4 soul rings, directly employed his 8th and 9th soul skills. Seizing the opportunity while his energy was still ample, he aimed to strike his opponent. Originally, the Emerald Python Sovereign possessed no flying capability, but after ascending to the 9 Nether Phosphor Serpent, it could achieve levitation through its formidable soul power. The massive serpent's body glimmered with phosphorescent brilliance, exuding an ancient aura as its fangs were bared, targeting the unsuspecting Yuguan. Damn! Yuguan cursed silently, bewildered by the transformation in Douluo's martial soul. Upon sensing the simultaneous activation of his opponent's 8th and 9th soul skills, he could no longer afford to hold back. The strange electric energy rendered the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum incapable of inflicting any harm upon Douluo's true form. The 9th soul skill, Withered Chrysanthemum, Wounded Earth. Blossoms fall and hearts break. The shrill voice that uttered these words sent shivers down the spines of those nearby. The 2 tidal Douluos were indeed serious in their confrontation. The clash between tidal Douluos is a rare spectacle, and Jiang Xuan, captivated, absorbed the invaluable experience of martial soul application from both sides. Yet, the limitations of the soul rings were painfully evident. As levels increased, the earlier 100 or 1,000-year soul rings became little more than ornamental. This realization led to an understanding that even the skills possessed by tidal Douluos were not entirely extensive, explaining why the unique soul skill of a 97th level Sword Douluo, Chun Xin, could rival the 98th level Super Douluo. Under the activation of the 9th soul skill, the chrysanthemum Douluo's martial soul burst into a flurry of petals, which transformed into a colossal tornado with immense destructive power, surging towards Douluo, who had morphed into the 9 Nether Phosphor Serpent. Chapter 29. Chrysanthemum Douluo. Hey brat, what tricks are you hiding? Even I must be kept in the dark? Meng Shu glared at Jiang Xuan, who had intended to assist Douluo, but was stopped. Do you think your esteemed predecessor at level 94 can contend with a level 95? He cannot. Jiang Xuan shrugged. If he can't, why prevent me from going? When he loses, do you believe that the martial soul fusion technique of your grandparents can stand against the opponent? Not exactly. What then? Rest assured. Enjoy the battle between the Super Douluos. Douluo knows what he is doing. At that moment, it was hard to explain. Douluo, empowered by lightning and transformed into the nine-nether phosphor serpent, could indeed engage Yueguan in combat. Winning was unlikely. The gap between a super Douluo and an ordinary Douluo was still considerable, especially since Douluo only possessed 5 soul rings. The Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, recently consumed, was undoubtedly a top-tier martial soul. Jiang Xuan elucidated to Long Gong. In terms of martial soul quality, Douluo, who has ascended from the Emerald Python Sovereign, surpasses the chrysanthemum Douluo's Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. After all, the nine-nether phosphor serpent, even if not from the world I know, is still closely related. Following the evolution of his martial soul, and infused with some traits of my Qinglian Earth Heartfire, it possesses burning capabilities despite its cold attribute, naturally giving it an edge over the chrysanthemum Douluo. Moreover, having just undergone the trial of lightning, much of Douluo's energy was still chaotic, necessitating a vigorous battle to refine his body further. Originally, I thought your soul power was too low for such an effect. But who would have imagined the chrysanthemum Douluo would come knocking, providing free labor that should not be turned away? Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's explanation, Meng Shu finally felt reassured, though his expression turned somber. So what you're implying is that even Grandpa is part of this scheme? Not at all. That's not scheming. It's simply delivering a service. Had the chrysanthemum Douluo not come, I would have persuaded Douluo to let you serve as a punching bag. Opportunities to strike a level 94 title Douluo are rare. You little rascal, Meng Shu scolded with a chuckle, enviously observing the fierce duel above. Level 94, level 95. Suddenly, he felt as if his journey to level 90 was merely beginning. Without further ado, Jiang Xuan focused intently on the battle between titled Douluos, while down below, the quasi-titled Douluo, Long Gong, maintained control over the two, allowing them a certain latitude. Conversely, those from the martial soul hall, noting the prolonged inactivity of their opponents, breathed a sigh of relief. The chrysanthemum Douluo could retreat unscathed, but the side with 2 titled Douluos would not leave their companions behind so easily. As long as it wasn't a life-or-death struggle, all was well. Peace above all. Long live peace. The old one, the old one, the old one. Yueguan seemed momentarily lost in thought, muttering incantations while battling. A flower lover at heart, he feared tainting the legendary fairy grass. Yet today he witnessed something astonishing, a poisonous serpent devouring several herbs that could potentially ascend to divine quality. The clashes in midair echoed like the sounds of clashing metal. The Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum could invigorate the blood, nurturing an indestructible physique, thus qualifying it as a powerful offensive martial soul. As for the Emerald Python Sovereign, it initially leaned towards control and agility, and the level disparity rendered it utterly dominated by the old chrysanthemum. Yet now, the nine-nether phosphor serpent was equally indomitable. Having undergone the trials of strange fire and lightning, Douluo's physique had surpassed its former self, making him more akin to a powerful assault-type soul master. Though Douluo's serpentine form was large, it was also agile. After evading a lethal strike from the old chrysanthemum, he mockingly opened his mouth at his opponent. In the past, he would have taken a detour to avoid this old flower, always left in a state of disarray. Ah, how the tides have turned. Today, it is my turn to torment you. In terms of strength, despite the martial soul enhancement, a level 94 could not truly match a level 95. The Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum was formidable in its own right. Moreover, the seasoned Super Douluo was far more experienced than this newly ascended 94-level Douluo. Were it not for the earlier lightning trial, which Jiang Xuan had suggested he retain within his body to continuously temper himself, and now utilizing this power to wear down Yueguan, how could Douluo, with only 5 soul rings, engage in such a fierce battle? At this moment, the chrysanthemum Douluo was, unbeknownst to him, unwittingly serving as free labor for Douluo, diligently assisting him in completing the final refinement of his martial soul. Those who offend Jiang Xuan in the future might not even know how they met their demise. As the battle raged on, a chilling thought surfaced in Douluo's mind. Ever since allowing the 3 of them into the sunset forest, he realized he had been led by the nose. If Jiang Xuan's martial soul anomalies were coincidental, then from the moment Meng Shu's letter found him, to aiding Meng Shu in evolving his martial soul, seeking fairy herbs for the snake lady in Yin Yin, and persuading him to accept the third method of evolving the Emerald Python Sovereign, it was all interconnected. He He had sensed the approach of a super Douluo, which immediately enabled him to absorb lightning powers and forge his indestructible body with the opponent's strength. How terrifying! Truly terrifying! Gazing at the individual below, who was absorbing the battle experience of titled Douluos, Douluo felt a chill run down his spine. It wasn't that he feared harm. It was merely the realization that, as a titled Douluo, he had been reduced to a puppet. Heaven knows what other strange tricks Jiang Xuan had in store. In a moment of unexpected inspiration, the enigmatic Douluo devised a plan. While it was primarily for his own benefit, he couldn't bear the thought of a mere child, barely 12 or 13, being led by the nose. Little monster, he mused, I shall present you with a troublesome predicament and observe how you navigate it. He first needed to communicate with Dragon Lord and Snake Lady to prevent any misunderstandings, for that little brat had a heart blackened by mischief. As Douluo paused his assault, sensing the depletion of his internal thunder tribulation power, he turned to the tulip Yueguan and inquired, Pray tell, old tulip, is it not imperative to adhere to reason? You arrive unannounced on my territory, and without a word, you engage me in combat. As for the celestial grade item, I am as oblivious as you, for it was crafted by that young lad, Jiang. What did you say? Yueguan retracted his martial soul, and indeed, the young Jiang was not far off. A familiar essence emanated from him, reminiscent of the wondrous celestial grade item, the mystic mushroom, celestial chrysanthemum. Distracted, Yueguan was immediately drawn to the aura of the mystic mushroom emanating from Jiang Xuan, and before he knew it, the boy found himself ensnared by the grip of fate. Chapter 30. The Master-S Apprentice? There was no intent to kill from the tulip Douluo, a fact Douluo could discern clearly. Otherwise, he would not have entertained the notion of embarrassing the young Jiang by divulging a fraction of the truth to Yueguan. His earlier frenzied assertions, spoken with Jiang's unwavering confidence, reflected the sorrow of one who cherishes flowers. Due to the prior communication, Dragon Lord and Snake Lady discreetly stepped back. After all, they were en route to the Spirit Hall, with no vested interests in conflict. Thus, Yueguan had no reason to inflict harm upon their grandson. Mystic Mushroom, Celestial Chrysanthemum. Mystic Mushroom, Celestial Chrysanthemum. Yueguan seized Jiang Xuan, delivering a rapid succession of 7 strikes to the boy's form. True to the narrative-S verification techniques, each strike landed precisely on Jiang's neck, arms, legs, chest, and back. The control exerted by a 95th level title Douluo left Jiang with no room for resistance. Feeling a surge of warmth as golden light radiated from him, infused with an extraordinary fragrance. With the infusion of that heat, Jiang Xuan distinctly sensed a transformation within him. His soul power surged, rising with vigor, without any discomfort. Rather, a profound sense of comfort enveloped him. The azure flame, resembling a lotus flower, and the ethereal figure of the mystic mushroom, celestial chrysanthemum, manifested before him. Azure lotus, mystic mushroom, celestial chrysanthemum. Indeed, it is as I suspected, young one, we are fated to meet. Are we fated, esteemed friend? Jiang Xuan, still in the grasp of Yueguan, found this thought amusing and understood the source of the tulip Douluo's excitement. The mystic mushroom, celestial chrysanthemum, was, in a sense, his martial soul. As another possessor of a celestial grade item, Yueguan sought an heir for his legacy. Due to his unique disposition, he and the ghost Douluo had neither family nor offspring. Otherwise, the narrative would not have suggested Dai Mubai as a disciple, nor would he have declared his intent to protect Xiao Wu. Upon recognizing that Jiang Xuan had indeed consumed the mystic mushroom, celestial chrysanthemum, Yueguan's gaze softened considerably. He gently placed Jiang down, wary of startling the youth with his sudden actions, and spoke softly, Young man, you are the grandson of the dragon and snake, correct? Would you consider taking me as your master? With your talent, combined with the consumption of the mystic mushroom, celestial chrysanthemum, your future accomplishments will undoubtedly rival my own. As he spoke, a faint yellow aura materialized in Yueguan's palm, gradually morphing into a vibrant purple, with a hint of golden light at its core. A magnificent chrysanthemum blossomed forth, resplendent in its purple hue, each petal appearing soft and endearing, exuding no fragrance, yet its center rose significantly above the petals, shimmering with a gentle golden glow. This was none other than Yueguan's martial soul, the mystic mushroom, celestial chrysanthemum. In its martial form, The chrysanthemum appeared even more noble and mysterious. Anyone else hearing such words would undoubtedly have assented without hesitation. After being set down, Jiang Xuan adjusted his attire and bowed respectfully, addressing Yue Guan. "Greetings, esteemed tulip. I am Jiang Xuan. I am honored by your kindness. Yet to accept a master is a weighty matter. By chance, I have stumbled upon this celestial grade item. If you are inclined, perhaps we might discuss matters further at the residence of Senior Douluo. I would also like to seek your wisdom on a few queries." With that, Jiang Xuan once more offered a deep bow. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." A smile adorned Yue Guan's delicate features, showing no signs of displeasure at Jiang Xuan's hesitation, but rather satisfaction with the politeness of the youth. In the brief moments they shared, he had assessed Jiang's bone age and soul power with astonishing clarity. Good heavens! A genius soul master, barely 13 and already at the 30th level, and having just consumed the mystic mushroom, celestial chrysanthemum. It is as if the heavens have delivered an apprentice to me. Wait here. I shall report to His Holiness the Pope, who is resting in the Star Luo region. Before returning, even before the formal acceptance of apprenticeship, Yue Guan had already begun to consider himself a mentor, signifying his high regard for the young man before him. Not only because of his talent and the fortuitous consumption of a mystic mushroom, celestial chrysanthemum, but also due to the spontaneous manifestation of his martial soul. He felt compelled to take him as a disciple. Let's depart. Yes. The members of the Spirit Hall moved swiftly, and under the command of Yue Guan, a group of Spirit Emperors felt a sense of relief as they followed him back to report. A titled Douluo who had broken through the 94th level, a peerless dragon and snake, Meng Shu, and soon-to-be apprentice of such talent. Yue Guan had already contemplated how to convey this to the esteemed Pope. Once the Spirit Hall members had retreated, Douluo gazed at the young monster with a perplexed expression. "Is it over so soon? Are you truly taking him as your apprentice?" "Indeed, what else did you expect, my esteemed Douluo?" Jiang Xuan rolled his eyes, a note of annoyance in his tone, well aware that Douluo had once again placed him in a precarious situation. Otherwise, there was nothing amiss with the individual before him aside from the initial melding of their martial souls. Feeling slightly embarrassed to be outdone by a junior, Douluo coughed. "Ahem, it seems I was careless, allowing Yue Guan to take advantage of the situation. An unexpected turn of events. Is that so, my esteemed poisoned Douluo?" Jiang retorted. "Had the Douluo harbored ill intentions, I might have met my demise, having believed that his diligent assistance to the poisoned Douluo would earn him protection. He was instead treated as a disposable pawn. Truly a case of poor judgment. You insolent brat, you have gone too far. I have yet to settle the score with you for pushing me into the thunder tribulation." On the return journey, Meng Shu helplessly observed the banter between these two unlikely companions, now familiar enough to engage in playful quarrels. Although he was unsure of what had transpired during Douluo's martial soul evolution, the current scene felt decidedly off-kilter. One must ponder how to refer to his grandson and his closest friend, now seemingly inseparable. Should they each maintain their own titles? "I had intended to take you, little monster, as my apprentice. How dare that Douluo seize the opportunity first?" Soon, the forest echoed with another frustrated exclamation, though this time Douluo's voice was notably stronger. "Jiang Xuan, grandson of the peerless dragon and snake?" Douluo. In the grand hall of the Starry Empire's Spirit Hall, a figure sat quietly upon the throne at the center, their right hand pressed against their forehead. The individual, though not tall, was adorned in an opulent black robe adorned with golden patterns and wore a 9-curved purple gold crown, their fair skin and nearly perfect features contributing to an air of elegance. The woman gazed at the bowing figure of the chrysanthemum Douluo below and murmured softly, "Jiang Xuan, Jiang Xuan, Jiang Xuan." Chapter 31. The more the merrier. The invitation extended to the chrysanthemum Douluo Jiang Xuan was driven by his own considerations. As a teacher, it was evident that, given the limited enhancement offered by Long Gong Meng Shu and Douluo, the chrysanthemum Douluo was the most suitable choice. There is no need to elaborate on Meng Shu. Jiang Xuan, having been raised by Long Gong and Shi Pe, had absorbed their insights thoroughly. Regarding the domains involved post-title, Long Gong would require gradual exploration, while Douluo faced an inherent mismatch with his own martial spirit. Moreover, Douluo's previous inclination towards control and agility was starkly at odds with Jiang Xuan's path. since his martial spirit had evolved into the formidable 9 nether blue mystic python. Labeling him as a strong attack type seemed more fitting. Otherwise, the innate prowess of the 9 nether blue mystic python would be squandered. Transitioning styles, even for titled Douluo, necessitates time for adaptation, leaving little opportunity to instruct others. In contrast to the rigid patterns dictated by fixed spirit rings, Jiang Xuan aspired to draw from various schools of thought to carve his own path, especially with the aid of an extraordinary system and a unique space at his disposal. Viewed from a third perspective, both the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo were among the rare individuals in the Spirit Hall suited for teaching. It was not merely their formidable soul power, but also their distinct paths forged through their martial spirits. Naturally, if circumstances permitted, Jiang Xuan also longed to meet the Golden Crocodile Douluo and other eminent figures atop the Douluo Continent. In this light, it appeared considerably easier for the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect to meet him, especially with the allure of the exquisite Chihuahua tulip. Engaging in trade with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect seemed a trivial matter compared to the secrets of the 9 Treasure Glazed Pagoda. The unexpected arrival of the Chrysanthemum Douluo could be deemed a delightful surprise. So, young Jiang, you have yet to explain why you invited the Chrysanthemum Douluo to the core of the Sunset Forest? Douluo inquired promptly upon returning to his quarters. Moreover, Senior Douluo, why did you suddenly withdraw during your battle with the Chrysanthemum Douluo? He continued. Cough, cough. My martial spirit is newly formed. Thus, my soul power is not yet flowing smoothly. But let us discuss your purpose in inviting the Chrysanthemum Douluo, Douluo insisted. Do you truly wish to become a disciple of the Chrysanthemum Gate? Douluo artfully redirected the conversation, knowing well that his past grievances with Yu Guan would not elicit a favorable response. Long Gong stood silently to the left, equally curious about how the usually composed Jiang Xuan would embrace such a perilous choice of taking the Chrysanthemum Douluo as a mentor, especially given the risk of revealing the ice and fiery Yang eye. In such circumstances, failing to refuse was tantamount to acquiescence. One could hardly jest with the title Douluo. Faced with the inquiries from the 2 elders, Jiang Xuan smiled mysteriously, refraining from a direct answer, and instead retorted. I have long been curious about the comparison between soul masters and soul beasts that range from 10,000 to 100,000 years. What level can a 91st rank titled Douluo achieve against soul beasts? Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's counter, though intrigued, Douluo elaborated, if one were to present a comparison. My previous martial spirit, the Green Scale Snake Emperor, serves as a reference. Meng Shu remained taciturn, aware that even as he had just stepped into the 91st level, he still needed to heed the experiences regarding these soul beasts. It was well known that even with his wife nearby, encountering high-level soul beasts necessitated avoidance. Without soul rings, unnecessary battles should be sidestepped. Douluo's expression turned grave as he remarked, as for a 100,000-year soul beast, I must admit, I have yet to encounter one. Of course, if one were to meet a 100,000-year soul beast, the likes of the Poison Douluo would have no part in it. While the precise level may vary, it serves as a useful reference. Before my martial spirit evolved into the 9 nether blue mystic python, when I, at the 91st level, faced the 95th level Chrysanthemum Gate. While not a match, I could escape with my life. Yet, against a 100,000-year soul beast, my chances of survival would be nil. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan felt a measure of clarity. Thus, one could ascertain that the lower limit of a 100,000-year soul beast would be above 95. Additionally, considering the variations in combat strength among 100,000-year soul beasts, such as certain insects, would not count. I even speculate that 100,000-year soul beasts might exceed 96. It would indeed be exceedingly difficult to emerge victorious without reaching 97, or else the 100,000-year soul rings would not be as scarce. My 9th soul ring originated from Medusa, a queen soul beast with an age exceeding 90,000 years. To acquire it, I expended great resources and enlisted the help of 4 titled Douluos of 92 level or higher, Douluo explained, unperturbed by divulging such personal details. Jiang Xuan nodded, realizing that according to the logic of the old poison master, it would be relatively straightforward. Soul beasts of top-tier types, aged over 70,000 years, certainly possess the strength of a titled Douluo. Moreover, soul beasts, much like soul masters, are influenced by the differences in species and the strength of their bloodlines. which affect their combat capabilities. Using himself as an example, Douluo indeed provided the most fitting illustration, as he was a former benchmark for combat strength. What, pray tell, do you intend to do? The elder demanded. If you remain evasive, I shall not let you off lightly. Ah, Senior Douluo, have you perhaps forgotten something crucial in your ascension process? Jiang Xuan teased. Soul rings? What of it? They are merely 4 soul rings under 10,000 years. In battles of the same level, they offer little assistance. Wait, do you imply? Douluo's mind flashed with an audacious notion. Exactly. Just as you surmised, Jiang Xuan beamed, realizing that Douluo now owed him a debt of gratitude. How delightful to gain the assistance of a titled Douluo. According to common knowledge, an unexpected shattering of soul rings would cause irreparable harm to one's strength. However, Senior, due to the evolution of your martial spirit, akin to a serpent shedding its skin, you have relinquished the shackles of your soul rings. Thus, I could feasibly acquire new soul rings, Jiang Xuan articulated, with the understanding that his enhanced physical prowess and soul power at the 90-level threshold would allow him to secure the first 4 soul rings, each exceeding 50,000 years. Douluo's eyes brightened with realization. He was no fool, and Jiang Xuan's insights illuminated the path forward. Previously willing to sacrifice 4 lower-tier soul skill for the sake of the 9 nether blue mystic python martial spirit, he now recognized the unexpected turn of fortune. Yet, one question lingered. What did this have to do with the chrysanthemum Douluo? While both were reveling in their newfound excitement, they still struggled to comprehend Jiang Xuan's actions. I must say, Jiang Xuan sighed, feeling a tad exasperated. Although it may not be entirely courteous, do the elders of the Douluo world not seem a bit one-track-minded? Oh, the chrysanthemum Douluo, the esteemed 95th level super Douluo. Senior Douluo, you require 4 soul rings of at least 50,000 years, while you, grandfather, seek your 9th soul ring. Naturally, the higher the quality, the better. Is there truly anyone more suitable to invite than the chrysanthemum Douluo to assist us in obtaining soul rings? Chrysanthemum Douluo. Chapter 32. The System Space? In a dimly lit space, a suitably sized arena is positioned at its center, where a tall figure stands. The surroundings appear somewhat ethereal, as if devoid of distinct colors. Silence. An almost profound stillness envelopes the area, with no intruders to be seen, and it is uncertain how much time has passed before the tranquility is disrupted. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps echoes in the space, unhurried yet distinct, as an individual emerges leisurely from the darkness. You're here? Indeed. It's been quite a while since your last visit. What has delayed you this time? Real life matters? No worries. You know I cannot dictate my presence here. Both individuals express themselves in affirmatives. The figure on the arena chuckles lightly, saying, Of course I know. Deep down, you have always desired to meet me, haven't you? Your heart is in turmoil. Let me guess, what brings you here this time? The figure opposite him seems to be quite chatty, not ceasing to speak since their conversation began. Jiang Xuan, feeling somewhat awkward, rubs his forehead and replies, Must you be so dramatic? We are the same person. Surely you know why I am here? Of course I do. However, it has been far too long since you last came to converse with me, and I have grown quite weary of it. Please have a seat. As Jiang Xuan approaches the illuminated area, he realizes that the person before him is his exact likeness. This so-called system space has been appearing intermittently ever since Jiang Xuan awakened his martial soul, and it is always occupied by another version of himself. He harbors doubts that it is truly a system space. Given the Na-VE behavior of the sign-in system, it is difficult to believe it could create such a functional space. The other Jiang Xuan reaches into the void, and a stone table along with several tea sets materialize before them. He gestures for Jiang Xuan to drink, saying, Let us have a cup before we continue. Perhaps due to the tension he has experienced in recent days, Jiang Xuan willingly takes a seat. He has visited this space numerous times, with each visit yielding uncertain outcomes, and he remains oblivious to how this space came into existence. Disappointed? Yes, somewhat. I had expected Shrek to be somewhat special, but it seems to adhere to the notion that talent reigns supreme in Douluo Continent. As he speaks, Jiang Xuan knows that the other Jiang Xuan will understand him, and he expresses his feelings as if seeking release. You know, if it weren't for the system, my martial soul might never have awakened to the original state of the blue lotus earth fire. Are you unwilling? Or perhaps you feel a lack of familiarity? Or is it fear? The other Jiang Xuan poses several questions in succession, playfully toying with his teacup. In Douluo Continent, talent is king. Martial souls determine the fates of nearly all individuals in this world, reminiscent of the past we once knew. I wish to change it, yet I find no direction. Both Douluo and Grandfather Meng serve as our support. And let us not forget the esteemed judo law. But is it enough? Far from it. Given that there are only the two of them in the space, Jiang Xuan chooses to recline comfortably in his chair. It seems that only in this place can he freely express his genuine emotions, even those unspoken matters concerning his grandfather and grandmother. The truth of this world is exceedingly difficult to uncover, and the enemies are overwhelmingly powerful. Listening to his own murmurs, which resemble a rambling monologue. The other Jiang Xuan refrains from offering advice, merely listening attentively. Have you been feeling awkward in your interactions with Xiao Qinglian lately? The other Jiang Xuan suddenly inquires. Is it because of the completion of your spiritual essence? Suddenly, a vibrant azure flame, even more resplendent than when Jiang Xuan himself manifests the blue lotus earth fire, appears between them. Compared to his own control, the blue lotus earth fire dances before the other man, as if it is the flame itself, shifting and molding according to its master's desires. The blue lotus earth fire has awakened, but its primal quality is too potent for my current body to withstand. I must allow Xiao Qinglian to gradually accompany me in adapting, Jiang Xuan explains. Why do you persistently dwell on your ability to control your martial soul? Even if the primal power of the blue lotus earth fire surge is too high, your control is still vastly superior to that of others, the other Jiang Xuan remarks. His expression teasing. Jiang Xuan finds himself at a loss for words. When did he become so preoccupied with the meticulous control of his martial soul? His obsession borders on madness. No, perhaps it is not solely about the martial soul. Ever since my reincarnation, I have been rigorously training every part of my body using the rewards from the system, demanding near perfection in every ounce of strength. Thus, when my powers surged this time, I expressed my inner unease. Otherwise, he would not have suggested a third approach to resolve the Douluo issue, nor would he have recklessly invited judo law. Throughout his journey, including utilizing Douluo to connect with poison Douluo, he has navigated cautiously, fearing that any instability might lead the narrative astray from his foresight. The acquisition of the ice and fire yin-yang signifies a formal alteration of the world line. In light of this, has his mindset truly faltered? Jiang Xuan approaches the other Jiang Xuan, leaning in to say, your heart is in disarray, and that is the crux of the matter. Why conceal so many trump cards when facing Dai Mubai? Do you look down on him? Our character is not that of disdain. Or is it that the disparity between your expectations of this world and reality is too great for you to accept? Neither. We are young. What is wrong with being a little reckless? Remember, sometimes when you play the role of the Na'vi, you may genuinely be perceived as such. If your control is insufficient, then temporarily abandon the path of meticulous control. I am not incapable of broader strategies. Come, I can teach you. Faced with the inquiries from his other self, Jiang Xuan's eyes gradually clear, contrasting sharply with the confusion he felt upon entering the ethereal space. The other Jiang Xuan beams with delight, clapping his hands and exclaiming, now this is more like it. With this cheat space at our disposal, let's not dwell on the significance of the system or its origins. What matters is that it aids us in enhancing our strength, to seize control over our destinies. A clever mind is crucial, yet the key element remains strength, my other self. Coincidentally, with your soul power having increased during this visit, you can now materialize a set of familiar techniques. Allow me to demonstrate. Do not be astonished. Chapter 33. Cultivation. Both Douluo and Long Gong adjust their states in anticipation of Yu Guan's arrival, approaching the soul ring hunting expedition with utmost caution, especially Meng Shu, who is particularly excited, as this will be his 9th soul ring. With the inclusion of Judo Luo, they can now focus on hunting higher-ranking soul beasts. The term 100,000 years here does not refer to the lifespan of the soul beasts, but rather to their level of cultivation, akin to the 9-ring system for soul masters. In the realm of soul beasts, there exists a plethora of extraordinary entities, such as the dark golden terraclaw bear and the titan giant ape, both of which span millennia. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that this group requires a considerable number of soul rings. For instance, Jiang Xuan's own third soul ring, and Douluo Yin, having successfully advanced to level 40 after consuming celestial herbs, also necessitates a fourth soul ring. Moreover, due to the early evolution of her martial soul into the azure-scaled Serpent King, she must contemplate the more demanding requirements of a higher fourth soul ring. The so-called optimal configuration of soul rings is established by various sects based on typical conditions, where factors such as physical condition, martial soul potency, and willpower significantly influence the duration and quality of soul ring absorption. For example, during the absorption of the first and second soul rings for the Blue Lotus Earthfire, the first soul ring was ideally a century-old one, approximately 450 years in age, while the second was nearly a millennium. Had an early awakening occurred, the potency of the Blue Lotus martial soul would have permitted the second soul ring to bear the weight of a millennium. However, without the requisite physical strength to accommodate the martial soul, such an awakening would likely result in a burden akin to that borne by Nagato from Naruto. An ancient saying states, "To wear the crown, one must bear its weight," a truth that Jiang Xuan keeps firmly in mind, refraining from the hubris of attempting to absorb soul rings beyond his capacity. This philosophy has laid a commendable foundation, although the Blue Lotus has awakened. Much of its power remains constrained by Jiang Xuan's physical limits. Otherwise, its formidable incineration capabilities would surpass that of any other flame. Additionally, the venerable snake matriarch, now at level 70, also seeks to acquire soul rings, culminating in a total of 8 soul rings among them. This underscores Jiang Xuan's motivation to forge a rapport with the Chrysanthemum Douluo. During the Chrysanthemum Douluo's absence, Jiang Xuan has been diligently refining a unique skill, utilizing his free time for continuous practice. Day after day, he immerses himself in training. Indeed, his younger brother, a rather industrious little monster, is relentless in his efforts. Douluo Yin murmurs, observing the elder generation preoccupied with their meditative practices, while she sits alone on a mountainside, watching Jiang Xuan engaged in his own meditative cultivation not far away. For several consecutive days, apart from mealtimes, she has not witnessed him partake in any other activities. Is he not weary? Moreover, such a rigorous training regimen seems perilous. Is he a masochist? Following Douluo Yin's gaze, the azure lotus appears increasingly vivid, its flames morphing into tendrils of fire. The sound of whips cracking through the air reverberates as the flames strike against the youth's skin, a testament to his unwavering control and relentless training. This method of employing the Blue Lotus Earth Fire as a whip for physical conditioning is a serendipitous discovery. With a conscious effort to moderate his soul power training speed, Jiang Xuan remains indefatigable. In a meditative state, he manipulates the Blue Lotus Earth Fire with his second consciousness, utilizing his first soul skill to conjure the fiery whips, targeting his own body this time. Consuming the rare herb of heavenly chrysanthemum can indeed forge an indestructible physique. Yet the time required is excessively prolonged, and the effects are often exaggerated. To cultivate a body capable of withstanding the Blue Lotus Earth Fire without enduring hardship is simply unattainable. The whips strike against his body, leaving crimson and azure streaks of blood, the searing heat and immense impact inducing involuntary groans of pain. The whipping persists for an extended duration. The true world of Douluo is far from the simplistic narratives of novels, where one frequently encounters the notion of tri-spirit or 10-spirit martial souls. It is not uncommon to find tales of individuals with dual martial souls, due to insufficient physical strength, have perished while attempting to bestow soul rings upon their second martial soul. The immense pressure imposed by a powerful martial soul, such as the Golden Saint Dragon, is enough to overwhelm any soul master, let alone possessing 3 or 4 martial souls. As Jiang Xuan contemplates this, he cannot help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Upon genuinely awakening 3 or 4 martial souls, the physical strain would likely claim one's life before any training could commence. Let us not forget that the original character Tang San honed his Haotian hammer after consuming the octagonal Xian ice grass and the blazing apricot blossom to develop his physique, all under the deliberate guidance of his father. Where did this wisdom originate, if not from the esteemed Pope? Thus, the pure and noble Tang San. What a marvel he is! With every ounce of effort comes an equal reward. And it is precisely this prudence that Jiang Xuan exhibits in the face of the power enhancements afforded by the system's rewards. As for Du Guyan, he has long been aware of her presence, but chooses to allow her to revel in her observations. As the levels of those with whom he interacts have risen beyond his peers, without exaggeration, he could effortlessly contend with 10 individuals of Du Guyan's caliber. Indifferent to his surroundings, Jiang Xuan's mind is flooded with the memory of a unique technique he manifested in the system's space the previous night. Although the principles of that extraordinary space elude him, he regards it as a form of a golden finger, akin to the system, allowing him sporadic access to this realm, where he encounters an identical version of himself. Their martial souls, levels, and even thoughts mirror one another. The sole distinction lies in the fact that, following his significant power enhancement, each entry into that space enables him to absorb a myriad of peculiar techniques from his past life, merely substituting soul power for physical strength. The dual martial soul techniques were learned at the 20th level, yet he cannot claim mastery akin to that of a certain long-bearded elder. Otherwise, during his time at Shrek Academy, even the body of a white cat would likely have been shattered by his prowess. In Jiang Xuan's musings, the cheating space resembles a manifestation of his imagination from his previous life, the difference being that he must acquire the techniques and gradually discern their compatibility with soul power, rather than utilizing them directly. Upon recalling the unique hand technique from the previous night, Jiang Xuan's face twitches, as the familiar motion further affirms his suspicions regarding the origins of the cheating space. Concluding his fiery training, the youth, clad only in shorts that reveal muscularity unbefitting his age, inadvertently draws gasps of astonishment from an unseen observer. Under the watchful gaze of this hidden onlooker, Jiang Xuan begins to channel his soul power in accordance with the memories in his mind, simultaneously activating his first soul skill to manifest a flame-like azure dragon in his palm. As he channels his energy, the stance he assumes is markedly distinct from that of using a soul skill. With his left leg slightly bent and his right arm curved, he traces a circular motion, releasing a powerful push outward. Roar! Du Guyan exclaims in disbelief, as the sound of a dragon's roar accompanies the sweeping motion of the youth's palm, shattering the mountainside with a resounding crash. Chapter 34. The Dragon's Descent, Seeking Recommendations. In Du Guyan's Astonishit Kris, the nearby valley wall has been remarkably reduced by a 30-level soul venerable. Is this the true power of a soul venerable's first soul skill? Am I hallucinating? Or has the world transformed? The sheer magnitude of the devastation, so close yet so astonishing, reshapes Du Guyan's understanding of reality. He lacks a third soul ring. No. Could the fifth soul ring's 10,000-year soul skill truly be this exaggerated? But it does not end here. As the youth stands in the clearing, his form dances gracefully, his palms alternating between open and closed, and the azure flames have metamorphosed completely into serpentine azure dragons. A roar echoed, and it was no illusion. The resounding dragon's roar was indeed conjured by Jiang Xuan, whom his grandfather referred to as a little monster. Yet, shouldn't his martial soul be an elemental martial soul resembling a lotus-shaped flame? What then was this dragon's roar? My boyfriend is a genius from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Yet even he has never unleashed an attack of such terrifying dragon-like force, not even close to the level of a 40-ranked Yutianeng. A cerulean dragon danced wildly around the youth, and if someone well-versed in ancient medicine or medical science stood nearby, they would undoubtedly comprehend the incantations Jiang Xuan muttered. The soul power gathers within the governing meridian, channeling into the dantian. The Mingmen serves as the pivot for the central spine, where the essence condenses to the yang spirit, traversing through the Bai Wei and the Taiyin Lung meridians to reach the Zhongfu and the Tianfu, finally converging into the palm. After a moment of reflection, Du Guyan realized she dared not approach that exaggerated attack, let alone withstand it. Observing from a distance, she bit her lip and cautiously drew closer, eager to ascertain the incantation the youth was reciting. Indeed, it was possible. Indeed, it was. Ha ha ha. My thoughts were not in vain. As the azure dragon roamed, the energy coalesced into a formidable force. Despite possessing only a soul power of over 30 levels, Jiang Xuan, through unique method, managed to cultivate energy with a potency surpassing that of a millennium-old soul skill, albeit after a considerable duration. Bang, 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 bang. as Jiang Xuan pushed his palms, releasing the dragon-shaped energy. Two azure dragons, bearing the characteristics of the green lotus earth fire, spiraled downward, compressing the earth beneath into a depth of several meters. You. Jiang Xuan inquired, observing Douluo, who stuttered, unable to articulate her thoughts. You can't possibly be a titled Douluo, can you? It was absurd. Yet, Douluo struggled to believe that Jiang Xuan, merely a soul master, could unleash an attack comparable to that of a soul emperor, especially given her upbringing as the granddaughter of a titled Douluo. What is this soul skill called? This is not a soul skill, Jiang Xuan replied, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. It should be referred to as martial arts. Martial arts? You may interpret it as a self-created soul skill of a powerful soul master. I just completed my training today. He nearly let slip that apart from himself and Tang San, there were no other references to martial arts in the Douluo world. So he hastily concocted a notion of a self-created soul skill to deflect the question. When he obtained the dual bone skill, he had speculated whether that space was a reflection of his own soul. The dual bones were skills from his memories, and now, the set of palm techniques he utilized was also derived from them. Thus, it appeared that soul masters could indeed create skills beyond the soul ring abilities. But after hundreds of thousands of years of soul master evolution, people had become overly reliant on the existence of soul rings. Why would anyone strive to develop their own skills when they could simply hunt soul beasts to acquire abilities? For instance, only those who had reached the pinnacle of soul mastery would contemplate researching exclusive skills. Sometimes, the overwhelming power and convenience of soul rings could lead humanity to a sense of despair. Why is it so difficult for a deity to emerge in the Douluo Continent? And why can't soul beasts ascend to godhood? Jiang Xuan harbored a bold notion, and judging by today's experiment, he was indeed approaching the truth. It was evident that soul beasts could not ascend to godhood. Ever since the dragon god initiated the war of the gods and faced defeat, the higher echelons of deities had effectively sealed off the path for soul beasts to achieve divinity. Even more audaciously, the requirement for soul rings for soul masters to break through their realms served as a shackle imposed on soul beasts. In the relentless pursuit of hunting soul beasts, how long could the soul beast race endure? Observing the outcomes in the later installments of Douluo, one could discern the fate of the soul beast race. Although beasts may possess longer lifespans than humans, in terms of innate talent, humans are truly favored by the heavens. So why was Jiang Xuan so certain? One need only observe Tang San's transformation after becoming a deity. The sea god's unpredictable winds and the Shura god's abilities seemed effortlessly wielded. But what are the previous two martial souls and soul ring skills? Were they rendered obsolete? Deities possess their own exclusive skills and artifacts. Yet if, upon achieving divinity, they rely solely on self-created skills, what significance do soul ring skills hold? It must be noted that after following the model of another self utilizing soul power to master this set of palm techniques, Jiang Xuan felt closer to the world's truth than ever before. Self-created soul skills? Unbeknownst to Douluo, who had been casually brushed off. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she pressed on with excitement. What is the name of your self-created soul skill? Can you teach me? Jiang Xuan, however, hesitated, suddenly halting his speech and diverting to inquire about other soul master skills, which was evidently a breach of etiquette unless one were a companion. She felt somewhat anxious, for she had already benefited greatly from him. Otherwise, she would have no idea when she might ascend to the rank of the green-scaled Serpent King. Jiang Xuan, unfazed, smiled and replied, Sister Yin, this set of palm techniques is too rigid and yang. It is unsuitable for female soul masters. Furthermore, your green-scaled Serpent King is evidently not inclined toward an aggressive combat style. However, upon returning from soul hunting, I can certainly teach you some other techniques. Other techniques? She exclaimed. Did you just refer to that as a minor technique? Are we even from the same world? Glancing at the scene of devastation before her, the young girl couldn't help but swallow hard. If that was merely a minor technique, then what did her green-scaled Serpent King amount to? A mudfish? It was nothing extraordinary, merely a transformation of the martial soul's attributes. Jiang Xuan, intent on altering the status quo of soul master training, explained to Douluo, you see, my martial soul, being a flame, can be transformed into any form I desire. Jiang Xuan spread his palm, and Douluo followed the sound, witnessing a flame coalescing within his palm. Once it formed a spherical shape, It was relentlessly compressed and enhanced by its master. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As she drew closer, Douluo Yin could distinctly hear a piercing shriek. Gulp. The martial soul can be utilized in such a manner? Douluo Yin's beautiful visage displayed a glimmer of yearning. For that palm-sized ball of flame contained energy that was not to be underestimated. What if she, as a control-type soul master, possessed such offensive capabilities? Chapter 35. The Guidance of the Super Douluo. The fiery sphere in Jiang Xuan's hand spun continuously under his control, the flame energy coalescing into a bizarre form. Next, Douluo Yin witnessed Jiang Xuan demonstrate as he directed the fiery sphere towards a large tree. Boom! The process was not swift, yet the displayed might was enough to instill fear. The trunk bore an exaggerated spherical gash, and the massive tree was cleaved in two. Even more terrifying was the aftermath. If the front bore a neat circular wound, the back was utterly mangled, resembling devastation, with charred remnants left by the flames. Martial soul? It could be utilized in this way? Douluo Yin felt as though she had opened a door to an extraordinary realm, having always relied on soul skills in battle. She had never encountered such a unique technique. Excitedly, she inquired, "What is the name of this skill? Is it also a self-created soul skill?" Indeed, technically speaking, it is merely a special application of the martial soul. Even someone of your caliber, as a titled Douluo, should be capable of it. For instance, among serpents, the most common attribute is their ability to coil and strike. As for naming, Jiang Xuan hesitated momentarily. He was not particularly adept at it, considering that it was conceived within the confines of a system space. Drawing inspiration from a certain anime, he mischievously suggested to Douluo Yin, "You may call it the spiraling sphere." Spiraling sphere? Indeed, the spiraling sphere. After all, there's no need to pay copyright fees. And having another version of your own demonstration can save an abundance of time in skill exploration. Regrettably, due to his fire attribute martial spirit, he was unable to manifest any wind attribute variations. Thus, the characteristic of wind's severing nature remained elusive. Strictly speaking, soul power, chakra, and internal energy are fundamentally indistinguishable. A spiraling sphere conjured from the blue lotus earth fire might lack the cutting edge and sharpness, yet possessed a ferocious fiery nature. The blue lotus version of the spiraling sphere was satisfactory. After explaining the principles to Douluo Yin, who was in high spirits, she managed to practice and create a soul power version of the attribute-less spiraling sphere. Unfortunately, without an attribute, its power was significantly diminished, rendering it somewhat superficial. Nevertheless, Douluo Yin was thrilled to acquire a novel skill. As for the dragon-shaped palm technique, upon her inquiry, Jiang Xuan reluctantly divulged one of its names. The Dragon's Fury. The Dragon's Fury? What a peculiar name. Peculiar? If viewed in isolation, it indeed poses a challenge to comprehend, especially considering the incantations Jiang Xuan had just murmured. If this palm technique were presented before any martial arts enthusiast from the Blue Planet in his past life, they would undoubtedly recognize its full name. Haha. Indeed. It pertains to the metamorphosis of martial spirits. I once thought you were already exceptionally talented, yet here you are, having progressed this far. Suddenly, with a long laugh, an elegant figure descended gracefully from the air, landing beside the two engrossed in discussion. Elder Douluo. Ah, Elder Douluo. Jiang Xuan bowed respectfully, guiding the somewhat dazed Douluo Yin to bend in reverence as well. Jiang Xuan had always adhered to proper etiquette, detesting those arrogant offspring who looked down upon others. Such pride is not the mark of a genius, but rather the folly of a fool. Etiquette can often secure a moral high ground. The Shrek Academy had suffered greatly for that very reason, though in the face of absolute power, it mattered little. What mattered was that Elder Douluo Yuguan found it commendable. Not to mention, the disciple he was preparing to accept exhibited no trace of arrogant genius. Instead, he was remarkably humble. If the combination of a top-tier martial spirit and the extraordinary Jew was what had prompted his desire to take on a disciple, then the young man's recent display of understanding regarding the externalization of soul power had truly surprised him, showcasing an admirable temperament. It is essential to recognize that genius merely signifies a future powerhouse. One cannot equate the two. Unfortunately, many arrogant scions of noble families fail to grasp this. In stark contrast to his disciple, Douluo Yin, the granddaughter of Douluo Bo, paled significantly. At that moment, she was visibly anxious. Although she was the granddaughter of a titled Douluo, she had only ever encountered her grandfather and the faux titled Douluo, long gone. The psychological pressure exerted by the extraordinary man before her was immense. The emblem of the spirit hall, emblazoned on his chest, was unmistakable. And Du Guyan was certainly not foolish enough to inquire about the identity of the visitor. She found herself feeling envious of Jiang Xuan, overwhelmed by a sense of defeat. While she could engage in light-hearted banter with her grandfather, this enigmatic figure was on an entirely different level. Elder Zhu Duo paid no mind to Du Guyan and, in his delight, immediately entered the state of martial spirit manifestation to demonstrate his martial spirit's transformative form to Jiang Xuan. The golden extraordinary Zhu was cast into the air, producing a resounding clang reminiscent of the previous days as it was directed to collide with a large tree. The tree internally lamented, "What have I done to deserve this?" Jiang Xuan observed keenly. In this state, the extraordinary Zhu became a veritable machine of slaughter, vividly showcasing the essence of a high-impact assault. "Continue to watch closely," Yuan instructed. As his words fell, the extraordinary Zhu transformed into a cascade of petals, at times morphing into sharp petal whirlwinds, and at other times enveloping the entire sky in a curtain of blossoms. Was this the comprehension of a martial spirit by a super Douluo? Jiang Xuan and Du Guyan were utterly entranced by the transformation of the extraordinary Zhu. The petals, seemingly delicate, were, in truth, incredibly resilient. Little did he know, despite his self-proclaimed appreciation for the world's heroes, he was far from sufficient. To cultivate to the level of a titled Douluo, one must undoubtedly possess unique qualities. The few techniques displayed by Elder Zhu Douluo had illuminated many of his previously obscure thoughts. It was no wonder that when discussing the weaknesses of the Douluo system, few spoke of the self-sufficient nature of super Douluos. While the world's rules may be flawed, those super Douluos, exemplified by Yuguan, had carved out their own paths in numbers not to be overlooked. Did you comprehend that? I did. Jiang Xuan bowed once more in gratitude for Elder Zhu Douluo's guidance. Ah, did you really understand? Du Guyan was somewhat bewildered. She had struggled to keep up with Elder Zhu Douluo's martial spirit trajectory. How could this young prodigy claim to understand? What did you comprehend? In the next moment, Jiang Xuan demonstrated through action why he claimed understanding. Blue lotus earth fire manifest. With a spirited shout, flames in the form of a lotus once again encircled him, and the ethereal and beautiful fiery lotus appeared in the palm of the youth's hand. First soul skill, ethereal fire transformation. His soul power was insufficient to wield it as effortlessly as Elder Zhu Douluo, but leveraging his soul skill offered a clever advantage. As the fiery energy coalesced in an instant, a cold snort reverberated through the air. Yuguan, you've taken a disciple right under my nose. Chapter 36, Imposing Demands. Yuguan, it was one thing when I couldn't defeat you before, but now I fear you not. Jiang Xuan is my disciple, and you have overstepped. The arrival was none other than Du Gubo and Long Gongmeng Shu. They were likely awakened by Yu Guan's aura of soul power. Under normal circumstances, it would take a while to exit seclusion. However, in response to Du Gubo's inquiry, Yu Guan remained unperturbed. Had it been any other time, the two, with their history, would have exchanged blows at the slightest disagreement. Yu Guan elegantly covered his mouth with his right hand, chuckling, I concede that the mutated version of you indeed merits a battle with me. But as for taking on disciples, I fear the poisoned Douluo, who is yet to find his own path, may be more intent than capable. You insolent flower, do you believe I won't scatter your ashes one day? Come at me if you dare. I'm terrified of you. Jiang Xuan watched the two characters from the original text bickering like old foes, speechless. It was quite the spectacle to witness two titled Douluos arguing so shamelessly. Du Guyan turned away, covering her face, silently reminding herself, this is not my grandfather. This is not my grandfather. The most awkward of all was Long Gong, as both of these individuals far surpassed him. The now 94th level Du Gubo was a far cry from his former self, while Elder Zhu was an astounding 95th level Super Douluo. Before reaching the 90th level, he wouldn't even qualify to stand alongside them. Meng Shu felt no jealousy. Rather, he was immensely pleased. The contention was merely about his beloved grandson's apprenticeship. As a grandfather, how could he envy his own grandson? It was clear to Jiang Xuan that he could never apprentice under Du Gubo, and he understood that this was simply to vex Zhu Guo. After all, The other party was unaware of the little monster's true intentions. The divergence in their martial spirits was one aspect. Additionally, Douluo was still on a quest to elevate his rank to a higher level of Douluo. While Douluo had not only aligned his martial spirit direction suitably, but had also forged a unique path of strength. Transitioning from level 91 to 94 could be achieved through time, but ascending from 94 to 95 was reserved solely for those of exceptional talent. In the realm of soul respect, Jiang Xuan had confidence in overpowering soul sect, and even those soul kings with inferior martial spirits would fare poorly against him. However, as one ascends in the ranks of soul mastery, the disparities become glaringly evident with each level. Thus, this was a significant reason for Jiang Xuan's fervent pursuit of soul power refinement. Furthermore, he had matters to entrust to Douluo, who, as a master, was indeed quite suitable for him. The young man promptly intervened to halt the verbal sparring between the two. Seeing the little monster had something to articulate, Douluo turned his head away with a smirk. Who wouldn't wish to take under their wing a prodigy well-versed in pharmacology? He was undoubtedly the quintessential candidate for inheritance. Yet, the disparity in their martial spirits posed a dilemma, coupled with the formidable Jiang at level 95. Presently, Douluo's soul power and martial spirit strength could indeed compete with Jiang, but experience as a super Douluo was undeniably richer, albeit by a fraction. Once the two ceased their banter, Jiang Xuan first offered a respectful bow to Douluo. During their days of refining body they had developed a mentor-mentee relationship that would not be tarnished by his apprenticeship under Douluo. Moreover, Jiang Xuan's primary aim in seeking apprenticeship with Douluo was also to involve Douluo and Long Gong in the process. Have you made up your mind to become my disciple, young one? Thanks to the esteemed Douluo's kindness, I humbly request a favor before I become your apprentice. Jiang Xuan replied. Oh, do share, Jiang responded with interest, finding the young man increasingly likable. It was evident that after becoming a disciple, even multiple requests would likely be fulfilled by him. However, that would carry a somewhat utilitarian connotation. Jiang Xuan, understanding the nuances, caused Douluo to feel even more pleased with his discernment in selecting disciples. Upon receiving consent, Jiang Xuan turned to his grandfather and declared, I, Jiang Xuan, have been raised by Grandpa Meng Shu since childhood, and as I aim to transcend level 90, I require the assistance of soul beasts with higher age limits. Thus, I dare to request the esteemed Douluo's help. In addition, both Senior Douluo and my grandmother are in urgent need of soul rings. Considering the uncertainties in hunting high-level soul beasts, I sincerely hope for your assistance. Agreed. Much to Jiang Xuan's surprise, Douluo readily acquiesced. Just as he intended to express gratitude, Douluo's tone shifted. Once you become my disciple, I shall not stand idly by while your grandfather acquires his soul ring. However, why should I aid this venomous serpent in obtaining a soul ring? A title Douluo with only 5 soul rings presents its own unique allure. Old Jew, who desires your assistance? I, a dignified title Douluo at level 94, can handle a few 10,000-year soul beasts myself. Well then, you do it. Don't let the younger generation speak on your behalf. I'm not asking the little monster to meddle in this. Listen. My good disciple is merely asking for help. Yet he is accused by a certain foul snake of meddling. Both of you elders do not act out of impulse. Jiang Xuan contemplated how the Qi Rong Tong Tianju and the Bai Lin snake were not natural enemies. Their martial spirits were not as incompatible as those of eagle and snake. Why, then, did it seem that when it came to Douluo and Poison Douluo, any disagreement led to conflict? The rationale behind Douluo's participation in the soul hunting expedition was evident. Poison Douluo had recently altered his martial spirit, and the remaining soul rings were primarily tailored to complement the characteristics of the Bai Lin Snake King, rendering them nearly ineffective. A control-type title Douluo, suddenly shifting to the offensive prowess of the Jiu by Ming Mang, would require a substantial adaptation period. The additional 4 soul rings would be wasted if merely seeking common 10,000-year soul beasts. Jiang Xuan, intent on enhancing his own strength, naturally desired that the formidable old poison master grow even stronger. Hunting soul beasts exceeding 80 or 90,000 years, or even those reaching 100,000 years, without Douluo's involvement would indeed be a pipe dream. If possible, Jiang Xuan wished to recruit several more titled Douluos to venture into the heart of the Stardow Forest to confront those two emerging 100,000-year soul beasts. Securing a 100,000-year soul ring for his grandfather would be ideal. Aside from the Tianqing Yomang and the Titan giant ape, he had other plans. And the most suitable and simplest option should indeed be her. Zhu Douluo, Poison Douluo, and the level 90 Long Gong were the most powerful titled Douluos Jiang Xuan could currently rally. It was a grand assembly for the soul-hunting mission. Regrettably, Gue Douluo had matters to attend to and left the spirit hall ahead of them. Otherwise, with the combined martial spirit fusion techniques of Gue and Zhu, they could have potentially hunted several 100,000-year soul beasts. As for persuading Zhu Douluo to agree, Jiang Xuan had his own methods. Chapter 37. Conducting oneself with stability. 3 titled Douluos and a soul saint accompanying a few youngsters to acquire soul rings. One could not question the strength of such an ensemble. Adhering to the principle of conducting oneself with stability, Jiang Xuan, the cautious player, concealed as many trump cards as possible. He had not forgotten that at this juncture, venturing into the Stardow Forest to obtain soul rings would likely lead to an encounter with the foolish ape, Erming. However, the original protagonist group had been thoroughly beaten. It was uncertain whether the Titan giant ape would feel intimidated upon seeing 3 Douluos, one of whom was a super Douluo. It could even be posited that 2 of them possessed the combat capability of a super Douluo. Coupled with the fusion technique of Snake Granny and Grandfather, they could almost traverse the Stardow Forest unhindered, provided that the fearsome beasts of Do Air did not emerge. What? A perilous endeavor? I do not believe in such notions. To have the capability to dominate yet rely on an infernal mode dungeon is either foolish or indicative of a lack of common sense. With ready support, would one truly depend on Shrek's lone soul saint to find a suitable soul ring? Not to mention, should they encounter a 10,000-year level dark gold terraclaw bear, would they dare to engage? Yuguan remained silent, eagerly anticipating what further surprises his promising disciple would unveil. The more he observed Jiang Xuan, the more he found himself favoring him. Had he not been aware of Zhu Douluo's character, he would have been quite unsettled by such a peculiar gaze. Exchanging glances with Douluo, Jiang Xuan pondered briefly before saying, I would appreciate it if you would follow me. There is something you may find exceedingly intriguing. What could it be that must be revealed only inside the house? The willingness to assist Douluo was merely a matter of words. Their relationship was more about rivalry. Yuguan was simply eager to see what surprises his prodigious land would present. This. A surprise, perhaps? Continue if you wish. Douluo taunted with delight, as nothing was more gratifying than witnessing an old rival falter. At this moment, Yuguan was too captivated by the ordinary white flower before him to pay any mind to Douluo, his expression indicating he was unwilling to divert his attention even for a moment. The flowers are the size of a palm, resembling peonies, devoid of grass leaves, with thick roots connecting to a large stone, which is entirely black and appears somewhat oversized when held in one's palm. Upon the white blooms, there are a few striking red petals, as bright as blood, evoking an oddly tragic beauty. Is it the heartbroken red? Indeed, it is the king of flowers. The heartbroken red. Although Yuguan is aware of the name of the flower before him, he, like a child, unable to believe they have received their cherished possession, seeks confirmation from Jiang Xuan once more. Upon receiving affirmation, Zhu Douluo, amidst the incomprehension of onlookers, unexpectedly sheds a few tears. The flower, which he has sought for half his life, is now held before him by a mere 12-year-old boy preparing to take on disciples. How amusing it is that I, Yuguan, have searched tirelessly for half my life, only to find no trace of the heartbroken red. Yet here it is, laid before me so easily. Alas, what a pity. Pity for what? I, Zhu Huaguan, vehemently refused when that little monster suggested gifting this divine flower to you, and now you dare lament its worth? It is not a matter of disdain. In an unprecedented turn, Yuguan refrains from arguing with Douluo, instead wearing an expression of deep appreciation, his hands lingering in front of the heartbroken red. Without directly explaining, he addresses Jiang Xuan, who holds the flower bud. My dear disciple, if I am not mistaken, you are acquainted with those divine herbs and have given them to the old poison snake. Am I correct? Yes, there is nothing to deny. Jiang Xuan nods. One cannot regard a titled Douluo as a fool. Had the other 2 present understood the divine herbs, they would have consumed them for cultivation long ago, rather than waiting until today. Yu Guan continues. Then you must understand the significance of the heartbroken red. Please take care of it. Senior, do you not wish to keep it? What need is there for something without purpose? To witness the king of flowers is sufficient for my contentment. As if to elucidate, Yu Guan addresses the two. Do you know what heartbroken means? This flower requires the bearer to be deeply in love, with utmost sincerity, to sprinkle a drop of blood upon its petals. Should there be even a hint of indecision, even at the cost of one's life, the flower cannot be plucked. Once it blossoms, as long as it remains near its master, it shall never wither. The stone beneath it is named Black Severance. If forcibly destroyed, the heartbroken red will lose all its potency. Jiang Xuan explains. Exactly. Alas, I, old Jew, am solitary, and neither I nor old ghost can receive the blessing of the flower deity. As he speaks, Yu Guan appears somewhat melancholic. Yet he is immensely satisfied with the youth's willingness to present such a divine herb to him. Take care of it. I hope to witness the heartbroken red bloom in your life. Uninformed, the few present fall into silence, particularly Duguyen, who, with tears like pear blossoms, wishes to see if she can claim the flower as her own, only to be repelled by the heartbroken red, which causes her to bleed slightly at the corner of her mouth. It is not severe. One could argue she has not gained the flower's recognition. Indeed, Duguyen is aware that her initial admiration for Yu Tianheng was merely for his talent and handsome appearance, despite the time that has passed. How can one speak of deep feelings? Observing Duguyen's predicament, both Dugabo and Meng Shu subconsciously refrain from approaching the heartbroken red, fully aware of their own limitations. What a pity it is that the heartbroken red, taken by Tang San in the original story, was intended to deepen the bond with Zhu Douluo. Yet the other party truly cannot obtain the approval of this proud flower. Reluctantly, it is returned to the treasure pouch. The treasure pouch is the sole guide that Dugabo uses to store living things, aiding him immensely, merely collecting a bit of interest. As for Jiang Xuan, he does not seek to experiment with the heartbroken red. Having nearly awakened his martial soul into a lone wolf, he has grown accustomed to his single status, not yet having encountered a lady who could stir his heart, let alone inspire profound feelings. After the heartbroken red is taken, one wonders if the 10,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone, which repeatedly dodge stronger foes, will still make it to the finals of the Soul Master competition as in the original tale. Having relinquished the heartbroken red, Jiang Xuan ponders for a moment before retrieving another divine herb from the treasure pouch, one not found in the original story, the ice fire dragon's saliva fruit. Once the flower blooms, it bears fruit, albeit not as potent for Zhu Douluo as the heartbroken red, yet remains highly suitable. How thoughtful! The others have grown somewhat numb to Jiang Xuan's unveiling of yet another divine herb, with only Dugu feeling utterly shattered. This time, Yu Guan does not decline. The heartbroken red is unavoidable, and thus he suppresses the urge to seize it from his young disciple. However, he is well aware of the ice fire dragon's saliva fruit. With the aid of its fruit, he is confident in facing the formidable 97th level abyss. Damn it, that little rascal is practically stripping my herb garden bare. Someone silently curses. Chapter 38. The soul hunting operation. Not only has his herb garden been stripped bare, but he cannot voice any objections. After all, the young man is using the divine herbs from his garden to do him a favor. Dugabo must endure, and if necessary, he may even need to put on a smile, for it is ultimately for his own benefit. After meeting with Zhu Huaguan, Jiang Xuan spoke candidly, for he does not recognize the treasures among them. Alas, the misfortune of lacking knowledge. Naturally, others are unaware of Dugubo's internal musings. After receiving the divine herb, Jiang Xuan's expression softens, a hint of relaxation that Duguyen keenly observes, though she is puzzled by its meaning, while the others seem oblivious. Once preparations are complete, Jiang Xuan ushers the puzzled Zhu Douluo into the main seat of the room, and then, to the latter's astonishment, kneels. Thud, thud, thud. After kneeling, he follows with 3 heavy bows. In this other world, Jiang Xuan has tirelessly pursued strength ever since awakening his martial soul at the age of 6, almost to the point of obsession. To others, he appears as a prodigy, but can a mere label of genius overshadow the reality of his hard work? The Douluo Continent is a realm where strength reigns supreme. He understands that even beings like the Dragon King and Snake Lady, possessing the power of titled Douluos, are merely considered strong in a general sense. If he wished to live as a spoiled child, his family could certainly provide such an environment. Yet, having witnessed the might of soul masters, how could Jiang Xuan ever willingly entrust his fate to another? The three bows express not only his apology for plotting against Douluo, but also signify his true allegiance to this foreign world, encompassing his parents' sentiments. He relinquishes the octagonal profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, instead consuming the miraculous mushroom Tuntion chrysanthemum, as this was his premeditated plan, to ensure that when he entered the martial soul hall, he could conveniently seek to apprentice under Douluo. The difference between having a level 95 teacher and none at all is immense. Poison Douluo's nature is carefree, and his character is elusive. Jiang Xuan cannot guarantee he will receive assistance from him. The Dragon King and Snake Lady are aging, and Jiang Xuan must secure a protector on his path to growth. One cannot accuse him of being overly scheming. Rather, he is prudent, calculating each step, especially after the age of 6 and following his experience of being expelled from school. His thirst for power has only intensified. To put it bluntly, Jiang Xuan's guiding principle is a fear of death. Preserving his life comes first in every endeavor. In a fantastical realm devoid of the protagonist's halo, the ultimate contest lies in longevity. As long as my talent remains commendable and I outlive you, there shall come a day when I ascend to the pinnacle of invincibility. There is no shame in this pursuit. Initially, I had intended to conclude the endeavor of refining my martial soul, the ice and fire two-element eye of the poison Douluo, and then seek assistance in hunting for soul rings before making my way to the Spirit Hall. However, fate had other plans, as the chrysanthemum Douluo unexpectedly sought me out. It seems to be the will of the heavens. Therefore, I offered my genuine respect in a series of bows. Good. Yueguan understood the nuances of such etiquette. Although few on Douluo Continent are aware of the differences in apprenticeship rituals, as a super Douluo of the Spirit Hall, he surely comprehended them. Perhaps it was the teachings of his elder, the Dragon King or the Snake Lady, that guided him. Generally, a simple bow suffices for an apprenticeship on Douluo Continent. But Jiang Xuan honored Yueguan with a profound courtesy of kneeling, akin to that shown to a king or one's parents, which brought him immense joy. Once the bows concluded, Dugu Yin brought forth the tea Jiang Xuan had previously prepared, presenting it with both hands raised above his head, allowing the scalding liquid to spill into his palms. Possessing exceptional talent and character, my child, I must say you are the most remarkable individual I have encountered in recent years. Rise, for today, I, Yueguan, shall take you as my disciple. After savoring the tea offered by his apprentice, Yueguan's excitement was palpable as he proclaimed the words closed-door disciple. Yet, what could possibly bring more joy than such double happiness? Grasping Jiang Xuan's hand, Yueguan pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "As your master, I shall accept the celestial herb you have presented, for I currently possess no treasures worthy of note. Upon our return to the Spirit Hall, I will petition His Holiness the Pope for a soul bone on your behalf." Soul bone? Gasped the assembled crowd. Indeed, while its age may not be considerable, it shall suffice for your growth. Those present were well aware of the rarity of soul bones, coveted by soul masters as the most desirable of treasures. Similar to soul rings, soul bones also originate from soul beasts, yet they differ significantly. The probability of a soul bone manifesting is a mere fraction, often requiring a soul beast of extraordinary might to undergo peculiar circumstances upon death for a soul bone to appear, unlike the more ubiquitous soul rings. Consequently, soul bones are exceedingly rare and precious. Unlike soul rings, which can only be utilized by the slayer of the soul beast, soul bones can be traded, allowing for their purchase in select locations. Any soul bone, no matter how commonplace, commands an exorbitant price and is often unattainable. Yueguan himself had never encountered a soul bone of a high-level 10,000-year vintage, let alone the more elusive ones. Soul bones symbolize immense strength and come with accompanying skills. To offer a soul bone, even with the contributions of the chrysanthemum Douluo in the Spirit Hall, is a rarity indeed, underscoring the significance placed on Jiang Xuan. Dugu Yin felt a tinge of envy as she witnessed Jiang Xuan bow once more, for she had yet to behold a soul bone despite having a titled Douluo as a grandfather. Meanwhile, the Dragon King beamed with pride at his grandson's fortune in securing such a master. The chrysanthemum Douluo is not alone in his power. He is accompanied by the formidable ghost Douluo, ensuring a bright future for Jiang Xuan as long as he does not court disaster. Upon receiving the generous offer from the chrysanthemum Douluo, Jiang Xuan surprisingly did not decline, merely bowing in gratitude. After completing the apprenticeship ceremony, he regarded the chrysanthemum Douluo as a figure of utmost respect. After all, it is said that one should graciously accept the gifts of elders without feigned modesty. Very well, my child. As you previously mentioned, assisting the old poison master and your grandfather in the hunt for soul rings, I shall accompany you to the Douluo forest. As fortune has it that I am free of pressing matters. Thank you, master. What need have you for thanks between us, my child? In the span of just a few hours, the chrysanthemum Douluo had uttered the word good countless times, prompting Douluo to retreat from his quarters. Seeking solace in the outside world, cursed chrysanthemum hall, is it necessary to flaunt the acquisition of a mere prodigious disciple? However, this time he refrained from sparring words. For with Jiang Xuan's masterly connection, their relationship would not be as fraught as before. Considering the number of soul rings needed by Meng Iran and others brought by the Snake Lady, the addition of Yueguan undoubtedly provided greater assurance. Not to mention, with 3 titled Douluo present, the target for Douluo's soul rings, alongside Meng Shu's 9 soul ring, was certainly aimed at the lofty goal of 90,000 years. Chapter 39. Zhu Zhuqing's confusion that night. Atop a humble dwelling in Shrek Academy, the moonlight cascaded upon the earth, illuminating a delicate figure seated pensively above. Her countenance was exquisite, yet bore an unsettling maturity incongruous with her years. The sorrow that occasionally flickered in her eyes evoked a sense of pity. Zhu Zhuqing had been part of this so-called Shrek Academy for some time. Yet her escape from Xing Luo had yielded naught but despair. While she was tormented by her sister and that man, a timid white cat frolicked freely in the Tiando, and the years past had brought no tangible progress, merely a waste of her talents save for the growth of her soul power. Our hearts resemble trees. The more they yearn for the light above, the deeper their roots must delve into the earth, into the darkness. Must one embrace the shadows to aspire for the light? Though it is summer, she felt an icy chill that pierced her to the core, instinctively shrinking her proud legs. Her gaze was clouded with confusion and anguish. Could she truly find her own light? Or, as her sister had claimed, should she resign herself to a lamentable fate, especially since Dai Mubai, intertwined with her destiny, had chosen self-abandonment? After much effort in locating her fiancé, she had hoped this academy, known for accepting prodigies, would offer her surprises. Yet she found it to be brimming with arrogance and superficiality. In recent days, she had observed a couple intoxicated by their affection, a spoiled heiress, a loathsome individual consumed by desire, and another, a food-type soul master, who had lost his judgment due to mere physical attraction, an ensemble reminiscent of a child's play. That Tang San possessed some degree of strength, but how did he compare to Dai Mubai, or the youth named Jiang Xuan? In terms of age, the fiery youth was not much older than herself, yet had already attained the cultivation of a soul master at level 30. Could she, languishing within this dismal place, truly seize control of her destiny as she had sworn upon leaving that bleak realm? Zhu Zhuqing stared vacantly into the sky, as if searching for her own reflection. Arriving at Douluo, she had perceived much due to her appearance, even glimpsing those she longed to see. Yet the one thing she yearned for, hope, eluded her. Tomorrow, she was to venture into the Douluo Great Forest to procure a soul ring for the 30-level food-type soul master. How desperately she wished her talent could mirror that of her peers, so she might breathe freely and escape the weight that pressed upon her now. You said that as long as the roots of a tree reach into the earth, it will find the light. But she saw nothing. I truly cannot see it. In a place unnoticed by anyone, the girl's sobs echoed like the lament of a dying nightingale, evoking profound sorrow, yet no one paid heed. On the road to the Douluo forest, a lavish carriage moved slowly through the crowd, and passers-by, rushing along the roadside, cast envious glances. But none dared to approach foolishly. The carriage bore a circular family emblem featuring 2 canes, the great dragon and serpent. Those with even a modicum of experience in the world of soul masters understood its significance. Anyone more formidable than the dragon and serpent couple would not concern themselves with a mere carriage, while those of lesser strength naturally would not jeopardize their lives by attempting to obstruct the path. To reach the heart of the Douluo Forest. A stop at this transit city for supplies was essential, as the Spirit Hall maintained control here. Despite the mingling of various characters, there was a semblance of order. One could find nearly all necessary supplies, including weapons, along the roadside. Douluo, Jiuduo, and Longgong naturally set off first, for they needed to delve deep into the heart of the Douluo Forest, where high-level soul beasts were scarce in the periphery. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan, Meng Yiran, and Dugu Yin required the 1,000-year soul rings. With the presence of the level 70 Chao Tianxiang, it would suffice. Once the three had hunted down 10,000-year soul beasts, they would return to assist the Serpent Lady in acquiring the 7th soul ring for her exclusive martial soul. At this moment, Jiang Xuan found himself awkwardly gazing at a girl with short hair, appearing to be around 16 or 17, clad in a sleek outfit. Her large, deep brown eyes were fixed intently on his embarrassed countenance. The girl coldly remarked, "You've certainly grown clever, learning to sneak away." Upon closer proximity, one could detect a resemblance between the girl and Dugu Yin to Jiang Xuan's left. "You've got quite the head on your shoulders." After resolving the issues with their grandparents, Jiang Xuan knew he would face trouble with Iran. Wearing a mask of anguish, he expressed, "Sister Iran, do not unjustly accuse me. I left an envelope informing my whereabouts when I departed. Otherwise, how would Grandpa Meng have so quickly deduced that I truly went to enroll as Shrek?" "And you think you have a case?" Iran retorted, "As your sister, do I not have the right to know where you are going? You couldn't even inform me of your plans before you left." The beauty playfully chastised him, but due to the confinement of the carriage, only Jiang Xuan could appreciate the scene. Meanwhile, he pondered how to quell the wrath of this esteemed lady. Otherwise, the days ahead would not bode well for him. Dugu Yin, intrigued by the friendly exchange between the siblings, chimed in, "Oh, did I not tell you that if you dislike the flowers at home, you should inform your sister? Young men in their adolescence understand these things. Should I introduce you to some lovely ladies at the Tiando Royal Academy? Yin, please spare me." Jiang Xuan lamented, while the oblivious Chao Tianxiang showed no inclination to intervene. Curiously, the elderly lady was rather pleased to witness this exchange. If Iran and little Xian had grown up together, their familiarity would have hindered the development of romantic feelings, but Dugu Yin seemed quite fitting. Her encouragement was more than welcome. "Sister Iran, I am merely here to attend to important matters," Jiang Xuan protested, hoping for the Serpent Lady's corroboration, but to his surprise, she remained unmoved, seemingly in a trance. Soon enough, the only sound on the journey was the lament of a certain youth, while a smile crept upon the elder's face from a hidden corner, thinking that only in such moments would the boy reveal emotions akin to his peers. Too mature. Not good. I hope he can truly liberate his heart and move on from that incident. The carriage finally halted before an inn. The evening was too late for a direct entry into the Douluo Forest. Chao Tianxiang gestured for Jiang Xuan to handle the check-in procedures, suggesting they set off early the next morning. With the jest concluded, Jiang Xuan stepped out of the carriage, regaining the demeanor of the youthful genius he was, no longer exhibiting his previous awkwardness. Dugu Yin, propped against the carriage, noticed a peculiar group and turned to Meng Yiran, asking, "Is Jiang always like that with outsiders? Why is his temperament so capricious?" "Indeed," Meng Yiran replied tersely. "Truly a little enigma. Even I cannot discern which side of him is genuine," she mused, reflecting on how he had spoken confidently before the title Doa in the Sunset Forest, his relentless dedication during training, and his courteous demeanor toward strangers, which often felt somewhat distant. "That is him," Meng Yiran stated as she watched the figure of the boy she had grown alongside, now towering over her, lost in thought. "I do not comprehend it either." "You do not understand?" Jiang Xuan, oblivious to their discussion about him, had arranged rooms for everyone and beckoned the waiter to prepare dinner. Though soul masters were less reliant on food than ordinary people, necessary sustenance remained indispensable. "Ah, how many of you are there?" "4 of us." "Please prepare a dining area on the 2nd floor." "Right away." "For guests on the 2nd floor." The waiter shouted. Jiang Xuan tossed a silver soul coin to the waiter as a tip, instructing him to secure the carriage, then proceeded to welcome the elders into the inn. The waiter, grinning broadly upon receiving the coin, was thrilled to serve a generous soul master, despite the occasional challenge posed by their unpredictable temperaments. The inn was modest yet complete. The two beauty-loving girls hurried to their room to freshen up, while Jiang Xuan assisted the elder upstairs, surveying the inn's surroundings. Jiang Xuan occasionally questioned whether he had indeed arrived in an ancient world from a past life. For the familiar yet strange characters, along with the waiter's signature white cloth, evoked memories. The dining area below was bustling with numerous soul masters, most of whom adhered to decorum. They understood that the small shops where one could rest during the soul ring hunting process were not easily found, in stark contrast to the scenes depicted in lowly novels, where protagonists would confront shopkeepers. All was tranquil and harmonious. As darkness descended outside, had it not been for the presence of unwelcome guests, Jiang Xuan's mood would have remained buoyant. Waiter, bring the wine. Quickly. Apologies for the wait, esteemed guests. Please take your seats, since you're a larger party. Would you mind sitting in the lobby on the first floor? A sudden, boisterous shout disrupted the atmosphere, causing many diners to frown. Compared to the previously well-mannered gentleman, the boy with heterochromia appeared much more unruly. The hefty fellow behind the boy grumbled, "Oh, who cares? As long as there's food, I'm satisfied. After a long day of travel, I'm starving. Hurry up, everyone, come sit." I'm waiting for Xiao Wu. She went to buy carrots," another added. "Huh, how about you sit next to that Zhu Qing girl? You, fatty, are asking for trouble." "Hey, don't be mad, Big Dai, I was just joking." A group of 6 or 7, completely disregarding the other soul masters dining nearby, made a ruckus at a large table in the lobby. Sometimes, I truly envy the protagonist's halo. If an ordinary person were to act so arrogantly without any strength, they would surely find themselves buried beneath a mound of grass. From a distance on the second floor, Jiang Xuan idly observed the members of Shrek Academy below, recalling the memories of this scene as if something significant were yet to unfold. Indeed, while the 7 members of Shrek sat around table, the atmosphere was far from harmonious. Zhu Zhuqing wore a cold expression, and Ning Rongrong appeared lost in her thoughts. Thankfully, the jovial antics of the rotund Ma Hongjun alleviated some of the tension. One might assume that Ning Rongrong's true nature was laid bare. Yet Jiang Xuan found it perplexing why Oscar was enamored with her. As he pondered, a group of individuals entered. Similar to Shrek, they numbered around 7 or 8. A middle-aged man, seemingly in his 40s, bore a striking resemblance to the owner of the Xian Gui spirit in the original story. He was relatively handsome, his hair impeccably slicked back. However, the sight of a turtle shell appearing on his back when he activated his martial spirit, coupled with his slightly greenish hair, was quite comical. The group was adorned in moon-white spirit master robes, more extravagant than those of the esteemed Duguyan from the Star Do Royal Academy, with silver threads intricately embroidered into patterns. Their movements shimmered with brilliance. 6 young men and 1 woman trailed behind the middle-aged leader. They appear to be around 20 years old, each sporting a green circular emblem on their left shoulder, embroidered with 2 characters, Sanghui. "That girl is quite attractive. ISN Tishi Dai." Ma Hongjuan's piercing comment caused the Sanghui Academy members preparing to sit down to wear displeased expressions. Following Ma Hongjuan's remark, Dai Mubai disdainfully added, "It's merely the mediocre Sanghui Academy. What a fuss." Their voices were not only unrestrained but also quite loud, enough for Jiang Xuan, leaning against the staircase on the second floor, to hear clearly. A spectacle was about to unfold. Is it the dullards who shy away from trouble? Jiang Xuan remained non-committal. Only those with absolute strength could utter such words. If the opponents were not just a team of soul kings led by Sanghui Academy, but rather a group led by a soul sage or even a soul Douluo, what then? Provoking trouble would only lead to disaster. It was not that he felt compelled to defend Sanghui. Observing the Shrek members, who were much younger, taking down their peers in a fit of indignation, he noted that both groups were equally matched. In this world, the powerful dictate their own destinies, while the fates of the weak lie in the hands of others. The notion of stepping in to right wrongs is a fallacy. Even if Shrek's members were at fault, Jiang Xuan would choose to observe coldly. If Sanghui Academy was insulted, they must reclaim their honor themselves. If they cannot win, they ought to keep their heads down, for only in doing so can they avoid being utterly defeated. The same applied to Shrek. The issue lay not with the Soul King teacher of Sanghui, but rather with the student's lack of skill. There is no justification for seeking vengeance in such circumstances. It merely transforms into a farcical spectacle, with both sides calling for help. The battle shifted outside. The Soul King from Sanghui Academy adhered to the rules, refusing to engage within the establishment, perhaps wary of hidden powers like the Snake Woman. Meanwhile, the exuberant Mahangjun Daimubai, and others were simply naive to the harsh realities of society. "I shall go see the commotion," Jiang Xuan declared, vaulting out of the window from the second floor. Chapter 41. Is it the dullards who shy away from trouble? Could a few second-ring and a third-ring spirit masters truly contend with an experienced Soul King? Excluding Tang San's use of hidden weapons, they would indeed struggle, especially given their current disarray. Without the harmonious collaboration of the original Shrek squad, and under the imposing aura of the Xian Gui Soul King, Shrek's members were quickly overwhelmed. The once handsome teacher leading Sanghui, upon activating his martial spirit, appeared to shrink a third in size, revealing a massive turtle shell on his back. Jiang Xuan, perched upon a tree branch, observed with keen interest. It was somewhat awkward for a spirit master to awaken a beast martial spirit. If the spirit were handsome, it would be acceptable. But if it were something as unappealing as a turtle or another oddity, it would indeed tarnish one's image. After all, strength is one thing, but attractiveness is a lifelong concern. Unlike the optimal spirit ring configurations of Shrek Academy, the Soul King Yijiqiu possessed 5 spirit rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. The disparity was glaring. Although Yijiqiu was a Soul King, there was a distinct feeling reminiscent of an online game, where one's level was superior. Yet the sight of uniformly yellow spirit rings brought a sense of disappointment. The situation was not overwhelmingly one-sided. Without employing hidden weapons, Tang San and his companions found it challenging to harm this defensive spirit master. Jiang Xuan observed from afar, noting that Yijiqiu had significantly restrained himself, likely out of caution toward the unique martial spirit of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. "Why are you all fussing over an old turtle at this late hour?" A languid voice interrupted Jiang Xuan's thoughts, causing him to halt abruptly. A robust figure emerged from the darkness, none other than Zhao Wuji. So he had been watching from the start? If you haven't had enough of the show, why not come down and observe openly? Who was there? The members of Shrek were startled by Zhao Wuji's words, realizing they had been unaware of another's presence throughout their lengthy confrontation. Tang San, in particular, doubted the efficacy of his purple extreme magic eyes, having scanned the area and found no one aside from the patrons observing from the inn. But if teacher Zhao claimed otherwise, it meant someone had eluded his scrutiny, raising questions about the level of his training. Had he been discovered? Without hesitation, Jiang Xuan leapt down from the branch, stepping into the light. Facing a level 76 soul sage, he did not harbor any illusions of remaining unnoticed. Jiang Xuan? Jiang Xuan? Is it really him? Different exclamations arose among the members of Shrek. Zhao Wuji certainly remembered the young man who had once caused him to endure a beating, while Dai Mubai's expression turned grim. Since that day of humiliation, he had struggled to regain his pride, training diligently with the hope of one day avenging himself. He never expected that the person he had longed to confront would appear before him so suddenly. Before Zhao Wuji, Jiang Xuan did not falter. He smiled slightly and respectfully greeted him, saying, "It is an honor to meet you, Senior Immovable King." Immovable King? Yijiqiu gazed in disbelief at the sturdy man before him, the legendary Zhao Wuji. Initially intent on confronting him, Yijiqiu promptly retracted his martial spirit upon learning of Zhao Wuji's identity. He knew he could not contend with the legendary figure and opted to avoid self-humiliation. Little did Yijiqiu know, Jiang Xuan's presence had spared him from a dire fate. "Young man, we didn't have much interaction that day. Have your grievances subsided? Why not join Shrek and learn alongside these peculiar youngsters?" Surprisingly, Zhao Wuji spoke these words in the face of Dai Mubai's incredulity. "Shrek?" Jiang Xuan's expression turned peculiar as he replied, "As it happens, I am a student expelled from Shrek Academy, Senior. Today, the elder accompanied the young lad to the Starry Forest to obtain the 3rd soul ring, and by chance, they encountered someone they hoped would not take offense." Jiang Xuan, sensing the other's thoughts, deliberately raised his voice slightly, abandoning the super Douluo Guan to undergo the grueling stone-carrying training from 2 soul saints and a great soul master. Was it foolishness on your part or mine? Upon overhearing the conversation between Zhao Wuji and Jiang Xuan, some onlookers in the inn began to whisper among themselves. Which academy is this? Their standards are extraordinarily high. That young boy across the way seems to exude a considerable amount of soul power through his breath. Is he truly unworthy? Perhaps he hails from a prestigious academy hidden from plain sight. Let us observe and see. Such commonplace words continuously pierced the heart of one individual. And upon seeing Jiang Xuan prepare to leave, Dai Mubai could no longer contain himself. "Stop!" he exclaimed. "Mubai? You?" Zhao Wujie was taken aback by Dai Mubai's sudden outburst. And by the time he processed what was happening, Dai Mubai had already rushed forward. Turning around, the once genteel expression was replaced with a calm demeanor that concealed a chilling intensity. Observing Dai Mubai's fluctuating emotions, Jiang Xuan's voice was icy as he remarked, "What is the matter? Has the young master Dai made no progress these past few days? You dare to shout in the streets, even though you cannot defeat a mere waste of a martial spirit without fear of ridicule? Are you merely boasting? Little beast, let us settle this today. White tiger, possession." Dai Mubai's eyes were bloodshot, fixated on Jiang Xuan. On that day, at the Shrek Academy's gate, it seemed intentional that he had drawn against this two-ringed soul master, leaving his dignity trampled into the ground. The look of utter disappointment in Jiang Xuan's eyes was almost suffocating, and every night, he could not escape the echoes of his brother's disparaging words from the Star Luo royal family. A waste should obediently accept their fate. A waste ought to gracefully embrace judgment. But you, a waste, how dare you seize control of your own life? Is it due to your birth? Or is it because of your talent? I, Dai Mubai, am not inferior to you in any way. Before the vast entrance of the inn, Dai Mubai's desperate roar sent chills down the spines of onlookers. Zhu Zhuqing was rendered speechless, while the other members of Shrek were astonished, never having imagined that the bold Dai Mubai harbored such darkness within. Had pressure twisted his very being? Facing Dai Mubai's outburst, Jiang Xuan murmured at that moment. The white cat resembled a wounded beast, unleashing the deepest fears within itself, attempting to mask its fragility with loud reproaches. Knowing the source of the man's emotions from the original tale, he understood that Dai Mubai's turmoil stemmed from being overshadowed by a more accomplished brother in the royal succession struggle. Yet, compared to Zhu Zhuqing's relentless struggle against despair, Dai Mubai's furious barking appeared painfully feeble. The youth lifted his head, his handsome visage framed by a pair of piercing, icy eyes, addressing the distorted Dai Mubai. "Are you unwilling to accept your fate?" Chapter 42. The frenzied Dai Mubai. Jiang Xuan's words were not loud, yet each was a gem of wisdom. Unwilling to accept? This world is as it is. If you resist your fate, then fight against it. There is no place for the weak before the strong. Either become a strong one who controls everything, or resign yourself to be controlled. You incessantly call me a waste of a martial spirit, but as a so-called genius. Where exactly do you surpass others? Amidst the standoff, Zhao Wujie, sensing the tension within the inn, refrained from speaking. Indeed, this was not a situation for a teacher to intervene. Dai Mubai's recent demeanor had been concerning, and it would be best if he could resolve matters with this peculiar young man. Otherwise, allowing a lingering mental scar would be detrimental to him. Since the individual on the second floor had not spoken to intervene, Zhao Wujie was content to let events unfold. Those who overlooked his wisdom due to Zhao Wujie's seemingly simple exterior would undoubtedly suffer greatly. The title of Chaos King was not merely a moniker of brute strength. Since the other party had revealed their martial spirit, it was only logical to respond in kind. To avoid confrontation is the mark of a mediocre talent. He did not condone such a view, but that did not mean one had to endure humiliation when provoked. We do not instigate trouble, but we do not fear it either. Boom! Green Lotus Heart fire. Possession. Wait, is this for real? It was the first time Oscar and Ma Hongjun had shown surprise. They witnessed the boy's martial spirit complete its possession, unleashing a torrent of terrifying heat that surged through the air, abruptly raising the temperature that had previously dropped under the moonlight. The spectators, unable to bear the rising heat, quickly distanced themselves from the boy, who appeared deceptively harmless. Unlike other flame martial spirits, the Green Lotus Heartfire did not merely manifest as a flicker in the palm. Rather, terrifyingly, blue flames enveloped the young man, accentuating his otherworldly aura, with lotus blossoms floating amidst the flames. "Hey, fatty, what are you doing? Can your ragged chicken produce flames like this?" Ma Hongjun's displeasure was evident, but as he glanced at the boy confronting Dai Mubai, a look of apprehension crossed his face. While he had yet to face the boy, he could tell that in terms of temperature, it far surpassed his own evil fire. More terrifying than your evil fire? Despite Oscar's usual banter with Ma Hongjun, this was merely playful banter among friends. The temperature of Ma Hongjuan's mutated evil fire phoenix was indeed formidable. It was clear that the boy's flames were significantly hotter, and, compared to the day of registration, he now appeared almost like an entirely different martial spirit. Having battled with Ma Hongjun, Tang San could sense the fear emanating from his blue silver grass, indicating just how formidable this young man's fire martial spirit had become. In such a short time, had his martial spirit truly advanced? Could a spark ignite a prairie fire? Tang San continuously murmured Jiang Xuan's words from that day, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. Are you doing this on purpose? Dai Mubai's expression darkened. Being the closest, he could acutely sense the power of the other's flame martial spirit. It was an entirely different spectacle from their previous encounter. Jiang Xuan remained silent, but turned his gaze to Dai Mubai's legs, which, after the white tiger's possession, appeared noticeably thicker than the rest of his body. Ah, so you have been deliberately training to enhance your speed? But what of it? Does speed alone spare you from being struck? It seemed that after their last confrontation, Dai Mubai had realized his current shortcomings. When facing an opponent whose strength matched his own and who held a range advantage, the flaws of his two soul rings, which merely enhanced his attributes, became glaringly evident. In the original story, no soul master possessed enhancement techniques as numerous as Dai Mubai's. With the White Tiger's protective barrier, the White Tiger's transformation, and the subsequent White Tiger's divine transformation, the terrifying attribute boosts enabled him to battle beyond his rank, though the drawbacks were indeed substantial. Dai Mubai made the first move, letting out a fierce roar as the first and third soul rings illuminated on his body. First soul skill, White Tiger barrier. Third soul skill, White Tiger transformation. Is he really that strong? Forcing Dai Mubai to use his third soul skill? The fact that he was using the first and third soul rings concurrently was astonishing. Zhao Wujia interjected, silencing the two fools. Pay attention. The little monster opposite is also an extraordinary genius. Tang San and his companions, having witnessed the clash between the two, were now entirely focused on Dai Mubai, who charged fiercely towards Jiang Xuan. Bolstered by the enhancement of two powerful soul skills, his stature and aura surged dramatically. Even Yi Zhiqiu, who was preparing to leave, quietly stepped aside to observe the unfolding drama alongside the students of Shrek Academy. In the blink of an eye, Dai Mubai's tiger claw was upon Jiang Xuan, its sharpness magnified in his gaze. Come on, little beast, if you have the guts, take my full force strike. But would he dare to take it head on? Perhaps, but it was unnecessary. Dai Mubai had clearly infused all his soul power into the tiger claw, hoping to incapacitate his opponent with a single blow. In such a scenario, it was foolish to confront one's adversary directly. Sometimes, evasion is the wisest form of self-preservation. As the right claw approached, Dai Mubai envisioned the figure of the person who had incited his wrath, covered in blood after his defeat. He was determined to make Jiang Xuan experience the pain he had endured for days. Boom! The claw struck the trunk of a large tree, which fell with a resounding crash. Had he missed? First soul skill, ethereal fire manifestation. The absence of sound upon contact with flesh indicated to all present that Jiang Xuan remained unscathed beneath the veil of dust. There! Ma Hongjun shouted in astonishment, and the Shrek team was left dumbfounded by the spectacle. Is this a trick? Isn't he an elemental soul master? Can a flame martial soul sprout wings? Ningrongrong, who considered herself a genius, felt her worldview shift dramatically as Shrek and Jiang Xuan continuously challenged her understanding. Tang San's expression grew serious as he remarked, the teacher said that only flying-type soul masters among beast martial souls possess wings, like the Dean's four-eyed cat eagle martial soul. However, elemental martial souls, especially fire martial souls, inherently lack a fixed form. Thus, if a soul master possesses strong control over their soul power, they can theoretically reshape their martial soul into any form. But to transform into wings and soar through the sky, this was utterly unfathomable. Flying. Beyond the title Douluo, how many soul masters dream of such an ability? Except for those of the flying type, most could only fantasize. To their astonishment, Jiang Xuan, a fire soul master, not only achieved this feat, but appeared to do so with remarkable ease. Radiant azure flames unfurled into wings from the youth's back, gently lifting him into the sky. Chapter 43. The Initial Battle of the Seven Oddities. Ethereal Fire Wings. This was the first soul skill application method he had developed after the guidance of the chrysanthemum Douluo, moving beyond his previous rudimentary use of fire to genuinely manifesting wings capable of flight. The super Douluo's comprehension of martial soul applications was beyond anything a soul sage could fathom. While the ethereal fire wings consumed considerable soul power, who could resist such temptation? Had he not been facing an otherworldly opponent, Jiang Xuan might have taunted, "Feel my pain." Enthralled, Jiang Xuan admired his azure fire wings, oblivious to the increasingly dark expression on Dai Mubai's face below. Second soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Light Wave. Aware of his disadvantage in ranged combat, Dai Mubai unleashed a beam of light towards Jiang Xuan, hovering in midair. Careful! A warning echoed from somewhere, reminiscent of the earlier evasion of Dai Mubai's attack. The White Tiger Radiant Light Wave was easily dodged. Yet, evasion without retaliation was not Jiang Xuan's style. "Little cat, you better be cautious now," he quipped, disregarding the fact that Dai Mubai's martial soul was the White Tiger. Before Dai Mubai could launch another White Tiger Radiant Light Wave, Jiang Xuan conjured two oddly shaped fire weapons in his hands. "What?" Tang Xing gasped in disbelief. The dual guns formed from azure flames resembled his own Zhuge divine crossbow. However, Jiang Xuan was not wielding the Tang Xing's weapon. With his ethereal fire wings creating distance from Dai Mubai, engaging in close combat seemed a waste of his wings. He contemplated, what could be more comfortable for ranged attacks than firearms? Under the tutelage of the chrysanthemum he had pushed the manifestation capabilities of the azure lotus earth heart fire to their limits. Knowledge far beyond what the Shrek group could impart, an experience reserved for the super Douluo. Even Douluo Bo could not manipulate a martial soul with such finesse, and it was undeniably impressive. He had briefly considered forming arrows, which would have felt quite satisfying. But with wings, he opted for the fiery sand eagle. Though no one in this world recognized a sand eagle, holding the dual guns evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "By the heavens, this is incredible," Zhao Wujin murmured, realizing this was no mere minor monster, but a true prodigy. Observing the fiery weapon in Jiang Xuan's hands, the owner of the great strength bear martial soul felt a twinge of regret for the Academy's oversight. To master a martial soul so thoroughly at such a young age was something he had never witnessed in his lifetime. Dai Mubai was about to suffer a great loss. Attacking from above, how would he counter ranged attacks with close combat? Jiang Xuan's actions revealed to the onlookers that the terrifying flames, emanating from the peculiar weapons in his hands, shot forth in cylindrical bursts, quickly enveloping the space where Dai Mubai had been standing. The audience gasped, witnessing the ground charred black upon contact with the flames. Damn, were those flames not only whips? How can they attack from a distance? Dai Mubai barely evaded another barrage of fire, forced to run on the ground to avoid being hit. Despite being suppressed in cultivation, he had trained his speed deliberately, even elevating his soul power, yet he was still at a disadvantage. In this scenario, facing the devil named Jiang, he felt as powerless as he did against that older brother. Stay calm and find his weakness. Don't let anger cloud your judgment, Zhao Wujin reminded, his right fist shattering a fireball aimed at the crowd. He too wore a solemn expression, astonished at the sheer power of the fireball technique in the hands of such a young soul master, which maintained its potency even at increased frequency. How is this possible? Was it due to that bizarre weapon formed from his martial soul? Yes, remain composed. My soul power surpasses his. My consumption must be lower. Plus, as he flaunts his flight, his soul power must deplete faster than mine. With renewed clarity, Dai Mubai, true to his monstrous reputation, managed to dodge and finally find an opening to counterattack with his second soul skill. Though he did not land a hit, several near misses sparked a glimmer of hope. Not bad, Jiang Xuan mused, acknowledging that the previous White Tiger Radiant Light Wave had barely missed him. He had underestimated Dai Mubai, realizing that had he not succumbed to despair and instead accepted sound guidance, his achievements today would have been even greater. The ethereal fire wings were still newly mastered. While effective for brief flights, their application in a dynamic battle was somewhat strained. After evading another attack, Jiang Xuan chose to descend to the ground. What is this? No longer playing the Birdman? Dai Mubai exclaimed, exhilarated that he had forced this monster from its aerial advantage down to the ground. Dai Mubai was acutely aware that he could no longer maintain his previous air of superiority when facing Jiang Xuan. Or perhaps it was the piercing blow to his pride delivered by a more extraordinary genius. Jiang Xuan clapped his hands, a sardonic expression on his face, and remarked, "Today, you indeed appear much wiser than before. Had you not squandered the years spent in the Heaven Do Empire, I might even have come to respect you as a worthy opponent. Alas, what a pity, what a pity." Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, forcing himself to regain composure, his heterochromatic eyes fixated on the diminutive monster before him. Had they truly battled for so long without draining his soul power? What a pity. Are you genuinely foolish? Or merely pretending? Since arriving at Shrek, what have you learned? To bully the weak or to be reckless? Or perhaps to indulge in the company of the hotel twins? Silence. The mention of sensitive topics reignited Dai Mubai's anger, and even the normally composed Zhao Wujia, who had been mentoring him, wore a displeased expression. "Kid, is it really necessary to hold a grudge just because you were denied admission? Am I not speaking the truth? A so-called educational institution allowing its students to spend the night in taverns, permitting underage students to take on mistresses, and absurdly claiming that those who avoid trouble are the mediocre? I fear it is the troublemakers who are truly foolish." However, contrary to what others anticipated, Jiang Xuan did not relent. With his fiery wings unfurled, the young man's words pierced like needles. "Enough. I am well aware of what the Academy has cultivated in me over the years. It is not for an outsider like you to critique." Ma Hongjun stepped forward echoing, "Dai Laoda is right. We at Shrek do not require guidance from someone who has yet to enroll." Following him, Oscar, though not overly agitated, voiced his displeasure. "I do not know how you were treated on the day of registration, but today I hear you incessantly slandering our school. I, Oscar, a level 30 food system soul master, challenge you to enlighten me." Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing. Chapter 44. I will challenge you all. What was initially meant to be a duel transformed into a standoff between the seven monsters and Jiang Xuan alone. The youth wore a broad smile, glancing knowingly at a charming figure who had taken a half step back before bursting into laughter. "Slander? Who knows better than the esteemed Zhao Wujia beside me? If it comes to finding a genius to take as a disciple, I would crown Shrek the strongest. But teaching disciples?" He smirked. "Let us just forget about that. Fighting in a group, is it? We shall oblige." Before long, Duguyen and Meng Iran had joined Jiang Xuan's side, both revealing their soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Unlike the original narrative, both women were now level 30 soul masters, with Duguyen having reached the 40th level. The Snake Elder, holding her staff, quietly took a seat outside the tavern, clearly indicating her intent. Zhao Wujia, as a teacher, should simply observe the affairs of the younger generation. Damn it! Zhao Wujia cursed under his breath. He understood the implications of their confidence. With the Dragon King likely nearby, he could only force a smile and relent, unwilling to lose face. "Since you have grievances against Shrek's teachings, let us settle this in a duel. One-on-one, if you could defeat either Dai Mubai or Tang San. We shall concede." The situation began to spiral beyond control. Zhao Wujia, who outwardly appeared simple, wisely selected Tang San as the only other candidate capable of matching Jiang Xuan, knowing full well that the rest were no match for the formidable Fire Soul Master. "Tang San, Zai Mubai, no need. Let us face you all at once," Jiang Xuan declared indifferently, stifling Duguyen's eagerness to engage in a brawl alongside him, as he prepared to take them all on single-handedly. After concealing his true strength for so long, it was time to unleash his full potential. Otherwise, he risked losing control in a life-or-death situation. Initially, he sought merely to join the fray, but now found himself cast as the provocateur. "Brothers, unleash your martial souls." Dai Mubai Belud. Interpreting Jiang Xuan's challenge as an indication that the 3 soul masters, Jiang Xuan, Duguyen, and Meng Iran, were about to confront their 7. Suddenly, vibrant martial souls, accompanied by a myriad of soul rings, swirled in the air. Ning Rongrong, who had been at odds with the group, unexpectedly stepped forward to enhance their abilities. Tang San and Dai Mubai were taken aback, but said nothing, focusing instead on the augmentation provided by the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Observing the ensemble of 7, Duguyen and Meng Iran exchanged puzzled glances before retracting their martial souls, knowing they wouldn't need to guess any further. Jiang Xuan, unhurried, rolled up his sleeves. Thanks to the nature of his soul, he could wield his martial soul without setting his clothing ablaze. Thus he typically wore long sleeves. Once his sleeves were secured, he revealed a pair of wristbands adorned with enigmatic patterns. What is peculiar about those wristbands? Oscar wondered, suspecting Jiang Xuan might be stalling for time. However, the subsequent scene was one Oscar would prefer to forget in years to come. It was utterly diabolical. The wristbands bore a simple name, gravity wristbands. One of the rewards from his system sign-in, rumored to originate from a world of jewels. In a playful mood, Jiang Xuan chose not to stow the wristbands away, but instead allowed them to drop to the ground without deactivating their gravity function. Boom! Boom! Two thunderous sounds echoed in their ears, leaving those who witnessed the reality wide-eyed in shock. Those are wristbands, right? Am I seeing things? Die louder. Say something. I'm terrified. At least 1,000 gene of force. Tang Xin mused after a long pause. That cannot be human. It's a humanoid beast. Fighting someone like that seems a bit unreasonable, doesn't it? Oscar lamented, feeling far too young and inexperienced, not wishing to meet his demise so soon. Those are wristbands, right? Surely not a mountain sealed within them? Goodness, you lot are quite bold. Zhao Wujia subconsciously crushed a cup. The spilled tea unnoticed as the fissures around the two wristbands mirrored his turbulent emotions. Gravity objects. As a martial soul, they had several soul rings related to increasing gravity, and Zhao Wujia knew all too well what those were. Yet, to wield such items at such a young age was simply outrageous. Ahem, the child has grown. I can only allow him some leeway. Leeway? Zhao Wujia was internally distraught. Sister Tianxiang, is this what you call leeway? Unaware of the thoughts swirling in others' minds, Jiang Xuan adapted to the sudden lightness of his body after shedding the weight of his hands, while the gravity rings crashed heavily against the ground. The innkeeper, watching the spectacle, was torn between lamenting the state of the floor or mourning his lost finances. While the world decried the pretentious show-off, everyone secretly yearned to be the protagonist of such displays, for the sensation was indeed exhilarating. The gravity rings, though impressive, paled in comparison to those wielded by a certain monstrous figure with exaggerated eyebrows. Being underage, Jiang Xuan found them just sufficient for his purpose. With a slight twist of his neck, Jiang Xuan uttered incomprehensible words that Meng Yiran and the others could not decipher as he took 2 steps forward. His gaze turned cold as he regarded the Shrek 7 monsters, showing no sign of hesitation despite facing familiar faces from his past. His childhood experiences in this world had long accustomed him to the language of power. With a swift motion, he transformed the blue lotus earth fire into a flaming staff. Simultaneously, his mental focus activated both his first and second soul rings. First soul skill, ethereal fire form. Second soul skill, dance of the fiery sun. Jiang Xuan's second soul skill bore some differences from the original work. The dance of the fiery sun enhances all attributes by 35. With an additional boost of 5 when sacrificing the flame barrier. His voice deepened as he warned, "Be cautious. This battle will be resolved swiftly. Protect Xiao Ao and Ning Rongrong." Tang San shouted, activating the purple extreme magic eyes. So fast, Jiang Xuan propelled himself forward with a powerful thrust of his right foot, launching toward the Shrek team at an astonishing speed. Purple extreme magic eyes? Let us see whether your eyes are quicker or my movements. In battle mode, Jiang Xuan was undeniably a perfect killing machine, exhibiting no unnecessary movements in the eyes of the observing Zhao Wujia. His target was clear. The 2 support soul masters in the team, Ning Rongrong and Oscar. The flaming staff appeared almost solid, leaving afterimages due to his rapid movements. And in the blink of an eye, he was poised to strike Ning Rongrong's waist. Ahead, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had lost sight of their target. Chapter 45. Crushing through obstacles had they evaded? The flaming staff was not an illusion. After several days of training under Master Yuewan, Jiang Xuan had mastered the ethereal fire form, allowing him to manipulate the flames with agility. His attack missed only because Tang San had preemptively bound Ning Rongrong with blue silvergrass, enabling her to narrowly escape a fatal blow. Otherwise, they would have lost a member right from the start. Second soul skill, Phoenix Rebirth. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline, Ning Rongrong naroli avoided disaster. While Ma Hongjun seized the opportunity to unleash both of his soul skills upon Jiang Xuan, playing with fire? As the ethereal flames surged forth, if there were anyone least threatening among the 7 monsters, it would certainly be the Fire Phoenix Ma Hongjun. Facing the oncoming Phoenix Fireline, Jiang Xuan's eyes glowed with azure flames, summoning a blue fire lotus that devoured the red flames entirely. My fire? It was consumed? Ma Hongjun stammered, unable to believe his eyes. The azure flames, having consumed the red fire, turned toward the dazed figure of the portly fellow. Tang Sin yanked him back, shouting, "Fatty, don't just stand there. That fire is terrifying. Don't confront it head-on." The shock was not limited to Ma Hongjun. Ning Rongrong, sheltered within the seven-treasure glazed tile school, felt a genuine fear of death for the first time. Her body trembling uncontrollably as the azure flames approached perilously close to her face. In a single exchange, Shrek had nearly incapacitated two members. Ma Hongjun fell into self-doubt, while Ning Rongrong could hardly speak, questioning whether they had made any progress since entering Shrek Academy. Jiang Xuan wore a mocking expression. The only capable fighters on the field were Dai Mubai and Tang San. As for one more, your speed is still insufficient, little cat. In the absence of a clear understanding of the enemy's strength, and without a guaranteed lethal blow, an agile attack type, Soul Master, ought to remain in the shadows. A concealed assassin remains effective as long as they stay hidden, rather than recklessly charging into danger. Zhu Zhuqing, as Dai Mubai rushed forward to aid, Jiang Xuan was even quicker, striking the would-be ambusher Zhu Zhuqing and sending her flying several meters, rendering her combat ineffective. Compassion? Such a notion was non-existent. In battle, there were only enemies and allies. He would not entertain a third category in his mind. Superfluous emotions were merely a path to the abyss of death. Shrek's 7 monsters. Down by 1. As Zhu Zhuqing was injured, Dai Mubai roared and charged at Jiang Xuan, forcing Tang San to utilize his second soul skill to support the attack. First soul skill, Bind. Could it succeed? The ink-black blue-silver grass had morphed into vine-like tendrils, ensnaring the youth tightly. The previously evasive rabbit prepared to unleash his waist-bow soul skill at this moment. Yet, vines fear fire, especially when trying to restrain the wielder of ethereal flames. Boom! Impatient, Jiang Xuan had no intention of indulging in a game. The attributes of the blue lotus earth fire erupted, and the encircling blue-silver grass disintegrated into dust in an instant. It is worth noting that apart from utilizing the ethereal wing fire and the long-range ethereal fire sand eagle attack, he had been relying solely on physical prowess to engage them in combat. At this stage, the 7 monsters were still woefully weak, or rather, one could question whether they would achieve the same feats as in the original work without the aid of the celestial herbs in the future. Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes lost their target once more, causing him to panic internally. Xiao Wu, come back. What awaited Tang San, however, was a pair of icy eyes. A tremendous force struck him, causing him to double over in agony, while Dai Mubai's claw was shattered nearby. Fortunately, Xiao Wu was unharmed. Tang San strained to rise, astonished at the vast gap in strength between himself and his contemporaries. As for Oscar and the half-injured rabbit, Jiang Xuan refrained from using excessive force. He could knock them unconscious, but it was unnecessary. It was not out of fear of Tang San's second personality or the so-called Tang sect hidden weapons. Indeed, Tang San was a formidable opponent. Yet Jiang Xuan had not exerted himself to the fullest either, at least not in terms of soul power. Talent? Hard work? Your innate soul power indeed surpasses that of ordinary individuals, so accept the title of genius with humility. Though you could have stood atop the pyramid from birth, you choose to flaunt your efforts as superior to others. Do you not find that amusing? Dai Mubai, do you still believe I am insulting you? You collectively cannot match the strength of a single useless martial soul. The young man twirled the flaming staff, the increasingly intense azure fire manifesting in the air as if intending to turn night into day. The contrast between Ma Hongjuan's phoenix martial soul and his was akin to that of a firefly against the bright moon. In this world, some exist merely to chase after the brilliance of others, and at times, the opportunity to pursue is ruthlessly stripped away by others. I am strong, you are weak, thus, there is no place for the weak. Since the beginning, you've been spouting mystical phrases. Do you not realize how extreme you sound? Extreme? Indeed, I am quite extreme. What is wrong with acknowledging that? In this world, the strong can dictate their own destinies, while the fates of the weak lie in the hands of others. I am strong, thus reason favors me. Tang San attempted to retaliate verbally, even though he faced only one adversary. He found his side utterly lacking in the means to resist. The future Shura of 1,000 hands felt a surge of determination. Had it not been for the presence of the opponent's elder, he would have been tempted to seek revenge with hidden weapons. The first to be struck down, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes flickered with disbelief, revealing a profound sense of helplessness. Was the gap truly this vast? Dai Mubai, engulfed in self-doubt, required no further commentary, while Zhao Wujie, standing nearby, shared in the humiliation. It turned out that the youth he had sparred with during the academy registration was not merely holding back. This was an outright concession. Lastly, it must be stated, a genius who has not grown does not equate to a formidable force. Excessive arrogance can only lead one to the brink of ruin. To provoke, one must possess commensurate strength. As the ancients said, disaster often springs from careless words. Had it been someone else, you would have had no chance to rise again. After uttering this, disregarding Zhao Wujie's ashen visage, he picked up the gravity ring from the ground and prepared to depart. Casting a glance at the injured students, Zhao Wujie's fury was barely contained. However, when faced with the equally formidable Chao Tianxiang, he could only muster restraint, especially considering the fleeting glimpse of the emerald scale serpent martial soul. Do not leave. Just as everyone assumed the childish farce had come to an end, a menacing voice suddenly pierced the air. Chapter 46. Beyond backgrounds, the initial skirmish of the 7 monsters concluded with such ease largely due to Jiang Xuan's clever tactics. In a non-arena setting, a band of inexperienced novices posed little threat. The food system and the 7-treasure glaze tile were undoubtedly the most burdensome elements of the team in its early stages. Oscar sausages were rendered utterly ineffective during the brief skirmish, and the pervasive Qinglian earth heart fire incapacitated the agile rabbit, Xiao Wu, rendering her skills useless. Ironically, a soul beast that had survived for 100,000 years seemed utterly powerless against the likes of Zhao Wujie, reduced to a mere ornament. Even Zhu Zhuqing, deemed the least gifted, managed to mount a semblance of an attack. Though Jiang Xuan dispatched her in mere moments, it was still preferable to the rabbit's complete lack of contribution. Regarding the battle against the 7, only 3.5 possessed any combat capability. Half of that was attributed to Ning Rongrong, while Ma Hongjuan's flames were countered by the exotic fire. The saying that exotic fire commands all other flames is not to be taken lightly. Thus, upon reflection, how many of the initial 7 could truly hold their ground? Tang San, who refrained from using hidden weapons, had a secondary martial soul that was nothing more than an oversized hammer. The blue silvergrass was entirely useless, and the only one capable of challenging Jiang Xuan was Dai Mubai, who lost all pride once his true strength was revealed. It was disheartening to bully such a 7 monsters. Had they been the 7 monsters of the Soul Master competition, there might have been some merit. Now, merely a few talented young nobles playing house. Not to mention, Dai Mubai couldn't even best Mangaran, who had been trained by Jiang Xuan since childhood. Unexpectedly, the little princess of the 7-treasure, glazed tile, sect appeared somewhat defiant. Turning around, he was met with a pretty face twisted by anger, where beauty was obscured by the distortion of her emotions. A spoiled child. That was his definition of Ning Rongrong. If one were to define the Shrek's 7 monsters from the outset, few could truly be considered normal. There was Tang San, who would never consider leaking secrets regarding martial arts or family, a prodigal son, an uncontrollable noble, and a rabbit pretending to be youthful after 100,000 years. Monsters? Indeed, they were quite monstrous. The only seemingly normal ones were Oscar, with his fuller cheeks, and Zhu Zhuqing. The strength of an individual lies in their ability to restrain themselves. In a world dominated by strength, as people observed Oscar alongside the elemental king enveloped in flames, none would find a mere support soul master impressive. How dare he? How dare he be so arrogant? Ning Rongrong was seething with rage, recalling not only the merciless attack from earlier, but also the condescending gaze she received afterward. Who gave him such confidence? I want him dead. Throughout her life, she had endured so much humiliation in just a few days. Dai Mubai, that Tang San, and now this Jiang fellow. Clearly, the blows dealt to Shrek had not diminished the essence of this little witch. Instead, they had intensified the conflict. Ning Rongrong retrieved a signal flare from her pocket, launching it into the sky where it exploded. A signal flare? Summoning reinforcements? It made sense. As the little princess of the 7-treasure, glazed tile sect, she surely had protectors. The flare was an urgent summons for nearby subordinates of the sect. After the flare burst, a figure stealthily approached Ning Rongrong's side. Indeed, reinforcements were coming. Jiang Xuan's perception of Ning Rongrong diminished further. He initially thought she had something innovative to propose, only to reveal that she sought to summon a horde of sycophants as her background. Had it been the Jiang Xuan who had just crossed over, he would not have easily entangled himself with this little witch of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect. But today, it seemed he had no choice. The figure emerging from the shadows was likely Ning Fengji's personal bodyguard, adept at disguise, with an aura suggesting a soul emperor. Was this the demeanor of the sect's young master? Jiang Xuan asked intentionally. You repeatedly insult my academy, injure my classmates, and think you can simply walk away? Apologize, or you shall not leave today. Ning Rongrong's eyes shifted, crafting an excuse for herself. Jiang Xuan remained non-committal. It must be acknowledged that she was not entirely foolish. Realizing the need for a pretext to avoid the perception that the seven-treasure glazed tile sect was bullying the weak and tarnishing its reputation. After all, if memory serves correctly, their wealth was primarily derived from commerce. Ignoring Ning Rongrong's feigned cleverness, Jiang Xuan approached Chao Tianxiang, helping her rise as if he had not heard her threat, standing there like a fool, awaiting her reinforcements. Only Zhao Wujia seemed to grasp the underlying confidence of the situation, inwardly lamenting that this hunt for soul rings was likely to bring about great calamity. The seven-treasure glazed tile sect? He had thought this was merely a wild girl from somewhere. What did you say? Do you believe I will tear your mouth apart? She retorted. Ask your soul emperor companion beside you if he wishes to assist you with that. Or are you planning to crush me with your seven-treasure glazed tower? Du Guiyin, known for her bad temper and serpent-like martial soul, was not one to be trifled with. Observing the other's attempts to summon help, she entered her martial soul state, coldly mocking Emerald Scale, Serpent Queen. If the soul emperor of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect was not a fool, they would naturally recognize that the duty of protecting key sect members extended beyond mere safeguarding. It also involved maintaining the sect's reputation. Such foolish logic that would bring disaster to the sect was unlikely to manifest. Let alone, the Shrek 7 monsters had already faced a lesson at her hands. And even the hot-tempered Zhao Wujia remained still, not out of a change of heart, but rather due to the fear of the Serpent Lady, Chao Tianxiang. Clearly, the rules of the continent were apparent. While conflicts among the younger generation were permissible, any involvement from the older generation would lead to a relentless feud. Clearly, both the sole emperor of the Seven Treasures glazed sect and Zhao Wujia were acutely aware that losing face must be redeemed through one's own efforts. If one lacks the skill, one must accept it with humility. Otherwise, they would be reminded of the day when Long Gong came to Shrek Academy. And the fates of Zhao Wujia and Flender served as a cautionary tale. The longevity of the Seven Treasures glazed sect in the Douluo Continent is a testament to their survival tactics. Soon, those from nearby sects who received the signal arrived. And to Ning Rongrong's surprise, they merely stood silently behind her, remaining indifferent to her calls once they confirmed she was unharmed. Do you have such audacity? Do you dare ignore my words? Ning Rongrong's tone shifted as her attempts to rally support proved futile. Chapter 47. Unable to overcome, yet unwilling to yield. From the roughly 20 individuals dispatched from the Seven Treasures glazed sect to the inn, it was evident that the sect was quite affluent. A cursory observation suggested that the weakest among them possessed at least a 4-ring soul master rank. Ning Rongrong could not comprehend why. Despite her usual commanding presence within the sect, she was being bullied today while these individuals remained unresponsive. In response to Ning Rongrong's distress, Du Guiyin smiled and approached, gently lifting her delicate face in front of everyone and admonishing her. Are you perplexed? Unable to comprehend? Or perhaps unwilling to accept? Meng, Iran echoed. Have you noticed that they became indifferent once they confirmed your safety? The two women relentlessly dismantled Ning Rongrong's defenses. The initially suspected Soul Emperor felt a flicker of interest, but ultimately chose silence. He was merely there to follow orders. And any excessive action would undoubtedly bring unnecessary trouble to the sect. As long as the sect master intended to temper the young lady, as long as her life was not in peril, everything would be acceptable. Du Guiyan's century and millennium-old soul rings illuminated her serpent-like pupils in the night as she inquired of Ning Rongrong. Do you know the name of my martial spirit? Ning Rongrong replied. Why should I care what your martial spirit is called? Hee hee, but the sole emperor beside you knows, as do the helpers you summoned. Dugu Yin teased. Don't believe me? Ask them. Jiang Xuan observed with a strange expression, suspecting Dugu Yan's mischievous intentions, but remained silent, watching intently. As Dugu Bo's granddaughter, now a level 40, if anyone underestimated her as merely a pretty face, they would find themselves in dire straits. In contrast to a sheltered flower, Ning Rongrong, along with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, could not compare to Dugu Yan's exceptional talents at that moment. In the original narrative, the ability to defeat the Tiando battle team was largely attributed to the protagonist's aura of superiority, encompassing not just combat prowess. Dugu Yan, as a controlling soul master of the Tiando royal team, certainly possessed acumen of considerable merit. Upon hearing Dugu Yan's remarks, Ning Rongrong turned to her soul emperor protector, her eyes filled with confusion. The members of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect were well-versed and would not react as Zhao Wujia had. Facing the questioning gaze from the sect master's daughter, one of them spoke up, the Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor. The Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor? The Soul Emperor's voice betrayed no concealment, and the Shrek members pondered the significance of such a martial spirit name. Oscar and Ma Hongjun looked to Zhao Wujia, while Tang San, under the guidance of their master, was the first to speak. If I'm not mistaken, that girl's surname is Dugu? Ma Hongjun interjected, Little San. Just say it outright. How do you know her surname? Have you met her before? Oscar, uninjured and lively, pressed for clarification. Is there any issue with the Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor martial spirit? It is not the martial spirit itself that poses a problem, but the implications behind it that incite caution from the master and the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Tang San responded with a wry smile. Our master once mentioned that many unique martial spirits exist, among which the Emerald Scale Serpent and the Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor are rare. The documented owner of such a martial spirit is none other than Dugu Bo, the title Douluo known as the Poison Douluo. The Emerald Scale Serpent is distinct from the Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor. Since the girl before them possesses the latter, her identity is unequivocal. The title Douluo. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Zhao Wujia nodded in agreement with Tang San's explanation. More crucially, it was noted that Dugu Bo might not be as formidable as the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo combined, yet given the chance, the Poison Douluo could reduce the Seven Treasures Glazed sect to mere title Douluo. It was no wonder they reacted so strongly. Meanwhile, a certain rabbit felt a chill down its spine upon hearing this, glancing around anxiously, fearing the presence of the title Douluo nearby, and instinctively emitted its aura. The lineage of the Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor had not been widely known among soul masters, allowing Tang San to confidently ascertain the identity of his opponent. In other words, the tall woman beside Jiang Xuan is the granddaughter of a title Douluo. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze flickered as a royal member. She was somewhat aware of the current title Douluo's information. The discussions among Shrek were overheard by Dugu Yan and Ning Rongrong. However, unlike Ning Rongrong's response, Dugu Yan merely smiled, covering her mouth as she said, I am Dugu Yan, a level 40 Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor Control Type Soul Master. I look forward to your guidance. Meng Iran, wielding the Serpent Emperor staff and also a level 40 Assault Type Soul Master, stepped out from behind Jiang Xuan, complimenting Dugu Yan's performance. 2 level 40s. The two enchanting snake-like girls exchanged glances, knowing each other's intentions. Seeing Ning Rongrong's increasingly gloomy expression, Meng Iran, who had initially been concerned for her younger brother, felt a wave of relief and added, It seems the princess was trying to bully others earlier, but it's rather unfortunate. Your guards seem quite clear-headed, lacking the undesirable traits of a nouveau riche family. It would be unfortunate if you brought unnecessary trouble to your sect. Or do you believe that the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo would seek trouble with Yin due to the previous sparring session or the odds being against them? Meng Iran stepped forward, causing Ning Rongrong to feel a twinge of anxiety. You all, Miss Meng, I hope you will exercise restraint. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect will provide an explanation in due course. Fortunately, the Soul Emperor could no longer tolerate the situation and lowly buzzed a reminder. Having received what she desired, Meng Iran chose to withdraw, with Jiang Xuan as her small butterfly. She felt her talents and temperament had vastly improved compared to her otherworld counterpart. The response from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect S-guards was straightforward. They could not afford to offend the direct relatives of 2 title Douluos over a matter that had no merit. Even the Seven Treasures glazed sect, which also possessed titled Douluos, would not act recklessly. Such hysterical behavior, disregarding consequences, might occur among second-generation heirs, but not within the Seven Treasures glazed sect. If you inquire why they are so cautious, you will understand the significance of Meng Shu's ascension to title Douluo. Do not forget that when the Chrysanthemum Douluo visited the Sunset Forest for reconnaissance, there were attendants from the Spirit Hall present. Naturally, the personnel within would relay such significant news back to the Spirit Hall, and as one of the top 3 sects, they were well informed. Bored, seeing Ning Rongrong's silence, Meng Yuran and Dugu Yin decided to conclude their engagement, having only recently met but already sharing a sisterly bond after such an encounter. They exchanged meaningful glances towards the Shrek group. The legendary dragon of the world, indeed, has ascended to the rank of a title Douluo. Zhao Wujia's heart was heavy with concern. The title of the guard hinted at their formidable background, suggesting that Shrek Academy would find themselves in a precarious situation. Thankfully, Dai Mubai himself possessed a noteworthy lineage, and typically, conflicts among the younger generation would not escalate to the point of intervention from titled Douluos. Upon realizing that the 2 companions of the boy, who had been rejected by the academy, were descendants of titled Douluos, the reactions among the remaining 6 were varied. Chapter 48. The Spear of Flames. The conclusion was quite dramatic. Ning Rongrong, initially intent on using her influence to intimidate, soon discovered that her opponent's background was not significantly inferior to her own. A family is not a dictatorship, and thus she refrained from escalating the conflict. Standing still, Ning Rongrong appeared lost in thought, while the others from Shrek Academy were at a loss on how to console her, or perhaps no one wished to intervene with a spoiled young lady. Oscar's face revealed an internal struggle. If his earlier outburst in the academy could be attributed to youthful impulsiveness, then resorting to familial connections outside was a blatant display of intent. Words may be sweet, yet none present were fools. If the opposing party lacked a solid background, the outcome of the day would have been uncertain. For the first time, Oscar questioned the validity of his feelings. This doubt grew especially pronounced when teacher Zhao Wujia chose to adopt a passive, observant stance. Coming from a humble background himself, Oscar harbored a deep disdain for those who wielded their lineage to oppress others, even if they were ostensibly his comrades now. Jiang Xuan, keenly aware, understood that his actions were steering the 7 monsters toward a different trajectory than that of the original narrative. After concluding their discussion, Dugu Yin and Meng Yuran returned to the side of Chao Tianxiang, who slowly rose again. His aged voice resonated with profound soul power as he softly remarked, "Indeed, both my old self and my husband have aged, but my grandson shall not be subjected to humiliation. Once the old man secures the 9th soul ring from the Star Luo Empire, he will come to assist Xian in seeking justice." It was confirmed that the dragon had indeed surpassed level 90, validating Zhao Wujia's suspicions and allowing him to rejoice that he had not misguidedly instructed the younger generation. The expressions of those present varied. Dai Mubai's heterochromatic eyes revealed his origins from Star Luo, indicating a connection to a family that the elders seemed to recognize. As Dugu Yin winked at Jiang Xuan while passing, it seemed to convey, "How did I fare in defending you?" Confronted with Dugu Yan's unilateral actions, Jiang Xuan could not help but chuckle, wanting to exclaim, "Well done." It is said that one's position influences their perspective. From a divine vantage point, or while identifying with the 7 monsters, one feels no oddity, but standing on the opposing side unveils a discomfort that permeates the body. Since they were so earnestly assisting him, and her grandfather was collaborating with the teacher to help secure the 9th soul ring, he could not remain indifferent. Coincidentally, there was a matter he had initially planned to address upon encountering the Stardo battle team after obtaining his soul ring, but it seemed he could garner some goodwill in advance. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Xuan stepped forward to face the Shrek members, who bore various degrees of injuries. "What? Do you think to take advantage of our unpreparedness to flaunt your prowess?" The distance between them closed, and Ma Hongjun could no longer contain himself, only to be unexpectedly halted by Oscar. "Fatty, hold your tongue. What, are you dissatisfied?" Jiang Xuan toyed with the Qinglian, the azure flames akin to needles pricking at one overly confident in their own fire. "Is it that you wish to claim I triumphed solely due to my initial advantage?" Jiang Xuan remarked. "Do you assert that your martial souls did not have the opportunity to fully manifest?" "Indeed, The seven from Shrek were poised to retort when Jiang Xuan preemptively acknowledged their stance. Just as confusion settled in, the handsome youth shifted his tone as if instructing his adversaries. I merely exploited the information gap, capitalizing on your delayed reactions to defeat each of you. So what of it? In an open confrontation, I would indeed find it challenging to vanquish all of you easily. Notably, he emphasized the term easily. Sam was the first to lower his head in silence, his purple extreme magic eyes failing to capture his opponent's movements. Had they been enemies without their elders present, even the use of hidden weapons would have left him uncertain of hitting his target. Jiang Xuan's frigid tone seemed to carry an undertone of disappointment. Zhu Zhuqing appeared to detect the implicit reproach behind it. Talented ones, you may assert that I merely possess a bit more talent and a stronger martial soul. Is that not correct? His laughter echoed, tinged with disbelief at their perceptions. Du Guiyan, puzzled by Jiang Xuan's demeanor, was signaled by Meng Iran to observe in silence, while teacher Zhao Wujia suppressed his curiosity regarding the youth's intentions. The azure flames surged as Jiang Xuan conjured the Qinglian, its ethereal form materializing anew in his grasp. With an indifferent air, he proclaimed, "There are no worthless martial souls, merely incompetent soul masters." This statement holds truth and fallacy alike. According to your assertions, my martial soul, having undergone a second awakening, possesses a talent comparable to yours. But do not rush to dispute. Pray tell, what is your innate soul power? Jiang Xuan continued. Mine is merely at the 5th level. 5th level? Surely you jest? Their incredulity was palpable. Of course, I am deceiving you, he admitted with a chuckle. Due to the deficiency of my martial soul at birth, my soul power must expend half its energy to sustain the martial soul, rendering my 5th level innate soul power inconsequential. This explained why the Qinglian was so formidable. Despite the compression of soul power, Jiang Xuan's cultivation should not be merely at the 30s. This was compounded by the fact that he had yet to acquire his 3rd soul ring, which stunted direct enhancement of his soul power. Thus, what do you believe enabled me to defeat you moments ago? If it were merely the Qinglian's core flames as he spoke, the youth turned, and the azure flame's temperature surged dramatically, prompting Zhao Wujia and the Nameless Soul Emperor to shield the others. Upon glancing at Jiang Xuan, the flames had inexplicably morphed into a peculiar flaming spear. Unlike the earlier intangible staff, both high-ranking soul masters could distinctly sense the disparity in power. Jiang Xuan mused. If the Qinglian's core flames were to truly erupt, it would not merely result in superficial injuries. Continuous soul power flowed into the fiery spear, which he raised slightly behind him, its form expanding further. The spear of flames. Beautiful, powerful, fiery. Such descriptors encapsulate the martial soul's manifestation in the youth's hands, a sophisticated application of the mystical fire, a product of a super Douluo's profound understanding of the essence of martial souls. With a flick of his wrist, he aimed the spear at a distant, unoccupied mountainside. Chapter 49. Heart's judgment upon launching the spear of flames. Jiang Xuan did not gaze back at the mountain's fate, having thrown it with an inexplicable intuition, sensing an unseen presence observing him. Without further contemplation, he turned to the stunned group. Am I dreaming? Oscar's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Could such destructive power truly be wielded by a 30-level soul master? Indeed, it was extraordinarily formidable. Sen uttered a series of words, suddenly questioning the efficacy of his own hidden weapons. In the face of that terrifying explosion of flames, could he truly inflict harm upon his opponent? The azure flames erupted, and what once stood as a small hill was now replaced by a significant crater. Little monsters. Zhao Wujia's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, his mind racing with thoughts. This wasn't merely a missed opportunity for a promising student. The 7 little monsters, when compared, were utterly outmatched. Was the opponent at level 40? Or perhaps 50? A typical fire soul master could scarcely conjure such a dreadful explosion. As Zhao Wujia marveled at the horrifying scene created by Jiang Xuan, he found himself perplexed. As adversaries who could never be friends, what was the significance of the other party's actions? The sharp-minded Sen pondered. Yet he couldn't shake off the image of the blazing inferno. Ma Hongjun lowered his head, while Dai Mubai's once proud gaze was now devoid of its former sharpness, revealing a sense of defeat. So, when the opponent mentioned holding back, this was the implication. In others' battles, they might ease their efforts, But this was an entirely different scale. Indeed, with such a terrifying martial spirit, how could one expect mere superficial injuries? Strength. Could I possibly possess such power? While the members of Shrek focused on the horror of Jiang Xuan's martial spirit, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled. She was more concerned with the techniques the young man had used to defeat them. His terrifying speed and unparalleled control over his body made him virtually invincible among equals. What was Jiang Xuan aiming to achieve? Merely to replicate a certain master's previous actions. The sudden emergence of Douluo reminded him of a detail from his past life. After their excursion to the Stardow Forest, Shrek had engaged in combat training. Facing the Heavendow royal team, led by Douluo and Yu Tianheng. Following Shrek's astonishing victory over the Heavendow Royal Academy, Yu Xiaojing privately approached his nephew, Yu Tianheng. It must be said that the esteemed Mr. Yu Xiaojing, renowned for his purity, was far from the inept figure discussed by readers in his past life. His intelligence was indeed commendable. Jiang Xuan never denied this, especially considering that after his nephew's defeat, rather than offering consolation, he revealed the ages of the Shrek members to Yu Tianheng, showcasing his cunning. Reflecting on his earlier intent to seek out the opponent, he felt a twinge of relief. The blue lightning tyrant dragon. The Yu family's martial spirit should be interpreted literally. It signifies an invincible ruler, relentless in its advance. As a member of the family, could Yu Xiaojing really be unaware? He certainly understood, which is why he acted as he did, exploiting the age advantage of Tang San and the others to shatter Yu Tianheng's pride once more. The objective was singular: to ensure Shrek's victory in the forthcoming Soul Master Selection Tournament, thereby proving to the family that he was not a failure. Such strategic thinking undoubtedly marked him as a genius, but Jiang Xuan found it repulsive when directed towards his own nephew. Fortunately, Yu Tianheng's initial reaction upon seeing Yu Xiaojing was one of ecstatic joy, without the pride of the Tyrant Dragon. The blue lightning Tyrant Dragon was no match for Shrek in subsequent battles. Jiang Xuan intentionally displayed his prowess, leveraging his physical attributes and the nature of his martial spirit to challenge Shrek. His actions mirrored those of that certain master. After all, they were enemies now. What did it matter to be a bit more ruthless? Jiang Xuan's intentions were lost on Zhao Wujia, who, with his skewed attributes, could not see through them. Perhaps this served as a form of retribution for Douluo's earlier defense. Tang San found it difficult to express himself, but among the seven, how many could withstand such a blow? Jiang Xuan was curious. From her demeanor, Ning Rongrong had kept her head down, lost in thought since the beginning. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had completely shed their earlier arrogance, while Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing wore expressions that were intriguing. Coincidentally, Jiang Xuan's targets were the two of them. He wondered if he might have another opportunity to stoke the flames and draw them into his camp from Shrek. Feeling insufficient, Jiang Xuan added fuel to the fire, stating, "Earlier, the Xian Gui Soul King was a challenge even for the combined efforts of all seven of you, yet your esteemed teacher, Zhao Wujia, could fell it with a single punch without even using his martial spirit. So ponder where the issue lies. Teacher, they were merely dealing with a 50-level old turtle, and he wasn't entirely incorrect." Uncertain of Jiang Xuan's meaning, Zhao Wujia could only respond to the questioning gazes of his students. The other party was exceedingly polite, masterfully controlling the tone of the conversation, making it impossible for him to express anger. With every mention of Senior Zhao Wujia, Jiang Xuan's respectful tone contrasted sharply with the considerable gap in their ages. A grin spread across his face. "No wonder you are the possessor of the mighty golden bear martial spirit." The esteemed Zhao Wujia, at level 76, found this quite agreeable. He continued, "Martial spirit and body. Fellow geniuses, why not contemplate the relationship between the two? Weak martial spirits yield frail bodies. Powerful martial spirits do not belong to weak physiques. One represents the soul of a soul master, the other its vessel. If you fail to grasp this simple truth, then perhaps you should not bear the name of monsters. Especially you over there, the evil fire chicken. I am Phoenix." "A phoenix? Very well, let us call it Phoenix. Your appearance, much like mine, is clearly hindered by insufficient innate awakening, revealing a rather ironic outcome. As a top-tier beast martial spirit, even if its soul master is mutated, they would not exhibit the bulky physique you do, which is clearly a result of being afflicted by lustful desires. To blame the inadequacies of your martial spirit while failing to provide it with a robust body. Do you not feel unworthy of the title of Phoenix? It is not that the original work's portrayal of the coxcomb phoenix's purification of evil fire into the fire phoenix is flawed. Rather, the burning power of the evil fire phoenix is simultaneously diminished. A martial spirit of extreme fire becoming an ordinary fire phoenix is indeed a lamentable fate. What does it mean to be struck at one's vital point? Ma Hongjun lowered his head, recognizing the truth in the other S words. His negative experiences stemming from his martial spirit had led him to merely seek outlets for his frustrations with the help of the dean, without contemplating how to strengthen himself against the drawbacks of his martial spirit's mutation. Now, I wonder if you all agree with my earlier assertions? Senior Zhao Wujie could not interfere in disputes among peers. If you wish to redeem your academy's honor, you must either defeat me or convince me. Fight, and you cannot win. Speak, and you cannot persuade. Pray tell, what gives you the courage to prove that Shrek Academy is formidable? Pointing out the disadvantages of Ma Hongjuan's martial spirit was not an act of kindness on Jiang Xuan's part. It was merely a means to deepen the critique of Shrek. After all, an academy's strength is not determined solely by the prowess of its teachers, but also by the quality of its instruction. Chapter 50. Departure leaving already? I just recently became an apprentice. Perhaps next time we can spar again. With that, Jiang Xuan turned his back and returned to the inn with Meng, Iran, and the others, casting a meaningful glance at Zhu Zhuqing before departing. As for Dai Mubai, after several provocations, Jiang Xuan had long regarded him as a dead man. However, there are instances where some individuals remaining alive may be more enjoyable than being directly killed. Under such circumstances, aside from the protagonist who could rally, he was curious about how the others of the Shrek's 7 monsters would respond. Wouldn't it be better to leave Dai Mubai's fate to his brother? Thus ended the farce ignited by a teasing remark, and it was certain that Ma Hongjun would be considerably more cautious with his words for a long while to come. As he observed the group from Shrek entering the inn, the original Songhui Academy intended to say something, but Yi Zhiqiu intervened, realizing that in a situation of disadvantage, one must endure. The words of that young man carried deeper meanings. It was not merely about formidable strength, but also a superior level of reason, neither provoking trouble nor fearing it. This was not just directed at those few rascals, but also at them. In a world where might dictates reason, enduring verbal taunts is one thing, but if one lacks the power to defend oneself against physical aggression, one must simply endure. As a teacher, remaining on the sidelines is one thing, but once involved, one must consider if they can match the teachers behind others. Yi Zhiqiu retracted the Xian Gui martial soul, and without its manifestation, his overall image noticeably improved. He cast a deep glance at the departing figure, silently pondering that he would likely see them again in the Soul Master competition. Let us go. Having suffered a setback, with no chance for retribution and his students having been beaten, Yi Zhiqiu wisely led his students to another inn. Upon returning to the inn, Jiang Xuan and the 2 girls De Guyen were nonchalantly dining on the 2nd floor, seemingly unaffected by the earlier conflict. Let us go. If you wish to catch up to that monster, you must first adjust your mindset. Zhao Wujing, not one for many words, recognized that this setback wasn't entirely detrimental. Once the soul rings were acquired, a little psychological guidance would suffice. Everyone entered without suggesting a change of venue, leaving Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing behind. Zhuqing, what are you still doing standing there? Come here. It seemed the young girl had made a decision, recalling the battle moments ago. Was your breath not in disarray? After finishing their meal, Jiang Xuan separated from the trio and retreated to his room to rest. To be honest, he was quite looking forward to the journey to the Stardow Forest the next day. The first 2 soul rings were acquired from the Soul Beast Forest near his family, and high-level soul beasts were plentiful, with at least 2 decent century-old ones available. Soul Master cultivation can be substituted with meditation, yet Jiang Xuan preferred not to replace rest with an entire night of meditation, as it would undoubtedly impose unnecessary burdens on his mental faculties. As the saying goes, one must balance work and rest. Entering his room, Jiang Xuan channeled his soul power through the lotus mark on his forehead, summoning a grand lotus platform into the chamber. When it comes to rest, nothing is more comfortable than his innate lotus platform of the blue lotus earth heartfire. The temperature in the room notably increased with the appearance of the lotus platform, yet upon sitting on it, a refreshing coolness enveloped him, creating a curious juxtaposition of heat and chill. The petals surrounding the platform were significantly more abundant than those of his martial soul, and he could distinctly see that several lotus seeds had been separated from the center. Thanks to the existence of the Earth Heart Lotus seeds, Jiang Xuan dared to affirm that his Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire was not just a martial soul, but also a unique flame of the 19th rank in his understanding of the world. To his surprise, the source power of the Fire Dragon King within the ice and fire yin-yang, I seemed to have infused a trace of red flame into the Blue Lotus. However, he was uncertain whether he could access the true origin of the two great Dragon Kings. Dividing his hands, he revealed a flicker of crimson amidst the azure flames of the lotus, confirming that he could indeed extract the red fire. With the proper nurturing of soul power, it could potentially form a new flame. Nevertheless, the power of this flame was considerably weak, likely not even reaching the level of 5th-grade beast fire, let alone rivaling the Blue Lotus, this extraordinary flame of the heavens and earth. After gazing at it for a while, Jiang Xuan eventually returned it to the Blue Lotus's core, suppressing the urge for a particular experiment. That bold idea was hardly suitable for experimentation in someone else's room, lest he unwittingly create a nuclear explosion. Given the ability to possess different flames, no matter how feeble, Jiang Xuan believed that his conjecture should be realizable. He wondered if the Fire comrade would require royalties for his rights. With a hearty laugh, Jiang Xuan focused his mind and, noting that it was still early outside, chose to practice the nameless technique while seated on the Blue Lotus. He had a rough idea of what to name a technique capable of controlling multiple flames. Not wishing to waste much thought on it, he began cultivating his soul power according to the technique. Yet, he couldn't help but harbor some curiosity about the origins of another self. Unfortunately, whether he could enter that peculiar space was beyond his control. This trip to the ice and fire yin-yang, I had thoroughly resolved his innate shortcomings. He was sufficiently nourished with energy, and his cultivation speed had doubled. Previously, the compression of soul power was a necessity, as his body could not store large quantities of soul power, which would dissipate into the surrounding space for the Blue Lotus to absorb freely. Sometimes, after it was well fed, it would whimsically expel scraps as if it possessed its own spirit, not permitting itself to absorb them. A soul master can continue to cultivate without acquiring a soul ring. Another significant advantage of compressing soul power is the prevention of waste. Otherwise, if the quality did not improve, inferior soul power will be forcibly expelled by the Blue Lotus, leaving him with no one to hold accountable. Old poison, may you live in peace. You are a good person. Whether it was the ice and fire yin-yang eye or the wondrous mushroom, both were urgently needed items. When his grandfather could not contact Douluo, he had contemplated joining Shrek alongside Tang San to visit the ice and fire yin-yang eye. With the increase in cultivation speed, he believed that obtaining the 3rd soul ring would soon elevate him to level 40. Encircled by azure flames, it was remarkable that nothing within the room was touched. The azure flames danced with a spirit of their own, as if rejoicing alongside their master. As Jiang Xuan practiced, he contemplated which aspect to focus on for his 3rd soul ring. Although the techniques taught in the system space were beneficial, it would require time for him to master them. Soul skills appeared to be a viable shortcut for rapid enhancement of strength. It was no wonder that many preferred not to explore and create soul skills independently. Acquiring a soul ring was something ordinary soul masters simply did not have the time to diligently study. Not long into his cultivation, Jiang Xuan fell into a deep, restful slumber on the Blue Lotus, the familiar aura restoring his fatigue perfectly in this state of rest. However, unlike the soundly sleeping Jiang Xuan, countless talented youths in the other rooms spent the night in sleepless meditation. Somewhere else, a middle-aged man, looking disheveled and with an odd expression, appeared, as if he were suppressing some form of rage. Chapter 51. Douluo Forest, Seeking Votes. After preparing the necessary supplies, Jiang Xuan packed them into his auspicious treasure pouch and called upon the other two to set off. This trip to the Douluo Forest could be considered half an experience. Upon exiting, the group from Shrek had already vanished from sight, presumably having entered the forest ahead of time. It was perhaps for the best, as avoiding the sight of Dai Mubai's resentful eyes would help maintain his mood. With a head start, Tianxiang advanced first, based on their actual combat strength. As long as they did not encounter an excessively powerful Soul Emperor, they would be fine. In the outskirts of the Douluo Forest, they could adequately protect themselves. With the intention of fostering camaraderie, the elder discreetly concocted a narrative about training the trio. Training? The inner circle is perilous, while the outer circle proves ineffective. Are you truly convinced that it can serve as a means of physical training? Consuming the mystical herb. Both Douluo Yin and Meng Yiran are endowed with exceptional martial souls, displaying formidable combat prowess. When they unleash their full potential, even a soul king pales in comparison. A soul emperor must venture into the Douluo forest, seeking soul beasts that are at least 40,000 years old. As the outer regions offer little in terms of high-level beasts. As dawn approached, the two finally completed their preparations. It appears that regardless of the realm, a woman's desire for beauty remains unchanged. However, Jiang Xuan, sipping his morning tea, awaited patiently, devoid of any impatience. Their carriage was left at the inn. For the primitive forest is no thoroughfare. One must tread carefully, lest they attract unwanted attention. After traversing eastward for an hour, they caught sight of a small supply town at the entrance of the Douluo forest, separated by a desolate expanse. This marked Jiang Xuan's first genuine foray into the Douluo forest in both his past and present life, and he was filled with exhilaration, unperturbed by the scenery. Meng Yiran, as the elder sister, and Douluo Yin had both visited this place multiple times, yet Douluo Yin, having spent considerable time with her grandfather in the Sunset Forest, was particularly curious about this vast sanctuary of soul beasts. The vastness of this habitat is no exaggeration. From a distance, the eastern entrance stretches for thousands of miles, with the Tiando Empire merely showcasing a modest opening. One can only imagine the grandeur of its total expanse. The original text may have undersold it. The vegetation transitioning from sparse grasslands to shrubs rivals the trees of the Shenangjia from Jiang Xuan's previous life, and the interior is an endless tapestry of greenery. Towering ancient trees, far more exaggerated than those in the Sunset Forest, boast trunks wide enough to accommodate several individuals. The moment they stepped into the forest, the distinction from the outside world was palpable. The air is thick with life. Could it be that one could truly train here indefinitely? Even in the periphery, the abundance of elemental energy is striking, explaining the existence of such formidable soul beasts. The Douluo forest indeed serves as a sanctuary for cultivation. However, should one wish to become prey to soul beasts, they may find solace in residing here. In response to the two women's intriguing remarks, Jiang Xuan rolled his eyes. The soul beast forest, blessed with the essence of life at its core and in its primal state, undoubtedly brims with energy. Yet, the scarcity of high-ranking soul beasts in the outer regions does not imply their absence altogether. It is not unheard of for powerful soul beasts, akin to tidal Douluo, to patrol their territories, leading to the untimely demise of many unfortunate souls each year. Thus, Jiang Xuan found himself at a loss for words regarding the women's thoughts. As long as the methods for soul ring acquisition remain unchanged, the prospect of peaceful coexistence between humans and soul beasts remains bleak. The Douluo forest belongs to them. Do you still wish to dwell here? Please do not involve me in such folly. Douluo Yin concurred. Many of the creatures within the Douluo forest are absent from the Sunset Forest. While the trio did not swagger about, they were not overly cautious either, as they had yet to reach the territory of soul beasts over a century old. What is that soul beast called? The red-eared monkey, a 10-year soul beast, is a gregarious creature and poses no threat. And that turtle over there? That is not a turtle. It is a green-haired gourdworm. Insects have shells? Who told you that soul beast insects cannot have shells? As they traveled, Douluo Yin and Meng Yiran indeed presented a delightful spectacle, with an array of bizarre questions emerging incessantly. Jiang Xuan couldn't help but wonder what on earth the current Soul Master Academies were teaching, as they seemed to lack even the fundamental knowledge of soul beasts. A Soul Master ought to possess basic knowledge of soul beasts to survive. After once again attempting to roast a wood-tongued serpent that was preparing to ambush him, Jiang Xuan felt resigned. The two, clearly sensing souls, were behaving like naive little rabbits, feigning ignorance. Come on, even if we are not close, one is the granddaughter of Douluo, and the other has grown up together with you. Surely, you cannot fool me. Hey, it's just that we're not used to this new environment. Tough it out and continue exploring. Trusting you is as foolish as it gets. Douluo Yin was undoubtedly trying to persuade Meng Yiran to join their ranks. Have you truly considered joining our Tiando royal team? Given your age, you surely won't miss the selection for the Continental Soul Master competition. Douluo Yin was well aware that if she could recruit this little prodigy into the Tiando team alongside herself, Securing first place in the Tiendo selection would be a certainty, and they might even achieve commendable rankings in the continental competition. Your sister has already agreed. Come on, aside from her, there are also beautiful young ladies in the team, and I can introduce you to a girlfriend later. Seeing that a direct invitation was ineffective, Douluo Yin resorted to the allure of beauty. The Soul Masters in the Tiendo Royal team were indeed remarkable individuals. The claims that the original protagonists could defeat opponents of higher ranks were somewhat exaggerated. Thank you for your kind intentions, Yin Jia, but let us discuss joining the team later. Jiang Xuan envisioned forming his own team for the competition. With Meng Yiran having consumed the mystical herb and earth heart lotus, her talent was already among the elite. Thus, he saw no reason to join others. After politely declining Douluo Yin, he pondered the composition of his team. If all went well, Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing could be viable candidates. With these two, along with himself, they could form a solid 7-member team. However, it would not be easy for Oscar to part ways with Shrek Academy, and Zhu Zhuqing's emotional ties to that institution were undoubtedly stronger. One step at a time, there is still ample time before the Soul Master competition begins, and suitable candidates have yet to be encountered. Ultimately, if necessary, reorganizing a team could also be an option. Chapter 52. A Corner, Encountering Love? If one were to participate in the Soul Master competition, Tiendo Royal Academy would indeed be an excellent choice. Captain Yu Qianheng stands out as a promising young talent from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, ranking high in both martial soul quality and innate soul power. Unfortunately, it seems that not only Shrek's teaching methods lack depth, but other prestigious academies also rarely delve into the essence of martial souls, neglecting the cultivation of soul masters themselves. In comparison to Bei from the second team, Yu Qianheng falls short. As a captain, it is concerning that he was easily outmaneuvered by others, suggesting either a plot twist or that the young man is simply too impulsive. Jiang Xuan does not hold him in high regard. The remaining teammates, however, shine brightly. Whether it be Douluo Yin with her green-scale Serpent King or the wielder of the Wind Chime, Bird Martial Soul, both worthy of commendation. The two brothers from the Sure family possess a black tortoise that can evolve into a top-tier water martial soul, rivaling that of the Phoenix. Their composed demeanor adds to their reliability. And then there is the auxiliary Soul Master, Nine-Hearted Begonia, Yi Lingling, with only one soul skill. Her auxiliary martial soul provides area-wide healing, with the effectiveness contingent on the Soul Master's will. The higher the soul power, the more potent the healing. Isn't that quite familiar? Jiang Xuan couldn't help but scoff. Wasn't this merely a mobile version of Spring? As he contemplated, he felt a stirring desire to join such a team, combining strong attackers, crowd control, agile assassins, and 2 defensive Soul Masters alongside an auxiliary Soul Master, a force to be reckoned with. Behold the bizarre assembly of protagonists. The powerful Assault-type Soul Master, Bai Mao, pales in comparison to Yu Qianheng, while the Control-type Soul Master, lacking external support, stands no chance against the Bailin Snake. Furthermore, the absence of defensive Soul Masters, coupled with 2 formidable support Soul Masters, raises the question of how this team could possibly suffer defeat. It can only be attributed to the invincibility of the protagonist's halo. Moreover, as captain, Yu Qianheng bears the brunt of the blame for their annihilation. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind, while beside him, Douluo Yin continued to chatter incessantly. Meng Yiran, as a comrade, could only offer a resigned smile, conveying her helplessness to Jiang Xuan. Naturally, it was not the time to acquiesce to her requests. Jiang Xuan contemplated deeply. Otherwise, what role would he assume upon joining the Tiendo Royal team? Prior to attaining overwhelming strength, it was not merely a matter of gathering a few formidable Soul Masters to secure victory. The chemistry within the team might diminish with his inclusion. Should he wait until he could single-handedly face 7 opponents in the Soul Master competition? He was still pondering whether he could stealthily recruit Yi Lingling to his side, and joining them first would complicate matters emotionally and logically. A mobile fountain team is worth having. Spare me the elaborate discussions about the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Survival is paramount for output. The periphery of the Stardow Forest is not as small as one might imagine. Rather, its expanse is quite staggering. It is no wonder it can provide soul rings for Soul Masters from across the continent. From the moment they entered the Stardow Forest, while engaging in light-hearted banter, the group remained vigilant for any signs of soul beasts nearby. The outer region typically serves as a paradise for Soul Masters below the 4th ring. teeming with thousand-year soul beasts, though 10,000-year ones are scarce. It is a perfectly balanced zone, unlike the mixed area, which is fraught with danger, where even 100,000-year soul beasts may roam. Among the soul beasts, aside from the 10 fearsome beasts and individuals like the Silver Dragon King, Emperor Tian, the existence of merely 200,000-year soul beasts, Ming and Air Ming, raises questions. Where else would the second part of the body sect acquire such a plethora of 100,000-year soul rings? Unfortunately, for Jiang Xuan and his companions, the outer region fails to provide any significant training. As per the suggestions of their elders, they could aim for high-level 1,000-year soul rings in certain circumstances. Even attempt to acquire 10,000-year soul rings, considering his sister possesses a unique method. In the original text, Tang San is depicted as overly reliant on luck, while Jiang Xuan is determined to grant his elder sister the advantage of physical prowess. Today has indeed turned out to be our lucky day. Unexpectedly, we resolved a major deal, complete with a buy-one-get-one free offer. Just as they traversed the path from the outer region to the mixed area, a sharp, mocking voice pierced the air. Suddenly, several burly adult men obstructed their way. "Excuse me, gentlemen, may I inquire why you have chosen to impede our progress?" Jiang Xuan grinned, displaying what he believed to be his most radiant smile. The men blocking their path were slightly shorter than him, barely exceeding 12 years of age. "What do you want?" One of them laughed heartily. "Brothers, this foolish child asks us what we want. Little baby, did your family not teach you that in the Douluo Forest? One must be wary not only of the omnipresent soul beasts, but also of scheming soul masters?" The speaker appeared to be the leader. A middle-aged man bearing a menacing scar that ran from his face to his neck, exuding an intimidating aura. At that moment, he was stepping upon what one might initially mistake for a rock, only to reveal that it was a pile of bodies. The men were attempting to mask the scent of the corpses with herbs from the Douluo Forest. No wonder Mang Iran and Duguyen had failed to detect the smell of blood. Are they seasoned killers? If utilizing herbs to conceal human scent is essential survival knowledge for soul masters, then the proficiency they displayed in stacking corpses to eliminate traces with corpse-eating insects is not something ordinary individuals would know. Jiang Xuan recalled reading about corpse-eating insects in the notes of the old poison master. Their presence suggested that these men were far from benign. Seeing Jiang Xuan remain silent, a diminutive, rat-faced man beside the leader revealed a lewd grin and remarked, "Why waste time talking to them, big brother? Killing one squad is the same as killing three. Besides, these two lovely ladies are so pure." The term pure was directed at Meng Iran and Duguyen. However, the notion of purity? Beneath Jiang Xuan's smiling facade, he struggled to suppress his emotions. It was astonishing that such a situation had indeed unfolded, for the two sisters, both possessing serpentine martial souls, were anything but pure. The men discreetly encircled Jiang Xuan and his companions, lacking the habitual verbosity of typical villains, as the so-called leader glared. "Do not complicate matters. Your misfortune lies in having seen what you shouldn't have. Judging by your appearance, you seem to be unremarkable young masters and young ladies out here training." Unable to contain himself, the monkey remarked, "Once we return to the city, you can seek out some girls to relieve your urges. I have no desire to attract trouble." The man spoke succinctly and appeared ready to act. This caught Jiang Xuan and his companions off guard. Rarely did desperate individuals turn down the allure of two women. While Duguyen and Mang Iran might not possess the beauty of legendary enchantresses, they were undeniably stunning. Considering their attire, the men likely feared the presence of elders nearby, prompting them to resolve the situation quickly. Before uttering those words, the leader had clearly scanned the vicinity, ensuring no high-level soul masters lurked nearby before revealing his malevolence. Martial Soul Possession. Chapter 53, Apologies, but you are surrounded. The Scar Man bellowed. Beast Spirit Possession. Snake Spear Possession. Golden Monkey Possession. Under the leadership of their captain, several soul respect level soul masters around them exhibited their martial souls, while the leader himself displayed a configuration of white, yellow, and purple, indicative of a soul zone-level existence. For this soul master team, engaging in murder and theft had become routine for Liu Yan at times. The rewards from slaying certain soul masters outweighed the risks of hunting soul beasts. Their ability to frequently engage without drawing the attention of the spirit hall hinged on Liu Yan's impressive 48-level soul power and their unwavering team discipline. The monkey was the most lecherous among them, often showering his gold soul coins upon women after a successful hunt. Today, encountering such exquisite beauty in the form of two young ladies was no exception. Truth be told, upon first sighting them, he felt an immediate thrill, believing these soul master girls to far surpass the women of the brothels. However, Liu Yan's rationality curtailed his impulses. A subtle sense of danger, honed by talent, had always been his safeguard against peril. While the feeling was not overwhelming upon seeing the trio, he sensed something unusual, likely due to their noble backgrounds. Yet, what did that matter? After committing murder and theft, they could dispose of evidence without a trace. Who would be able to ascertain that Liu Yan's hunting team had done so in the Stardew Forest? Among his subordinates, camaraderie was built upon the principle of money first, though uncertain how they would respond in life-or-death situations. Liu Yan had instilled in them the notion that even when hunting rabbits, one must exert full effort. No matter the adversary, they would all join forces to eliminate it. Previously, they had even ambushed and eliminated 2 academy teams led by Soul King-level individuals. Thus, a 6-man team led by Soul Zone, with the remaining members all being Soul Respect level, thrived in the outer region. Liu Yan viewed the trio before him as no exception. Regrettably, having previously dealt with a squad that appeared to be from an academy, they lacked the luxury of time to indulge further. Otherwise, these 2 young ladies could have experienced something unique. Rest assured, given your polite demeanor, I shall not allow your demise to be excessively painful. After embodying the ferocious bull spirit, Liu Yan appeared significantly more imposing. His arms and legs bulked up considerably. The sharp-featured man, with elongated hands, revealed his monkey martial soul. Is it truly impossible for us to converse amicably? We assure you, we have seen nothing. Jiang Xuan, intrigued, began to comment on the opponent's martial soul, only to pause for a moment, his expression such that an uninformed observer might mistake him for an inexperienced young master. Although Liu Yan found it peculiar that this young lord did not plead for mercy like most, he dismissed the thought, attributing it to the eccentricity of his adversary. Have you had enough fun? Meng Yiran's tone was frigid, while Duge Yin was already exhibiting her serpentine eyes. Alas, my reluctance to spill blood has granted you an opportunity. Yet you are so ineffectual. The boy's voice was soft but clear despite the proximity, and just as they contemplated mocking him, the next scene left them aghast. The Emerald Scale, Serpent King, Manifest, Serpent King Staff. 2 alluring voices resonated. Yet the typically lecherous monkey was no longer in the mood to discuss the charms of the 2 beauties' voices. Yellow, purple, gulp. 2 soul masters? The optimal configuration of soul masters? Fearful whispers spread among the group. They had faced students from the academy before, but those were mere low-level soul masters. Who could have anticipated that their final endeavor today would be life-threatening? Indeed, one must never utter the words of concluding a deal and returning home. With a firm resolve, the monkey wielded his spear with all his might. The ferocious bull spirit sect leader bellowed, and there were no melodramatic twists of fate. They were all desperate individuals. And the notion of kneeling to plead for mercy upon witnessing the optimal spirit ring configuration was foreign to them. Instead, they launched an immediate offensive upon witnessing the embodiment of the 2 martial souls. Liu Yan's thoughts were straightforward. 2 soul masters potentially above the rank of soul respect combined with an unknown level soul master could indeed spell catastrophe. Typically, such elegantly dressed young men and women hailed from noble families and would not be found in the Stardew Forest like them, who were there out of necessity. Thus, what could these 3 possibly seek? Surely, they were after spirit rings, and among them, at least one must have broken through the 30th level, preparing to ascend towards the 40th. Given their youthful appearance and optimal spirit ring configuration, it was inconceivable for them to be inept. To seek the opponent's mercy? Only a fool would consider entrusting their life to such uncertain actions. The line between heaven and hell can sometimes be drawn with startling swiftness. Liu Yan, a seasoned individual in this line of work, had contemplated the day he might encounter formidable adversaries. Thus, they endeavored to assess the opponent's strength before acting. However, today they coincidentally encountered 3 young children possessing such terrifying levels of soul power. The lethal sense of danger following the manifestation of their martial souls allowed him to feel the overwhelming soul power radiating from both women, and not merely one soul respect. Astonishingly, 2. At level 40, he was acutely aware of his brother's strength. Even in a group fight, a 30 level would be no match for a 40 level. Thus, they could only gamble that these prodigies lacked actual combat experience. Such remarkable talent must have been honed through rigorous training in soul power. Yet in the throes of life and death, opportunities may yet arise. While contemplating, their movements did not falter, and they charged simultaneously toward Meng, Iran, and Douluo Yin, deliberately neglecting Jiang Xuan, who had not revealed his martial soul. So, do Douluo Yin and Meng Iran lack combat experience? Remember to leave some alive. Jiang Xuan reminded them at the opportune moment, lest the two young ladies leave nothing but remnants of their foes, as he sought a bit of amusement from this otherwise tedious journey through the Stardow Forest. Unfortunately, their adversaries did not cooperate. Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's words, the two women exchanged a knowing smile. Douluo Yin instantly transformed into the striking form of the emerald scale serpent, her legs merging into a powerful serpent tail, while Meng Iran's serpent staff glowed with renewed vigor, expanding in stature. First soul skill, violet phosphor purple poison. First soul skill, sweeping across the army. A violet mist enveloped the area, and the expressions of several men shifted dramatically, yet knowing it was poison, they could only brace themselves. Cover your mouths and noses. As for Meng Iran's staff, due to its mutation, it resembled more of a long pole, radiating an indescribable heroism, with the first soul ring shining brightly. Chapter 54. Survival of the Fittest in an Instant. Liu Yin and his companions unleashed their fury without reservation. Having reached this point, it was a matter of life and death. Their aim was to eliminate these two three-ring soul masters with a single strike. As for the pale-faced lad standing idly, he was likely of little consequence. Third soul skill, charge. Fourth soul skill, earth tremor. Third soul skill, rending claw. In a heartbeat, the battlefield was illuminated by the brilliance of their soul rings, as a barrage of peculiar skills descended upon them. Truly, they were desperate individuals. Their first move was a series of lethal maneuvers from unusual angles. Jiang Xuan took a step back, as if narrowly evading an attack from a three-ring soul master. Meanwhile, the assailants targeted Meng Iran and Douluo Yin, only to hear a delicate cry. First soul skill, sweeping across the army. The serpent staff in Meng Iran's grasp thickened further, the weighty sensation immediately palpable. No longer did it follow the erratic path of the original narrative, under Jiang Xuan's intentional guidance. Meng Iran's mutated martial soul was now aptly described as a powerful offensive force. The serpent staff, or serpent pole, imbued with two golden soul rings, boasted unparalleled weight and striking power. Not to mention that both women were seasoned fighters, even if they were not as battle-hardened as their adversaries. The gap in strength was starkly evident. All were three-ring soul masters, yet their opponents were uniformly equipped with white and yellow rings, while Meng Iran and Douluo Yin possessed the optimal configuration of two yellow and one purple. Furthermore, Meng Iran's third ring was not merely a 1,000-year soul ring, but a formidable 3,100-year golden bear's gift, surpassing the basic configuration. With a sweeping motion of her serpent staff, Meng Iran's immense power caused the two burly men who had initially charged her to pale dramatically, their bodies sent sprawling, their faces turning a sickly hue upon impact. A devastating blow. Only the sharp-beaked man, wielding the monkey martial soul, barely evaded due to his speed. Upon witnessing the near incapacitation of two of his comrades in a single exchange, Liu Yin felt a tremor of doubt, his fists now exaggeratedly muscular. A sensitive attack-type soul master against a powerful attack-type soul master, without distance and with lesser soul power. What do you have to contend with me? As the leader of the squad, Liu Yan's objective was clear. As the soul respect, he would be the main force in combat. The opposing duo was clearly a combination of sensitive and powerful attackers. The man likely served as support. Thus, if he could swiftly eliminate one of the sensitive attackers, he would certainly turn the tables on the other serpent staff-wielding soul master. It must be said, setting aside innate talent, their combat acumen was evidently superior to that of typical academy students. The experience forged in the crucible of life and death proved far more practical than mere skills. Had they encountered another group of students instead of Jiang Xuan and his companions, there was a genuine possibility they might have succeeded. Controlling the restraint of agility-based attackers is indeed correct, but when it comes to overpowering them, the disparity in strength between the two sides is crucial. The Emerald-Scaled Serpent King is not adept at direct confrontations, and in high-level or even equal-level battles, it finds itself at a disadvantage. This is precisely why Douluo once earned a notorious title. However, the man before me, despite being a level 40 Soul Master, can a mere bull spirit truly contend with the Emerald-Scaled Serpent King? Setting aside the differences in soul rings, engaging in a brute force clash has never been the forte of agility-based Soul Masters. The phosphorescent purple poison spread silently, and although the others were aware of the danger, they had no choice but to shout for one another to cover their mouths and noses as they witnessed Lu Yan's attack nearing Douluo Yan. An eerie scene unfolded. Douluo Yan smiled enchanting, her body seemingly frail and boneless as she deftly dodged the man's punch. In contrast, Lu Yan, with his bull horns, appeared clumsy, stumbling awkwardly in place. Had he missed his punch? No, although I'm not a speed-type Soul Master. My ability to reduce the opponent's movement speed by 30 underfoot should not be underestimated. What soul skill did he employ? Weren't you just eager to catch me for some fun? Now, here I am before you. Care play with me? Lu Yan's expression fluctuated, and upon glancing at the monkey who had spoken these words, he noticed the latter's face was bruised, his lips a disturbing shade of purple. The others within the mist were also collapsing one by one. Poison. The moment Lu Yan saw the serpent spirit manifest, he understood that serpent-type spirits often possessed poisonous attributes. Thus, they had discreetly consumed a detoxification pill, yet even this could not avert their fate. The toxicity wielded by this serpent spirit user was terrifying indeed. Once Douluo Yan's spirit manifested, her serpent tail elongated, exuding a beguiling beauty while harboring the lethal power to strangle. The insolent monkey soul master was now ensnared by her lengthy serpent tail, resembling a constrictor preparing to swallow its prey. As the poison took hold, the monkey soul master found himself immobilized, yet his mind remained untouched. Under Douluo Yan's deliberate torment, her serpentine form would gradually extinguish his life while applying immense psychological pressure. Is this not cruel? Lu Yan shook his head. It appeared he had unwittingly succumbed to the serpent's venom. That was not a mere miss of a punch, but rather a manifestation of his diminished reflexes post-poisoning. Witnessing the torment of the monkey under his command, Lu Yan felt a surge of panic. Not for those who had fallen, but for himself as he pondered how to extricate himself from this dire situation. What a blunder. The two three-ring Soul Masters had proven unexpectedly formidable, especially the poison user before him, who had silently infiltrated toxins into his allies despite their attempts to hold their breath. Moreover, the auxiliary Soul Master appeared unscathed. In stark contrast, Meng Yaran's battle was a scene of noise and chaos. Her serpent staff, nearly as thick as a fist, whistled through the air as she wielded it. The girl's gaze was resolute, a far cry from her earlier softness. Though the staff seemed ordinary, it carried an imposing weight, striking foes with enough force to leave them kneeling and incapacitated. The surroundings bore witness to the devastation wrought by her, with craters and shattered tree trunks scattered about, revealing the terror she embodied. Thud! With the serpent staff still active, its mere descent onto the ground stirred a significant cloud of dust, indicating its exaggerated heft. Observing his fierce companion's exaggerated combat style, Jiang Xuan fell into deep contemplation, questioning whether he had inadvertently led her down an unusual path. Would a different name for the serpent staff, perhaps the Rui Jingu Bang, suit it better? Despair. One by one, his comrades fell, clearly a deliberate tactic by the opposing side. Lu Yan unleashed his third soul skill. His face contorted in fury as he lunged toward what he perceived to be the auxiliary Soul Master. Chapter 55. A ruthless individual? Among the three Soul Masters, two were extraordinarily powerful level 40 Soul Masters, though they had yet to acquire their soul rings. The optimal configuration of their soul rings and their displayed combat prowess left Lu Yan in a state of despair. The poison serpent Soul Master needed no further elaboration. The monkey who had previously mocked her was now in a precarious state, while the staff-wielding Soul Master displayed an astonishing ferocity. Despite her seemingly delicate frame, she possessed tremendous strength, cleaving a tree as thick as a person in half. The consequences of such a weapon striking a human body were all too clear. Young yet powerful, their soul powers were impressive, and their spirits were top tier. Surely the remaining individual could not be of lesser caliber. If only he could capture this auxiliary soul master. There remained a glimmer of hope for rescue. As he observed the narrowing distance between them, a flicker of joy crept into Lu Yan's eyes. Indeed, a two-ring great soul master. I knew that geniuses could not be common. Internally raging, Lu Yan could not help but feel frantic. With his team nearly obliterated, how could he not be driven to madness? He fixated on the two yellow soul rings adorning the youth, which, while optimal, would not lead to his own downfall. The scarred man remained oblivious, while the two women exchanged glances of pity. Alas, of all the choices, they had selected a seemingly innocuous, yet truly monstrous individual. Emerging from the depths of the earth, the blue lotus flame ignited. In response to the soul master's assault, Jiang Xuan did not underestimate his opponent, unleashing the blue lotus heart flame the moment their gaze turned upon him. Having awakened, the blue lotus heart flame now surged forth with a will of its own. Uncertain of the source of their exhilaration, did they truly regard him as a soft target to be easily trampled? Truth be told, the three had approached their opponents with a mindset of playfulness. The implications behind their soul ring configurations extended beyond mere differences in skill potency. Soul rings of 10, 100, or even 1,000 years signify vast differences in quality and quantity. The early maturation of soul masters in the Douluo Continent is partly due to the nourishing effects of absorbed soul rings on the body. Whether a soul master's first ring is 100 years old speaks volumes about the quality of their spirit and physique. A 100-year soul ring and a 10-year white soul ring are hardly comparable, let alone a 1,000-year one. This is why the hunting squad soul masters reacted so strongly upon witnessing the two women possessing 1,000-year soul rings. It is worth noting that Lu Yan only acquired a purple soul ring that barely surpassed 1,000 years upon reaching level 40. Although he currently possessed only 200-year soul rings and had yet to absorb a third 1,000-year soul ring. Thanks to the extraordinary herbs and rigorous physical training he had undergone since childhood, he held no fear in a contest of physical prowess against a soul master. Underestimated. Am I? As he took the punch from the bull spirit master, Jiang Xuan remained unfazed. It seemed that in this moment, he appeared the most amiable among the trio, perhaps chosen because they deemed him easy to subdue and thus a potential threat. It must be said that, despite being mere background characters absent from the original story, they exhibited far more authenticity than some dim-witted antagonists, displaying a keen intellect. The skirmish unfolded in mere minutes, devoid of any verbal sparring. Instead, each combatant focused sharply on their lethal targets, delivering ruthless strikes. Had their talents and backgrounds been even slightly higher, their achievements might have reached even greater heights. How is this possible? Gazing at his third soul skill being effortlessly intercepted, it seemed entirely incongruous that such a massive fist could be matched against the delicate palm of the youth before him. How could one of merely the second ring withstand his assault so brazenly? It was perplexing. Apologies, for I have recently undergone a second awakening of my martial spirit and am still unfamiliar with the strength of my own body. I may have miscalibrated my power in this test. The two women withdrew their martial spirits, standing quietly beside Jiang Xuan as they observed the man, whose eyes were filled with astonishment. Jiang Xuan's eyes narrowed into slits, having been struck by the venom of the azure scale serpent. His movements were sluggish and his reflexes diminished. Truly terrifying. Upon closer inspection, a thin layer of flame enveloped the point of contact between their hands and fists, the azure heartfire having seared the man's 4 fingers in a ghastly white bone. Yet, astonishingly, he showed no sign of pain. Did he not look at his own hand? My sincerest apologies, esteemed and anonymous soul master, for my lack of mastery over my martial spirit has led to an inadvertent and exaggerated release of energy. What on earth is this flame? Like the whispers of a demon, Lu Yan could no longer ponder how his adversary had managed to block his attack. His left fist was visibly consumed by the azure flames, and terrifyingly, he felt no pain at all. This was untenable. He attempted to isolate the eerie fire with his soul power, but his normally formidable muscles felt as fragile as tofu against a cleaver. Was it venom? Could the toxin affect his nerves? At this moment, Lu Yan was acutely aware that this was the work of the serpent soul master. What kind of snake venom rendered the detoxification pills utterly ineffective? Within, he screamed as the unrelenting flames crawled up his left arm. If not for the obstruction of his soul power, he would surely have been reduced to a pile of bones by now. Since I feel no pain. Liu Yin resolved to sever his own arm with his companion's steel blade. Ah! The anguished cry did not emanate from Liu Yin. Meng Iran, though somewhat carefree, was startled by the gruesome scene and turned her head away. Du Yin also scolded him in astonishment. A madman, a ruthless individual. Realizing that he felt no pain, had he opted for self-amputation to halt the burning of the Azure Heart fire? Impressive. Jiang Xuan had initially perceived this man as nothing more than a petty thug, but now, observing his temperament and the ruthless decisiveness of his actions, it seemed he was indeed the protagonist of a tale that had gone awry. The trio appeared to be the antagonists driving the protagonist into a corner. The man leaped back a few paces, the purple spots on his face multiplying with time, as he sensed the rapid depletion of his vitality. His severed arm lay discarded, while his soul power temporarily enveloped the bleeding stump. His gaze locked fiercely onto the once innocuous youth. First soul skill, second soul skill, third soul skill. Ultimately, anger triumphed over reason. Under the simultaneous release of 3 soul rings, his entire being swelled, resembling a small mountain as he charged towards Jiang Xuan. The 2 women, witnessing this, subtly stepped aside. Oh, how ungrateful! What if I cannot withstand this and am crushed? With that thought, out of respect for his opponent, Jiang Xuan set aside his playful demeanor, intending to test the full extent of his martial spirit's second awakening. Yes, I believe this to be my full power. A soul master at level 48, nearing 50, was an apt match. First soul skill, shape of exotic fire. Second soul skill, dance of the fiery sun. The bull spirit master, with a frenzied physique, used the distance to gain momentum for his charge, while Jiang Xuan, with a whispered incantation, summoned a flaming blade shaped like a tang knife into his hand. Chapter 56, Battle of the Soul Sect. Boom! The fiery tang knife collided heavily with the bull spirit master's right fist, causing a massive indentation to appear behind Jiang Xuan, a testament to the sheer power of the impact. Yet, amidst such an exaggerated clash, the youth's feet remained firmly planted, with only his right hand gripping the knife. He absorbed the opponent's attack. The seemingly fragile flaming blade did not shatter as anticipated. Rather, it resisted the bull's fist with both grace and strength. Incorrectly labeled as merely a blade, it was, in fact, an extension of the Azure Heart fire itself. The greatest advantage of being mentored by the Flower Douluo was that Jiang Xuan's exploration into the manifestation of his martial spirit had ascended to a new level. Compared to his previous solitary explorations, having a legendary guiding him was unquestionably a shortcut to mastery. Unlike before, when he could only create illusory forms with his first soul skill, he had made significant progress. Just as in the battle with Shrek last night. As long as Jiang Xuan willed it, he could conjure not only fiery dual guns or arrows, but could also transform the azure into the appearance of blue silver grass, merely differing in the essence of the flame. It must be said, regarding his primary martial spirit, the Azure Heart fire, it could take on any form Jiang Xuan desired. It was more appropriate to describe this as a transformation of the martial spirit's nature, akin to how the flower Douluo's miraculous chrysanthemum could easily shift its form among its petals. Since the azure flames could manifest as a lotus, it was not inconceivable for them to transform into various tools. In contrast to a gentleman's sword, Jiang Xuan undoubtedly favored the tang knife, as he did not consider himself a gentleman. In stark contrast to Jiang Xuan's nonchalant demeanor, the bull spirit master Liu Yin was drenched in sweat, incredulously staring at the unfolding scene. Just moments ago, he could argue that his weakened state was due to the venom, yet now, with the amalgamation of 3 soul skills and the force of impact, how could this elemental soul master possibly withstand it? Shouldn't he be evading and relying on his martial spirit's advantages to engage in a war of attrition? This was not following the script. A weapon soul master enduring the attack of a beast soul master was akin to a fantastical tale. Was it difficult for the soul master to accept? Oh, indeed. For on the Douluo Continent, few consciously trained their bodies without the aid of their martial spirits. A beast martial spirit, once manifested, naturally bolstered physical strength, and weapon soul masters seldom ventured into such arduous endeavors. Yet, why could so many not comprehend this? A powerful martial spirit leads to a formidable soul master. Similarly, a soul master's strength enhances the manifestation of their martial spirit's capabilities. For example, in the absorption of soul rings, a robust physique could endure far longer than a frail one. Jiang Xuan's relaxed and lyrical words rang in his ears, but despite his exertions, it felt as if his efforts were casting stones into the sea. The tang knife he wielded remained unchanged. Aside from the trembling of the flaming blade in response to the force of the punch, there was no discernible fluctuation. "Hey, you two siblings are utterly abnormal." Douluo prodded Meng Yiran, who displayed no signs of astonishment at the scene. Was she not at all surprised by her sister's earlier display of martial prowess, or by her brother, an elemental soul master, competing in raw strength against a beast soul master? "Would you care to enlighten me on just how exaggerated your physical prowess is?" In response to Douluo's astonishment, Meng Yiran merely smiled, refraining from divulging that her own formidable strength was honed with her brother's assistance. Initially inclined toward a more agile approach, she found herself embracing a focus on raw power. Though it may not appear refined during battle, the inexplicable thrill of wielding a hefty club to subdue foes had led her to subconsciously accept this style. The formidable Lu Yin has fallen silent. Observing this, Jiang Xuan ceased to tease him further. After testing the resilience of his body, honed through the training with the strange fire, he no longer held back. Channeling his soul power through his right arm, he forced Lu Yin back a few steps. The continuous use of the azure lotus flames proved to be quite taxing on his soul power. As Lu Yin was repelled by sheer force, he could only see the indifference in the young man's expression as Jiang Xuan's left hand grasped his right wrist firmly. Jiang Xuan spoke. "Envelop your fist with soul power to avoid contact with the flames of the azure lotus. I must say, you are indeed a remarkable individual. If fate were more just, in a world without the constraints of martial souls, you would undoubtedly achieve great heights." As Jiang Xuan manipulated his soul power, the temperature of the azure lotus core fire surged dramatically, and soon, azure flames enveloped him entirely, transforming him into a regal embodiment of fire. Despite being merely a lowly white ring soul master, with a millennium-old soul ring that was nothing but a subpar quality tinged with yellow, Lu Yan's methods and ruthless demeanor, coupled with his unyielding resolve, reminded Jiang Xuan of a cultivator from his past life named Han Tianzuan, a legendary figure in the realm of cultivation. Had the Bull Soul Master been born in such a fantastical world, his achievements would have undoubtedly been significant. Alas, this is a lamentable world where one's birth largely determines one's fate. Enough jesting. How could you, geniuses, ever comprehend the trials I have faced? Why must we, the inherently disadvantaged, be trampled beneath your feet? Beneath his massive frame, the man ultimately succumbed to the neurotoxic effects of the purple phosphor poison, losing all semblance of calm and erupting into a frenzied tirade of insults. Had his reason been nearly consumed? Indeed, the poison of the purple phosphor snake emperor was fearsome. From beginning to end, the man displayed not a hint of fear. Even in the face of overwhelming power, he exuded an aura that suggested he was desperately seeking an opportunity to escape. No, it was not merely a feeling. He was indeed plotting such a course. Seeing Lu Yin, driven mad by the purple phosphor poison, Jiang Xuan silently directed the tip of his flame saber towards him. "Let me send you on your way." Soul Master. Jiang Xuan never considered himself a good person, whether it was seeking apprenticeship at Shrek Academy, leveraging the prophetic knowledge of the ice and fire yin-yang eye for personal gain, or even aiding Douluo in the evolution of his martial soul with ulterior motives. Did the latter remain unaware? Certainly, but everyone was merely exchanging benefits, and that sufficed. He detested engaging in self-serving actions while simultaneously attempting to absolve himself. Such duplicity was too hypocritical. Were the Bull Soul Master and his soul-hunting team truly in the wrong? Or were the nameless individuals they had slain at fault? From their perspective, they were merely fighting for survival in a world governed by the law of the jungle. When compared to the scarred man before him and certain overpowered protagonists from novels, he was far superior. Yet, the world remains unjust. These individuals sought to eliminate him simply because he was stronger. Thus, they perished while he survived. Such is the truth of existence, and there is no room for complaint. The youth exhaled softly, declaring, "A moment of annihilation." Chapter 57. A moment of annihilation, a moment of annihilation. The frenzied Bull Soul Master lunged forward once more. Completely devoid of rationality, Jiang Xuan, in silence, infused his soul power into the flame saber, conjured from the azure lotus core fire. as he simultaneously unleashed his first and second soul skills. In an instant, the temperature of the azure flames soared. Having been struck by the purple phosphor poison from Douluo's first soul skill, Liu Yin had little time left without the means to counteract it. This was no exaggeration. It was implausible for Douluo to ascend to the rank of title Douluo without having made a few enemies along the way. However, his granddaughter's ability to thrive at the Heaven Do Royal Academy was indicative of the situation. Surely, others would refrain from targeting Douluo. Indeed, while Douluo ranked low among title Douluos in terms of combat prowess, he was formidable in area of effect attacks. Anyone who dared to challenge him, especially those who could not ensure victory, would think twice before provoking this old poison master. As for the higher-ranking Douluos, the esteemed predecessors typically held no grudges. The title of Poison Douluo was truly fearsome. Ideally, the most prudent course of action would be to avoid conflict and allow the Bull Soul Master to succumb to his poison. In the past, Jiang Xuan would have executed such a cautious approach without hesitation, even if the opponent's combat capability posed no threat to him. However, to prevent the desperate retaliation of a Soul Master nearing the rank of Soul King, it would be wise to avoid engaging directly. Perhaps it was a moment of unwarranted sentimentality. Witnessing the man transform from calm wisdom to his current state evoked memories of an unwanted past. Ending his life with the strongest attack could be seen as a form of respect. Respecting a leader of malevolent deeds. No one is inherently noble. It is entirely possible that one day, Jiang Xuan himself may fall victim to the ambitions of higher-ranking soul masters in pursuit of soul bones and soul rings. When one is killed, life is extinguished. He never believed that crossing over and acquiring an unknown system rendered him invincible. This explains why Jiang Xuan found himself frequently seeking alliances, never to return. In battle, one fights those they can defeat and lets their allies handle those they cannot. Is that not reasonable? It is indeed reasonable. Having a backing is undoubtedly more advantageous than being without. Without the connections to the Dragon King and Serpent Queen, it is improbable he would have been able to approach the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, let alone awaken the Azure Lotus Core Fire for a second time. Without such a background, he would have likely faced a thorough education at Shrek Academy. The azure flames of the Azure Lotus blazed ever brighter. As the flame, Saber manifested a mesmerizing hue of azure, tinged with red. Come with me to hell. At that moment, amidst his madness, the scarred man exhibited a fleeting moment of clarity before launching himself at Jiang Xuan, who wielded the flaming saber. It was merely a matter of a breath. Could he still muster the willpower to temporarily suppress the purple phosphor poison? Remarkable. But alas, a moment of annihilation. In the presence of two witnesses, the illogical azure flame blade surged forth like a torrent from the saber, and upon contact with the Bull Soul Master, it erupted into a terrifying wave of fire. Devoid of any screams, the robust figure staggered forward a few steps before collapsing in a cacophony, his body inexplicably torn asunder, incinerating the remnants of the fallen soul-hunting team. What was undeniably a gruesome scene appeared almost harmonious, as the terrifying heat of the Azure Lotus Core fire incinerated blood and bone alike, rendering the aftermath akin to a video game in which humanoid monsters simply vanished upon defeat. Those with a slight penchant for the macabre might even commend this fiery artistry. Perverse. Douluo couldn't help but curse again, having been awestruck by this creature, who was nearly 3 years her junior, countless times throughout their journey. Despite the Bull Soul Master's diminished combat effectiveness due to the influence of his own purple phosphor poison, to dispatch a Soul Master over 10 levels above her own with such ease was remarkable. Did he not consider the lives of others? In response to Douluo's grievances, Jiang Xuan could only chuckle in acknowledgement, initially wanting to engage her in playful banter while he still had clarity. However, the rapid onset of the purple phosphor poison rendered the Bull Soul Master and a madman nearly indistinguishable. Once the admirable rationality he possessed was stripped away, there was no need to waste further time. A moment of annihilation. The advanced application of martial souls is akin to the extraordinary resilience of the rare medicinal flower's petals, which, under the adept hands of Yuguan, become as resilient as gold or iron. Similarly, the azure flame of the Earth's core has been wielded to its utmost potential by transforming it into a Tang sword with the first soul skill. Its inherent properties are fully utilized. allowing the flames not only to possess explosive qualities, but also to embody the razor-sharp attributes of a blade. This is precisely the reason behind the ability to unleash flame-infused sword energy, reminiscent of martial arts techniques found in other fantastical realms. Fortunately, having departed from Shrek in advance, he fortuitously encountered his mentor. Otherwise, the arduous journey of exploring the nature of his martial soul would have led him down many convoluted paths. The instantaneous lethality he now possesses can be considered one of his few trump cards. With a meaningful glance toward a particular direction, Jiang Xuan retracted his martial soul and approached the two women, exchanging knowing looks. Utilizing a finishing move truly drains soul power, he declared loudly, deliberately. Fortunately, there are no soul beasts in the vicinity. Otherwise, we would have no means of defense. He urged them to rest, admitting, my explosive techniques are limited. My soul power hasn't yet recuperated. The two, having grown up almost inseparably, understood each other's intentions with a mere glance. Their peculiar dialogue left Douluo utterly bewildered. Drained soul power? Unable to recover? No means of resistance? Is there a misunderstanding here? You still wear that exaggerated gravity ring. And as for the battle, I exerted the most effort. What are you talking about? And you, with that splendid display of power earlier, now claim you have no tricks up your sleeve? Are you jesting? Douluo, though confused, paid no heed, as her true objective lay in momentarily distracting a certain hidden observer. In the exchange of glances, before she could issue a warning, the two suddenly surged forward with remarkable speed toward a specific direction. Gravity ring, hands, disengage. Gravity ring, feet, disengage. Upon witnessing their actions, Douluo's expression shifted dramatically. Were there others present? It was no surprise that these siblings appeared on high alert, considering someone had evaded her biscaled snake-esque senses. Gazing into the dense forest, Douluo activated her martial soul, maximizing her perception. Boom! A blue fire tongue erupted, igniting a ring of trees around them. A soul master capable of evading the biscaled snake emperor's detection, though not launching an attack, was still a potential threat. Uncertain of the stranger's identity, Jiang Xuan wisely chose to act preemptively. Chapter 58. Shui Yu swore that she had never been this unfortunate in a single day. Just as her sister had finally broken through to level 40, on the brink of attaining a 1,000-year soul ring to ascend to the soul master realm, becoming one of the most formidable in the academy, she found herself embroiled in calamity while following her sister and their mentor into the Douluo forest to hunt for soul rings. First, in the mixed area, they encountered several unknown soul beasts with levels exceeding 40,000. Although the mixed area was known for its high-level soul beasts, encountering multiple advanced ones in succession was unprecedented. From a distance, these beasts predominantly appeared as serpentine or dragon-like creatures, their strength surpassing that of their peers. Fortunately, their targets were not the Academy's team. Otherwise, they would have been utterly oblivious to the danger. The leading instructor was a soul sage and accompanied by a newly promoted soul emperor, a combination that should have sufficed for a soul master to secure a 1,000-year soul ring. However, due to the unique characteristics of her martial soul, the crystal dolphin, suitable 1,000-year soul beasts were nearly impossible to find in the outer areas, prompting the instructor to lead them into the mixed zone. Accompanied by another soul emperor mentor with similar needs for soul rings, they generally faced little risk unless they ventured too deep into the mixed area. Is today a race for soul beasts? I feel like a beggar. Upon closer inspection, Shui Yu appeared disheveled, as if she had been tossed about and trampled. Anger surged within her. As a delicate beauty, she had never endured such indignities. All thanks to those 10,000-year soul beasts. She felt as though she were being pursued by some unseen force, racing from the mixed area to the central location, causing her team members targeting the 1,000-year soul beasts to frantically struggle. Among the Academy's team were a few soul sages, and several junior sisters nearly fell victim to the soul beast's foul feet. According to the instructor, they were likely being pursued by a formidable team of soul masters hunting high-level 10,000-year soul beasts, indicated by the dragon-like features of the soul beasts they encountered. The lowest level of these beasts was around 40 to 50,000 years, equivalent to a human soul Douluo. Among them, they even spotted a 90,000-year frost dragon, which would have been a perfect match for her abilities, but such a dragon could serve as the ninth soul ring for a title Douluo. As a mere soul sage, She dared not entertain such ambitions. Where, indeed, did those malevolent individuals originate? Hiding in the grass, Shueiyu's expression turned pale, her composure not fully regained. The soul beasts, comparable to a human titled Thaw, roared past, and although their targets were not the Water Element Academy, the chaos discomposed her team members. If it were merely the soul beast tide, she wouldn't have lost her way. However, as the leading instructor struggled against the backlash of the Frost Dragon's assault, a group of mysterious figures in black robes emerged from the mixed area, launching an attack on their team without warning. The peculiar martial souls of these individuals baffled even the instructor, but the terrifying aspect was that all their soul rings were of optimal configuration, with one exceeding the usual ratios. Despite their relatively low cultivation levels, none surpassing the Soul Emperor, they exhibited such bizarre attack patterns and extraordinary soul rings that they could contend with a Soul Sage and a Soul Emperor simultaneously. In the mixed area, the instructor, concerned that the sounds of battle might attract soul beasts, ordered several students to retreat under the protection of a senior sister. Considering the students were no match for the 10,000-year soul beasts. Madness. The Water Element Academy had students nearing level 50, who initially intended to support their instructor, but found themselves thwarted by the reckless attacks of the opponents, as if they were deliberately provoking soul beasts to converge. With the soul beast tide and the inexplicable attacks from the black-robed figures combined, the students had no choice but to hastily retreat to the Academy's outer divisions for assistance from the directors and mentors. As a water-type martial soul user, Shueiyu's had mastered the art of concealing her presence. While most soul beasts sensed the overwhelming life force within the soul masters, she could minimize her aura, allowing her to evade encounters with high-level soul beasts unscathed. The face-snatching spider is truly the most repulsive creature in the soul beast realm. Fuming, Shueiyu's clenched her small fists. If she hadn't encountered a 5,000-year face-snatching spider along the way, how could she and her senior sister have become separated during yet another soul beast tide? Just because you're high-level doesn't mean you can disregard us novices. Cursing the unknown soul master responsible for the chaos in the mixed area, Shueiyu's felt that fate was decidedly against her. After losing contact with her companions once more, she had no choice but to slow her pace, cautiously navigating her way out of the mixed area. As for the two teachers, one a Soul Emperor and the other a Soul Saint, facing 3 Soul Emperors should not pose a significant challenge. While traversing from a mixed zone to the central node of the outer area, she swore she had no idea if it was sheer bad luck or a stroke of good fortune that she witnessed an unforgettable scene. A group of ruthless criminals seemed to be dealing with a crime scene, among them a menacing scar-faced man, seemingly referred to as Lu Go, a member of the inferior White Ring Soul Sect. In a one-on-one situation, Shueiyu's was confident she could defeat him. However, considering the numerical advantage of the opposing side, it was wiser to conceal herself for the time being. With 6 or 7 soul ancestors present, even she, a single soul ancestor, would be at a disadvantage. Her teacher had taught her that when faced with insurmountable odds, it was prudent to hide. The Douluo forest itself was saturated with various elemental energies, and as long as the enemy remained unaware, her Jade Dolphin's concealment ability would allow her to evade detection safely. Hurry, hurry! Oh dear, are you 3 foolish? With such a large group, you haven't noticed? Are you really going to walk right up to them? Goodness, you're like pigs, stepping on faces without a clue. Just as Shueiyu's was quietly playing hide-and-seek, she noticed 3 students who appeared to be soul masters approaching the group of criminals, one of whom seemed significantly younger than herself. Don't go. A 12 or 13-year-old soul master, surely here to obtain their second or even first soul ring. The outcome of encountering such ruthless criminals is all too predictable. Should she save them? Not save them? If she chose not to intervene, their fate would likely mirror that of others before them, mercilessly killed while trying to commit crimes. Yet, if she chose to save them, the 3 appeared woefully weak. Lacking even 2 high-ranking soul masters, their awareness of danger in the outer zone of the Douluo forest was alarmingly absent. She wasn't certain she could defeat them alone. While she was confident in her abilities against the White Ring Soul Sect, there were simply too many opponents. Don't blame me. Don't blame me. It is you who are seeking your own doom, Shueiyu's muttered under her breath. Yet the following scene nearly shattered her worldview. Why would you blame me? Chapter 59. The Great Flood submerges the Dragon King's temple. Deep within the dense Douluo forest, a sweet-faced girl, seemingly around 15 or 16 years of age, was anxiously trying to lower her body temperature to the extreme. Her Jade, dolphin martial spirits concealment technique employed to its utmost. Could elemental soul masters truly confront beast martial spirit masters head-on? The likelihood of that was quite slim. Even high-ranking elemental soul masters would typically avoid confrontation with beast spirit masters of lower levels, akin to a swordsman engaging in a duel with a tank. Generally, the soul rings possessed by beast martial spirit masters predominantly enhance their capabilities and, combined with the innate advantages of their martial spirits, the enhancements they receive often far surpass those of weapon spirit masters. Yet today, she witnessed an extraordinary scene. An exaggerated poison attribute soul master, incapacitating numerous soul ancestors with a cloud of purple mist, along with an exceptionally formidable female soul master wielding a long staff. Her bold and grandiose fighting style was nothing short of heroic, impressive, initially conflicted about whether to assist. Upon witnessing such bravery, she resolved to emerge from her hiding spot. That snake's soul master should belong to the Douluo Academy. The reputation of the Water Academy has always been commendable. Aiding them was only fitting. Shui prepared to summon her martial spirit. Yet the scar-faced man charged toward a seemingly defenseless young man in the fray. Hey, aren't you two supposed to protect your support? From a distance, Shui could only watch as the strikingly handsome youth appeared on the verge of being crushed. Is this a trick? Am I dreaming? Or have I been poisoned by the snake? A torrent of flames, a terrifying force. If the previous female soul master wielding the long staff displayed unrestrained violence, then the boy with the flaming tang knife was utterly extraordinary. Shui could hardly believe her eyes. Had anyone told her before today that a 2-ring soul master could confront a 4-ring soul master, she would have scoffed at the absurdity. It wasn't that a 2-ring soul master lacked the capability to kill a soul master. If they launched a surprise attack without their martial spirit manifested, the chances of success were considerable. However, this was a frontal confrontation, an outright clash. But what ferocity! Oh, Shui, why are you indulging in such infatuation at a time like this? If all is well, then I shall be free of burdens. Don't blame me for not helping you. As she prepared to leave, the cold voice of the young man unexpectedly echoed in her ear. Jiang Xuan was close, their faces almost touching. Although the boy's lips curled into a smile, the murderous intent in his eyes had not diminished. He had noticed the commotion during the scar-faced soul master's second wave of attack, an aura emanating from Qinglian, radiating a sense of hostility. Observing the indifference of Douluo, it was evident that a water attribute soul master capable of concealing their temperature was lurking nearby. Yet, she anticipated that it would be such a beautiful girl. Speak, what is your purpose for spying? If such a lovely face were to be marred by flames, it would be tragic. Jiang Xuan utilized his unique fire to bind her tightly, the flames ensnaring her hands and lifting her high. The moment the fire and water attribute soul power met, a hissing steam erupted. Shui, being a 36th level soul master, should not have been so easily restrained. Yet, Jiang Xuan's speed was simply too swift. In a state without his martial spirit, a frail girl stood no chance against a man-shaped behemoth. Moreover, flames naturally countered ordinary water attribute soul masters, and Qinglian's Earthheart fire was a king among flames. At that moment, Shui's beautiful eyes widened in terror. Her already disheveled attire looked even more peculiar as she was hoisted by the fiery bonds, evoking inappropriate associations, especially with her tearful expression. Why are you binding me? How ungrateful! I was just about to save you. What else is there to say? You seal my mouth and still dare to ask questions. Shui struggled, but Jiang Xuan, to prevent attracting enemies, had covered her mouth first. Now, she could only emit muffled cries. Meng Yiran and Douluo arrived in succession, revealing the impact of physical disparity on soul masters. Jiang Xuan had already captured the enemies, while the two girls had only just arrived, with Douluo lagging behind Meng Yiran significantly despite not having undergone any deliberate training. Upon their arrival, they were met with a scene of utter embarrassment. What are you doing? Put her down. Even the fiery Douluo couldn't help but blush upon recognizing the signature blue hair and Shrek Academy uniform of the girl. At this moment, the clothing adorning Shui had become tattered and ragged. The fabric had already been torn during her escape from the soul beast tide and the previous assault by the figure in the black robe. Now, she was further ensnared by the binding of ethereal flames. Although these flames were under control and did not scorch the delicate skin of the young girl, her garments had been reduced to mere strips of fabric. One might mistakenly think that Jiang Xuan harbored some peculiar inclinations, especially given the scene of the azure flames manifested as ropes. In a past life, an elder brother would have exclaimed at the audacity of such playfulness. Do you recognize her? A sharp voice interrupted Jiang Xuan, causing his right hand to freeze awkwardly in midair. Had he mistaken her identity? He hastily withdrew the azure flames from the girl, having exerted considerable effort to prevent her from unleashing her martial spirit and escaping. It seemed that she was indeed someone known to Du Guyan. As Jiang Xuan retracted the azure fire, the girl suddenly became limp, lurching towards him. Thankfully, he was quick enough to step back, allowing Du Guyan to catch her instead. Meng Iran remarked to herself, "My brother is undeniably single by virtue of his strength." Upon encountering a beauty like Shui Yuer, he shows no inclination to cherish her delicate nature. He just raised his hand, clearly marked by azure flames. And yet he considered delivering a finishing blow? Meng Iran was left bewildered by her brother's evasion of Shui Yuer, her lips twitching in disbelief. Despite his formidable strength and handsome appearance, he remained an unyielding, straight-laced man. What would be done? She felt the urgency mounting. After catching Shui Yuer, Du Guyan felt a surge of embarrassment and hurriedly retrieved a cloak from her storage pouch to drape over the girl. The moment she spotted the familiar school uniform, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Alas, the ironclad man had unbound his restraints with such swiftness that by the time she registered the situation, he had already ensnared the girl. She is Shui Yuer from the Shrek Academy, Du Guyan introduced, recognizing her from previous exchanges between the two academies, where she had been a senior alongside Tian Heng. Jiang Xuan was certainly aware of Shrek Academy. He had acted too hastily without verifying her identity. For as a villain, or rather, a strong individual, one must strike first to avoid calamity. He had merely been a fraction too quick. Furthermore, the psychological resilience and adaptability of Shrek students seemed rather lacking. Shrek Academy is one of the 5 elemental academies, each with its unique requirements. As the name suggests, Shrek primarily focuses on water attribute martial spirits. As a former member of this realm, Jiang Xuan's recollections of the standout girls from Shrek during the Soul Master competition were quite vivid. Among the 5 elemental academies, Shrek admission criteria were the most stringent. In addition to possessing a water attribute martial spirit, there were additional stipulations. Firstly, only female students were accepted. Secondly, only those deemed beautiful would be considered. This resulted in a faculty and student body comprised entirely of stunning individuals. Moreover, Shrek Academy uniquely opened its doors to commoners, a stark contrast to the nominally inclusive Shrek Academy. From what he had gleaned from the original narrative, his impression of Shrek Academy was exceedingly favorable. Any girl with a water attribute martial spirit, regardless of innate talent, could join for a period of study, marking it as one of the rare Soul Master academies welcoming the common populace. Jiang Xuan had contemplated the possibility of collaborating with Shrek Academy to broaden their admissions criteria after enhancing his own strength, but now that prospect seemed utterly dashed. A cacophony of comedic sound effects echoed in his mind, and he felt a wave of frustration. He had intended to pursue cooperation with Shrek Academy, yet here he was, having bound one of their students and nearly caused her demise. Could they not meet in laughter and dissolve their grievances? The urgency pressed upon him. Du Guyan shot Jiang Xuan an admonishing glare, quickly assisting Shui Yuer to her feet. Senior Shui Yuer, it was truly unintentional. Please do not take it to heart. We just encountered a band of desperate rogues and mistakenly believed you were one of them. Once vivacious, Shui Yuer now spoke in a soft, trembling voice. Although she stood considerably taller than Du Guyan and was indeed somewhat older, she appeared fragile and pitiable in contrast. With every word she uttered, her eyes glistened as if on the verge of tears. Did you not see how those 2 girls looked at me as if they wished to kill him? I apologize. Is that not enough? In all honesty, he would rather face a soul king in battle. He could endure 2 or 3 skirmishes, but when it came to provoking a girl, he found himself utterly powerless. Furthermore, to see a beauty on the brink of tears was unbearable. Shui Yuer lamented. Why must I be so unfortunate? Everything is going awry today. Just moments ago, she had been captivated by Jiang Xuan's charm, but she had sensed the terrifying intent to kill. Were it not for Du Guyan's intervention, she might have faced dire consequences. As Shui Yuer's emotions began to settle, the three of them learned why she had been hiding alone. She was Shui Binger's sister, possessing the Yingyu dolphin martial spirit, which explained how she had evaded Du Guyan's by Lin Snake's perception. Although the snake's senses were quite keen, they were not infallible. Against a martial spirit of such unique water attributes, its effectiveness diminished significantly. Moreover, since Du Guyan was not oriented towards a perceptive type of martial spirit, it was normal that she had not noticed her sooner. However, why did Shui Yuer emanate an aura that Jiang Xuan found particularly distasteful? The azure flames of the earth heart would not instinctively reject her without cause. Thus he became aware of her presence. So, you encountered the beast tide and then faced inexplicable attacks, leading to your separation? Du Guyan consoled, inquiring further. Yes. Having just emerged from the terror of life and death, I managed to calm down a bit, Shui Yuer replied, casting a complex glance at Jiang Xuan. You should avoid the mixed zone. There are many high-level 10,000-year-soul beasts rampaging for reasons unknown. The teams that entered the mixed zone today to hunt for soul rings are likely to have suffered heavy losses. And that unknown trio? They actually possess soul rings that exceed the optimal ratio. I must rush to find the branch dean for assistance. The mixed zone? The soul beast tide? Jiang Xuan pondered. How could a soul beast tide occur in the mixed zone? Logically, if it were a true soul beast tide, it should sweep from the core area across the entire outer region. It appeared that the students who had been defeated by the Manu team were likely in a predicament similar to Shui Yuer's. As he contemplated, Jiang Xuan's mind raced through possible triggers for the beast tide. After all, 3 or 4 incidents involving merely a dozen 10,000-year-soul beasts did not seem plausible. Even if they surpassed 50,000 years, they would barely reach levels of 80 or 90. The top 10 ferocious beasts were still lost in their dreams of devouring insects. Who would be so bored as to provoke multiple 10,000-year-soul beasts? Wait, over 50,000 years. Multiple occurrences? Suspected 900,000-year-soul beasts of the Aolong species? Jiang Xuan suddenly recalled something, his expression turning peculiar. He couldn't help but inquire, does that ice dragon Aolong exhibit signs of poisoning? How do you know? Shui Yuer blurted out. Meng Yiran looked at her brother in confusion, not understanding why he would suddenly ask such a question at this moment. Poisoning? Aolong. Du Guyan seemed to grasp something, exchanging a knowing glance with Jiang Xuan, both of their expressions becoming awkward. If all goes according to plan, the poison from the frost dragon should be in this state, as observed from the actions of Du Guyan. The poison of the Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor has once again coalesced into a single drop. Understanding Du Guyan's movements, the astute Meng Yiran comprehended the situation. It appeared that the root cause of the problem lay with the elders of the 3 of them. Shui Yuer nodded slightly, affirming their conjecture. Well, it seems at this time, when the yellow mud falls into the pit, it is indeed excrement. The beast tide was incited by the hunting of soul beasts by Dugabo, Meng Shu, and Judoa. One could easily deduce that the 90,000-year frost dragon was most likely being hunted by Meng Shu for his 9th spirit ring. A 100,000-year spirit ring is a rare treasure, and a 90,000-year dragon-type soul beast is undoubtedly the most suitable for possessing the ice and fire attributes of the Ice Fire Dragon Flame Staff. The signs of poisoning on that soul beast could very well be attributed to Dugu Bo's Emerald Scale Serpent Poison. Although the evolution into the 9-nether Emerald Demon Python significantly enhanced its physical strength, indicating the potential to become a powerful assault-type soul master, it does not mean that the old Poison Master lost his unique capabilities. If anything, he is more formidable now, with a nether attribute. The old Poison Master's innate poison has become even more terrifying. It seems that the beast tide encountered by the Academy was indeed initiated by their own actions. It almost led to their downfall. Offending others, it appears, is not suited for someone who is not the protagonist, as their temperament is tightly constrained. Jiang Xuan found himself at a loss. Chapter 61. Jiang Xuan's Rampage. So the beast tide was caused by your elders hunting soul beasts? If nothing unexpected occurs, then yes. The feeling of being caught in a situation akin to I do not kill Bo Run, yet Bo Run dies because of me is indeed 100 times more uncomfortable. Whether one is good or bad is irrelevant. The path of cultivation requires a smooth heart of Tao. Every individual has a distinct personality. So why does Jiang Xuan admire that scarred man, who is evidently the type to achieve his goals by any means necessary? And what about himself? He does not consider himself a good person. Rather, he is the type who would repay offense 100-fold. However, to be labeled a villain? That seems excessive. For those who have shown kindness to him, a decent young man naturally repays even a small favor with a great one. When hunting soul beasts, Master Yuguan and Senior Dugu must find the most suitable soul beast before taking action, making the resulting disturbances of soul beasts inevitable. It's one thing not to know them, but if one does recognize them, it becomes challenging to pretend as if nothing has occurred. Since they are capable of hunting a 90,000-year frost dragon, then it is certain that poison Douluo is also involved, right? Sister Yin, I beg you to assist our teachers. Those peculiar soul masters may pose a challenge for our two teachers. Dugu Yin, feeling somewhat helpless as her clothing was tugged, replied, Sister Yu, it's not that I do not wish to help, but my grandfather and the others are currently pursuing the soul beast deep within a mixing zone, and we cannot enter. We can only wait for them to contact us. A signal flare has just been launched, and being anxious will not help. Moreover, one of the teachers from the Heavenly Water Academy is a soul sage. Dealing with a team of 2 soul emperors and 1 soul king should not pose a problem. Meng Iran reassured her, noticing Shui Yuer's pale complexion. No, those individuals have rather peculiar martial souls. It seems one is a blood-sucking bat or something, with an exceedingly bizarre sound wave attack. Furthermore, 1 soul emperor even possesses a 1,000-year spirit ring as their second spirit ring. Concerned about the aftermath of the battle attracting other high-level soul beasts, the teachers instructed us to seek support from the branch academy first. Since we cannot reach the 3 elders immediately, I must hurry to the Heavenly Water Branch Academy to fetch reinforcements. Wait, Jiang Xuan called out to Shui Yuer, who was preparing to leave. Did you just say that one of them has a 1,000-year spirit ring as their second spirit ring? Ignoring Shui Yuer as Astonisit Gaza, Jiang Xuan, who had previously felt somewhat awkward, now appeared to have received news of great significance. His body trembled uncontrollably as he grasped his arms tightly, revealing faint traces of blood. Please clarify. Are those individuals clad in black robes, unwilling to reveal their faces? Yes, and their martial souls exude a repugnant stench of blood. Jiang Xuan's expression shifted as he inquired further. Is the bloody odor more pronounced when their martial souls are activated? Indeed, although Shui Yuer was puzzled by his questions, she did not take offense and recounted the battle situation she had observed before leaving. After hearing her account, Meng Iran gently placed a hand on the youth's shoulder. Blood-sucking bat. The eerie cries of an infant. Ha 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 ha. Little mice, I have finally found you. 6 years. 6 years. Do you know how I have endured? Shui Yuer was taken aback by the youth's maniacal laughter, which was almost hysterical, with tears of blood visibly pooling at the corners of his eyes. The exaggerated spirit ring configurations, the grotesque martial souls, and their unprecedented combat capabilities, combined with their cowardly concealment of their true identities. Who else could they be but evil soul masters? Jiang Xuan, who had been relentlessly pursuing the trail of evil soul masters, could not help but burst into uproarious laughter. What is happening? Dugu Yin and Shui turned their gaze to Meng Iran, who stood by, as she should have the most insight into the youth's peculiar behavior as his sister. The mocking laughter grew increasingly exaggerated, followed by the green flames that had caused Shui Yuer considerable distress, surging forth from his body. Is this his martial soul? Forcing himself to regain composure, Jiang Xuan suppressed the overwhelming hatred and, with the remaining clarity of mind, inquired about Shui Yuer's general direction and the enemy situation. According to her, the 2 teachers from the Heavenly Water Academy were consciously leading the enemy towards the outer area for battle. Thus, they should not be too far from this location. Take care of them. My grandmother should arrive shortly. I will go ahead. Without further explanation, he directed this statement towards Meng Iran. The Azure Lotus Earth Core, fire manifested in an attached state, with 2 yellow spirit rings trailing behind him. The flames transformed into exaggerated azure wings, soaring towards the direction of the battle as described. Under the astonished gazes of Dugu Yin and Shui Yuer, he understood that as an elder sister, Meng Iran would not hinder him in this matter. Fly! Fly! Shui Yuer exclaimed in shock, Isn't he just a two-ring soul master? Can flames possess wings like a bird martial soul? Moreover, what could a great soul master accomplish on a battlefield between soul emperors and soul sages? Du Guiyan, having previously witnessed Jiang Xuan's extraordinary fire wings, felt a twinge of envy, but did not forget to inquire about the remaining protagonists, saying, "Tell me, what was that strange talk you had about your brother last time in the carriage? You should clarify it now." Meng Yiran's gaze revealed concern as she spoke. The soul masters they encountered at Heavenly Water Academy should indeed be called evil soul masters. Evil soul masters? The two women echoed in confusion. Yes, Xiaosu and I are not blood siblings. You know this, Yan. My grandfather has also mentioned it. But what does it matter? Meng Yiran addressed the two, reminiscing about that stubborn child in her memories, saying Xiaosu's parents perished at the hands of evil soul masters. Grandmother, please come quickly. Realizing she could not deter her brother, Meng Yiran chose to remain silent and clear the way. After the youth departed, she promptly used her serpent staff's unique method to contact the nearby serpent matriarch, Cha Tianxiang. To ensure safety, she had refrained from straying too far. In the midst of the Douluo forest, a swirling azure flame raced swiftly in a particular direction. Soul beasts, instinctively attuned to danger, refrained from obstructing its path despite the flame's relatively modest intensity. 6 years, 6 long years, the youth bore a smile that was both mocking and sorrowful. The events unfolded right before his eyes, yet his relentless pursuit bore no fruit. Evil soul masters. Oh, how I once believed you insects would hide away until the end of time. Yet, here I am, finally on your trail. I shall send you all to the depths of the abyss. Clenching his fists tightly, his jaw bled slightly from the pressure. At the moment he received the news, dark memories surged back in his mind. The flame's wings flapped furiously. He yearned to hasten his pace, faster still, with reckless abandon. The ethereal fire of the blue lotus engulfed him, shattering any trees and branches that dared impede his advance. A voice in his mind urged him to remain calm. Yet the murderous intent in his eyes remained undiminished. Indeed, in his past, he would never have acted so rashly. But the phrase evil soul master now overshadowed all else in his thoughts. A sigh, faint yet poignant, escaped his lips as the already fearsome temperature of the azure flame intensified. Chapter 62, Evil Soul Master. In a certain area of the mixed zone and outskirts of the Douluo forest, the surrounding trees lay in ruins, ravaged by chaotic energies, a testament to the fierce battle that had just transpired. Scattered among the remnants of small soul beasts were blue cloth strips and pools of human blood. Hurry! Those two wretched women can't have gone far. 3 men clad in black robes leaped from the sky. The leader bent down, scooping a handful of blood-mixed soil. Inhaling deeply with a satisfied smile, he addressed his companions. The Soul Emperor from the Heavenly Water Academy is gravely injured. Once her 75th level Water Lotus Soul, Saint Martial Spirit's duration ends, she poses no threat to us. The tallest among them scoffed, "Don't be careless. The Water Lotus possesses a purifying ability. Since we've discovered her, we must eliminate her. She cannot be allowed to live. Is your injury manageable?" The leader, who was the shortest yet the strongest among them, inquired. The one referred to as Old 3 exhibited a weary aura, having sustained significant injuries during the battle. Upon hearing his brother's question, he took a breath and replied, "No major issues. Once I can drink that woman's blood, I'll recover quickly, perhaps even improve. Indeed, but let us remain cautious. We need to ensure they do not escape. While we are unafraid of the Heavenly Water Academy, attracting the Martial Soul Hall would be troublesome." True enough, we 3 brothers have long been on the Martial Soul Hall's hit list. Today's risk of exposure stems from our obligation to join a protective organization, which requires us to eliminate any solitary soul masters with purifying abilities. Come on, brother, you're being overly cautious. The Douluo forest is vast. Do you really think the Martial Soul Hall will come here to hunt us down? Let us capture that soul saint from the Heavenly Water Academy. Who knows? Our master might reward us with a soul bone or 2. Dream on. Rewards are indeed forthcoming. They laughed, continuing their pursuit, their raucous laughter echoing through the trees. Not far away, 2 figures struggled to move, each leap taking its toll on one of them, whose aura diminished with every passing moment. Upon closer inspection, one bore a gruesome gash across her chest, supported by a beautiful woman appearing to be in her 50s. Although slightly aged, The effects of being a soul master preserved her youthfulness. The woman's expression was grave as she gazed down at her now almost delirious companion, pondering the truly bizarre nature of their attackers. Both were soul emperors, yet as her student Xiao Chong succumbed swiftly, she found herself unexpectedly challenged by another soul emperor and a soul king. Fortunately, the students had managed to retreat as she had underestimated their foe's terrifying strength. A soul emperor could contest her as a soul saint. Evil soul masters. No wonder the martial soul hall sought to eradicate them. Her eyes flickered with a mix of anger and fear as memories of her inability to defeat her opponents replayed in her mind. The second soul ring of a millennium. She murmured, her pace unyielding. If those girls could just escape the outskirts, the branch academy was not far. How careless she had been. If only she could have identified their identities sooner. The martial soul hall typically stationed branch halls between the outskirts and towns, making it logical to seek their assistance. Who would have imagined that the mice lurking in the shadows would rise to strike today? Zhang Jie, move faster. I can hold on. The soul emperor, named Xiao Chong, rasped, her combat abilities nearly depleted after being viciously wounded by her equal. Stop saying foolish things, the woman replied, her breath labored. Carrying an injured companion was no light burden, and she rejected the notion of abandoning her, saying, "Can't you see? They are after me. If they do not kill me, abandoning you would be futile." Evil soul masters, not merely a term for wicked individuals. They were soul masters who rapidly enhanced their powers through inhumane methods. These techniques varied widely, but most involved some form of bloodshed, such as the common evil soul master who required the souls of the deceased, particularly those who died in abject misery or with deep resentment, to strengthen their own cultivation. The most striking aspect of evil soul masters is their proclivity to surpass their peers of the same rank with alarming ease, as evidenced by the exaggerated soul ring ratios of the trio. At a young age, an ordinary person possesses such exaggerated vitality and physical prowess that they can absorb a millennium soul ring. The beautiful woman had her own speculations regarding the reasons behind this. Guided by the angel of the spirit hall, combined with the unique nature of the evil soul master's martial spirits, they often falter when attempting to break through to the title Douluo level. Under the relentless pursuit of the experts within the hall, they are left with little choice but to hide. However, over the years, a considerable number of evil soul masters have remained concealed in the shadows, targeting those low-level soul masters whose martial spirits possess purifying abilities. Initially, she did not consider the other party from the perspective of evil soul masters, believing instead that they were enemies of the academy. It was only when the blood-red scythe and the vampiric bat martial spirit manifested, along with the exaggerated soul ring ratios, that she began to realize the gravity of the situation. How slow-witted she had been. Had she been more vigilant, such a predicament could have been avoided. Haha, sorry, but this path is blocked, oh esteemed soul sage. Indeed, she had been pursued. The beautiful woman looked up to see three men in black robes appearing not far ahead. Chapter 63. Reunion with the Shrek team. The sun gradually rose from the east, expanding the pale light of dawn. The day grew brighter. After leaving the small town, the Shrek group headed directly towards the Douluo forest, with Zhao Wujin, a high-ranked soul sage among them. Their aim was the area between the outer zone and the mixed zone, where the quality of Millennium Soul beasts was relatively superior. Among them, Oscar was the most exhilarated, for he was about to obtain his third soul ring. TSK, TSK, TSK. I shall soon become the fastest food-type soul master in the world. Oscar repeated this phrase countless times along the way. Ma Hongjun, chewing on a sausage, expressed his annoyance, saying, "Can you stop chattering, Oscar? You said that at least 7 or 8 times already. What's it to you, you fatso? If you have the ability, don't rely on me to make your sausages. Damn it, that old Oscar keeps threatening me." "Oh, so you're admitting it's a threat?" Observing the playful banter between the two, Tang San shook his head. They had yet to enter the Douluo forest, surrounded by low-level soul beasts, which was not particularly concerning. Yet, he wondered if his classmates had truly undergone a rigorous academy education. In the soul beast forest, lacking a sense of reverence was a grave error. Despite Oscar and Ma Hongjun's exceptional martial spirits, they seemed to be raised without discipline. Third brother, noting Tang San's silence, Xiao Wu approached with a puzzled expression and asked, "Are you still thinking about last night?" "Yes. 7 against 1. How could he not be concerned?" The stark disparity in strength among peers who had entered the Soul Master Academy together was difficult for him to accept. The words of the fiery youth echoed in his mind. Teacher, will I truly learn something new at Shrek Academy? For the first time, Tang Xin began to doubt his teacher's advice. An academy that did not even teach the basics of soul beasts. Was its educational quality truly as high as Jiang Xuan claimed? Unlike the original narrative, the atmosphere among the group was quite strange. Dai Mubai walked ahead with a gloomy demeanor, occasionally glancing at Zhu Zhuqing, who was darting between the branches to scout for information. Ning Rongrong walked silently with her head down, her thoughts concealed from others. The only semblance of normalcy in the group came from the playful antics of Oscar and Ma Hongjun. As their teacher, Zhao Wujin possessed sharper instincts than the group of youngsters. Rather than trailing behind, as in the original story, he stood firmly at the back of the line. Several individuals among them had formidable backgrounds, and any mishap could lead to serious consequences. After comforting Xiao Wu, Tang San, despite the presence of a soul sage in their group, remained cautious and would never allow them to be in such an unguarded state. As Jiang Xuan had said, soul masters often neglect the development of their bodies. Without their martial spirits manifested, they are indeed exceedingly vulnerable. How did that fellow train? Tang San believed he had never slacked off, having practiced the Tang Sect's Xiantian skill and engaged in physical training. Yet, could the significant gap in their physical abilities be solely due to a lack of proper nutrition during childhood? Compared to Jiang Xuan, who grew up in a prestigious sect, Tang San's humble rural upbringing left him at a disadvantage. Shaking his head to dispel excessive thoughts, he acknowledged that the other party was also exceptionally talented, having broken the continent's conventional understanding of fire-type martial spirits, just as he had defied the notion that blue silvergrass could not be cultivated. After a prolonged journey, just as Oscar took out his large sausage to share with the group for a boost in soul power and a brief rest, Zhao Wujin suddenly stood up, and Tang San followed his gaze. They both shouted, "Something is approaching. Get up quickly." The men scrambled to their feet, while the seemingly delicate Zhu Zhuqing swiftly climbed to the treetops to scout the situation. Martial spirit, nether spirit cat. No wonder the proud fiery youth regarded Zhu Zhuqing with special attention. Tang Xin greatly admired her adeptness as a speed-type soul master in their team. Although her soul power was not at the pinnacle for her age, her mindset, as per their teacher's teachings, embodied the qualities of a true powerhouse. The visual capabilities of the nether spirit cat were exceptionally suited for reconnaissance. Even at night, its vision allowed it to see far. Now, under the bright midday sun, a voice emerged from the foliage, announcing, "A soul beast is approaching." The Millennium Windtail Rooster Snake. Unexpectedly, without the chase of Meng Iran and the Snake Lady, the Shrek group encountered this unfortunate soul beast, destined to become Oscar's third soul ring. Zhu Qing attempted to intercept it, at least redirecting its course. Tang Xin shouted from the ground, "Hurry!" The self-disciplined girl charged towards the Millennium Soul Beast, disregarding the worried glances from her companions below. Bang! First soul technique, Nether Strike. First soul technique, Binding. Oscar, usually good-natured despite his peculiar martial spirit, was eager to support the food-type soul master with innate full soul power. Thus, they promptly unleashed their attacks on the Windtail Rooster Snake. However, the speed of the Windtail Rooster Snake was unparalleled, allowing it to deftly evade their strikes. Otherwise, its lackluster combat ability would have seen exterminated long ago. In the original story, the group had worked together, with Ning Rongrong providing enhancements from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, but it was only Zhao Wujin's intervention that had allowed them to capture it. Now, however, they were scattered, and without Zhao Wujin's aid, capturing the Windtail Rooster Snake was nothing short of fantasy. If Ma Hongjun could have manifested his phoenix martial spirit immediately, leveraging the intimidation of a top-tier beast martial spirit could have provided some assistance. Yet, their reactions were woefully inadequate. Ma Hongjun's delay and Ning Rongrong's indifference left Tang San feeling helpless. It's getting away. Through Tang San's narration, Oscar realized that this Windtail Rooster Snake was undoubtedly perfect for him, and as the opportunity slipped away, he could hardly contain his anxiety. My head is spinning. These little monsters still need training. It was no wonder they had been overwhelmed in the past. Zhao Wujin prepared to intervene. A disorganized team posed no threat to the speedster Windtail Rooster Snake. Bang! as the formidable golden bear prepared to possess its host. A sudden apparition of a blue figure emerged abruptly before the right front of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. "Get lost!" An enraged roar echoed from within the fiery silhouette, and with a mighty punch, the figure struck, sending the fleeing phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake crashing to the ground. "Oh, my phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake! Who is it? Who is it? Is it him?" Reactions among the crowd varied. The soul beast they had painstakingly discovered was unexpectedly snatched away. Suspended high above, Zhu Zhuqing had the clearest view of the unfolding scene. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Xuan, who had been tracking the trail of the evil soul masters. At this moment, he released the energy he had absorbed from the ice and fire yin-yang eye and from Douluo's previous enhancement, which had long been concealed within the Qinglian. Apart from the 2 yellow 100-year soul rings behind him indicating his rank, the sheer intensity of energy emanating from his body rivaled that of the soul King Yijiqiu from the previous day. Though this state was not sustainable for long, it was sufficient for his current needs. Without a doubt, this indicated the horrific potency of the long-accumulated Qinglian earth heart fire energy when unleashed in full force. With a thud, Jiang Xuan did not hesitate to confront the soul beast that had suddenly appeared before him. The complete awakening of Qinglian not only enhanced his martial soul's quality, but also significantly augmented his physical strength. With a single punch enveloped in soul power, he struck the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, sending it plummeting from the sky. On the ground, expressions among the onlookers varied. Dai Mubai felt particularly chagrined, his face turning a shade reminiscent of liver. How was it that this misfortune followed him everywhere? Recalling the events of the previous night and the formidable blue flames before him, he restrained the urge to engage in another fight, his hands still recovering from their previous injuries. Observing the youth's demeanor, it seemed something significant had transpired. Ning Rongrong, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly lifted it, gazing with a complex expression at Jiang Xuan, who was momentarily stalled in midair by the interference of the soul beast. So, that boy's wings truly could fly over long distances? It appeared he had indeed held back his full strength last night. Zhao Wujin and Tang Xin were thinking along different lines, both entranced by the peculiar flame wings behind Jiang Xuan. It was somewhat embarrassing for Zhao Wujin, a soul sage, who still lacked the ability to fly, especially compared to the cumbersome body of the golden bear. Flight in any world was an enviable ability. "Ah, my soul rings." Oscar was the only one lamenting pitifully, for soul rings produced by soul beasts could only be absorbed by the one who had slain them. After finally finding a soul beast suitable for himself, it was now lost. The boy did not even seem to need the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake as a martial soul. Surely, he could seek a fire-type dragon instead. Oscar's wailing sparked an idea in Zhao Wujin. He called out to Jiang Xuan in the sky. "Are you just going to take my disciple's soul ring and walk away?" Zhao Wujin's voice, imbued with soul power, boomed, causing Jiang Xuan, who was preparing to leave, to pause and slowly turn around. A hoarse voice emerged, asking, "Are you here to obstruct me?" Jiang Xuan's appearance, upon turning, was no longer that of the handsome youth. Instead, he looked terrifying, his blood-red eyes filled with hatred, and strange patterns seemed to extend from the corners of his eyes. The 2 girls were startled. Even Zhu Zhuqing, usually composed, couldn't help but wonder what had happened to him. His tone remained calm, yet the terrifying aura and his irrational demeanor were evident to all. Where were his companions? Zhao Wujin, oblivious to the youth's expression, continued teasingly. "Stealing a soul beast is a taboo in the soul master world. As the grandson of the Dragon King, you surely cannot be ignorant of this. Either come down and apologize, or face me in a few exchanges, and I shall let you go." Finally, he thought he had caught a break. After being unceremoniously beaten by the Dragon King at Shrek's entrance and witnessing his disciple's near annihilation, Zhao Wujin, known as the Demon King, was not one to hold back his resentment. The boy had mistakenly killed their soul beast, and how could he not seize this divine opportunity? If the little monsters could not match this freak, then he would step up. Moreover, Zhao Wujin sensed that the boy was in a hurry to accomplish something, and given their previous encounters, it was unlikely that he would lower himself to apologize. As long as he did not apologize, it was only fitting for an elder like him to impart some lessons on respect for masters. He was unafraid of future troubles from the boy, laughing to himself, indeed, "I'm a genius." With this thought, Zhao Wujin activated his martial soul, and the 7 perfectly matched soul rings appeared behind him, clearly preparing for the impending confrontation with Jiang Xuan. Faced with a mere second-ring soul master, he felt no shame. He was well aware of the strength of Shrek's 7 little monsters, yet it was astonishing that this youth could dispatch them with such ease. Should he falter, it would surely be a source of great amusement. Later, according to Flander, they would need to be cautious of those who had awakened their martial souls for a second time. The flames could be perilous, and encountering them in sensitive areas could be quite uncomfortable. I apologize. All right, come at me. As long as you can exchange 10 blows with me, I shall. What? Did I hear that wrong? Zhao Wujin, seemingly unconcerned, suddenly looked astonished as he observed the boy before him bowing his head. Apologizing? The surrounding onlookers were equally incredulous. A youth so proud that he had directly rejected Shrek and possessed remarkable strength would lower himself in such a manner. Zhao Wujin, I sincerely apologize for inadvertently killing your target soul beast. I assure you that I will return with compensation to make amends. However, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I beseech you not to make this difficult for me. To everyone's surprise, even in his emotional turmoil, he maintained an impressive composure. Was 10 exchanges a long time? Not particularly. However, he understood that if he fought Zhao Wujin, he might lose the ability to pursue the evil soul masters, especially if he became overly exhausted. He was acutely aware of the weight of parental vengeance compared to a mere apology. As he drew nearer, Zhao Wujin could sense the boy's suppressed emotions. Even in such a state, he could discern the optimal course of action. Was he truly arrogant? Indeed, there was an element of disdain. Yet, at this moment, he exhibited both humility and strength, leaving Zhao Wujin momentarily speechless, gazing at the student he had originally intended to guide. Teacher, let him go. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is not yet dead. Little Ao can finish it off. Wait, it's not dead yet? Tang San's voice filled Oscar with joy. Turning to look, he indeed saw that the lifeless serpent lacked the purple soul ring, indicating it had not perished. If a soul beast died, it would automatically form a soul ring that would not dissipate for a brief time. In the absence of such a ring on the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake indicated it had not fallen to Jiang Xuan's hand. Better alive than dead, Zhao Wujia inexplicably uttered. To be honest, at the moment the other party lowered their head, he found himself devoid of any rationale to further torment them. It felt akin to striking a fist against cotton, leaving him with a sense of suffocation. Damn it, he had sought trouble with this little creature, yet ended up receiving a lesson instead. Ultimately, Zhao Wujia could not bring himself to maintain hostility and simply said, "You may leave. I thank you for your magnanimity." Esteemed senior, Jiang Xuan clasped his hands in gratitude, his fiery wings unfurling once more as he prepared to depart. Wait a moment, Oscar suddenly interjected. Chapter 65, Oscar's assistants. Wait a moment. I have a large sausage. Do not misunderstand. This is Oscar's soul incantation. Food-type soul masters need peculiar incantations to unleash their soul skills. After repeating it several times, and under Jiang Xuan's puzzled gaze, Oscar presented him with a soul sausage. The phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake nearly escaped earlier, so this is my thanks for helping me secure this third soul ring. This is a restorative sausage. The restorative sausage could replenish soul power and heal injuries. Although he was uncertain about the troubles that had transpired, I believe you will find it useful. Oscar extended the restorative sausage, his gaze shyly avoiding Jiang Xuan's crimson eyes. Accepting the sausage, Jiang Xuan did not decline. He turned his head thoughtfully and said, I express my gratitude beyond words. At that moment, he truly required something to replenish his soul power, and without hesitation, he accepted Oscar's offering. Upon consuming the sausage, the innate full soul power of the food-type martial soul swiftly transformed into pure soul energy, coursing through his body, significantly accelerating the recovery of his soul power. The group was not too far away. Jiang Xuan would certainly remember Oscar's assistance, and after expressing his gratitude once more, he continued to advance towards the direction of the blue lotus with a flap of his wings. Focus, don't look, Zhao Wujia remarked, addressing the others who seemed to feel a sense of disparity and encouraged them to train harder. His hearty voice resonated as he mused. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. If I had been more adaptable back then, I wouldn't have been pursued by the martial soul hall for so long. A formidable opponent. This was Tang San's thought. He had initially believed he had regarded the other party highly, yet it seemed he had still underestimated them. In terms of temperament, the opponent was no less formidable than their terrifying talent. The Shrek 7 monsters regained their composure, introspectively contemplating whether they could truly remain composed under such emotional instability. Zhao Wujia did not impose any difficulties beyond the breakthrough of Long Gong's title. It was also a matter of valuing talent. Alas, it pains the heart. Such a little creature should indeed belong to their academy. Look at you, so adept at social niceties. Are you trying to prove that Oscar can handle matters? Hurry up and absorb your third soul ring. All right, Zhao Wujia exclaimed, giving a hearty slap to awaken the grinning Oscar, who had unexpectedly offered the restorative sausage. Ma Hongjun added with a hint of jest, "Hey, Oscar, you don't plan on betraying us, do you? Don't forget we were soundly beaten last night." Just as Ma Hongjun was about to say more, he covered his mouth upon noticing Dai Mubai's approaching expression. Oscar chuckled. Enemies should be reconciled, not deepened. Here comes my third soul ring. He used a small knife to end the life of the stunned phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. After a moment of radiant light coalescing, a purple thousand-year soul ring slowly ascended. Once he absorbed this soul ring, Oscar would undoubtedly become the youngest food-type soul master in the entire continent. Seeing Oscar sitting cross-legged to absorb the soul ring, the others quietly spread out to guard him. Dai Mubai approached and questioned Zhu Zhuqing, who leaned against a tree. Are you still watching him? Do you care so much for the stronger ones? Since coming to Shrek Academy, why have you never looked me in the eye? What should I look at? Should I observe your self-destructive tendencies, your indulgence in debauchery, or witness the way the illustrious Dai Mubai has completely let himself go? The girl's voice was cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if discussing matters unrelated to herself. Yet Dai Mubai understood the underlying meaning of her words. On the day of Shrek's enrollment, due to his martial soul, he immediately recognized Zhu Zhuqing from Xinghua. His harsh words towards Jiang Xuan were merely a fade to mask his own guilt for wasting the past years. Please give me another chance. Another chance? It has been 3 years. Have they given me a chance? While I was struggling in Xinghua, what were you doing? The words spoken were not without truth, and Dai Mubai contemplated leaving, as he truly saw no hope in an academy that allowed its students to indulge in such behaviors without strict oversight. Yet before he could voice more, Zhu Zhuqing had already turned and leapt onto a branch, choosing to disregard him. The boy clenched his fists tightly, venting his frustrations against the nearby trees. Zhao Wujia merely observed this scene without further comment. Hey, I say, little San, do you think Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing are involved? Ma Hongjun, having forgotten his own injuries, approached Tang San with his gossiping spirit. Mind your own business. If you had the looks, maybe you could charm a girl too. You fall in love with every girl you see, and you use the excuse of martial souls attracting each other. Oh, Xiao Wu. I know, third brother, Tang San replied with exasperation. Xiao Wu, having seen Dai Mubai in the hotel, had been unusually dismissive towards the eldest student. Although he felt it was inappropriate, he believed it was best to refrain from judging others as classmates. Hurry up, move faster. Along the way, they could already see signs of battle between soul masters, and the nauseating stench of maggots left behind was unmistakably from those individuals. It seemed the two Tianshui Academy Soul Saints had sustained considerable injuries. In the face of evil soul masters, the peculiar abilities that caught one off guard could indeed lead to significant losses for the unprepared. In truth, the common folk had no understanding of evil soul masters. For now, the martial soul hall defined those who practice cultivation through killing as such. These individuals had long been rejected by the martial soul hall, which worshipped the god of angels, making it difficult for evil soul masters to gain prominence. Yet, there were always a few who evaded capture and engaged in wrongdoing. Jiang Xuan, with the restorative sausage clenched between his teeth, needed to maintain his utmost state at all times. At this moment, even the slightest blink would evoke memories of when he awakened his martial soul at the age of 6. As someone born from this world, despite his parents being ordinary, they provided him with a kind of paternal and maternal love he had never experienced in his past life. Had everything progressed smoothly, he would have likely awakened a remarkable martial soul, providing a better living environment for his parents, if only things had continued favorably. As long as those individuals from 6 years ago were absent, evil soul masters, he chanted incessantly. For only in this manner could Jiang Xuan stave off the engulfing emotions of fury. The day he awakened the blue lotus earth fire, His village and parents have been destroyed by the hands of evil soul masters. Despite possessing the Blue Lotus Earth Fire martial soul, he had been powerless to resist at the tender age of 6. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Long Gong and Shipa, he would have become the first casualty of a crossover. Chapter 66. The dragon soars in the sky. The incessant mockery reverberated in the air. As the second member of the evil spirit master trio, wielding a scythe, jeered, "Stop your futile resistance. The outskirts of the Stardow Forest are too extensive. Do you think we are unaware of your intention to escape there?" The third, a vampire bat master, added, "Now, do take a moment to reflect whether the direction you fled is indeed contrary to that of the Shrek Academy's branch." Their laughter echoed ominously, "Ah, Water Lotus. You should blame your awakening of an undesirable martial spirit." The two teachers from Shrek Academy found themselves encircled, particularly vulnerable, with one severely injured. The trio's sinister laughter filled the air. The third, whose grotesque appearance seemed enhanced by the manifestation of his martial spirit, commented, "Despite your advanced age, your looks are commendable. Were it not for the current unrest at the heart of the Stardow, we three brothers might have considered indulging ourselves." Shrek Academy is renowned across the continent for recruiting beauties, remarked the second, dismissing the first statement as trivial. With the two teachers seemingly trapped, the trio's demeanor grew increasingly audacious. The third, despite exhibiting signs of having been beaten down by the Shrek Soul Saint, appeared utterly unconcerned. The nefarious practices of spirit masters, as described by the Spirit Hall, indeed emanated a terrifying reality. A beautiful woman, bearing a haunting smile, had suffered grievously. Her left arm had been severed in the recent conflict by the scythe-wielding master. The effect of her martial spirit was rapidly waning, leading to a dangerous period of weakness. Her sister, beside her, was in a similarly dire state, and without timely aid, survival seemed improbable. The dark energy festering in their wounds was akin to a parasite, requiring the use of soul power for temporary sealing. However, should one succumb to unconsciousness, salvation would be unattainable. It was said that evil breeds evil, and the dark martial spirits she had encountered were numerous, yet few willingly embraced such depravity. In your final moments, do not waste your breath. The path chosen by my brothers and me is one we deem right. In the Douluo Continent, strength reigns supreme. Here, the powerful dictate their fates, while the weak are at the mercy of others. The strong establish the rules, the weak abide by them. Are you claiming that none of the innocents under your Soul Saint's command have perished?" The beautiful woman fell silent, perhaps unable to refute or lost in contemplation. The scythe-wielding master stepped forward, his demeanor bordering on madness. "In the presence of the strong, there is no place for the weak. Our lives as spirit masters are but a game, and this game must be played, whether one desires it or not." As he drew nearer, the fervor in his eyes was palpable. "Is it wrong to seek to control our own destinies? Indeed, my martial spirit offers innate advantages that I shall utilize. Unlike you two, who struggle to breach the 8th level as your days dwindle. My brothers and I have ascended to the ranks of Soul Kings and Soul Emperors before the age of 40. We thrive on the nourishment of the weaker spirits, and as our esteemed leader would say, they should consider an honor to contribute to the greatness of Soul Masters." The trio displayed an almost reverent demeanor as they spoke. "Nonsense," the beautiful woman retorted sharply. "While some aspects of their claims may hold truth, the latter portion was undoubtedly the self-delusion of a spirit master lost in darkness." The second, a robust figure, intervened to halt the scythe master's frenzied rhetoric. Though awaiting the conclusion of the Soul Saint's martial spirit would be the most prudent course, the current unrest in the Stardow cannot be ignored. It appears a tidal Douluo is pursuing the 9th soul ring, and we cannot allow you to linger any longer. The longer we wait, the more perilous our situation becomes. It is time for you to depart." The imposing figure, though cloaked in mystery, bore the unmistakable aura of a Soul Emperor. His soul rings a stunning array of colors that would astonish any spirit master. His voice, calm and composed, contrasted sharply with the reckless demeanor of his companions. Without the inclination for the typical villain's procrastination, they prepared to confront their foes. As the trio positioned themselves, the vampire bat master, being the weakest, stood at a distance, too injured to engage directly, relying instead on sonic waves for support. "Sister, lend me your strength." even if it costs me my life. I must ensure that this Soul Emperor named Xiao pays for what has transpired. With his martial spirit flickering on the verge of vanishing, he readied himself for a desperate fight. The beautiful woman summoned her water lily once more, its purifying essence aiding in the suppression of her wounds. Cautious not to overexert her soul power, she sensed that reinforcements were delayed, likely due to the vampire bat's earlier incapacitation. She fervently hoped that no harm would befall the students. Onward, the water lily reappeared, its essence causing the trio to furrow their brows as their soul rings ignited, preparing for their final assault. 5th soul skill, 6th soul skill, 6th soul skill, 1st soul skill, anomalous fire formation, 2nd soul skill, dance of the fiery sun, soaring dragon in the sky. At that moment, the invocation of the 1st and 2nd soul skills amidst the 5th and 6th seemed particularly jarring. Common knowledge among spirit masters dictates that the higher the soul ring's age, the more potent its skills. Thus, lower-tier skills are generally relegated to supportive roles in combat. Who would dare to employ the 1st or 2nd soul skills in such a context? Who? The leader of the evil spirit masters immediately turned, alarmed by the sudden threat. Yet the ensuing searing heat and unfolding chaos left him utterly astonished. A colossal azure flame dragon descended rapidly from the heights, targeting the beleaguered bat master who had fallen behind due to his injuries. "Old 3, get out of the way." The warning was barely uttered when the chilling voice amidst the flames commanded attention, the terrifying dragon-shaped fire barreling towards the grotesque figure. Old 3. The warning came too late. The already wounded bat master was unable to evade, engulfed entirely by the flames. From the vantage point of the beautiful woman, it appeared as though a magnificent lotus had blossomed, more sacred than her own water lily. Ignoring the plight of the Tinshui duo, the remaining scythe master and the rotund figure rushed towards the inferno, for the bat was their youngest brother. Thud! The lifeless body fell heavily to the ground. As the flames dissipated, they beheld the charred remains of their brother, a soul king extinguished in an instant. Who? The scythe master turned his gaze towards the newcomer. Indeed, in the struggle for survival, the strong thrive while the weak perish. In the eyes of you evil spirit masters, or rather, the lofty soul masters, you care little for the lives of the lower beings. Their existence is but a mere footnote. A fiery figure landed beside the 2 Shrek Academy soul masters, speaking in a youthful voice. Your lives are insignificant. 2 astonishing yellow soul rings floated behind him. A great soul master? What a joke. An attack from a great soul master could annihilate a soul king-level evil soul master in an instant. One must understand that. According to the combat prowess of evil soul masters, they are practically invincible against opponents of the same level unless they encounter someone who counters them. Even if the Bat Soul King was under the intense scrutiny of the Heavenly Water Soul Saint and in a weakened state, it was inconceivable that a mere great soul master could slay him. Not only the enemy, but even the 2 Heavenly Water Soul Masters were unable to accept this reality. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Xuan, who had hastened to pursue the trail. As the flames gradually dissipated, azure fire lotus blossoms began to take the form of 7 or 8 flowers, floating around his youthful figure. How could someone so young possess such strength? The recent attack was certainly not due to any sudden surge of power. Rather, the energy from the ice and fire yin-yang eye and the advancement of Douluo into the 9 nether emerald python had all been absorbed by the azure lotus. The energy contained within the fire dragon attack unleashed by the soaring dragon was formidable, and considering that the azure lotus was the nemesis of all evil, it was no surprise. Upon shedding the azure flames, Jiang Xuan's crimson eyes remained, yet his demeanor was remarkably calm. He extracted half of a blue fire lotus seed from the lotus mark on his forehead. This was not the time to hesitate. He needed to administer it to the Heavenly Water Soul Saint if he hoped to retain the remaining 2 Soul Emperor-level Evil Soul Masters. The other severely injured Soul Emperor could only use it to expel the malevolent energy from his wound and apply simple flame cauterization to stop the bleeding. The ability to deliver a lethal blow stemmed from multiple factors. The Bat Soul King was already gravely wounded and had not had the chance to replenish his strength, combined with the energy accumulated in the Azure Lotus enhancing the Fire Dragon attack, and this inherent property to counter evil, which culminated in the instant kill of the Soul King. He did not possess the arrogance to believe he could match an evil Soul Master in strength. While the training methods of evil soul masters are inhumane, they endow them with unparalleled combat abilities. Thank you for your assistance. Without hesitation, the beautiful woman with the surname Zhang consumed the blue fire lotus seed handed to her by Jiang Xuan, not foolish enough to question the nature of the object. She was unaware of the trump card he had used to obliterate a soul king, but as long as it was certain that he was on their side, that was sufficient. At the moment the blue fire lotus seed entered her body, the beautiful woman widened her eyes, gazing at the young man before her. Not only did her previous injuries begin to heal rapidly, but her soul power was also replenishing at an extraordinary rate. What kind of miraculous substance was this half-lotus seed that could yield such terrifying effects? Faced with the questioning gaze of the woman, Jiang Xuan remained silent. The lotus seed was a divine artifact from the azure lotus's core fire, and even half of it was more than enough for healing. Furthermore, given that her martial soul was remarkably similar, it was possible that there might be further enhancements after the battle. Half a lotus seed. The quantity of lotus seeds was limited. He had previously given one each to Long Gong, Shi Pe, and Yi Ran, leaving him with one less. He felt a pang of regret for this half seed, but given the dire circumstances, he was willing to pay any price to eradicate these three pests. Evil soul masters. Who would have thought? My brothers, who prided themselves on caution and had evaded countless pursuits from the spirit hall, would fall today due to a single task at the hands of a great soul master. Oh, my third brother, I often told you to exercise more, but you always prefer to spend your energy on women. Look at you now, burned beyond recognition. The towering, corpulent soul master behind him was illuminated by the glow of his soul rings, his right arm swelling even larger, pale blood oozing from his arm, with a strange bone dagger-like weapon extending as if it were part of him. He seemed to be mourning for his fallen brother, performing some peculiar ritual. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan was consumed by an overwhelming desire for vengeance. Your brother's life matters, but my parents' lives do not. Although the trio were not the ones who had slain his parents, that was of no consequence to him. In Jiang Xuan's eyes, anyone who fell into the ranks of evil soul masters deserved to be exterminated. You little beast, I shall turn you into a blood offering for my third brother. How many more times can you execute that attack? The beautiful woman, having nearly recovered after consuming the blue fire lotus seed, hastily inquired. The boy in her mind had transformed into an esteemed figure due to her recognition of his terrifying strength. If you can unleash your full power, I can assist you. Please allow me to finish him off, Jiang Xuan stated, his desire for vengeance unabated. Yet reason prevented him from losing his judgment simply because he had slain a soul king, without having acquired his third soul ring. He was not a match for the opponent, and thus he needed the heavenly water soul saint to lead. He could not recklessly use his trump cards without understanding the opponent's capabilities. The scythe-wielding soul master could hardly contain his rage and was about to charge forward when the evil soul master leader grasped him tightly. Gritting his teeth, calm down. That little beast's martial soul poses a problem. It counters us even more effectively than that old woman's water lotus. Let's work together and understand him first. All right. It was undeniable that the residual azure flames from the Bat Soul King revealed the unique properties of indicating that the Soul Emperor with the second Millennium Soul Ring was extraordinary. The two assumed their offensive stances. The Heavenly Water Soul Saint, after placing her companion aside on the ground, regarded the young man with a grave expression. His attacks could only be executed a few more times, and the disparity between a Soul Emperor and a Soul King was significant, especially after the enemy had prepared defenses. Whether the boy's grandiose attacks would prove effective remained uncertain. The primary battle would depend on her. Please do not resist, Jiang Xuan suddenly stated inexplicably, then pressed his palm against her back. You, in a moment of urgency. The beautiful woman was astonished to feel a small hand on her smooth skin, exposed from the battle. Before she could inquire, a continuous stream of soul power flowed into her body. The energy, evidently surpassing the level of the water lotus, nearly elicited a moan from her. Water? Fire? As she observed, flames of an eerie nature began to rise from the petals of her water lotus, a result of Jiang Xuan's connection of the azure lotus's properties to her own. The ultimate power. It was indeed the ultimate power. Water and fire in opposition. The enchantment of the lotus. Chapter 68. Full force ahead. Although it was merely a fleeting glimpse, the quality of the boy's fire martial soul was undeniably high. Yet, how could the fire an opposing attribute, empower her water lotus to achieve such an extraordinary leap. The water lotus was enveloped in a terrifying fire exterior, as if the martial souls were merging their properties, with the soul power relying on the water lotus while the fiery strength remained undiminished. Sensing the terrifying enhancement within her body, the heavenly water soul saint questioned whether it was an illusion. The two soul emperors were no longer threats. Her soul power remained unchanged, yet her martial soul now possessed the ability to counter her adversaries effectively, along with that extraordinary ultimate strength. In the face of evil soul masters, Jiang Xuan, fueled by rage, was not simply here to offer himself as a sacrifice. Should he allow his anger to consume his reason, he would be no different from the disdainful Dai Mubai he once looked down upon. However, when confronting the group of evil soul masters responsible for the murder of his biological parents, expecting him to remain emotionally stable would not be a sign of maturity. Rather, it would be an indication of cold-bloodedness. Suppressing the overwhelming desire to charge forward, one could say that reason was currently restraining the intense fury within him. It is essential to remember that at the age of 6, when he awakened the Azure Lotus, he witnessed his parents perish before his very eyes. Thus, it is evident that Jiang Xuan's pathological quest for power stems largely from this traumatic experience. He cannot afford to perish. He must not only survive but thrive, sending every individual who dares to tread the path of the evil soul master to the depths of oblivion. The alliance with the Tianshui soul saint was not a mere whim. He had learned en route from Shueiyue that this beautiful woman, a soul saint of level 75, possessed a martial soul in the form of a water lotus. It is likely that the purifying power of the water lotus attracted the attention of the evil soul masters. As long as the two did not meet their demise before his arrival, his possession of the Azure Fire Lotus Seed would enable him to retain this formidable combat capability. However, his soul power was insufficient and his level too low. The stored energy could only be considered a trump card, incapable of truly contending with the adversary. Let us not forget that in the original tale of Do Air, there was the instance of Hui Yuhao utilizing the extreme ice power of the Ice Emperor Scorpion to elevate his teammates' ice martial souls to the pinnacle of icy prowess. The disparity in combat strength between ordinary martial souls and those of the utmost caliber is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Jiang Xuan's martial soul, born of the earth's molten core, underwent countless trials of refinement, fusion, compression, and sculpting over the course of millennia, ultimately manifesting as the Azure Lotus Flame, also known as the Azure Lotus Earth Fire. It can be likened to a flame resembling a lotus. Is it not a lotus in its fiery form? Although the two of them appeared somewhat unusual, the enhancement of martial soul quality was undeniably tangible. The beautiful woman wore an expression of fascination. It became clear that the feeling of possessing a top-tier ultimate martial soul was indeed intoxicating. No wonder this youth could vanquish the troublesome evil soul master with his strength, despite lacking a 1,000-year soul ring. How long can you maintain this state? Inquired the Zhang, surnamed Soul Saint. Until I eliminate the opponent. The boy's eyes, still blood-red, remained unaffected by the mature woman's presence. His focus was solely on the two figures in black robes not far off. As the two adversaries moved in unison, Jiang Xuan quickly cautioned, "Be wary. The most towering evil soul master must be his right hand, and it has undergone a mutation." He immediately noted the peculiarities of the leading figure. Indeed, even if an evil soul master cultivated rapidly, the requirement for a second soul ring would necessitate an extraordinarily robust physique. Is there anything in this world that could enhance one's essence more than one's own martial soul? Though the original Do, he did not mention the body martial soul. It does not imply its absence. The leader's martial soul was a crucial arm martial soul. And the more vital the body part in the context of the body martial soul, the more formidable it becomes. The martial soul is the right hand? No wonder the power is so exaggerated. The beautiful woman nodded, her previous concerns dissipating, although she felt slightly encumbered by the additional companion. The martial soul enhancement he provided instilled in her the sensation of being capable of contending with high-ranking soul Douluo. "May I borrow your soul power?" "Certainly." Given that their martial souls were both lotus flowers, although their synergy had not reached the level of fusion techniques, with his active cooperation, it was still feasible to utilize the Soul Saint's formidable soul power to execute skills. Hunt them down, pack of wolves. The cold words of the youth signaled the imminent onset of battle, as two soul rings illuminated simultaneously. The azure flames surged forth, and a fire ring erupted around them, conjuring numerous azure fire wolves from the energy of the azure fire lotus seed. The fire wolves positioned themselves in various directions, displaying a hint of sentience in their eyes. They were not mere soul beasts. Second brother, unleash your full strength. We can wait no longer. Understood. Let us eliminate that boy at the back. The rotund leader roared. After the azure fire wolves emerged, they did not attack immediately. Instead, they stationed themselves in different directions, evidently aiming to obstruct the path of the two brothers. As for testing the fire's potency with their bodies, the man felt unable to do so, although the owner of the flames possessed less than 3 rings. The instinctive fear emanating from the azure flames was palpable. What could incite such trepidation within him? As the wielder of the right hand, as a martial soul, his cultivation had been smooth sailing thus far. After the mutation, his right hand could even absorb flesh and blood to aid his own training. Had it not been for his innate soul power being only at level 7, he might have already attained the rank of Soul Saint. Without further ado, he directed his efforts towards the Shrek Academy's Soul Saint. 4th soul skill, White Soul Shockwave. As a soul ring configuration surpassing that of ordinary soul masters. His 4th soul skill, given its 10,000-year nature, far exceeded the capabilities of a typical soul emperor, unleashing invisible shockwaves towards his adversary. The evil soul master with the dark sickle martial soul followed suit, their coordination seamless as the two brothers unleashed their abilities in succession. 5th soul skill, blood refinement of the vast sea. As a soul saint, the beautiful woman possessed rich combat experience. With the support of an enhanced version of a portable power bank, she now resembled a war deity. 3rd soul skill, Azure Lotus Golden Body. 6th soul skill, Raging Waves. The attack arrived in an instant. Previously, facing the right-hand soul emperor and that bat soul king had proved to be quite the challenge, yet now she navigated the situation with ease. The pressure wave was shattered by the soul power emitted from her left hand, and the terrifying blood-colored energy of the sickle master met the water lotus, now enveloped in flames, as if encountering its nemesis, melting away like ice and snow without posing even the slightest threat. However, the Soul Saint's 6th soul skill was not so easily countered. The Lotus Martial Soul transformed into an unending torrent of water, lacking exaggerated destructive power, yet delivering a relentless sensation of compression. The sickle-wielding evil soul master, having taken the brunt of the attack, was sent hurtling backward. Attack him, wolf pack. Jiang Xuan, the one providing support, did not remain idle. As the sickle master was sent flying, he commanded the azure fire wolves to pounce upon the adversary. Boom. Chapter 69. The Shocking Shrek Crowd. Boom. The boy's soft utterance coincided with the azure fire wolves exploding upon contact with the enemy. Bang, bang, bang. Countless fire wolves pummeled the target, erupting in succession like waterlogged dogs, unleashing terrifying azure flames that radiated chaotically. The sickle-wielding man, unable to evade, endured the explosions of several fire wolves, ultimately relying on his elder brother to shield him from the remaining onslaught. Interestingly, the fire wolves, aware that they would not inflict significant damage upon the Soul Emperor-level Evil Soul Master, remained stationary. Are you all right, second brother? I won't perish. That boy-esque flames are too restraining, and my soul power feels as if it is being scorched. My defenses were completely obliterated. Stabilizing his form, the second brother, brandishing the enormous sickle, appeared utterly miserable, his body stained with vibrant blood, which had congealed onto his clothing due to the intense heat of the... Upon inspecting his left hand, which had directly encountered the azure fire wolves, the white bones were starkly visible. He gasped for breath, clearly not as fine as he claimed. In a single exchange, the azure lotus earth fire, empowered by the Soul Saint's soul power, began to reveal its might. Fearing that the bond between the water lotus and azure lotus would not mirror that of Huyu Hao and his companions in the original tale, making it challenging to establish a connection, Jiang Xuan felt a sense of assurance as he directly aided his counterpart with a fire lotus seed. Today, you shall remain in the Star Dove Forest. In the midst of battle, as both sides grappled, Jiang Xuan found himself in close proximity to the clash between the Soul Emperor and Soul Sage. The scene was markedly different from that of the title Douluo as the young man's cold gaze absorbed the experience of combat. If the title Duo offered insight into the future, the exchange between the Soul Emperor and Soul Sage allowed for a comprehension of techniques and subsequent enhancement. What a formidable youth! Once again, he inflicted heavy damage upon his opponents, prompting admiration from the beautiful woman, who recalled her earlier encounter with the deceased Soul King, where she had suffered grave injuries. Had it not been for her concern over a potential final strike from him, she believed he could have easily claimed her life. Yet, the roles had now reversed. Due to the power of his Fire Lotus martial spirit, she found herself facing two Soul Emperor-level evil spirit masters while maintaining an absolute advantage. The intermittent assistance from the Azure Fire Wolves contributed significantly to her predicament, as the environment teemed with them, restricting her every move. Unbeknownst to the admiring disciple of a master, the beautiful woman again unleashed her Water Fire Lotus toward her foes. Seizing the opportunity, as the saying goes, those who reach the Soul Sage level are far from naive. Regarding the level of martial spirits required to elevate her Water Lotus to such terrifying heights, those queries could await the conclusion of the battle. Teacher, must we truly join the fray? What if what? I shall not harm you. The Dragon Lord and the Serpent Lady are honorable beings who would not force you into anything. With me here, what is there to fear? Your presence may not guarantee safety, he thought, but refrained from voicing it. At that moment, the Shrek group hastened toward the direction Jiang Xuan had departed. Strangely, Zhao Wuji, a powerful bear spirit master known for his strength, exhibited the ability to fly through the air. Upon closer inspection, one could see delicate wings sprouting from his back. A gift from Oscar's Millennium Soul Ring, the auxiliary sausage provided by the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's 1,000-year soul skill. I have a mushroom sausage. With the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, he could soar for a minute. As a food-type soul master, Oscar truly possessed extraordinary talent. Their intention to seek out Jiang Xuan stemmed from shared sentiment. As Zhao Wuji believed, it is better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. He sensed that the urgency in Jiang Xuan suggested that something had transpired with his companions. Saving a life in need would likely ensure that when they encountered the Dragon Lord in the future, Shrek would not face undue hardship. The clumsy bear, having offended Jiang Xuan multiple times, warranted consideration from Dai Mubai. Regardless of the circumstances, they remained students of the academy. The day Dai Mubai had withdrawn from school was an outlet for his frustration, yet the stubbornness of the fierce tiger only added fuel to the fire. Oh dear! The powerful dragon snake, now a title Douluo, is not to be trifled with. Oscar's unintentional action may serve to alleviate some tension. Zhao Wuji's intentions were noble, yet he wondered if Dai Mubai, blinded by hatred, could emerge from his despair. Voicing concern were Tang San and Xiao Wu. Upon hearing of the need to approach Jiang Xuan, accompanied by two title Douluo elders, felt alarm bells ring within Xiao Wu. She hoped that the message she had dispatched would soon reach them. Tang San turned to Xiao Wu, pondering why she had become so distracted upon entering the Stardow Forest. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed ahead, reminiscent of a soul master battle. Zhao Wuji shouted, "You all, assess the situation. Do not approach without my signal." Understood, teacher. With a few remaining behind, they felt secure with Tang San, the little hedgehog, present. They were still in the peripheral zone, where ordinary soul beasts posed little threat. What was occurring in the outer region that was so intense? Heavenly heavens! Could he truly contend with a soul emperor? Unbelievable! Zhao Wuji felt exasperated, cursing, "You little rascals, did I not instruct you to stay back?" Tang San, helpless, gestured to the distance, where the unfolding scene was just a few steps away. Though they were on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, the density of the trees was remarkable. Before them lay a surreal sight, for figures engaged in combat high above, one large and one small attacking. While the other two Soul Emperors struggled to withstand the onslaught, the eerie Azure Fire Wolves intermittently leapt forward, their explosions resulting from self-detonation. Looking down at the ground, flames consumed the earth, mingled with the charred remains of an unidentified object. Had the battle escalated to such terrifying heights? My goodness, were these truly a Soul Emperor and a Soul Sage? As Jiang Xuan positioned himself behind the Soul Sage, seemingly providing support, the spectacle before Zhao Wuji reshaped his understanding. Two Soul Emperor-level evil spirit masters, alongside a Soul Sage with a green lotus, were engaged in combat that transcended the capabilities of a typical soul sage. How do we resolve such inflated boasts? Fortunately, no soul Douluo was present. Upon witnessing this, a sigh of relief escaped the crowd, though one individual, recently fortunate enough to evade detection, was already contemplating an escape. Clang! The sound of steel echoed as the two evil spirit masters found themselves in dire straits. The battle grew increasingly alarming. The youth had seemingly empowered the soul sage beyond comprehension. A fire spirit master capable of obliterating a soul king was classified as a support type. My education has been lacking. Do not deceive me. Boss, we have company. Damn it, we have no choice but to flee. Chapter 70. A forceful elimination. Is it them? Jiang Xuan's gaze immediately fell upon the Shrek group, and Zhao Wuji's arrival undoubtedly exacerbated the plight of the already beleaguered evil spirit master duo. It appeared that both parties recognized one another. Observing their movements, the soul sage from Heavenly Water Academy remarked, "Prepare for the youth's earlier assault. They seem intent on retreating." Indeed, they were preparing to flee, employing a costly method, for they would not consider it until Zhao Wuji, the new soul sage, appeared. Jiang Xuan, with a calculated glimmer in his eye, shouted to the figures on the ground. "Senior Zhao Wuji, these two are evil spirit masters. I hope you can set aside past grievances and lend your assistance." His voice rang out deliberately, ensuring the adversaries heard him. If they had prepared for the final strike, it would be unfortunate if it were evaded. Damn it, they truly know each other. Brother, accelerate. I will block their attacks. Evil spirit masters? Were those? As the leader of the evil spirit masters, upon piercing his own hand, prepared to assist the scythe-wielding companion, the beautiful woman, positioned behind Jiang Xuan, silently readied her own significant asset. Zhao Wuji had vaguely heard the term, stating, "Keep an eye on Dai." Those two seemed to pose a significant challenge. To compel a proud genius to lower his head piqued his curiosity regarding the underlying cause. Thus, setting aside their previous grievances, he calculated his approach and prepared to strike. Powerful bear, manifest. Third soul skill, gravity enhancement. Fifth soul skill, gravity compression. A towering, golden bear spirit materialized, standing firm, and Zhao Wuji's outward appearance was momentarily disregarded. The two critical limiting soul skills undoubtedly provided significant assistance. A splendid opportunity. The enchanting woman once again unleashed her soul technique, repelling the opposing soul emperor with a single strike. Behind her, Jiang Xuan was already prepared to leap into action. In his hands, a terrifying azure spear of fire coalesced. The innate martial soul was undeniably formidable, especially when wielded by a mutated evil soul master. The two soul emperor's assaults had pushed the beautiful woman to her limits. To eliminate them would undoubtedly require an even greater exertion of effort. The arrival of Zhao Wuji's formidable presence, coupled with the assistance of two powerful gravity soul techniques, forced their adversaries to reveal critical vulnerabilities. It was clear that the enmity with Shrek Academy had diminished significantly after Long Gong dealt with both of their deans, and what remained was primarily due to Dai Mubai's provocations. Jiang Xuan's soul power was still insufficient. At this juncture, he relied heavily on the support of the soul sage from Tianshui Academy. Without that aid, eliminating the Bat Soul King would be a formidable challenge. The long dragon palm technique he had learned in the system space was powerful, yet it demanded a high level of proficiency from the soul master. Against two soul emperors who had fortified themselves, it was evidently inadequate. With two more reserves of energy stored within the Blue Lotus, he resolved to employ the flame spear to vanquish his foes. A momentary stumble from one of the two under the influence of Zhao Wuji's gravity technique indicated impending doom. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Xuan summoned a peculiar lotus flower at the tip of his fiery spear. This time, it was not merely azure. A vibrant crimson hue graced the petals, visible only to Jiang Xuan. This was a half-formed creation, yet the aura of annihilation emanating from the spear was unmistakable. "Pierce through him, flame spear," he declared. "If you seek our lives, then let us perish together." Blood flowed from the mouth of the evil soul master, while the scythe-wielding soul master appeared even more wretched, casting a vengeful glare toward Zhao Wuji. Had their soul techniques not been interrupted by the gravity, they would have escaped long ago. "Let us die together," they cried, charging toward Shrek's group, as the Tianshui Soul Sage and Jiang Xuan unleashed their most potent attacks simultaneously. The explosion that followed was catastrophic. Zhao Wujie, despite his heroic efforts, found himself in a dire predicament, needing to shield Shrek Academy from further harm. Damn it, Jiang Xuan. Our feud has just escalated. 7th Soul Skill, True Martial Soul. 1st Soul Skill, Immovable King Body. The fiery onslaught engulfed the vicinity, sparing only the students of Shrek who remained at a safe distance. Once the azure flames dissipated, Zhao Wujie's appearance drew immediate attention. To eliminate the evil Soul Master, the Soul Sage harnessed her utmost power, combined with the explosive energy from the remnants of Douluo's explosion, creating an overwhelming force. Normally, when Zhao Wujie's martial soul manifested, his body would be enveloped in a golden iron hue, exuding an aura of terrifying strength. However, at that moment, he appeared utterly diminished. Half of his hair had been singed away, and although the soul techniques had not targeted them, the residual shockwaves were beyond the resilience of mere 2nd and 3rd ring soul masters. Thus, Zhao Wujie had no choice but to endure the explosion's impact with his physical body. Dai Mu Bai, I truly regret taking you on as a student, he lamented, harboring deep resentment. Upon learning that Meng Shu had advanced to title Douluo, he had taken on the responsibility of guiding several formidable students. Had it not been for their safety, he would have reconsidered offering assistance. Aside from his half-burned hair, Zhao Wujie's attire was in tatters, leaving only fragments of fabric. Beneath his robust frame, a glimpse of red undergarments was almost comically incongruous. Coughing, he reflected that under normal circumstances, Shrek's mischievous students would have mocked him mercilessly. However, with the current situation, the injury sustained by those who had rushed forward without orders rendered laughter impossible. Moreover, the sheer magnitude of the explosion from the azure flames was astonishing. The battered souls around him wore expressions of shock and confusion. Are we finished? His footing faltered, but the Tianshui Soul Sage, having been attentive, steadied him, preventing him from collapsing. Gazing towards the explosion's epicenter, he needed confirmation of the evil Soul Master's demise before he could feel at ease. Truly, a cockroach that cannot be exterminated. Jiang Xuan sighed, realizing he had exhausted all his cards, even considering the Soul Sage's martial soul in his calculations. Defeating 2 Soul Emperors was an arduous task indeed. As he surveyed the crater left by the explosion, he beheld a grotesquely mutilated corpse at its center. While the Soul Master wielding the right-hand martial soul had lost half of his body, yet remained unsteady on his feet. The splattered black blood even marred Mahongju nearby, whose expression was a mixture of madness and despair. Great Soul Master, Soul Zun, he mocked. I never expected my 3 brothers would fall to a mere boy like you. I'm unwilling to accept this. But do not rejoice too soon. The Great Master will find you and tear you apart piece by piece. Water Lotus, Fire Lotus. Haha. I believe the Master would relish the chance to obliterate 2 Soul Masters with purifying powers in one go. His raucous laughter was abruptly silenced as a slender staff ended his life. Chapter 71. Thoughts on the 3rd Soul Ring. The final blow was delivered by the timely arrival of Chao Tianxiang. After consuming the divine herb, she not only ascended to level 70, but also imbued her serpent staff with the venomous properties of the ancient Bailin snake. In the wake of this poisonous assault, the evil Soul Master finally met his end. Xuanzi, Meng Yiran rushed to support the exhausted Jiang Xuan, and upon recognizing him as her elder, the Tianshui Soul Sage breathed a heavy sigh of relief before tending to the gravely injured Soul Emperor, Xiaochang. For her, there were no divine treasures comparable to the azure fire lotus seed. The beautiful woman momentarily shifted her focus elsewhere, yet her gaze lingered on the young man. Lost in contemplation, the fearsome flames of the lotus, that unforgettable ultimate power. Upon the arrival of her allies, Jiang Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, collapsing against Meng Yiran's shoulder. Beside them, Duge Yin smiled playfully. So even you little monster have a day when you tire. The shock she had experienced during this time was indeed extraordinary. 2 Soul Emperors, not to mention the now extinguished Bat Soul King, had united with a Soul Sage to achieve victory. The final scene was witnessed by all present. Sister Ran, help me over there, Jiang Xuan requested, recovering his strength as he gestured towards the Shrek group. Meng Yiran agreed. All right, but take it slow, although the battle appeared to favor them. The inherent risks were not easily conveyed to outsiders. When they arrived, the two Shrek Academy Soul Masters had been rendered powerless, and whether the enemy had reinforcements remained uncertain. Moreover, speculation regarding the effects of the Azure Fire Lotus Seed lingered. Could the ultimate power of the Blue Lotus be harnessed against the Soul Sage? All remained a mystery. Fortunately, he had triumphed. Thus, 3 evil Soul Masters lay dead, and he, Jiang Xuan, had once again survived. Despite knowing such a mindset was flawed, he understood that when it came to matters involving evil Soul Masters, he could not restrain himself. The youth, with a bitter smile, contemplated the necessity of addressing his predicament. The events of that year incessantly tormented his calm demeanor. His volatile nature was trivial in comparison to the turmoil he would face should he confront those responsible for his parents' demise. It felt as if another soul was influencing his actions. As he approached the members of Shrek Academy, they exchanged glances, uncertain of the youth's intentions. Then, in a somewhat comical fashion, Zhao Wujia observed Jiang Xuan, supported by Mangaran, bending slightly to bow. Though his voice lacked the strength due to his fatigue as he expressed gratitude. Thank you, Senior Zhao Wujia, for putting aside past grievances to assist me. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command me. This repetitive scene unfolded once again. Differing ideologies and opinions regarding Shrek Academy aside, Jiang Xuan deemed Zhao Wujia's actions worthy of this courtesy. Regardless of his motives, Zhao Wujia's significant contribution in vanquishing 2 Soul Emperors was commendable. Allowing even one to escape was unacceptable. To eliminate the evil Soul Masters, he had offered the precious Qing Huolianzi without a second thought. Even half of it was equivalent to a divine herb. The enmity was profound. A mere bow was trivial compared to the lengths he would go to solicit aid from a titled Douluo if even the slightest chance arose. The registration at Shrek had no connection to Zhao Wujia. And a teacher who had previously chosen to abandon his students in the face of the Titan giant ape was deemed qualified. Thus, the chapter of Shrek Academy should conclude here. Flanders, you sly merchant, you have truly suffered a great loss this time. Zhao Wujia's earlier discomfort at Soul Beast Town dissipated, yet he gazed with mixed feelings at the departing figure of the youth, then at the peculiar individuals beside him. When it came to talent, there was a stark contrast. In the youth, Zhao Wujia perceived the semblance of a future powerhouse. With a complex mood, Zhao Wujia waved his hand and gruffly declared, "Let us depart." Lord Zhao Wujia, the Supreme Dragon Snake, owes you a favor, Kao Xiangxiang interjected as Zhao Wujia prepared to leave. She had witnessed Zhao Wujia's decisive actions against the 2 evil Soul Masters. Despite her lack of fondness for Shrek Academy, they had aided her grandson, and a favor was warranted. Was it a loss? Not all. It was a guaranteed gain. In an unseen corner, Zhao Wujia revealed a satisfied smile. A titled Douluo, particularly one with a martial soul fusion technique, was a favor worth having, not to mention the future opportunities to leverage that favor against Shrek. Once the members of Shrek departed, guarded by 2 Soul Saints, Jiang Xuan began to meditate. Being a power bank for Soul Saints was indeed no trivial task. The disparity in levels was significant, as Hui Yuhao from Team Douluo had merely a 3-ring difference from his companions, while Jiang Xuan faced a 40-level gap. Fortunately, the essence of the Qinglian was superior to the extreme fire. Had he been drained completely, the discomfort would have been unbearable. After expending his flame spear, he found himself devoid of soul power. The petals of the Qinglian earth fire could store a certain amount of energy. The explosive forces from Douluo's soul ring and the ice-fire duality were rooted in the otherwise. Even his talent would struggle to pose a threat to the 2 Soul Emperors. Moreover, one of them possessed the original martial soul. Regrettably, his soul power was insufficient. While the flame spear was formidable, it paled in comparison to that particular technique. He needed to acquire his 3rd Millennium Soul Ring as soon as possible. Solidifying his physical foundation at each critical level would afford him more options for higher-level soul rings. According to the original work, the first soul ring was 432 years, but with the Qinglian enhancing his physique, he could absorb a reliable 546-year soul ring post-martial soul awakening. Thus, the so-called optimal configuration was merely applicable to average soul masters. The strength of a soul master's martial soul and physical prowess were determinants for the absorption age of soul rings. The innate full soul power and blinded hatred from his childhood had obscured his vision. As his body matured, the age of his first soul ring could potentially increase. Just as the evil soul master's original martial souls transcended normal configurations. It was indeed perilous. The adversary's right-hand martial soul had not undergone a second awakening. If it had, the outcome would be uncertain. However, it was of little consequence. The skills acquired in the system space during battle would significantly enhance his combat capabilities, while soul ring abilities primarily offered supportive effects. This collaboration with the Soul Saint from the Shrek Academy sparked a bold idea. If incompatible water and fire could connect, why not acquire a soul ring of a different attribute for his Qinglian? The growth of consumed all, but would the attribute discrepancy of the soul ring affect the Qinglian? Chapter 72. Shui Bing Before long, reinforcements from Shrek Academy arrived, and the leader bore a striking resemblance to the beautiful woman. Aunt Jiang, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Shui teary-eyed, rushed into her embrace and began examining the woman's hands. The soul saint of the water lotus flower gazed at her little niece with a mix of exasperation and affection, saying, I am fine. Do not disturb Aunt Xiaochang. She requires treatment. Coincidentally, Shrek Academy, being a water element institution, was abundant in healing soul masters. Among the entourage was a support soul emperor wielding a healing staff. Healing light, restorative light, life light. 3 soul skills were unleashed upon the injured Xiaochang, swiftly stabilizing her condition. The wounds, purified by, began to heal at a visible pace. The healing staff soul emperor was considerably aged, and it appeared unlikely she would find the opportunity to break through the 70th level soul saint tier in this lifetime. Such was the plight of support soul masters, whose cultivation was notoriously slow. Are you truly unscathed? Truly no major issues, big sister, spoke the leader of the Shrek Academy support team, who was none other than her elder sister, Jiang Xuan, the Academy's vice president and an 82-level soldier. The beautiful woman, named Jiang Xuan, was indeed Shui aunt. As she spoke, her gaze shifted once more to the flame-wielding youth seated nearby. Had it not been for the awkwardness of age, she would have considered taking him along. Experiencing the tremendous force that enhanced one's martial soul was akin to an addictive poison, difficult to resist. Upon learning that a youth without even a third ring had defeated 2 soul emperors to slay a soul king, even Jiang Xuan, well-versed in the world, was left in astonishment, particularly curious about the fire lotus that could elevate her sister's water lotus martial soul. She could only abandon her inquiries upon noticing the old crone, Kao Xingxiang, leaning on her cane nearby. The news of the Dragon Lord's advancement to title Daw spread slowly among the 5 major academies, yet under the intentional dissemination by the Martial Soul Hall. Shrek Academy would not overlook such crucial information. The Supreme Dragon Snake, originally a Soul Douluo and Soul Emperor, could now contend with title Douluo. The recent promotion of the Dragon Lord was a significant development. This left the Academy indebted to others. As for the unique attributes of their descendants, it was not for Shrek Academy to investigate. Among the 5 elemental academies, Shrek's strength was not lacking, yet possessed only 2 title level powerhouses. Title Douluos were either among the top 3 sects or like Dugobo, living a life of leisure, aside from a few major empires. Most resided within the Martial Soul Hall. Setting aside unnecessary thoughts, Jiang Xuan promptly expressed her gratitude to Chao Tianxiang, suppressing any lingering doubts. In light of the recent assault on Tianshui, we are immensely grateful for the assistance rendered by Long Shi and Qilinzi. We hope to convene with His Excellency Long after the soul hunting concludes, at which point our Academy will extend a warm welcome to convey our appreciation. Of course, should His Excellency be preoccupied with preparations for the Soul Master competition, I shall personally visit with the Dean to express our thanks. The elderly woman spoke with grace, recognizing that both Chao Tianxiang and Meng Shu were consciously expanding their influence after the loss of their children, making it advantageous to foster a good relationship with the Shrek Academy. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chao Tianxiang replied, You flatter me. I wonder if your grandson has sustained any injuries. We could commence treatment for him. As she spoke, Jiang Xuan gestured for the healing soul emperor to approach. Chao Tianxiang waved her hand in refusal, stating, Xiao Xuan's eye is mostly unharmed, just a bit fatigued and suffering from severe soul power depletion. Treatment can wait until he is fully recuperated. It would be wise to prioritize the healing of your Academy's soul emperor first. Three charred corpses lay to the side, both groups instinctively distancing themselves from the area occupied by the evil soul masters. At that moment, ordinary soul masters had little understanding of the concept of evil soul masters, though high-ranking soul masters were somewhat familiar with their existence. "Is that the Jiang Xuan you mentioned, sister?" A young lady resembling Shui Yuer spoke up from Shrek Academy. She stood approximately 165 meters tall, her figure perfectly proportioned, not overly voluptuous nor excessively slender. Like Shui Yuer, her long, water-blue hair cascaded down her back, and her fair complexion was adorned with delicate features. At first glance, she might not seem exceptionally striking, but upon closer inspection, her beauty revealed itself in a subtle, ethereal manner. In terms of age, Shui Binger was actually younger than Shui Yuer, yet among the students of Shrek Academy, rankings were based on strength, and Shui Binger's prowess far surpassed that of Shui Yuer. An inexplicable sensation washed over her as her enchanting gaze fell upon the handsome youth seated at a distance. Curiosity flickering in her eyes, she found herself puzzled by the inexplicable flutter in her heart, but now was not the time to dwell on such distractions. She could only suppress her feelings, for the two had never crossed paths before. Perhaps she was still processing her astonishment at hearing that he could employ special means to slay a Soul King. The young girl stifled her emotions, and coupled with Shui Yuer's incessant chatter, she found herself lacking the poise befitting a beautiful maiden. Alas, even in the Douluo Forest, she could be so frivolous. It seemed her studies had not been sufficient. Unbeknownst to Shui Yuer, as she animatedly recounted Jiang Xuan's heroic deeds to her elder sister, the very subject of their conversation was contemplating how to assign her additional tasks upon their return. Once the Soul Emperor's injuries were stabilized, Zhang Qingyi bid farewell to Cao Tianxiang, explaining that Xiao Chang's condition necessitated further treatment at the academy, as the Douluo Forest was undoubtedly not the best place for recovery. A great favor does not require verbal thanks. Take care. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhang Qingyi cast another glance at the still unconscious Jiang Xuan, her gaze shifting to the two whispering nieces as if making a decision. At that moment, Jiang Xuan, deep in meditation, remained unaware that he had been scrutinized by her gaze. Damn it! Why is the Qinglian suddenly reacting? The youth lamented inwardly, feeling helpless. Since his second awakening, the Qinglian had not exhibited such behavior. The strain on his meridians from exhausting his soul power nearly caused him to cry out in pain. Fortunately, the disturbance lasted only a fleeting moment and did not persist. With his eyes tightly shut, he could sense Meng Aran and Dugu Yin nearby, but other than that, he was vaguely aware that many had come from Shrek Academy, though he could not discern their identities. Following this battle, his already solidified soul power had grown even more robust, and he resolved to attempt something new with his third soul ring. Should his plan succeed, his ultimate card would elevate his abilities to unprecedented heights. As for the peculiar sensation that had briefly crossed his mind, he chose not to dwell on it. Chapter 73. The Dark Golden Terrorclaw Bear. Swoosh, swoosh. In the Douluo Forest, between the outer region and the mixed area, the tranquility of the forest was shattered. Under the moonlit night, an unexpected clamor erupted. In the underbrush, a massive black shape writhed forward, causing the smaller trees around it to part, sending the fallen leaves soaring into the air. The creature emitted an ominous hissing sound, and in the moonlight, its bulky form appeared grotesque. Still coated in the slick mud from which it had been forcibly extracted, it was the golden silk flame python, judging by its writhing length. It measured approximately 13 or 14 meters and had a cultivation level exceeding 7,000 years. We found it. Still trying to escape? First soul skill, Snake Emperor's Golden Body Shield. Third soul skill, Mountain Splitting Strike. The serpent's eyes exhibited human-like emotions as the magnified azure staff shimmered with golden light. Wielded by the now overconfident Meng Aran, standing before the golden silk flame python, the 40-level soul master brandished the Snake Emperor's staff like an indomitable warrior. The combination of her third soul skill with her first soul skill effectively blocked the serpent's path. A soul beast of 7,000 years should not be deterred by a mere 40-level soul master. Yet the blood gushing from its vital spot indicated it had sustained serious injuries. Moreover, Meng Aran was no ordinary soul master, in a state of her martial soul manifestation. Her physique, though feminine, exuded formidable strength. Though it may not be appropriate to describe it in such terms, the giant python attempted to flee. But behind it lurked a terrifying six-ring soul master, with azure flames swirling around, leaving no escape for the serpent. Boom! Fully revived. Jiang Xuan was currently preoccupied with covering his face, unable to gaze upon Meng Iran, who had developed into a berserker soul master. A stark contrast to the original narrative where her martial soul diverged into something unrecognizable, with the foundation laid by the azure fire lotus seed. Her subsequent celestial herbs had further honed her physical prowess. If Meng Iran's martial soul remained the Snake Emperor's staff without any changes, it would be akin to a certain formidable woman wielding a broken sword, exuding an aura reminiscent of an unstoppable force. Since acquiring her first soul ring, she had embraced the thrill of battle, augmenting her attack power and the weight of her martial soul. The golden silk flame python, being a fire attribute with exceptional strength, found itself at a disadvantage against Meng Iran's full-on assault. The Snake Emperor's staff, wielded by the girl who had trained alongside Jiang Xuan since childhood, was brandished with impressive ferocity. The giant python, struck by the blunt force, felt its strength wane further. Good job, Iran. Give it another strike. Douluo, known for her mischievous nature, was exhilarated to see her best friend in such fierce form. The 1,000-year-old soul beast had already been severely wounded by Chao Tianxiang, and the pursuing snake grandmother was more than happy to ensure it had little strength left to challenge her granddaughter in real combat. Why, in the dead of night, do they persist in pursuing one another, daring to engage in the perilous activity of soul hunting? This can be traced back to the signals from the old poison. The trio, who had disturbed the tranquility of the Star-Do Central District, successfully concluded their hunting expedition and encountered a suitable soul beast, which they were reluctant to let slip away. Consequently, the four of them commenced their siege on this colossal python. Jiang Xuan and Douluo refrained from intervening, merely observing Meng Iran's solitary performance. Indeed, identifying the proper direction is crucial for a soul master. In an alternate timeline, Meng Iran had evidently failed to harness the full offensive power of her snake staff, lacking in both speed and toxicity, which led to her confrontation with the slightly older Tang San. However, the current Meng Iran, let alone the 29th level Tang San, would pose a challenge even for Daimubai. After absorbing 3 soul rings, the weight of the Snake Emperor staff had transformed significantly. All right, Iran, deliver the final blow without any unnecessary complications. Ko Xingxiang cautioned, reminding her that the prior sinister soul master had led the elder to abandon any thoughts of cooperation. In the Star-Do Great Forest, one could never predict the emergence of a 100,000-year soul beast at any moment. Even a soul sage might find themselves in dire straits. The Snake Emperor staff struck down fiercely, splitting the skull of the golden silk fire python. Once in combat mode, Meng Iran was entirely different from her usual self. Responding coldly, "I will soon understand it." The girl's frigid tone, coupled with the blood splattering onto her face, was accentuated by the moonlight, enhancing her allure. "Be careful. That beast is desperate." A chilling roar erupted as the massive serpent, driven from the swamp, instinctively sensed that if it did not utilize its life-preserving abilities, it would surely perish here as another soul ring. Unfortunately, its once formidable physique, which had dominated its hunting grounds, now became a burden on land. The fire python, as its name suggests, not only possessed immense physical strength, but also required caution against its sudden fire attribute attacks. "Don't let it escape, that cunning beast." Jiang Xuan jested, always preferring to be thoroughly prepared in hunting mode, with the Qinglian Earthheart fire ready to intercept the creature's fiery abilities, ensuring Meng Iran could vanquish it for the soul ring. Who would have thought this beast would prove to be so sly? It splattered mud all over me. I'm going to kill it. In an unfortunate turn of events, the creature spewed not fire, but mud stored in its 2 large sacks, much to the disdain of the 2 girls, allowing it to slip away. Witnessing its massive body twisting, it smashed through the boulders blocking its path, evoking terror at the thought of such force colliding with a human body. As the 2 girls continued to curse, Jiang Xuan urged, "Ladies, if we don't pursue, it will truly escape," as if suggesting that avoiding the mud would somehow allow them to let the python go. Roar! Hiss! Just as the trio prepared to chase once more, 2 distinct cries from different soul beasts rang out. Ko Xingxiang promptly halted their steps, as the fleeing golden silk fire python was inexplicably lifted into the air by a formidable figure on a mountainside, ensnaring the serpent-s body. Dark golden fearsome claw bear. The expressions of the group grew grave. They had not anticipated encountering such a rare creature. Jiang silently urged the others to retreat a bit. Due to the darkness of night, they could not discern the creature's features, and recklessly approaching without knowing its age would be tantamount to seeking death. What is a dark golden fearsome claw bear? Douluo Yin inquired, equally puzzled, as it was their first encounter with such a soul beast. She was eager to confront it, having just nearly subdued a soul ring. Do not act rashly. Jiang had heard of this soul beast previously, but today marked her first encounter. She had assumed it was merely a fabrication of soul masters, yet it truly existed. Had it not been for the moonlight illuminating the bear's distinctive form, they might have mistaken the dark golden fearsome claw bear for an ordinary bear-type soul beast. If it were indeed that creature, they would be in serious trouble. Jiang Xuan quickly searched his memory regarding the dark golden fearsome claw bear. The group's caution was understandable, as it was rare for those fierce beasts to venture out of the Star Do core region at this hour, preoccupied with absorbing a large supply. Otherwise, the 10 great ferocious beasts would ensure that none approached the core. He hesitated to inform the others, but if he recalled correctly, the 6th-ranked beast among the 10 ferocious creatures, the Bear King, was indeed a dark golden fearsome claw bear. The most powerful of its kind possessed the ultimate attribute of gold. Of course, this ultimate gold referred to the Bear King himself. Ordinary dark golden fearsome claw bears merely approached that level. Otherwise, considering the size of that creature, he would have turned tail and fled with the others. Beneath the moonlight, they could vaguely see a massive bear, entirely covered in dark golden fur, letting out a satisfied roar as it clutched the lifeless golden silk fire python. This beast stood over 3 meters tall, resembling a small mountain, its eyes devoid of emotion, filled instead with coldness and cruelty. With a gentle tug, it effortlessly severed the python in half, greedily consuming its hot blood and flesh. The blood flowed across its dark golden fur, its arms impressively thick, shoulders broad and sturdy like a city wall. At the ends of its robust arms were razor-sharp, dark golden claws, each extending over a meter. As it moved, the mere passage of those claws through the air produced a faint hissing sound. What a magnificent bear! Jiang Xuan could not help but exclaim. Jiang, prioritizing caution, prepared to retreat, unwilling to risk the safety of her companions against an unknown top-tier soul beast. Regardless of the veracity of the soul master's descriptions of the dark golden fearsome claw bear, she did not wish to take chances. Douluo Yin, Jiang Xuan, and Meng Yiran were all closely connected to her, while Long Gong could potentially attempt to slay this foolish bear. But for now, it was best to avoid confrontation. The group crouched low, fortunate that the dark golden fearsome claw bear was preoccupied devouring the rare fire python, relishing the unusual taste of the serpent-s meat, which elicited continuous roars of excitement from the foolish bear. Jiang Xuan understood Jiang's concerns well. Generally speaking, soul beasts had tendencies in their abilities, such as favoring speed, attack, or defense. However, the dark golden fearsome claw bear was a genuine anomaly, excelling in both attack and defense, embodying a contradiction. In other words, while it possessed the innate defensive capabilities of a bear, its offensive power was equally terrifying. Its dark golden fur boasted impressive defensive properties, while its formidable claws delivered devastating attacks. It was said that the most powerful dark golden fearsome claw bears could even contend with dragons. Jiang Xuan was well aware of this, as the Bear King constantly sought to challenge the golden-eyed Black Dragon King for dominion over the beast god's position. Such a statement does hold some truth. The only flaw lies in its speed. However, this monstrous soul beast possesses a remote skill called the Dark Golden Claw, which is indeed formidable. Meng Yiran is not one to act recklessly. Upon encountering an adversary that appears difficult to provoke, she proactively suggests that they can always seek another soul ring. Jiang Xuan intervenes, halting the 3 who were about to depart. Wait, what is the matter? The sharp claws of the dark golden claw bear do not exceed 1.5 meters, indicating it has yet to surpass the Millennium Soul Beast stage. A soul beast approaching the pinnacle of golden attributes is perfectly suited for Iran. Can we be certain? If this is a 10,000-year dark golden claw bear, we must not provoke it. Absolutely. Indeed, based on typical Soul Beast calculations, a newly minted Millennium Dark Golden Claw Bear can contend with a 10,000-year Soul Beast. If it has already surpassed that threshold, it would be wise for their quartet to refrain from inciting danger. After a further assessment of the claws employed to sever the golden silk fire python, Jiang Xuan affirmed, correct. The age of the dark golden claw bear can generally be inferred from its claws. As its age increases, so too does the length of its claws. However, one cannot gauge its size solely based on this, as certain naturally larger bear monarchs can be significantly more imposing. This seemingly simple bear, while not weak, appears to be an ordinary member of the dark golden claw bear clan. Nevertheless, even an ordinary specimen is exponentially more formidable than the previous fire python. I hadn't noticed. Aside from her expertise in medicinal herbs, your understanding of soul beasts is commendable, Du Goyan teased. Through their time together, the group had cultivated a close-knit camaraderie, prompting her to constantly devise ways to recruit this peculiar creature into her team. As I've said, should the Tiendo Royal team secure this extraordinary addition, I am confident we could achieve a commendable rank in the continental competition, not just the preliminary rounds. Yet, how do we measure our gap against the golden generation of the Spirit Hall? Unaware of Du Goyan's inner thoughts, Jiang Xuan turned his gaze toward Xiao Tianxiang. For her decision, as an elder, was crucial. Observing the dark golden claw bear preparing to depart after its meal, Meng Yiran felt a conflict within her heart. To be frank, ever since she embraced a bold and unrestrained combat style, she had become enamored with the thrill of aggressive confrontation. And this bear was undoubtedly the most suitable soul ring for her. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Tianxiang nodded. If it merely possesses the capabilities of a typical 2,000 or 3,000-year soul beast, I'm still quite confident. All right then, let's seize it. Snatch our soul beast. Both Du Goyan and Meng Yiran were soul masters of the 40th rank. Although Jiang Xuan was merely at level 30 and had yet to acquire a third soul ring, none present regarded him as weak. Even without utilizing his trump cards, he could easily defeat a soul master. The dark golden claw bear before them was a rare opportunity. If necessary, they could delay until Long Gong and the others arrived. With its terrifying attack and defense capabilities, Yiran and Yin Jia were tasked with using their speed to distract it, while Jiang Xuan sought an opportunity to breach its defenses, with the elder providing support for a significant blow. It must be said that targeting the dark golden claw bear was a bold move. Author's note, ding. System. Host. Remember to provide substantial updates for the readers upon the launch on February 1st. Author. How could I possibly forget to deliver explosive updates upon release? A minimum of 5 updates is the baseline. Falling short of this would be an affront to my efforts. System. I've heard that the better the subscription performance tomorrow, the more updates will be released. Author. Let us not expose the fact that I've been frantically writing drafts for the launch, lest I receive a barrage of criticism. Yes, from the day this book was uploaded until now, we've finally reached this moment. Allow me to extend my New Year-esque greetings to everyone, hinting at red envelopes. Kabuki is a standard novice author, and it was the editor's suggestion that led me to write this book. I never anticipated such favorable results. To be honest, the outcome has exceeded my expectations and even briefly made it onto the trending list. I implore my esteemed readers, I did not purchase this popularity. If I had, will my mother let me off the hook? However, due to the commendable results, I do hold some expectations for subscriptions. I must express my gratitude to my readers for their support and to Editor Cheese for their assistance. The journey of writing has been quite taxing for me. The common affliction of new authors. From recommendations to various novel-related inquiries, down to modifying chapter titles, etc. Thus, I am sincerely grateful for Editor Cheese's thoughtful guidance. The subscription rates for Douluo are lower than other genres, which I was prepared for, but as an author, subscription numbers genuinely represent a significant source of accomplishment. I empathize with those authors who are not financially affluent, and for those willing to support Kabuki with subscriptions, I can only express my gratitude through explosive updates. My goal is 1,000 subscriptions. For every additional 200 beyond that, I will provide one more update, with no cap on the total. For rewards, the captain receives 1 update, while the alliance leader receives 10, again with no cap. Currently, this book has amassed 10,000 collections and readings on Qidian. I believe setting a target of 1,000 subscriptions is not unreasonable, Lastly, regarding the plot of this book, I wish to clarify matters concerning the origins of the strange fire, the protagonist's second martial soul, and various characters from the original work, etc. Kabuki does not wish to merely write a narrative filled with superficial bravado and unlimited romantic conquests. You should have noticed by now that I've given considerable attention to characters from the original work, especially those marginalized supporting characters. I believe this is the true essence of fan fiction, and I hope everyone can view it rationally. Any constructive suggestions are welcome, and I will incorporate them upon reading. I aspire to craft an engaging story. See you on February 1st at dawn. Happy New Year to all. Chapter 75. I might be in need of a speaker. Yan Jie directly unleashed the poison of the green-scaled serpent, as paralyzing the dark golden claw bear requires a considerable amount of time. The elder maintained control of the situation. When you notice the golden glow emanating from the dark golden claw bear's paw, remember to interrupt it with your soul skills. If you cannot interrupt it, everyone must dodge immediately. What about me? Meng Yiran, who felt overlooked in Jiang Xuan's arrangements, was perplexed. I am, after all, a 40th level quasi-soul master. My combat ability is not insignificant. Ahem, Yiran, you will act according to the circumstances, but only engage when I signal you to do so. All right, I will follow your lead. Due to the Knight's cover, it was not Jiang Xuan's intention to exclude Meng Yiran. Rather, the strength of the bear they faced was formidable. A century-old soul beast is roughly equivalent to an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast, and upon reaching a millennium, it can challenge 10,000-year beasts. Judging by the length of its claws, it likely exceeds 4,000 years. In terms of age, it may not match the previously encountered golden silk fire python, yet its combat prowess is not on the same scale. If Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang were currently a soul sage with her martial soul manifested, such caution would not be necessary. However, the issue lies in the fact that her seventh soul ring has yet to be acquired, and her snake staff evidently does not lean toward a strong offensive type. Facing a robust bear with impressive defense would indeed pose a challenge. Given the uncertainty surrounding the opponent's precise strength, recklessly engaging in close combat would be perilous. Thus, Jiang Xuan had no choice but to direct Meng Yiran to act judiciously. According to the original work's setting, the dark golden claw bear race possesses a certain bloodline of the Baiman, which inherently incites a disdain for the dragon race. Had it not been for Emperor Tian and the Silver Dragon King, even that bear monarch would struggle to maintain composure, let alone coexist peacefully. Before me stand a rather foolish bear, indulging in a feast of fiery python and, with surprising interest, using its formidable claws to groom its teeth. Indeed, in this peripheral zone, it reigns supreme. Even within the realm of mixed spirit beasts, the clumsy bear belongs to the upper echelon. One wonders how this creature, typically residing in the mixed zone, has found its way here. But what does it matter? Having seized their spirit beast, it must now prepare to become a spirit ring itself, a 4,000-year-old dark gold terraclaw bear, no less. Naturally, Jiang Xuan, who harbors aspirations of nurturing Meng Yiran into a warrior, cannot afford to overlook such a splendid spirit beast. If fortune favors him, the future berserker of his team may soon take shape. Under the moonlit sky, the dark gold terraclaw bear, sated in content, lets out a resounding roar, perhaps bewildered by its uncharacteristic presence in the peripheral zone, ignoring the lowly 1,000-year spirit beasts that surround it. Yet, as if favored by fate, it has unwittingly encountered the golden and fiery dual attribute fire python, a delicacy seldom caught in its marshy habitat. Without a second thought, it indulges in its feast. Unbeknownst to it, a few individuals nearby are poised to strike. The world of Douluo may not comprehend why you possess the bloodline of a beast. Yet those who instinctively disdain the draconic aura may find themselves at a loss to discern their surroundings upon sensing the true dragon's presence. Allow me to deceive you with a few skills. Perched upon a massive tree, its dense foliage concealing Jiang Xuan's figure, he observes the bear through the small gaps in the leaves. Its vigilance is alarmingly low, a fact that explains how the original narrative saw it nearly fall victim to an ice explosion. Fixated on the 5,000-year-old dark gold terraclaw bear, Jiang Xuan does not act impulsively. In the Stardow Forest, he typically reigns unchallenged due to his formidable innate talent, with high-ranking spirit beasts avoiding his territory. Over time, such a lack of caution has become apparent. After all, with such innate prowess, had the bear's kin not dwindled, the Stardew forest would likely be dominated by its kind. Murmuring to himself, Jiang Xuan's hands move swiftly, invoking both his first and second spirit skills, using the dense foliage as cover. Echoing his previous battle against the evil spirit master, a small azure flame dragon coalesces in his palm, aimed directly at the leisurely resting dark gold terraclaw bear. Perhaps it is the potent aura of the 18 dragon subduing palms that resembles that of a true dragon that prompts the bear's thick fur to stand on end, as if sensing a formidable adversary. With a resounding roar, Jiang Xuan unleashes the third technique of the 18 dragon subduing palms. The dragon appears in the field. A dragon's roar accompanies the boy's youthful voice as the azure flame dragon bursts forth above the bear's head, its expression oscillating between anger and astonishment. In an instant, the bear's golden claws extend, questioning the existence of a true dragon in this realm. Despite the bear's apparent foolishness, it is far from simple-minded. As one of the most elite spirit beasts, its combat instincts are nothing short of terrifying. Although Jiang Xuan initiates the assault with the 18 dragon subduing palms, the bear reacts with remarkable swiftness. Had it not been for its complete focus on the azure dragon-shaped energy, Jiang Xuan would have undoubtedly become its target. Regrettably, after extensive training with another version of himself in the system space, Jiang Xuan has only mastered 3 techniques of the 18 dragon subduing palms. The dragon's regret. The dragon soars in the sky, and the dragon appears in the field. Unfortunately, while the 18 dragon subduing palms possess immense power, their grandiose nature makes them difficult to conceal as a secret weapon at lower levels. Additionally, the damage inflicted under conditions of insufficient energy is often less than anticipated. Is it possible that I lack the proper amplification? Unsurprisingly, as the azure dragon is shattered by the bear's ferocious claws, the inherent flames still inflict considerable damage. Jiang Xuan contemplates the necessity of acquiring his third spirit ring post-haste. As he ponders, Chao Tianxiang acts swiftly, her 5th Dark Soul ring illuminating as she unleashes her 10,000-year spirit skill. The first spirit skill, phosphorescent purple poison. Chao Tianxiang's movements are matched by Douluo, whose own attack follows suit. The 5th spirit skill, Ghost Serpent's Azure Wave Spike. As a spirit master of the Soul Sect, the toxicity of the Azure Scale Serpent's venom is formidable. Otherwise, the Soul Masters they previously encountered would not have succumbed so easily to it. Although the Dark Gold Terraclaw Bear boasts impressive defenses, this is merely superficial. As an intelligent representative of its kind, it cannot afford to underestimate the mental toxins from the Azure Scale Serpent, which could potentially spell its doom. Chao Tianxiang's 5th skill is a piercing type. As long as a wound is inflicted, the outcome is assured. Jiang Xuan finds himself somewhat exasperated by the unreasonable bear's resistance. Acknowledging its invincible defense, yet wishing for a semblance of dignity in battle. Suppressing the urge to unleash a nuclear strike upon the foolish bear, Jiang Xuan collaborates with his companions, manifesting a fire rope from the Azure Lotus. Chapter 76, Terror. First spirit skill, exotic fire manifestation. While the bear's attention is momentarily captivated by Chao Tianxiang's aerial antics, Jiang Xuan activates his first spirit skill. The azure flames swell dramatically, transforming into a fiery rope that lunges toward the dark gold terraclaw bear. 3 distinct assaults converge upon the bear in its moment of confusion, as it fails to comprehend the sharp energy spike aimed directly at its chest. The creature, relying on its robust physique, chooses to endure the impending energy attack. In a misjudgment, the peculiar flames that inflict significant damage upon its fur capture its full attention. The instincts of a spirit beast have betrayed it this time. While the dark gold terraclaw bear is indeed a formidable combatant, its innate talent for battle leads it into peril when faced with the azure heartfire, which instinctively warns of imminent danger. The Azure Lotus is indeed fearsome, yet at this moment, it is wielded by a mere soul master who has not yet surpassed the 30th level, though the source of power is potent, inflicting harm upon the bear. With both its defense and attack maximized, is a daunting task. It is not unjust to call it a foolish bear. In defiance of its fears, the creature opens its massive maw wide, drawing in the purple toxic mist from Douluo, regardless of its physical resistance and the slow onset of the toxin's effects. The potency of the Azure Scale Serpent's venom is sufficient to incapacitate it. Faced with the Azure Heartfire, and Chao Tianxiang's ghost serpent's azure wave spike. The bear opts to erect a barrier of soul energy to shield its legs, instinctively recognizing the threat posed by the flames. Indeed, it is a formidable threat. Caught off guard, even with Jiang Xuan's relatively low soul power, he could sear the bear's legs with the azure flames. As the fire rope, conjured from the azure lotus, ensnares the dark gold terraclaw bear, the sound of sizzling flesh fills the air. The infernal flames of that peculiar creature have intensified significantly. After Du Guyan released a toxic mist, she took comfort in her supportive role, given the imposing stature of her opponent. If they could not promptly deplete its soul power and stamina, the potency of the Bailin snake's venom would not manifest immediately. The most lethal assault, however, came from the serpent matriarch's soul weapon, the serpent staff. With a resounding roar and a thud, the dark golden fearclaw bear, distracted by its surroundings, failed to notice the serpent matriarch activating her fifth soul skill until it was too late. A gaping wound had already been inflicted upon its chest by the staff strike. This was merely a 5,000-year-old bear, had it been a typical 10,000-year soul beast. A single blow from a soul sage would have resulted in far more than just a superficial injury. In pain, the dark golden fearclaw bear lashed out wildly with its massive claws, its considerable size causing the environment to fracture around it. Its obsidian-like paws were significantly larger than Jiang Xuan himself. A successful strike. Seizing the moment before the bear could sever the fire rope, Jiang Xuan cleverly utilized the towering trees around him to fashion a makeshift tripwire. The bear, momentarily stunned, stumbled forward, collapsing in a heap. The tremendous force of its fall felled the surrounding trees, scattering the azure lotus fire. Unfortunately, the manifestation of the flames depended on their master's skill. Just as with the previous dragon subduing palm, the absence of a certain voice accompanying the technique diminished its potency. Do not rush in. The dark golden fearclaw bear is not gravely injured. Both Chao Tianxiang and Jiang Xuan spoke simultaneously. Despite the recent wound on the bear's chest, blood visibly flowing, they were merely surface injuries. Given its terrifying vitality, they posed little threat. They promptly cautioned the two women who were eager to approach. Stand back. The bear stood, its weight causing the earth to tremble and stir up dust, invoking comparisons to a certain earth-shattering entity. Considering their sizes, they were nearly comparable. Engaging it head-on was not an option. None of the four were adept at direct confrontation. Jiang Xuan, despite his confidence, was acutely aware of the devastation wrought by the bear as it shattered mountains and toppled trees. Even the 70-level serpent matriarch, along with Du Guyan, specializing in poison control, would find it challenging to land a final strike on the formidable dark golden fearclaw bear without first exhausting its stamina. They would have to wait until it was fatigued and then coordinate with Du Guyan's Bailin snake venom. Equally, Chao Tianxiang's fifth soul skill also contained the essence of her serpent staff's poison. They had to wear it down. This colossal beast could not be confronted directly for the time being. Bang, bang, bang. Observing the four dodging with dexterity, the dark golden fearclaw bear grew increasingly furious, pounding its chest. As a soul sage, Chao Tianxiang was not an adversary it could easily confront, and she deftly avoided its attacks alongside Du Guyan. Jiang Xuan, having already dispelled the gravity around him, moved with the swiftness of an agile attack soul master, occasionally using the fire rope to assist Meng Yiran in evading danger while fulfilling his role as a control-type soul master. How much longer could this go on? The bear's stamina was astonishing. After narrowly evading another of its colossal strikes, the dust cloud made Du Guyan look disheveled. As long as her life was not in danger, Chao Tianxiang focused on inflicting damage without overextending herself to assist her. Nearby, Jiang Xuan and Meng Yiran were in a similarly disheveled state, both exclaiming, "There's no choice. Our lack of potent attacks means we cannot easily subdue a creature of such caliber, which is why it is a top-tier soul beast." Yet it seemed the beast was growing impatient. After evading another falling tree, Jiang Xuan observed the bear's condition. Its once brilliant fur had dulled considerably, and its roars were less robust than before, indicating the gradual effect of the toxins. The group consciously guided the creature towards the designated meeting point with the three titled Douluos, ensuring they had ample contingency plans, regardless of whether they could ultimately vanquish it. During the skirmish, various old beasts attempted to join the fray, but each was swiftly crushed beneath the bear's formidable weight. while the dark golden fearclaw bear remained indifferent. It still posed a threat to the four. After all, those were merely thousand-year-soul beasts. What if a stronger one appeared? As another attack missed its mark, the enormous bear finally lost its patience and unleashed its devastating innate skill, the dark golden claw. "Do not approach. Run," Jiang Xuan shouted again. Realizing that the dark golden fearclaw bear, having been provoked by these pesky intruders for some time, unleashed a dual display of golden light from its claws, activating an even more terrifying innate soul skill. Chapter 77. All methods deployed. The dark golden claw, as its name suggests, is the signature technique of the dark golden fearclaw bear. This creature could physically contend with dragons, earning a reputation for being able to withstand the might of a thousand-year-soul beast. The crux of its power lay in those fearsome claws, which rivaled the hardest metals in terms of durability. As the claws swung, the air split with a resonating hum, a phenomenon not born of mere illusion. With a two-pronged assault, one claw struck high while the other plunged down, targeting Jiang Xuan and his companions. "Brother, did we choose the wrong target?" Meng Yiran gasped. Disbelief etched on her face as she turned to Jiang Xuan. The others gasped in horror at the sight of four gaping chasms carved into the earth by the bear's might, while the other claw ascended skyward. Energy shattered the ground beneath them. Jiang Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, they had all managed to evade the attack in time. The bear's reputation was indeed well-deserved. This creature had the audacity to challenge the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, and even its kin, despite being merely 5,000 years old, posed a significant challenge to them. Typically, 10,000-year-old beasts did not require such elaborate tactics. They possessed thick blood, formidable defenses, and terrifying offensive capabilities, often with long-range attacks to boot. Had Jiang Xuan not been aware of the dark golden fearclaw bear's reputation beforehand, he would never have sought trouble with it. However, since they were already engaged, the bear, true to its nature, would not entertain thoughts of retreating. Known for seeking battles with higher-tier soul beasts, the dark golden fearclaw bear, even in the face of Chao Tianxiang's overwhelming soul power, showed no inclination to flee, which explained the rarity of its kind. The surrounding environment in this outer region had been utterly ravaged, and the increasingly open terrain worked against the four. After confirming that her companions were relatively unharmed, Chao Tianxiang boldly stepped back in front of the dark golden fearclaw bear. The serpent matriarch, too, felt a profound headache. It was not that she could not defeat the beast, but rather that she lacked the confidence to subdue it without her martial spirit fully manifested, especially with Meng Yiran's fourth soul ring still unactivated. There was no choice but to hope that the old man and his companions would arrive in time. Given the time required for the four of them to wear down this beast, coupled with the unpredictable dangers within the Stardow Forest, they were fortunate that the bear was living up to its nickname. Otherwise, any ordinary soul beast would have fled long ago. As Xiangxiang gracefully ascended into the air, poised atop the treetops and directly facing the dark gold fearsome bear, Jiang Xuan understood that hesitation was not an option. Even in the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, unpredictable factors lurked, whether it meant losing the opportunity for an exceptional fourth spirit ring or encountering other teams. Both scenarios would spell trouble. Typically, soul masters set up camp at night, but this was merely a generalization to facilitate Xiangxiang's assault as a soul sage. Jiang Xuan begrudgingly withdrew a portion of the stored energy from his Qinglian, knowing well that such resources were finite and that the next chance to replenish his reserves was shrouded in uncertainty. Steeling his resolve, he recognized that exhausting the bear's stamina would not be an easy feat, especially given its formidable stature. Turning to the two women beside him, he instructed Yin Jie, "Prepare to unleash your third spirit skill, maximizing the output of the emerald-scaled serpent's venom, while I create an opportunity for Yiran to deliver the final blow." "Absolutely," Meng Yiran, tightly gripping her Serpent King's staff, declared, her demeanor hinting at a fierce determination. It was indeed a daunting task for four of them to besiege a 5,000-year-old dark gold fearsome bear, and with Xiangxiang as the primary damage dealer, it was impossible for her to cater to everyone's needs, were it not for the overwhelming power of a grand soul master. Xiangxiang might not have consented to confront such a beast. With the two women's agreement, Jiang Xuan nodded and gazed at the mountain-like creature, which was in a significantly weakened state, blood flowing freely and its body marred with wounds. As a control-type soul master, Jiang Xuan recognized that, in the absence of a guaranteed fatal strike, the might of Xiang's soul power merely scratched the surface of the bear's defenses. Douluo, first spirit skill. Second spirit skill, third spirit skill. Emerald phosphor purple venom, red blue. Meng Iran. First spirit skill, Serpent King's golden body shield. Third spirit skill, forceful strike. As the two women, both at the 40th rank of soul masters, unleashed their formidable attacks, they targeted the bear's wounds with precision, depleting its stamina further while it struggled to focus. Jiang Xuan felt a tinge of embarrassment at his inability to maximize his own damage output at this critical moment. First spirit skill, ethereal fire manifestation. Second spirit skill, fire dance radiance. The blue fire was drawn forth from the lotus mark on his forehead, distinct from his previous state of martial soul embodiment. The lotus swayed gently, and the air around them seemed to heat up noticeably. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that he couldn't afford to lag behind his sister in terms of soul ring contributions. The flames illuminated his features, yet the discomfort of expenditure marred the otherwise mystical ambience. At that moment, the dark gold fearsome bear seemed to sense something, its instinctive alertness returning as its fur bristled, its enormous eyes locking onto Jiang Xuan. Foul beast, dare you let her guard down? Seeing the bear distracted by the primal fire Jiang Xuan had summoned, Xiang seized the opportunity to strike again, aiming for its neck, a relatively vulnerable point compared to its heavily armored body. The bear, now enraged, began to sprint wildly, fury overshadowing its meager intellect as it disregarded the fleeting sense of danger. Silver Ridge Arcbird, the Qinglian's core fire, transformed into an unusual bow, devoid of any peculiar abilities. But the primal fire drawn from the lotus mark, combined with his martial soul, significantly amplified the current power of the Qinglian. Jiang Xuan himself was uncertain as to when he could truly harness the core power of the Qinglian fire. Another bizarre weapon. Is that really your first spirit skill? Or could it possibly be a 100,000-year soul ring? Douluo could not help but mock. Having witnessed Jiang Xuan's odd transformations from an ethereal fire whip to a fiery long staff, and now to this peculiar fire bow. Meng Iran, ever the silent observer, was no stranger to her brother's eccentricities, having witnessed his childhood antics involving strange fiery wheels. She averted her gaze, continuing to monitor Xiang's engagement with the dark gold fearsome bear, her anticipation for the 5,000-year spirit ring growing. Hee, Flame Silver Ridge Arcbird. Come and savor the treasure I prepared for you, silly bear. Jiang Xuan grinned. The Silver Ridge Arcbird formed a perfect crescent, a fiery arrow manifesting upon the bowstring. Chapter 78. The Titan Giant Ape. With a thunderous crash, the massive body of the bear collapsed, a jet-black soul ring appearing above the crimson and azure creature. Before the creature's head stood three individuals, each with distinct appearances, among whom the most ethereal-looking man spoke. The purple flame-cold ferocious dragon is indeed a superb spirit beast. Though it may not yet reach 90,000 years, it is perfectly suited for you, old Meng. His voice, though somewhat high-pitched, elicited no surprise from the others. Behind the strikingly handsome man were 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings, denoting his status as a titled Douluo. Another individual, also in a martial soul embodiment state, bore a terrifying vertical pupil, exuding excitement, as if reveling in the power they possessed. Anyone stumbling upon this scene would surely gasp in awe. Black, 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 black. All was black. The tall soul master exhibited a staggering 9 10,000-year soul rings. Today, I owe a great debt of gratitude to my 2 elder brothers for their assistance. Meng Shu expressed his appreciation. As he spoke, the handsome man revealed a hint of surprise and a trace of envy in his gaze. The 3 individuals were none other than Douluo Bo, Meng Shu, and Yuguan, who had ventured into the central area for soul hunting. Now, facing the lifeless purple flame, cold, ferocious dragon, their emotions varied. Meng Shu was elated at the prospect of acquiring such an exquisite dragon-type spirit beast for his 9th soul ring, while Yuguan remained immersed in the recent battle's imagery. It truly is as my clever disciple foretold. The soul ring shattered during martial soul evolution can indeed be reclaimed. Yuguan mused, observing Douluo Bo's 9 10,000-year soul rings with incredulity. The extended duration of their soul-hunting expedition was largely attributed to assisting Douluo in seeking out serpentine spirit beasts endowed with titan-like strength. It is widely known that serpents are generally associated with poison or, like the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, renowned for their swift speed and lethal strikes. However, Douluo, whose martial soul had evolved into the nine-nether-green underworld python, was genuinely a powerhouse. While retaining his mastery of toxins, his current offensive and defensive capabilities were extraordinary, prompting Yu Guan's envy. It was worth noting that though Douluo had absorbed 4 soul rings, his compressed soul power had prevented him from directly achieving the 95th level. Yet that milestone appeared imminent. With his remarkable soul ring configuration, Yu Guan realized that despite possessing that level of soul power, the dynamics of their battles would likely shift. The spirit beast before them was one that could be singularly vanquished. TSK, TSK, TSK. Observing Meng Shu sitting down to absorb the purple flame, cold, ferocious dragon as his 9th soul ring, Yu Guan could not suppress a twinge of bitterness as he remarked. 2 days of hard work, and it seems it has paid off. My efforts were not in vain. Indeed, it can be said to be a transformation. The elder finally grasped why those with twin martial souls were so formidable. Uncharacteristically, Douluo did not express anger at the mocking tone of Yu Guan, merely shifting his hand slightly. Feeling the overwhelming energy within his body, the formidable Douluo laughed heartily, proclaiming, "I am several times stronger than before." The old poison master still retained the appearance of his martial spirit. With a gentle wave of his left hand, a terrifying force left deep scars on the nearby solid mountains. In the battles at the Sunset Forest and Chrysanthemum Pass, he had relied on the power of thunder and the enigmatic blue fire to engage in a back-and-forth struggle with his opponents. Now, even at level 94, he was confident in his ability to claim victory. The only regret was that after 2 days of searching, he had yet to find a 100,000-year-old soul beast. As for the peculiarities of the old chrysanthemum, Douluo, in high spirits, decided to let the other party enjoy themselves. He was no longer concerned. Their conflict stemmed from the time when Moonlight had summoned him to join the Spirit Hall under its banner upon his breakthrough to title Douluo. But the proud Douluo had refused to be subservient, leading to their discord. Now, as they were able to collaborate, with the assistance of Jiang Xuan in acquiring soul rings, he felt grateful. Among Douluo's first 4 soul rings, the Titan giant python included 2 that were around 70,000 years old, and one that exceeded 90,000 years in cultivation. It was during the pursuit of the frosty subdragon that he had wasted too much time. According to Jiang Xuan, it was most appropriate to have an additional soul ring from a subdragon or dragon species, which could potentially elevate the 9U by Ming python to even greater heights. Douluo mused internally about his considerable debt of gratitude. Compared to his battle prowess as a super Douluo, the previously unappetizing ice and fire yin-yang eye and unknown medicinal herbs were hardly significant. He was aware that without evolving the 9U by Ming python, he would still be suffering from the torment of the green scale serpent's poison. With the ice and fire yin-yang, I'm merely serving to alleviate his pain. Speaking of which, they should be nearing the end of acquiring soul rings in the peripheral area. A few thousand-year soul rings should not pose much of a problem unless they encountered a tidal wave of soul beasts, especially with a level 70 snake lady present. Moonlight furrowed his brow, expressing a sense of foreboding that had arisen since earlier. The group was unaware of the remarkable events that had transpired around Jiang Xuan in just a few days, as Long Gong continued to absorb his soul rings, causing Moonlight to cast aside that peculiar feeling. Douluo interjected, "We have caused quite a stir in the Stardow Forest. It would be best to leave quickly after Meng Shu finishes absorbing his soul rings and helps Tianxiang obtain her 7th soul ring." Neither of them lingered on the matter of the 100,000-year-old soul beast. Given their combat prowess, they could likely handle a solitary one if encountered. Yet such an opportunity was rare. For now, their priority was the safety of the 3 young ones. At that moment, Douluo and Moonlight's faint smiles vanished as they slowly turned their gaze toward the distance. The trees on the ground began to part silently, revealing an enormous figure approaching from afar. What could it be? Upon seeing the colossal creature, both Douluo and Moonlight felt their hearts momentarily halt. It resembled a mountain. Its dark fur shimmered faintly under the dim starlight. Even while on all fours, its shoulders towered well over 10 meters in height. What a sight it would be if it stood upright. It was indeed the king of the forest, the Titan giant ape. Moonlight's voice took on a sharper tone, and the seated Meng Shu seemed to sense the terrifying presence as well, his expression grave while absorbing his soul ring. "Where's that creature headed?" Douluo inquired, concerned that if it approached them, it would spell trouble. "I don't know, but its apparent target is not us." Chapter 79. Danger. Within the Douluo forest, a peculiar assembly of 8 individuals created what should have been a harmonious scene, yet under the glow of the campfire, an inexplicable tension lingered. Observing the group divided into small clusters, Zhao Wujie lamented his headache. While it was no trouble for a formidable golden bear to train others in combat, providing psychological guidance was truly a challenge for him. He was well aware that the small monster's behavior stemmed from the influence of that Jiang fellow during the day, but the words stuck in his throat. Not only them, but even Zhao Wujie himself was astonished. A 30-level youth without a 1,000-year soul ring could not possibly rival a soul emperor. Yet reality often surpasses imagination. Everyone witnessed the intense battle alongside the Shrek Academy's soul saint against those 2 unknown soul emperors. Ultimately, that terrifying attack was unleashed by Jiang Xuan. "Ah, old Li, when we return, if you don't treat me to a few good drinks, I swear I'll give you a beating," Zhao Wujie muttered, preparing to feign sleep for a while. After the boy bent down twice, Zhao Wujie's anger dissipated, replaced by a sense of pity for the little monsters who were not his students. He couldn't help but harbor resentment towards Flanders and Li Yusong, thinking that if it were him, such a situation would not have arisen. Speaking of which, it was due to someone's laziness that the Dragon Pattern Stick Soul Emperor had to serve as the admissions teacher, with Dai Mubai handling the final stage. Meanwhile, the others were busy. With the help of Ma Hongjun, the campfire burned brightly, and the Shrek 7 were divided into different groups. Ning Rongrong rejected the proposal for her protectors to return to the clan, instead quietly sifting through the red ash in the fire. The flames illuminated the beautiful face of the young lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, casting a rosy glow, while the heat was becoming unbearably intense. Oscar, witnessing this, wished to say something but swallowed his words, recalling the events at the Soul Beast Town. Ning Rongrong's mind was solely focused on making the flames even hotter, as if doing so would allow her to converse with that arrogant fire-wielding boy. The feeling of her long-held pride being crushed in an instant was overwhelming. Talent? In the presence of peers capable of participating in Soul Emperor battles, her innate soul power seemed utterly worthless. The formidable support of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Alas, as that person had said, without the ability to protect oneself, support soul masters often perish on the battlefield. Even the support she had always relied upon. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School seemed to lose its efficacy before the direct descendants of 2 titled Douluos. Ultimately, Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu were guardians of the family sect, and their considerations extended beyond just her. She wondered if her father thought the same way. Drawing closer to the fire, Ning Rongrong sought to awaken herself with the searing heat, as for the first time, the little witch contemplated her life. In the end, first love triumphed over reason, as Oscar pulled Ning Rongrong away from the fire, saying, "Being too close will hurt you." Thank you. There were no further words exchanged, and Oscar lacked the enthusiasm he had displayed upon their first meeting, showing only the kindness of a classmate. Tang San and Xiao Wu were positioned not far away. Without the harmonious dynamics of the original story, the team had clearly lost the tendency to revolve around him as the control-type soul master. Xiao Wu leaned against Tang San, her eyes tightly closed as if asleep, yet her occasionally trembling hand betrayed her. Tang San felt puzzled. Ever since they entered the Douluo forest, Xiao Wu's demeanor had been off. Was it something related to the academy, or something else? It seemed he needed to take the time to ask her. After 6 years of being together, Tang San was acutely aware of every action of Xiao Wu, and the unusual behavior seemed to have started after the day of Shrek's enrollment and the appearance of the world-defying dragon serpent. Was it because of him? Inexplicably, Tang San's mind conjured the image of the boy who wielded the azure flames. Though they were of the same age, the boy's combat prowess and control over his body far surpassed Tang San's. For the first time since awakening his martial soul, Tang San felt a sense of defeat. With a flick of his right hand, a delicate trinket emerged, seemingly conjured from the moonlit night of the 24 Bridges. Beneath the moonlight and the flickering flames, Tang San's heart was anything but tranquil. That terrifying flame, If it were to become an adversary, would the Tang sect's hidden weapons truly be effective against him? Strangely enough, from their second encounter, Tang San harbored a vague sense of animosity towards Jiang Xuan. It was an inexplicable feeling, as if something crucial was amiss. An instinctive aversion to the person standing before him that day. Was it due to Xiao Wu? Oddly, disregarding the fact that Xiao Wu had not expressed any affection towards Jiang Xuan, he reminded himself that he was merely her brother, and it was only natural for him to protect her. Tang San's thoughts spiraled into confusion, compelling him to deceive himself, interpreting his aversion as a byproduct of Xiao Wu's fear or a sense of crisis regarding the Tang sect's hidden weapons. Among the group, the greatest issues lay with Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. After days of interaction, amidst Ma Hongjuan's incessant teasing, it became evident that the two were acquainted. Though it seemed that the youngest, Zhu Zhuqing, harbored a distinct disdain for Dai Mubai. This thought triggered a memory in Tang San of their first meeting. Could have been related to that encounter? His lips twitched at the thought, realizing that he truly could not assist with such matters. The girl stood apart, seemingly having made a decision, while Dai Mubai, bandaged and deep in thought, did not approach her. Just as everyone prepared to take turns resting, a violent tremor shook the ground. Zhao Wujia burst from the tent, seizing the two solitary figures and pulling them behind him with a fierce grip. A chilling aura emanated from him as he unleashed a low growl, summoning his martial soul, the formidable diamond bear. As the members of Shrek stood in stunned silence, the next scene unveiled the cause of their alarm. Big, big, big. Ma Hongjun, oblivious as he gnawed on an Oscar sausage, dropped his food, staring in awe at the astonishing sight before them. A massive arm, more akin to a mountain than a limb, loomed before Zhao Wujia. Beneath the dark, shaggy fur-lame muscles more formidable than granite, bulging like hills. Two eyes, as large as lanterns, glimmered with a golden sheen, captivating the attention of the group. The thunderous noise reverberated in the hearts of these inexperienced youths, leaving several pale with fear. Tang San, grounded in his foundational knowledge, immediately recognized the colossal figure, king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. As the battle commenced, the Silver Ridge Arkbird's greatest advantage was its minimal energy consumption. As its arrows soared towards the dark golden terror claw bear's face, the bear, instinctively fearful of the azure flames, raised its right paw to block the fiery arrows. While the onslaught from Kao Shangxiang persisted, waves of soul power bombarding its wounds. The once mighty beast showed signs of fatigue. De Guyan's emerald-scaled snake venom, while not as terrifying as that of the elder, was still lethal, forcing Kao Shangxiang, a soul sage, to remain vigilant of the Stardow Forest movements while also fulfilling the role of primary damage dealer. Not enough. Let us do it again. As the bear blocked the flame arrows, Jiang Xuan drew back the bowstring once more, this time filled with multiple energies. Fortunately, the bear's speed did not match its overwhelming attack and defense attributes. Otherwise, they would have been unable to withstand its might. The arrows containing the azure flames were formidable. When faced with Kao Shangxiang's attacks, the bear sometimes opted to endure the blows, but it was adamant about avoiding the slightest touch of the azure flames. While it could deflect the first arrow, the second and third proved difficult to withstand. Observing the bear's condition and its increasingly sluggish movements, Jiang Xuan signaled the two girls to synchronize their attacks as Kao Shangxiang's fifth soul skill struck. Meng Iran, feeling frustrated, nodded in agreement. The trio maintained a relatively safe distance from each other. Although the dark golden terror claw bear had reached its limits, its attack range was still formidable. Jiang Xuan had to remain vigilant, ensuring he could control the positions of the two at the moment the bear unleashed its skills. At the outset, he had cunningly baited the bear into using its first skill to drain its stamina. They all silently acknowledged the bear's reputation as a creature capable of contending with dragons. Its stamina was indeed impressive. With arrows imbued with the primal fire raining down, the battlefield illuminated brightly. Meng Iran found herself beneath the beast's feet without realizing how she had arrived there. Gripping the Snake Emperor's staff tightly, she inhaled deeply, drawing the attention of the level 70 Kao Shangxiang and the peculiar Jiang Xuan. Gathering her soul power to its fullest potential, she activated her first and second soul skills simultaneously, shouting as she struck the now bloodied knee of the bear. First soul skill, Snake Emperor's golden body. Second soul skill, sweeping the thousand armies. The first skill, derived from the diamond bear lineage, enhanced Meng Iran's attack by 25 and her soul power by 15, proving to be quite advantageous. The second skill, nearing a millennium in age, bore a hint of purple within its yellow soul ring, although it could not compare to Jiang Xuan's own nearly 1,000-year-old second soul ring. It was still a formidable 8 or 900 years old. Ultimately, the initial disparities between soul masters were not particularly pronounced. The Snake Emperor staff, having been forged alongside Jiang Xuan and tempered by the azure flames, had become increasingly weighty with each soul ring's enhancement. At this moment, it was over 1,000 pounds, and the energy infused into it made it even more formidable. Thus, she embarked on the path of a powerful, attack-oriented soul master. With such immense energy coalescing, her voice rang clear in the night as she swung the Snake Emperor staff down upon the bear's knee. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed, followed by the anguished roar of the dark golden terror claw bear. Now, Jiang Xuan, ever prepared, utilized his first soul skill, the ethereal fire whip, to pull Meng Iran back. The fifth soul skill of Xiang readied once more. Flame Spear Arrow. Jiang Xuan conjured the azure flame spear in his right hand, handing Meng Iran off to Douluo Yen. After striking the knee, the bear's formidable defense rebounded with such force that it left her somewhat drained. The fifth soul skill, Ethereal Serpent's Azure Wave Thrust. Seizing the moment when the dark golden terror claw bear bent down in pain from its shattered knee, their attacks simultaneously aimed for its neck. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away until a deafening sound reverberated through the air, and the colossal bear, akin to a small mountain, ultimately collapsed before the four companions. Who? I must say, Xiao Xuanzai, could you be a tad more precise next time? I nearly became a pancake under that clumsy bear. Douluo Yen gasped, still trembling at the sight of the fallen dark golden terror claw bear. Throughout the confrontation, her nerves were taut, fearing even the slightest brush of the beast's assault. Several times, she narrowly escaped peril. Meng Iran was in a similar state, having been closest to the shockwave. Although her soul power was not severely depleted, she had sustained considerable injuries. Without delay, she sat down to meditate and recuperate. The dark golden terror claw bear was indeed formidable. They had perhaps overestimated their capabilities this time, had it not been for this creature's erratic release of energy, which inadvertently shielded them. Even with her level 70 soul power, facing a mere 5,000-year-old soul beast was a strenuous endeavor. The bear's attributes particularly countered her strengths, and had the hunting of souls attracted other beasts or rival soul master teams, the outcome would have been dire. In response to Xiang's inquiry, Jiang Xuan elaborated. A dark golden terror claw bear of around 5,000 years is exceedingly rare. If it were of a lesser age, it would not suit Iran's fourth soul ring. And if older, without my grandfather's presence, we would not dare to engage. We absolutely cannot allow this beast to escape. Its physical prowess was almost absurd. If Jiang Xuan himself were level 70, then not only would a 5,000-year-old dark golden terror claw bear kneel before him, but even one of 50,000 years would do the same. At level 30, his attack could already instill fear in the bear, and one could only imagine the power he would wield upon manifesting his martial soul's true form. Choosing to confront the bear, Jiang Xuan did not act rashly. If necessary, he would expend the last vestiges of his energy to create a powerful explosion to incapacitate the beast. In that scenario, it would all transpire in mere moments. However, he preferred to reserve his final trump card unless absolutely necessary. After all, in the original narrative, even a fiery comrade had been left in dire straits despite being under the protection of the venerable medicinal elder. While the Qinglian martial soul was indeed formidable, the very thought of its potential power was enough to incite trepidation. As Meng Iran completed her meditation, she approached the head of the dark golden terror claw bear and, without hesitation, delivered a decisive blow that extinguished the bear's life. A resplendent purple soul ring ascended into the air, the 5,000-year dark golden terror claw bear's soul ring. Chapter 81. The bone of the right arm of the dark golden terror claw. Qinglian arise. Jiang Xuan summoned the core flames of the Qinglian earth heart fire, enveloping Meng Iran as she absorbed the soul ring. With a connection to the Qinglian fire seed, the flames would not harm her. Rather, they would assist her in the absorption process. The energy intensity of the 5,000-year dark golden terror claw bear's soul ring rivaled that of some 10,000-year soul beasts. the only distinction being the absence of soul shock waves. In theory, the higher the age of the soul ring, the better. However, the rarity of the dark golden terror claw bear altered that expectation. To be prudent, he quickly utilized the energy absorption properties of the Qinglian to aid Meng Iran. Once this was accomplished, the young man slumped to the ground, his complexion pale. A throbbing headache plagued him, and he felt an acute lack of energy. Each time he exerted himself to the fullest in battle left him utterly drained, and as a man, his inability to sustain endurance weighed heavily on his heart. The overwhelming strength of his martial soul had a considerable impact on him at this stage. The Qinglian Earth Heart Fire required his original power, and with only 30 levels of soul power, he was inadequate to absorb it. The ability to slay the bat, Soul King relied on leveraging the residual energy from the old toxic being. Each use of that energy diminished his reserves. Fortunately, once he obtained his third soul ring, his cultivation speed would significantly increase. The Qinglian would no longer need to serve as a soul master to facilitate his growth. From the perspective of an average soul master, Jiang Xuan, with his compressed soul power, was already at an enviable height, a level difficult for ordinary soul sects to rival. Alas, whether employing the instant kill technique or the flame spear, as well as the limited 3 moves of the 18 dragon subduing palms, all consumed considerable soul power. He could ill afford such drawbacks. Jiang Xuan felt an inexplicable kinship to his certain fiery comrade, recalling how, during the early stages of cultivation, one had to be exceedingly frugal in combat. The process of absorbing the soul ring was relatively smooth, and apart from Xiangxiang, who had not taken a break, Meng Iran was the first to awaken. Awake? Hee. I have acquired an extraordinary skill. Seeing that both her brother and close friend were still engaged in their meditative practices, Meng Iran eagerly shared her joy with Xiangxiang, the weariness on the elder's face visibly dissipating. Look at you, nearly of age yet still so childlike. Gaining a 4th soul skill comparable to a 10,000-year soul ring from a dark golden terror claw bear. Revel in it. Now hurry and rest, after a long night. You still need to assist your grandmother. Meng Iran's lips curled into an uncontainable smile. Even before her martial soul manifested, she was a blossoming beauty, and it felt entirely natural to indulge in a bit of affection with her grandmother. The primary source of her delight was the astonishing skill acquired from the 5,000-year dark golden terror claw bear, which she could not wait to share with her family. What is it? Iran, you absorb it so quickly? Jiang Xuan and Du Guyan, hearing the commotion, emerged from their meditative states. Having regained most of their energy, they were equally curious about Meng Iran's 4th soul skill. The experiences of soul masters could not be compared to those of ordinary individuals. Having absorbed the soul ring, Meng Iran radiated vitality, resembling a delightful child seeking affection from Xiangxiang. After a round of meditation, Jiang Xuan and the others were sufficiently restored, creating space for her to showcase her newfound abilities. Wait, what is the matter? Jiang Xuan suddenly recalled something. Turning to approach the massive form of the dark golden terror claw bear, disregarding the puzzled expressions of the 3, he focused on the bear's right paw. Elder sister, come help me. Oh, all right. Meng Iran did not question further. She stepped forward, lifting the bear's enormous body with her slight arms and legs, allowing Jiang Xuan to extract the bear's right paw. I hope you're not suggesting we eat the bear paw at this hour, Du Guyan said, hands on her hips, bewildered by the siblings' intentions. Could it be that? Experienced Chao Tianxiang pondered thoughtfully, realizing that Jiang Xuan's actions were likely motivated by that particular item. Due to traditional beliefs, she had not associated a 5,000-year-old dark golden fearclaw bear with something so precious. As expected, Jiang Xuan's subsequent actions validated her thoughts. The soul bone. A soul beast that has aged is a treasure trove. The soul hunting team, lacking any background, was not merely assisting others in acquiring soul rings for compensation, but was also harvesting the flesh and blood of the slain soul beasts, all of which were rich in high-energy nourishment. Besides soul rings, the flesh and blood pale in comparison to the potential of soul bones, which undoubtedly hold greater value. With a swift motion, the azure flames transformed into blades, effortlessly severing the 2 forelimbs of the dark golden fearclaw bear. The intensity of the azure flames made the task seem trivial, leaving no trace of blood in their wake, while simultaneously roasting the bear's paws. To be frank, if it weren't for the pursuit of soul bones, the roasted bear paws would indeed be a delicacy worth savoring. Before long, a bone emerged, glimmering in dark gold and emanating a vibrant wave of soul energy, revealing itself after the flesh had been stripped away. It was a right arm bone of the dark golden fear-claw bear. Astonishingly, it was a soul bone. Douluo's expression turned to one of surprise. And both Meng Yiran and Chao Tianxiang, who were laborers, could hardly believe their luck. If not for Jiang Xuan, Chao Tianxiang, as a soul sage, might have overlooked the bear's corpse due to the bear's age, thereby missing out on a soul bone of immeasurable worth. The right arm soul bone, radiating a dark golden hue, exuded an aura that flowed like ripples on water, unmistakably revealing the extreme essence of the dark golden fear-claw bear. Perfect, thankfully, armed with comprehensive knowledge from the original text. I recalled that the dark golden fear-claw bear, being a top-tier soul beast, had a high probability of producing soul bones. Approaching it with a tentative mindset, I was unexpectedly rewarded with the discovery of this precious right arm bone. Possessing both right and left arm bones would undoubtedly bestow terrifying attack capabilities upon a soul master upon fusion. Sister, it's time for you to absorb it. Chapter 82. The second soul bone? Despite the soul bone being extraordinarily precious, Jiang Xuan did not overly prioritize it and tossed the right arm bone of the dark golden fear-claw bear to Meng Yiran. Having just absorbed the soul ring, she was undoubtedly the most suitable among the attendees. Douluo felt a tinge of envy, but had no objections. The soul beast had been painstakingly hunted by them, and the soul bone was born from their efforts. However, it was truly admirable how the siblings could part with such a valuable object without a second thought. In the world of soul masters, due to personal interests, it was not uncommon for even the best of relationships to be marred by conflict. Meng Yiran received the right arm bone, her eyes filled with disbelief, not from shock at Jiang Xuan's generosity, but rather inquiring if she truly didn't want it. Was the right arm bone of the dark golden fear-claw bear good? Naturally, it was splendid. Yet, the principle of a good horse matching a good saddle was well understood. Though the right arm bone was precious, its age was a significant drawback. Presently, Jiang Xuan was only a mere addition of 100 to her capabilities. Had she absorbed the soul ring of the same soul beast along with the soul bone, Meng Yiran's combat prowess would undoubtedly see a substantial enhancement. Go ahead and absorb it. I will stand guard. Chao Tianxiang felt relieved that their bond would not falter over such trivial matters. In the twilight of life, no matter how valuable the soul bone, it paled in comparison to the joy of witnessing the growth of the younger generation. Otherwise, her initial response upon encountering the elder with the water-skinned jade bone would not have been one of rejection. Meng Yiran seemed about to speak, but Douluo pushed her forward, exclaiming, all right, I know you two share a deep bond, but please don't flaunt it in front of me. Hurry and absorb it. Your grandmother is waiting to see your soul abilities. Okay. Unexpectedly, it was a double blessing, having just absorbed the soul ring. Now she was about to absorb a soul bone. Jiang Xuan had little concern regarding Meng Yiran's successful absorption of the soul bone from the dark golden fear-claw bear. The reason Xiao had failed to absorb the 2,000-year-old dark golden fear-claw bear was primarily due to her frail physique. With a twin martial soul, and having exerted herself early on to apply a soul ring to her second martial soul for entry into Shrek Academy, the burden on her body was considerable. In contrast, Meng Yiran, who had consumed the Qinghua lotus seed and engaged in continuous physical training from a young age, was not in the same league. Good things should not be hoarded away from family, lest they benefit outsiders. By the way, the other left paw must not go to waste. Jiang Xuan had labored through the night, and with her soul energy depleted, her stomach protested vehemently. With Chao Tianxiang, a soul sage, nearby and their positions almost at the outermost edge, roasting a bear paw was still feasible. It is worth noting that the meat of the dark golden fear-claw bear is a rare delicacy, especially its paws, which are hailed as one of the 10 greatest delicacies in the world today. Bear paws paired with honey are rapidly becoming a culinary highlight of Douluo. While waiting for the absorption of the soul bone to conclude, Jiang Xuan had ample space in her storage pouch. Thus, carving out some of the bear's best portions for provisions seemed quite prudent. Observing Jiang Xuan busy roasting the bear paw, Douluo chuckled Xuanzi. Just tell me if there's anything you can't do. Oh, there are indeed many things I cannot do. For instance, giving birth. Jiang Xuan replied, nonchalantly without looking back, preoccupied with the deliciousness. Douluo's cheeks flushed slightly, and she playfully retorted, indeed, All men are like big pigs. What did you say? Nothing. The meat of the fear-claw bear was dark red throughout, possessing remarkable elasticity, with fine strands of white fat evenly distributed like a net. This typically indicated that the meat was exceptionally tender. Jiang Xuan had long researched the best methods of consumption. The finest ingredients often require the simplest cooking techniques. Sprinkling a hint of salt atop the meat, she then brushed the stored honey evenly over the thick bear meat. I think it would be a shame if you didn't become a chef. Ah, Sister Yin. As the saying goes, life, delicacies, and cultivation should not be mutually exclusive. Were it not for the inability to defeat a giant dragon, I would be quite curious about the taste of dragon meat. You're something else. Here, Grandma will have a taste of this dark golden fear-claw bear paw. Ha. If only those old toxic folks were here. They would know what true delicacies of Douluo Continent are. You little rascal, daring to speak ill of my grandfather in front of me? Be careful, or I'll tell on you. Douluo Yin snatched a moderately sized piece of bear paw meat, savoring it as she spoke. As a piece of bear meat entered her mouth, Douluo Yin's eyes widened, and she quickly devoured the remaining meat in a most unladylike manner. The rich, savory juices filled her mouth, leaving a delightful aftertaste, while warmth spread throughout her body, dissipating the fatigue accumulated from the day's exertions. However, the young lady felt a tinge of regret, as a significant portion of the bear meat had begun to decay due to the poison of the Bailin snake. Jiang Xuan had not anticipated that after just one bite, she would have captivated someone into the ranks of the gourmet army. Having divided the portions for the two of them, Meng Yuan's share was set aside to roast by the fire, while Jiang Xuan took the thickest part of the bear paw, inhaled its aroma, and exclaimed, "Ah, today, Master Jiang doesn't need instant noodles. This is simply exquisite. How peculiar." Watching Douluo Yin mumbling strange phrases while eating roasted meat, Jiang Xuan silently divided a piece of bear meat to store in her smaller spatial bag. While not as rare as the exquisite hunter treasure pouch gifted to her by her grandfather, it could still hold quite a few treasures to tease Tianheng upon her return. Upon reflection, a slight arch formed between Douluo Yin's brows, her determination to entice Jiang Xuan into joining the Star Dough battle team growing ever stronger. Meanwhile, after savoring the delicacies, Jiang Xuan opened his mouth wide to take a bite, only to emit a cry of despair in the next moment. What on earth happened? The two observed Jiang Xuan clutching his mouth, a barely noticeable trickle of blood escaping. Had he bitten his tongue? Just as they pondered this, Jiang Xuan, having been jarred by an unexpected object against his teeth, offered no explanation and began to explore the roasted paw of the dark gold terraclaw bear. Could it be soul bone? Another piece of soul bone. This revelation left Xiangxiang utterly astonished, her expression mirroring Douluo Yin's. Could this roasted bear paw truly yield a second soul bone? A 5,000-year-old dark gold terraclaw bear produced not one, but two soul bones. The world was indeed astonishing, and it was no ordinary soul bone. This was the left paw bone of the dark gold terraclaw bear. After clearing away the remnants of flesh, the shrunken terror claw revealed itself before the trio, glimmering under the moonlight with golden sparks, exuding an aura of sharpness. Such an extraordinary fortune, a single soul beast yielding two soul bones. At this moment, Xiangxiang had already shed the fatigue of hunting the dark gold terraclaw bear. Although acquiring soul bones took time, it was a profitable venture, and she now wished to inquire where more could be found. Chapter 83. Did Qinglian consume the soul bone? Hatred, pain, and jealousy twisted my form. Douluo Yin reflected on the day's dramatic ups and downs. Two soul bones. Two soul bones. Woe is me. Did these siblings conspire against her? Throughout her life, she had only heard of such treasures, and today they had appeared before her. Not even for herself. Exhausted, she wished for oblivion. Faced with the left paw bone of the dark gold terraclaw bear, it would be a lie to say she was not astonished. Jiang Xuan, typically cautious and meticulous, understood he was not the destined child of Douluo Continent, but rather an anomaly. Just like Tang San and Hui Hao, those who encountered treasures were typically unparalleled geniuses, their fates intertwined with the world's destiny. Now, a 5,000-year-old dark gold terraclaw bear had simultaneously unearthed both a right arm bone and a left paw bone. How could one not be astounded? This was indeed a paw bone, equivalent in type to Tang San's 8 spider lances, a rare external soul bone whose greatest advantage lay in its ability to record the terraclaw soul skill. allowing it to grow alongside the soul master, unbound by the limitations of time. Xin'er, you should absorb it. Jiang Xuan was about to offer it to Douluo Yin when Ko Xingxiang interjected. Douluo Yin, a spirited individual, after a moment of internal conflict, nodded in understanding. I comprehend Grandma Ko Xingxiang's intent. My martial soul follows the path of my grandfather, focusing on agility and control. Forcibly merging this left paw bone may not yield significant enhancement. The girl spoke lightly, yet this was a precious soul bone. Their two families were now bound to the same chariot, with the old poison master and the chrysanthemum Douluo assisting her grandfather in acquiring the ninth soul ring. In their small team, the most taboo subject was the unequal distribution of spoils. Jiang Xuan contemplated that the effort expended in defeating the dark gold terraclaw bear was considerable, and with the old poison master involved, it would be unjust to overlook him. Thus, he decided to graciously accept the left paw bone. I shall take this. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xuan retrieved a Qinghua lotus seed from the lotus mark on his brow. A lotus seed? Yes, consume it. It will benefit both your martial soul and innate soul power. The diminutive seed appeared to hold value comparable to that of a rare soul bone, leaving Douluo Yin puzzled as she accepted it. Upon holding the seed, a gentle energy seemed to flow through her palm, soothing her previously tumultuous heart. Truly a treasure. Eat it. Observing her beloved grandson part with such a precious item, Ko Xingxiang felt a pang of regret in the dim light of night. Oh well, let the soul bone be exchanged for the Qinghua lotus seed. I suppose it's not a loss. The Qinghua lotus seed was derived from the heart of the Qinglian's earth fire. In comparison to the soul bone, it was also invaluable. This divine object born of would remedy innate deficiencies, allowing Douluo Yin's talent to ascend to greater heights, while dealing with the evil soul master. Jiang Xuan had also discovered another soul bone of considerable age, but out of respect, he did not offer it to share with the Tianshui soul saint. Emotionally, it was a matter of principle, although the evil soul master was his target. Saving the other's life and providing half a Qinghua lotus seed warranted compensation for the right leg bone. Seizing the moment, he resolved to absorb the left paw bone now. All right, Jiang Xuan nodded. While the right arm soul bone was inconvenient to present, the left paw bone could be absorbed openly. Sitting down with the dark gold terraclaw bear's right paw bone, he activated his recently regained soul power to merge the soul bone with his own. The left paw bone, a growing entity, is indeed a worthy acquisition. Apart from Meng Yiran, who was engaged in absorbing her soul ring, the others could clearly see the right paw bone, under Jiang Xuan's soul power, transforming into a dark golden liquid that slowly seeped into his left hand. Douluo Yin murmured, I envy you. When will I ever possess a soul bone? Not contending did not mean she was free from envy. While her brother and sister both had soul bones, she was left with nothing but an enigmatic lotus seed for consolation. In a fit of pique, Douluo Yin also sat down to absorb the Qinghua lotus seed. Unbeknownst to her, the fire lotus seed, cultivated over a millennium, was far more precious to her than the left paw bone. Ko Xingxiang watched the three enter a meditative state and shook her head. Absorbing soul rings and soul bones required significant time, and she would wait. As Douluo Yin absorbed the Qinghua lotus seed and Meng Yiran the right arm bone of the dark gold terraclaw bear, Jiang Xuan began to experience complications. This won't do. I can't absorb it. Initially, the dark golden liquid formed from the left paw bone had enveloped his left hand, but when it came time to merge with the bone, a problem arose. Ko Xingxiang observed closely. Jiang Xuan's martial soul, imbued with the Qinglian's earth fire, had entered a state of possession, and the azure flames began to envelop the liquid formed from the soul bone, hissing as they burned. What on earth was happening? Ko Xingxiang grew anxious. Throughout his upbringing, Jiang Xuan had kept no secrets from the elders, yet this fusion of heavenly spiritual objects remained elusive. Was it truly incompatible? No. As the master of the Qinglian, Jiang Xuan understood his predicament well. It seemed as though his martial soul was actively rejecting the fusion with the soul bone, continuously refining the dark gold terraclaw bear's left paw bone, creating a thin barrier between the flames and his internal body, leaving the dark golden liquid suspended in place. What was little Qinglian attempting to accomplish? Perceiving that the martial soul was uncontrollably raging, scorching the liquid fiercely, Jiang Xuan felt an urgent pang of anxiety. If this continued, his external spirit bone would surely be ruined. Despite the apparent inadequacy of the energy from the blue lotus earth fire, its essence was undeniably potent. Not even the 5,000-year-old dark gold terror-claw bear, nor its master, would dare to endure the searing heat of the blue lotus. Outside, Chao Tianxiang furrowed her brows, uncertain about the situation and hesitant to intervene recklessly. Yet her grandson's bizarre state left her feeling anxious. Don't consume it, please. Once again attempting to forcibly fuse the spirit bone, Jiang Xuan found the essence of the blue lotus flame snatched away, enveloping the bone in a fiery embrace. Unbeknownst to anyone else, two mysterious lines appeared and faded at his neck, seemingly preventing him from absorbing the spirit bone. Chapter 84, Spirit Bone, Spirit Skill. The ancient and enigmatic patterns emerged momentarily, revealing what appeared to be claw-like features and red feathers. As the patterns reached the nape of Jiang Xuan's neck, they bizarrely dissipated. A portion of the aura floated out into the Stardow forest. Focusing on the left paw bone of the dark gold terror-claw bear, Jiang Xuan felt a sudden heat on his back, fleeting yet intense. Chao Tianxiang, entirely captivated by Jiang Xuan's state, failed to notice the mysterious markings. What is happening with my brother? Meng Iran awoke immediately after absorbing the spirit bone, only to be astonished by the surrounding azure flames. Chao Tianxiang shook her head, saying, "Currently, there is no significant issue, but the other spirit bone is likely beyond saving." The other spirit bone? Still reveling in the joy of obtaining a supreme spirit ring and an exceptional right arm bone, Meng Iran learned from her grandmother that the dark gold terror-claw bear possessed a second spirit bone. However, the dark golden liquid formed from the spirit bone was entirely engulfed by the flames of the blue lotus. Blue lotus, are you preventing me from absorbing and merging into my body? As a martial soul, the blue lotus earth fire was intrinsically linked to Jiang Xuan, and he understood that such strange behavior was not meant to harm him. Yet he wondered why it only reacted after he attempted to absorb it. Jiang Xuan opened his eyes, fixating on the azure mass before him, not solely due to the blue lotus. He had clearly sensed the fusion with the left paw bone and felt as though something had forcibly ejected him. Is it due to my second martial soul? The mysterious system, aside from issuing sign-in tasks and occasionally entering a dormant state, remained unresponsive. The second martial soul had manifested when the system introduced the Shrek sign-in, leaving him to ponder whether the blank space indicated absence. There were too many uncertainties. It seemed that the blue lotus intended to consume the spirit bone. The pain. If it must be consumed, then so be it. What is a single spirit bone compared to the blue lotus earth fire as a martial soul? If the spirit bone could provide it with energy, I could seek more to aid its growth. It was merely a pang of heartache. The left paw bone was something Jiang Xuan had coveted for a long time, and now that it was within reach, yet unattainable, the sensation was unbearable. Resolutely, he recognized that the blue lotus was refining something and, in the astonished gazes of Meng, Iran, and others, tossed the other pitch-black right arm bone into the flames. Since I cannot absorb the spirit bone, let's see how much the blue lotus earth fire can grow by consuming both. With a sizzle, the second spirit bone instantly transformed into a surge of energy liquid. The moment it was thrown in, Jiang Xuan distinctly sensed the exhilaration of the blue lotus. Was it pleased to relinquish this item? The process concluded only when Douluo Yin, exhilarated after absorbing the Qinghua lotus seed, awakened. The two spirit bones, capable of driving most spirit masters into a frenzy, were entirely consumed by the flames, leaving Jiang Xuan with a faint impression of something being utterly obliterated by the blue lotus's fire, which then returned to his body. In the divine realm, the divine hall loomed under a canopy of dark clouds, an eerie atmosphere pervading the grand hall. A man with closed eyes suddenly sensed something, awakening as if compelled, mumbling indistinctly until his words became clear. Someone has actively rejected the world imprint of Douluo Star? How intriguing indeed. Why are you all staring at me? Jiang Xuan lamented, as the two women had been fixated on him since he completed the absorption. Douluo Yin teased, "Oh dear, you've given me such an important item. Should I consider kicking Tianheng to the curb for you? Perhaps not. You possess great stature, and we have a generational gap. You little rascal. Age doesn't matter among spirit masters. Are you implying that you look down on me for being older? I said nothing. You infer that yourself." Jiang Xuan, the girl, exasperated, realized that upon consuming the Qinghua lotus seed, She had noticeably accelerated her cultivation speed, as if pushing her innate spirit power toward overflowing. Aware that this attention was due to her grandfather, she still wished to express her gratitude in her own way, contemplating which outstanding young lady could match this remarkable talent. Chao Tianxiang gazed indulgently at the playful trio, relieved that everything was proceeding smoothly, regardless of which of them absorbed the spirit bone or spirit ring. She had been on edge, and now she could finally breathe easy. Duguyan exclaimed, "You two siblings, stop hiding. Show me the spirit skill." Having witnessed the combat prowess of the dark gold terraclaw bear, she was curious about the spirit skills associated with its spirit ring and bone. All right. Eager to showcase her spirit skill, Meng Yiran stepped back, revealing her martial soul. She rolled up her right sleeve, her smooth arm shimmering with energy. Dark gold terraclaw. It was the signature skill of the dark gold terraclaw bear. Meng Yiran raised her right hand high and forcefully pulled downwards, unleashing spectral claws of dark golden light from her wrist, slicing through the air like blades. Well, saying it tore through the sky might be an exaggeration, but the sharpness and damage of the energy attack were indeed formidable. Iran, this spirit bone skill is extraordinarily powerful. What about the spirit ring? What about the spirit ring? Duguyan, eager to witness the fourth spirit skill derived from the naive bear, could hardly contain her excitement. From her expression, it seemed that Meng Yiran placed greater importance on the spirit ring technique. Intrigued, Meng Yiran smiled, gripping the Snake Emperor's staff, its weight intensified by the enhancement of the fourth spirit ring. If I, Sister Yiran, keep growing at this rate, who knows if I can surpass the Haotian hammer? Rubbing his chin, Jiang Xuan pondered this question seriously. As he mused, Meng Yiran continued her actions, swinging the oversized staff towards the sturdy chest plate of the dark gold terraclaw bear. Naive bear? Is this how you treat the dead? Fourth spirit skill, thousand-knot explosive strike. As the Snake Emperor's staff was raised high, a surge of dark golden radiance enveloped it, seemingly infused with an overwhelming force. In the next moment, the two witnesses were confronted with the sheer terror of that might. The crisp sound of shattering echoed as the armor of the dark golden terraclaw bear, renowned for its formidable defense, crumbled effortlessly. Meng Yiran wielded the exaggeratedly heavy staff across her shoulder with her right hand, exclaiming, "The thousand-gene-shattering strike possesses a fixed armor-piercing effect of 25, allowing me to unleash an attack of 200 soul power without any upper limit. The stronger I become, the more formidable this skill will grow." Chapter 85. The Approach of Crisis. Impressive. A divine skill, with a consistent armor-piercing effect of 25 and an amplification of 200 to soul power. Both individuals exhibited expressions of delight from Meng Yiran. At first glance, this armor penetration and the 200 soul power attack seemed unremarkable. However, it was crucial to understand that disregarding 25 of defense was a nightmare for defense-oriented soul masters. Furthermore, the doubling of the attack was indeed terrifying. As soul power continued to surge, the weight of the Snake Emperor's staff would undoubtedly become increasingly outrageous. The ability to unleash such a potent fourth soul skill was a visible enhancement to combat prowess. After demonstrating her soul skill, Meng Yiran and Duguyan turned their attention to Jiang Xuan, unaware that the left bony claw of the dark golden terraclaw had been nearly fully consumed by the little green lotus. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan caressed his left palm, channeling his soul power. 5 fingers suddenly extended into 5 beams of dark golden light, each approximately 1 foot long, tapering from wide to narrow, resembling blades. The moment they manifested, the air involuntarily whistled. Unlike the original depiction of a dark golden hue enveloping his palm, Jiang Xuan's left hand emanated a pristine white, with faint azure flames swirling around it. These 5 blades moved with precision, and under Chao Tianxiang's bewildered gaze, Jiang Xuan deftly manipulated these peculiar claws according to the information in his mind. Indeed, he could still utilize the dark golden terraclaws. When the claws struck a solid stone, they effortlessly cleaved through it as if it were mere tofu, fueled by azure flames. The energy radiating from the claws targeted the charred ground, dark golden terraclaws. The marks left by the attack were comparable to those made by the 5,000-year dark golden terraclaw bear. How could such a soul bone skill be so fearsome? The soul power consumption was roughly around 20 to 30, which was not excessively extravagant. Retrieving the dark golden terraclaws, Jiang Xuan meticulously gauged the soul power expenditure. With no intention of experimenting with another skill, he merely nodded in response to Chao Tianxiang's inquisitive gaze, indicating they would discuss it later. Why could he still employ the skills after the little green lotus consumed the soul bone? He pondered deeply, feeling as if it was the soul bone itself that was being resisted. It was known that the integration of a soul bone would inherently enhance the soul master's physique. However, Jiang Xuan seemed to have bypassed the process of bodily enhancement, retaining the soul skill intact. What could be the reason? Unable to find an answer immediately, Jiang Xuan chose not to dwell on it. Although the physical enhancement was lost, as long as the skill remained, he would be content. The hunt for the dark golden terror claw bear had indeed been perilous, but yielded ample rewards. Soul rings and soul bones aplenty, alongside delightful bear meat. In the realm of gaming, such achievements could only be compared to epic quest rewards. However, Douluo's fourth soul ring was still pending. Despite the compensation of the little green lotus, she expressed envy, for the allure of 2 soul bones was undeniable. As everyone had sufficiently rested and the day brightened considerably, Chao Tianxiang stretched her shoulders and remarked, "I wonder what troubles the Duke of Chrysanthemum and the elders have encountered on their journey. They have yet to arrive. To prevent any unforeseen complications, it would be prudent to secure the 4th and 3rd soul rings for Xiao Yin and Xiao Xian as soon as possible." "Indeed, I shall heed Grandma's arrangements," Douluo Yin concurred, though she was uncertain if she had decided on a soul beast for her soul ring. "Not yet." Jiang Xuan mused for a few seconds, then asked, "Sister Yin, do you wish to follow in the footsteps of the Douluo elder or carve your own path? I noticed that your previous soul rings and skills differ from his." Douluo Yin replied, "No, rather. I should say that my first 3 soul rings were also arranged by Grandpa. He intentionally guided me away from his old path after I awakened the azure-scaled serpent martial soul." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan understood the rationale. It seemed the old poison master was deeply concerned that his only granddaughter might follow the tragic fate of his son and daughter-in-law during the unresolved issues concerning the azure-scaled serpent emperor. Meng Yiran remained silent, awaiting Jiang Xuan's decision, as her mind contemplated several potential soul beasts, all of which appeared promising. Most soul masters would typically select soul beasts of the same category for snake-type martial souls. However, the azure-scaled serpent emperor's inherent toxic capabilities were already formidable. Perhaps it would be wise to augment with additional attributes. After consuming the little green lotus, Douluo Yin would undoubtedly develop a certain affinity for fire attributes. Suddenly struck by an idea, Jiang Xuan's expression turned peculiar. Had he inadvertently altered the plot to this extent? In the original narrative, Douluo Yin had first appeared at a level below 40, while Meng Yiran, at a similar age, had only just ventured into the Star Dough Forest to acquire her 3rd soul ring, thus being robbed of it twice by Tang San and his companions. At this moment, Meng Yiran was at the rank of 42, with her 4th soul ring being that of the fearsome dark golden terror claw bear. The original phoenix-tailed cockerel serpent had seemingly been subdued by the world line correction, ultimately falling into Oscar's hands. Yet, what a face-devouring spider. Indeed, the face-devouring spider. Jiang Xuan interjected suddenly, leaving the two momentarily stunned. Was he suggesting that Douluo Yin acquire the face-devouring spider's soul ring? However, spiders and snakes appeared to be an incongruous pairing. With no time to elaborate, Jiang Xuan resolved to convey his thoughts to the trio during their journey. According to the timeline, the 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit should have encountered the Titan great ape, presumably crossing paths with the Shrek group. Thus, whether it was the soul rings and soul bones from the 200,000-year soul beasts, or the face-devouring spider, capable of producing the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, all were worthy of his strategizing. In the original narrative, Tang San's journey, whether through reincarnation or subsequent developments, seemed orchestrated by fate, rendering him the so-called child of destiny. However, with Jiang Xuan's arrival, the ice and fire yin-yang eyes had undoubtedly severed that pathway. As a result, the future changes remained uncertain. It would be prudent to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to seek out the trouble posed by that 100,000-year soul beast. The soft-boned rabbit had chosen to transform into human form, possessing combat prowess equivalent to a 30-level soul master. The Titan great ape, as a top-tier 100,000-year soul beast, boasted combat power roughly between 96 and 97, but never reaching 98. Considering their trio of titled Douluos, along with the martial soul fusion techniques of Long Gong and Shipa, they stood a considerable chance of subduing the Titan great ape. At the very least, Intercepting the protagonist's opportunities along the way would be advantageous. Jiang Xuan held no enmity towards Tang San, yet neither did they share any camaraderie. He was not the type to remain passive out of fear of narrative collapse. The 8 spider lances could be regarded as the pinnacle of external soul bones. Having already dared to seize the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, what could he possibly fear from a so-called fate? Furthermore, it was highly probable that Tang Hao had departed from Tang San's side at this juncture, providing the perfect opportunity to act as the rabbit. Xiao Wu had taken her leave. As they journeyed along, Jiang Xuan and his companions followed the signals left by Douluo and his 2 companions. Jiang Xuan hoped to rendezvous with his teacher and the others ahead of time. Alongside this bold aspiration, an inexplicable sense of crisis loomed over him, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 86. The Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. The Titan Giant Ape ambled through the forest, its colossal form rendering the towering trees of the Douluo forest mere toys in its presence. Its large eyes occasionally flickered, seemingly pondering something profound. Experienced soul masters would undoubtedly exclaim in awe, for this was a 100,000-year soul beast endowed with intelligence. It is well known that while soul beasts possess formidable strength, the emergence of wisdom within them is an arduous feat bound by the constraints of heaven and earth. The soul beast clan lags far behind humans in terms of intellect and cultivation potential, hence the notion of bloodlines. Standing at several dozen meters tall, the Titan Giant Ape's gait was already remarkable, and its occasional leaps spanned distances of several meters. It seemed to sense someone pursuing it from behind, perhaps a figment of its imagination spurred by an unsated craving for a midnight snack. This behemoth's trajectory was directed towards the core of the Douluo forest. Unlike a cautious soul master, even at the levels of soul emperor or soul saint, who would tread carefully in such territory, this creature exhibited no such reservations. Soul beasts encountered along the way instinctively retreated, for while many resided in the central area, few could match the Titan Giant Ape's 100,000-year status. Any soul beast that sensed its presence would automatically veer away from its path. Perched atop the ape's broad shoulder was none other than Xiao Wu from Shrek Academy, her rabbit ears blown back by the wind, her face etched with concern. Ming, since just now you have been leading me towards the core area, has something transpired in the Douluo forest today? Unlike the original narrative, this time it was Xiao Wu who signaled the Titan Giant Ape, a creature of unparalleled might. Both the legendary dragon and the grandfather of Douluo Yin possessed the strength of tidal Douluos, and being a 100,000-year soul beast, she was easily detectable by soul masters above the rank of soul Douluo before reaching maturity. This sense of crisis compelled her to contact her 2 companions the moment she approached the Douluo forest. Meanwhile, she felt anxious about Tang San, who was pursuing them from behind. As they conversed, the Titan Giant Ape's voice rumbled. In recent days, human soul masters of tidal Douluo rank have invaded the central area of the Douluo forest, ruthlessly hunting high-ranking 10,000-year soul beasts. Among them, a 90,000-year frost subdragon, bearing the bloodline of our master, was slain. I worry for your safety, and we must fulfill our duty as guardians. Although that dragon species has yet to evolve into a true dragon of 100,000 years, its bloodline must not be insulted. Those soul masters must pay with their lives. You cannot remain near the human any longer. It appears they've been hunting numerous soul rings recently. Ming, and I must take action. Ming is here too? Xiao Wu's rabbit ears perked up, glancing around with apprehension. Indeed, Ming will first escort you to the core area. Their slaughter has been excessive. We must teach these humans a bloody lesson. The air suddenly grew heavy with moisture as a massive bull's head, measuring over 4 meters in diameter, erupted from the ground, its emerald scales clinging to its immense serpentine body. The Azure Bull Python. The 200,000-year soul beasts of the Douluo forest had converged. Seeing Ming's appearance, Xiao Wu said nothing further. When the master was mentioned, she could not afford to disregard the secrets of the soul beast clan. However, as she prepared to depart, she called out with a tinge of desperation to the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python, "If you happen to see my 3rd brother, find a way to knock him out and send him out of the Douluo forest." Title Douluo. With 200,000-year soul beasts, she fervently prayed for Tang San, who was still searching for her. Watching Xiao Wu obediently head towards the life lake at the forest core, the serpent-headed soul beast spoke. Ming, take action against them. Remember, leave none alive. Understood. The Titan giant ape, initially looking innocent in response to Xiao Wu's words, now revealed a cunning glimmer in its lantern-like eyes. The elder's wise, Jiang Xuan, on his journey, did not anticipate encountering Tang San, the young master of the Haotian sect, halfway through. The five of them exchanged glances, noting that Tang San's clothing was already tattered, and the traces of battle had transformed the once pristine forest into a chaotic scene. In the distance lay a dark figure on the ground. It was the human-faced demon spider. He had arrived too late. At this moment, Tang San had seated himself on the ground, presumably absorbing the 1,000-year soul ring of the human-faced demon spider along with the 8 spider lances through their unique connection. Meng Iran stepped forward, saying, "Isn't that one of the students from that academy? How did he end up lost so close to the mixed zone of the Douluo Forest?" "Ah, it's Shrek," Jiang Xuan replied, harboring little fondness for the academy due to his prior experiences. The other two remained silent, while Jiang Xuan contemplated whether he should eliminate the protagonist right then and there. But a shout from afar made him reconsider. "Senior Snake Lady, please show mercy." Indeed, the timing was not yet right. Was this the protagonist's halo? Jiang Xuan's gaze shifted to the newcomer. The newcomer was Zhao Wujing, accompanied by the 6 Shrek monsters, their transparent wings glistening in the dim light. Zhao Wujing, seeing Tang San, mistakenly believed he had clashed with the others, and quickly called out, "I wonder who it was. It's you, Zhao Wujing." What a coincidence. Coincidence indeed. My student inadvertently wandered out, and if I have offended anyone along the way, I sincerely apologize. It was truly a coincidence. Within the vast Douluo forest, they had encountered each other several times, and one could easily assume the two groups were aligned. With a genial smile on his face, one could hardly find a reason to dislike Zhao Wujing, for he was one of the few characters in the original narrative who exuded warmth, despite the peculiar rules and teaching philosophies set forth by Flanders. At this moment, Jiang Xuan felt no animosity towards him. As a protective figure willing to chase after reckless students pursuing 100,000-year soul beasts, he could hardly be considered malicious. Just as he had stated, the connection with Shrek Academy had been established through the Evil Soul Master incident. "That's right, we merely crossed paths," Jiang Xuan replied, suppressing his wild thoughts. After regaining his composure, he regarded the individuals before him with a calm demeanor. The glance he cast upon the group made them somewhat uneasy, particularly Dai Mubai, who kept his head lowered, fists tightly clenched. Has the world not yet taught you enough? Without further ado, since the human-faced demon spider had already been slain, and with Zhao Wujing's timely arrival, Jiang Xuan was keen to avoid unnecessary complications. "Let us proceed. Shrek's little brothers should come and play with your sister when you have the chance." Du Guiyan, unable to contain her impatience, teased Meng Iran as she noticed the awkward expressions on the faces of the Shrek group. Thanks to Oscar's earlier gesture of sharing the recovery sausage, their relationships had eased somewhat, at least ensuring they would not draw weapons against each other in the Douluo Forest. As Jiang Xuan passed by Zhu Zhuqing, the young girl opened her mouth as if to say something, but her expression twisted in thought, and she fell silent once more. It seemed that a little more provocation was needed to entice the little cat. Understanding her concerns, Jiang Xuan did not look back. This was not the time for such discussions, as there would be opportunities to address them upon returning to the heavenly. Yet, what was that sense of impending danger not far off? Furthermore, why had the system, which indicated tasks in the Douluo Forest, shown no response until now? Finally, he's gone. To be honest, I truly wish to avoid encountering that pervert again. Ma Hongjuan's chubby face turned crimson as he spoke those words only after Jiang Xuan and the others had completely distanced themselves. Oscar delivered him a light punch, admonishing, "If you can't say anything worthwhile, then refrain from speaking." Zhao Wujing's attention was elsewhere, focused on Tang San, who was visibly suffering from the absorption of his spirit rings.